Vielleicht ändere ich das. Vielleicht hat er gute Punkte. Dann ändere ich das. Weißt du was? Nee, machen wir das erstmal raus. One more trailer. Short teasing announcement von upcoming title. Mensch, Nomura war mal so jung. Was geht, Nico? Das ist eine Kingdom Hearts 3 Review, die 5 Stunden geht soll. Ich erinnere mich. Das war fantastisch damals, als das rauskam. 5 Stunden.
This, right here. What you see is the peak of video game hype. They show so little, but you knew that Kingdom Hearts 3 was finally coming out.
Ist das
Your
laut
mind
genug?
dizzied with speculation. How are they gonna finish off Xehanort? What mechanics are coming back? Will Sora and Riku finally kiss? Well, you're gonna have to wait. Video games take the longest to make as a medium. I'm sure you know this. It's why some big budget games take so long to come out. But the longer a highly anticipated game takes, the more hype is gonna be drummed up. So
Kingdom Hearts 3 hatte nicht so viel Development Time. Ich werde jetzt erzählen, oh, es hat so lange gedauert.
It's inevitable that many people will be disappointed with the final product, even if it's literal perfection. You're wondering how I feel about it? Well, I used to be a sucker for upcoming games, but over time I grew bitter. Halo 4 and 5 are genuinely bad games, Red Dead Redemption 2 doesn't know the meaning of the term tendon, I'm one of the only people that thinks Breath of the Wild is just okay, and Fallout 4 ruined my life. The last game I was truly excited for was Smash Ultimate, but only because that's a very safe bet. That all being said, when Kingdom Hearts 3 came out, my expectations weren't incredibly high. Kingdom Hearts 1 is one of the first games I've ever played, and Kingdom Hearts 2 is one of my favorites. Despite that, the bitterness I grew kept me from being too hyped.
Kingdom Hearts 2 as one of
But
the
I still
favorites?
wasn't expecting what I got. The last numbered entry in the series, Kingdom Hearts 2, came out all the way back in 2006 for a sneaky American like me. It's a game that many tout as the best in the series, especially the 2007 enhanced re-release Final Mix. But what captured the attention of most was the secret ending in said re-release. It showed 3 armored figures wearing capes and holding keyblades.
Das haben wir vergessen.
Surrounded by hundreds of other ownerless
wir dachten,
keys.
das ist Kingdom Hearts
Then we see them
3.
get their asses kicked by an old man with the least human skin I've ever seen and a masked man, and they both have keyblades as well. The old man freezes one of the armored fellows and his helmet shatters, revealing that he's the kid that we played as at the beginning of the game. And on top of that, there's another cutscene at the end that shows Sora getting a letter from Mickey. What's in the letter? Who knows? Guess we'll have to wait and see. If this is what Kingdom Hearts 3 is gonna be like, it's gonna be crazy. Okay, I'm typing this in the year of our Lord 2021. If you know anything about the series, you know that none of this actually led to Kingdom Hearts 3. Not directly, anyway. No, it actually led to quote-unquote spin-off games, and quite a few of them at that. On the off chance that you don't know the plot of these games, I actually made 2 videos on the subject. Give them a watch if you aren't in the know.
Oh, no.
Just for the hell of it, I think it's pretty good. But just to quickly answer the mysteries I just spoke of, those 3 armored guys are Keyblade wielders named Terra, Aqua, and Ventus. Yes, that isn't Roxas. Also, the 2 other guys are Vanitas, who is the dark half of Ventus's heart after being extracted by the other one, Master Xehanort, who is the main antagonist of the series. And as for that letter, it was an invitation to Sora and Riku's Mark of Mastery exam.
Immerhin. Bisher hat er nichts gesagt, was faktisch falsch war.
Which is a test to see if you're a Keyblade master. It's just a label, but they treat it like it isn't sometimes. And that's all I'll give you. Again, the other videos I make can fill you in completely. So getting back on track, the game we've been waiting for 7 years at this point was finally formally announced. E3 2013. This trailer was...
No. Niemand hat 7 Jahre darauf gewartet. Es kam die ganze Zeit Spiele raus. Do the videos 5 hours, you don't need to pause.
Was huge. Again, it was minimal, barely showed anything. But what it showed was...
Ich sollte dran denken, nicht die ganze Zeit zu pausieren.
Sora's being chased by a literal wave of Heartless, riding
Warum
on it,
nicht,
all the while
Lucius?
jumping off walls and shit. Come on, how are you not drooling? The amount of trailer analysis videos and speculations and all that jazz was through the roof. This trailer, and everything after, made these content creators go crazy, justifiably. And because of that, every drop of development with the game was torn apart to find as much as they could, as we
Why
could.
my
After
wife
the first
leave
trailer,
me?
we didn't
Weil
have to
du
wait long
John
before another
bist.
update. 4 months later, at the Japan D23 Expo, or is it D23, I don't know, they showed off another gameplay trailer. It's clearly unfinished, the animations are rough and everything looks kinda weird in general, so we knew this game wasn't coming anytime soon. Some really cool stuff was shown off though, mainly the fact that Sora split his Keyblade into 2 guns and shot fire at
Ja, und
them.
das alles
And
gibt's
the
im Final
figurative
Game.
and literal bigger one, Disney rides. Sora spawns a pirate ship that rocks back and forth just like the real thing. It looks really good.
Hat der
Next, they show
3D
Sora
also
and gang on the big
Dream Drop
Magic
Distance
Mountain ride
geskippt?
fighting against the Rock Titan. So
Keine Ahnung.
Olympus was our first Disney World confirmation. Who would have guessed? This trailer built upon what we already knew from the first trailer by putting it on a much grander scale. But at the same time, they didn't show off too much. Another banger of a trailer from Square. But then things went quiet for a while. It wasn't until June of next year, 2014, where we got a trailer for the 2.5 collection, which featured a mini Kingdom Hearts 3 trailer at the end.
Worauf will
No
jemand
gameplay, no
hinaus?
cutscenes, just drawings of two kids talking to each other about the Keyblade War, and that's all we got that year. E3 2015, the next big trailer finally came. It shows a finished cutscene of those two boys from the last trailer, and I just cannot tell who they're supposed to be. They have basically the same conversation that they did in the last trailer. After that, though, we're given a nice long look at the
Oh,
game
ich
we'll
hab
be
den
getting.
Trailer
A
geliebt.
huge world, nothing the last games even come close to matching. It had it all. Action, heartless, parkour, running up walls, jumping, more heartless, team attacks, teacups, rocks, grass physics, water physics, jiggle physics. Then we see the gang in the Tangled world, along with finally seeing Sora's new outfit. It's not bad, but I prefer the last one. And finally, a look at a new mechanic.
Das Kingdom Hearts 3 Outfit ist so gut. Es ist so gut.
Get to that. Moving on
Hey,
to
Marco.
3 months later, we get a trailer for the 2.8 collection. The trailer starts off with a 30-second version of the trailer we just saw before moving on to the collection itself. It had Dream Drop distance as its only full game, but also featured an hour-long movie about the phone game Union Cross. But that's irrelevant. What we're really after is the prologue demo, 0.2. All it showed was one shot of Aqua walking along the Realm of Darkness before looking back. And that's all for that one. Moving on. The next trailer
Wenn man Birth by
sucks.
Sleep gespielt hat,
It
weiß
premiered at
man,
Jump
wusste
Fest
man
in
eigentlich, dass da
December
noch was
2015.
kommt.
It feels like it's the same as the last one with a few differences. Main one being that you could focus to leap to certain places through flow motion. A neat
Und Birth by
combination.
Sleep.
Okay, they really gotta stop showing this same exact fight in Twilight Town. Weirdest part was when they were fighting at the mysterious tower. You never go there in the final game. And that's it. Well, that was probably the worst it gets.
Ja,
The
wir
next
sind
trailer
5
was
Minuten
shown off
drin.
in June of 2017. Quite a while after the last
hat noch
one,
keinen
a
Punkt
year and
gemacht.
7 months. Luckily though, it's much better than the last one.
Es gab noch
Sansa's
nicht
sword
ein
dives into the
einziges
sky and
Argument,
slams
Chat.
Keyblade on the ground. It goes on to show a little more of the Keyblade form we saw years ago. More team attacks. and
Ich
the
weiß
best
gar nicht,
part,
worauf er nachher hinaus
Pete
möchte. Alles, was er
Owen,
aufzählt,
Hades and
sieht man im Spiel.
Finally,
Es kommt
it
alles
shows
im
Sora
Spiel
talking to
vor.
two big boys and some Zemnis. Zemnis says that the only way to bring Roxas back is to call upon the darkness, which I'm pretty sure is a blatant lie. These guys love to say that every problem is solved with darkness, but instead of backing it up, they just go into murder mode. And with that, the trailer's over. The
Ja,
next
gib ihm
trailer,
Zeit.
aside from the first trailer, made people go crazy the most. Not because it showed off new cool mechanics or anything, but because they brought in Pixar. After showing more Hercules with some very obnoxious text scrolling across the screen, we go to Toy Story.
Ich hab
It's mainly
keine Ahnung,
cutscene, which I'll
Smiley.
be going over when we actually play the game, so talking about it here would be redundant. Let's move on to the next one. February 2018. Oh, okay, more Pixar. Monsters Inc. Again, not much to talk about here. It shows off the environment, cutscenes, spoilers. Oh yeah. Here's an issue. This trailer, and all of them after, show story-relevant cutscenes. Who
Ja,
thought
und du
that was a
wusstest
good idea?
genau, was
This is a
passiert
problem
vom
a lot of AAA
Kontext.
games
Sure.
have. The best recent example I can think of is The Phantom Pain. It shows some of the last cutscenes in the trailers. Sure, you don't have context, but then the surprise is ruined once you actually play
No,
the thing. You let some
no,
story beats
no,
and think, oh, this
no.
is going to lead to that part from the trailer, isn't it? And most of the time you're right. This suffers that exact problem. And the rest of the trailers kind of suck too, so I'm going to give you a quick summary of the last 20. The next one shows off the game's main theme, Don't Think Twice.
Yeah.
At first, I thought it was kind of lame compared to Sanctuary from Kingdom Hearts 2, but it grew on me over time, and I kind of like it now.
Hey, shit.
Side note, but did Sanctuary ever give off Linkin Park vibes to anyone? I don't know why, but that's what I'm reminded of when I hear it. Maybe it's because I stumbled upon a Kingdom Hearts 2 AMV when I was like 7.
Oh Gott! Dude! Du kannst was nicht machen! Hör auf! YouTube, am I right?
For a game like
Okay,
this.
rede
Might as
weiter.
well have went with Mars Needs Moms. Another
Zum Glück
Disney
war
movie
das
announced was the
so
return of Pirates
kurz,
of the
das
Caribbean.
wird
We
nicht
also got a
detected.
small look at what the gummy ship is going to be like. Not much shown, but it looks like it's taking an open world approach. The quality of these trailers really
Why is he
dropped
telling
off at
this?
point.
Ich
They're mainly just
ich weiß
showing
es nicht.
cutscenes and barely anything else as we go along. And the cutscenes are missing sound effects for whatever reason.
Look out!
Why is this relevant?
Amazing.
Sometimes we don't get audio at all, and instead, we just see a montage over Don't Think Twice. Later that year, we got Big Hero 6, a pick I genuinely like. It's not obscure or anything, but compared to the likes of Frozen and Tangled, I'm glad it got some representation. For some reason, we got a trailer dedicated to the Tangled world, even though we've known about this world being in the game for 3 years at this point. We also got confirmation that 100 Acre Wood is returning. There was one trailer that felt like a parody of trailers.
Our worlds are under attack, and only you can stand against the darkness. Now,
Big Hero
the
6 ist
battle
super, oder, Blubby?
between light and dark will reach its epic conclusion.
Hey, Sora.
Hey.
Jack Sparrow!
Captain Jack Sparrow.
Okay, I added that record scratch, but it seemed real, didn't it? Skipping over to right before the game's release, we got a Japanese trailer featuring English-speaking fans talking about how great the series is.
Kingdom Hearts helped me get my mom into liking video games.
I made a lot of friends
Das ist sein
because of our
Point.
shared love of Kingdom Hearts.
And finally, the last trailer before the game's release, mere days before the fated event, we got
Ja,
a
BMX
gameplay
ist
overview.
super.
Basically just a narrator explaining the concept of what a Keyblade is and what it does over
Das war
footage of
wirklich
gameplay.
holsam.
And that's it. What happened here? We had a strong start for these trailers, not showing too much, but just enough to get us excited. But then we nosedived and showed way too much, to the point that it starts to diminish the
Trailer
hype
hat
of
gar
anything.
nichts
And they got so
gespoilt.
poorly
Du bist
made
ein
over
Idiot.
time. I could have made these, and I suck at editing. Instead of building up slowly over the course of the game's development, carefully picking things to show that will get people excited without risking ruining the experience once it's out, they suddenly skyrocket
ruined.
how much they showed.
I knew
Then someone
everything
at the marketing
beforehand,
department
chat.
smoked
Everything.
some crack and decided it was a brilliant idea to show cutscenes from the last few
Young
hours of the
cat.
game. It's fine to go
Yeah,
wild
young
with how
cat.
much you show off the gameplay, but don't compromise the story. All that being said, I'm not gonna dock points from the game for this.
Nichts
It
an der
wasn't the
Story war
developer's idea to
kompromiss.
do all
Das
that. It was a
das
good
macht
thing
mich
I didn't
sauer.
watch too many trailers, or else I would have been pissed. Now all we can do is wait for the fateful day to come.
Nein, Marv.
January 25th, 2019. If you would have told me that was the day the game would come out in 2013, I wouldn't
Kennst du
have
das
believed
Video,
you.
Lucius?
But here we are. The game is here in my hand, and it's surreal. I've been waiting so long for this. But like I said, I tempered my expectations. So when reviews rolled in from official and non-official sources alike, I was expecting positive but not overwhelming reception. I wasn't expecting mixed, however. Sure, we had the typical 8 out of 10s from all the big names in game journalism, but go down a few tiers of humanity and things get muddy. Anything ranging from, this game is a fantastic follow-up to the previous games, to, this is far from what I wanted and I'm disappointed, and even straight, this game is a piece of shit. Thing is, if you voice not liking a JRPG on the internet, you'll get murdered. So you saying you
Es
didn't
wird
like
immer
the game
andere
is practically
Opinions geben,
asking
aber
for you to
ja.
get shit on when it came out. Popular cooking channel Video Game Donkey made a review about Kingdom Hearts 3.
Ja, ich dachte mir auch
really
gerade,
liked it.
a few tiers of humanity? What the fuck?
I have ever witnessed a story which is possibly one of the worst yet in a video game. There is no sense of narrative cohesion. Jingle. The game is boring, really boring. Long, awkward pauses. No structure, no stakes. The villains are.
Donkey mag keine
completely
Stories
aimless.
und
They just
JRPGs.
dump all of that
Warum
shit
sollte man
straight into a
Donkey
garbage
für
bin.
Beispiel
This
dafür
shit
nehmen?
show a 1 out of 5.
I think this is one of his most controversial videos due to this. What struck me as the most annoying part of the backlash he got.
You
was
take
that a big
Donkey
portion of the
serious as
criticism he got was along the lines of,
Donkey
he doesn't
mag
like
keine
RPGs,
Stories und
so he shouldn't keep
JRPGs.
playing and reviewing them. And you know what? That's a great point. Hi, my name's Jess. Joe, if you're inclined.
Wahrscheinlich
I really enjoy a
warum.
good JRPG. Mother 3 is among one of my favorite games. I have Stockholm Syndrome towards Persona 3 because I sure have played that one a lot.
Ja,
Most
dann
importantly,
solltest du
Kingdom
das
Hearts
mal
2 is a game I really like. But even more importantly than that, since its release, I've played Kingdom
Every
Hearts 3
Donkey video is
6
controversial.
times. So I could say with confidence that Kingdom Hearts 3 is a bad game.
Oh, bad game. Du hast das Spiel 6-mal gespielt. What? Wenn ich ein schlechtes Spiel spiele, spiele es nicht nochmal. Ja, das war das Intro. Nach 13 Minuten.
Say, fellas, did somebody mention the door to darkness?
What the actual fuck is that logic? Ich habe das Spiel 6-mal gespielt, also es ist ein schlechtes Spiel. Vielleicht bist du auch einfach nur gelangweilt nach 6 Tries.
I'll fucking do it again.
The game was so bad, I played it 6 times. To prove a point.
And was fucking heartless myself.
Ich habe 2500 Stunden in dem Spiel verbracht, kann ich nicht empfehlen. Sind wie manche Leute, die tausende Stunden, 5000 Stunden in Final Fantasy 14, WoW oder ESO haben und sagen, ja, es ist langweilig. Ja, du hast 5000 Stunden gespielt. Hat er gerade
A
angenommen,
bold
dass ich
statement,
klein
to be
bin?
Sure, but one I've already made, so I guess I gotta prove why that is.
Jetzt
Let me
wird
give you
Kingdom
a
Hearts
few quick
1
disclaimers
gejudged.
before we jump in. 1. If you like this game, that's great. I'm not here to make you hate it. I'd love for you to stick around and hear me out though.
Ja,
Just like
das
there
werde ich
might be
tun.
things you see in the game that I don't, that works both ways. 2. I'm gonna be covering the game from start to end to post-end, so spoilers, obviously. 3. I'm mainly covering the game we got at launch, so the critical mode update and the Remind DLC comes after the main portion. 4. The amount of garbage littering the earth right now not being properly disposed of can lead to pollutants in the air that cause birth defects, cancer, vermin and insects causing disease, bacteria, and that's just to name a few. This has gone unchecked by our governments, and it's believed by some experts that we're past the point of no return, so be sure to subscribe while you still can. 5. Let's get down to it. Hit it!
Sir, are you alright?
Once we get started, we get the opening movie. It's a clip show, giving a little chronological look through the series. Yeah, that'll help newcomers understand what's going on. Okay, that's not fair. There is an option on the main menu to get a little narration on everything. It's not perfect, but it's not good either. So, here we are. Not much else to do, but get started. The highest difficulty option is Proud Mode. Or it was, but like I said, we'll get to that later. The first thing we see is this really weird looking town? Village? I don't know. We get to see those kids with their darned chests.
Have you heard of the ancient
Was ist das schon für eine Einstellung?
Huh? Of course I have. Long ago, Keyblade wielders waged a war over the ownership of light.
Ja, Bloodborne 20 Mal durchgespielt, das ist kacke.
I like to think that Keyblade War is just common knowledge, so what happened was basically like playing a game with your friend and they're like, have you heard of World War II? These two are very obviously Xehanort and Ericus, but I think the developers know that you're gonna know that. Their chat about the war whittles down to saying that one day, inevitably, the light will expire and the dark will prevail. I suppose they've never heard of friendship. Cue the heart diving.
They can take your world. They can take your heart.
Marv.
Cut you loose from all you know.
But you can't unfatten this ass.
We start with Kingdom Hearts 1 Sora, who we play as for 3 seconds before looking in a mirror and switching over to current day Sora. The fact that they made a model with animations and jumping and stuff all for you to switch over to a different model really shows their dedication. So that's a great first impression. As usual, you pick if you want defense, magic, or strength. Now we pick up where 0.2 left off, with the end Cid telling Sora he's a worthless piece of shit and to go to Olympus so he can see how worthless he really is. Problem with that is all the space highways are closed off, so they're essentially driving blind. Their one saving grace is that the power of waking that we've heard so much about can help lead the way to where they need to go.
May your heart be your guiding key.
Huh? What's that?
Master Yen Sid always said that, right before we went off on any of our real important adventures.
What a slogan. I hope they use it more. Sora's not very good with that power, but with a little bit of coaxing, he manages to get them.
Können wir darüber reden, dass immer noch kein Argument gebracht hat?
Close to that area. But that's definitely not a bad thing. We're finally outside the perimeters of the Colosseum.
Wir sind fast 20 Minuten drin, nicht ein Argument.
Spoilers, but one of the things I like most about the game is that it's definitely more self-aware than the others, to the point where the game can be genuinely, unironically, kind of funny. It's not like the previous games were devoid of humor, but I would rarely ever chuckle at the jokes they made. So let me add this counter to show the parts of the writing I appreciate. What with them being a bit off course, the three
Erste,
half-pints
was
are gonna have to go find
angesprochen hat, ist
Hercules
das, was
themselves,
den
and maybe
Humor
make some
gut
friends
findet.
along the way. A few steps later, they're ambushed by Heartless. Now we finally get a feel for the combat. On a baseline level, it's what you've come to expect from the series.
Yeah.
RPG-style hack and slash. Donald's the mage, Goofy's the bruiser, and you're the all-around. Not much you could do at the moment because your magic abilities are very low, so it's a mash X-Fest for now.
Nein, du kannst sofort Wasser benutzen und Wasser ist extrem stark
hier. If you play
hier.
Dream Drop Distance, then you're familiar with flow motion. This game brings that back and both limits and expands on it. Meaning, when it comes to the aspects of flow motion returning from Dream Drop, like jumping off walls or spinning on poles,
Die haben Flow Motion erweitert? Die haben es eigentlich hart genervt, oder?
After looking around for approximately 10 seconds, Sora starts
Kam
calling
Wasser
out
nicht
to
ein bisschen
Hercules.
später?
Hades hears
Oh,
that, and
kam's?
there he is. He tosses out a
Naja, auf
threat
jeden Fall,
despite the fact
Magic
that
ist von
he's
Anfang an
beaten him
super,
twice
super
now.
stark in Kingdom Hearts 3.
If Hades is here, then where's her?
What is everyone's infatuation with that stone?
Goofy was so calm. He didn't even flinch.
Das ist wahr.
Not a muscle in his face.
Goofy ist auch eigentlich most powerful being in the story.
Maybe Hades is right to be cocky this time, because he's got all 4 Titans with him now. I mean, just the Ice Titan was a real pain in the rear, so we're probably all fucked. He uses them to blow the 3 away.
War kein spaßiger Kampf in Kingdom Hearts 1.
Would love to watch him. Oh, hey Pete.
So, you can keep your Heartless this time. I'm going back to my original plan, all right?
Ja.
So, toodaloo. Exits that away. Hey, it was great seeing ya. Happy trails!
Alright, geez, cut the ham, Hades. They're not here to meddle like usual, but rather they're looking for a black box and searching throughout all the worlds to find it. Hades points them in the
Here's
direction
why
of
it's bad.
Pandora's
Firstly,
box.
the jokes
Sora
made me
and
laugh.
Paris are flying out to the city of Thebes, where Hercules catches them. Looks like the place has seen better days. It's due to the Titans running amok and throwing big boulders everywhere. After swatting some pesky flies, Megara and Phil come in on
Wasser
Pegasus,
benutzt.
and then they leave immediately. Why did they even come here?
Be careful, Wonder Boy.
I will.
Ja, der
So,
Hades
you
VA
guys
super.
in?
Now hold on, don't be selfish, Herc. Sora's got a question for you.
Herc, I came here so I could ask you something. Do you remember the last time we were together? You were feeling down and out. How'd you get your strength back? When you jumped in and saved Meg?
The best Hercules can say is that the power came when he needed to protect someone he cared about. Aside from that, Sora's on his own. They see a kid in trouble and Hercules throws them over there.
Ich
splitting
glaube
them up
nicht,
for
dass
him. After
ihm
saving
das
her,
aufgefallen
they're
ist,
given a visit
Mitchie.
from the two demons.
Oh, wird anmerken, dass die beiden nichts machen das ganze Spiel über.
But Kid Keyblader here looks way putier
Ich meine,
than
das
the last
stimmt.
time we saw him. I say we
Aber sie haben
finish
Dinge im
him off
Hintergrund
while we
gemacht.
still can.
Waste no time with the boy. He's inconsequential.
Well, that was pointless. Moving on. The goal now is to save the townsfolk from the Heartless. And now we get a good look at the size of this game. It's huge. For reference, the Colosseum in Kingdom Hearts 1 was a whole 3 rooms large, totaling to a whopping square inch in size. And one of those rooms was only accessible from fighting in the Colosseum. While the underworld in 2 is significantly larger, it's not very visually stimulating. There's some cool looking parts, but most of it is dark cave area with like, what are these, souls? Why am I hitting
Aber
them
sie haben
from
die
there?
Farbe immer
It's kinda
gewechselt.
morbid. But this is a
Um's
large space with
abwechslungsreich
a
zu
lot of
machen.
variety. There's multiple routes for you to take from the start. There's a bunch of crumbling buildings and statues and the like. It's great. Remember when I said your magic abilities are low? I meant it. You start with fire and water spells and they do piss poor damage.
Alles
even
klar,
when you use
Lucius.
water on fire. It's kind of
Das
frustrating.
hast du
if anything,
vorgestern erst
'cause I'd
geschaut,
like to do
Steffi,
something
echt?
aside from
Jeez.
just pressing X during fights. You could do team attacks, but aside from that right now, nothing. While running through the city, you save actual people. Human beings that you can talk to. Once again, PS4 does what PS2 don't. If you beat the Heartless around
Will
them,
nicht
they
mal
give
das
you a
ein-
little
oder
something for
lobt
the
er
road.
gerade eigentlich
Hey,
das
here's a
Spiel?
gamer tip for any gamers that play this. Unequip aerial dodge.
Oder ist es
Basically, all
dieses
it
Ding,
does is
ich
mute
sag
your
was
pre-existing
Positives,
aerial slide
um
when
gleich
in
was
combat.
Negatives
It
zu
doesn't really make
sagen.
avoiding attacks in midair any easier, so just don't use it. Anyway, we catch up with Hercules, who's holding up an entire building while the Heartless attack the citizens.
Ja, ist
We
ein
made it
krasser
just in
Dude.
time, but Herc can't hold on much longer. We gotta take these guys out quick, but how? As I said, our damage output right now is terrible. What to do? Ah, perfect. A tutorial. Ladies and gentlemen, the successor to Drive Forms. Keyblade Forms. Basically, depending on what Keyblade you have equipped,
Mochte
you'll
die
get a
Keyblade
unique
Forms?
form
Ich
that
hab die
only that
geliebt, ich
one
finde die
uses.
super.
There are 15 Keyblades, so that means the amount of Keyblade Forms is triple the amount of Drive Forms. I'll cover each as we go along.
Ich
On
denke
top
auch,
of
dass
that, we're
er
also introduced to Grand Magic, which essentially means
Er
if
es
you use a certain
positive
spell
Dinge
enough
sagt.
times, you'll sometimes get the ability to use the same spell but one tier higher. For example, Fire to Fyra or Fyraga to Fyraza. But what do I mean by sometimes? And also, how do you even access these shiny new Keyblade forms? Well, this thing. It doesn't have a name or an explanation as to why it's there. As far as I know, this thing slithered into the game without the devs noticing. Basically, the more hits you land, the higher this thing goes. Once you get above 3 arrows, you'll get something. Could be a Keyblade form, Grand Magic, or something else entirely. Or at least, that's the theory. This is a whole thing, so I'll talk about it at a more appropriate time.
Es
At
ist
least
so
now we can speed
unfassbar
combat up a little
straightforward.
bit. The Kingdom Keys form is called Second Form. It's heavily reminiscent of the Limit form from 2 Final Mix. Albeit now mixing
Das
in
ist
moves from
so
2 with moves from
straightforward
1.
und
Moves
leicht
like
zu
Explosion
verstehen.
or Magic Burst. Rather than using magic to use moves like Ars Arcanum or Sonic Blade, every time you fill up the meter, you get a better finisher ability. It starts with Stun Impact, which is really bad, and moves on to Sonic Blade, which is significantly
Um es euch grob
better,
zu erklären,
and
benutzt ihr
finally
mehr
the best of
physische
all,
Attacken,
Ars
bekommt ihr eine
Arcanum.
Form
After
für euer
dealing with that,
Keyblade. Benutzt ihr mehr
Sigmar
Magic
comes in.
Attacken, bekommt ihr ein Magic Upgrade.
Very nice. Oh my.
That's it.
No organization.
Yeah.
That's the first thing they say to an organization member in this whole game.
The editing
Remember in
bothers
the old
me.
games when they would show up to basically say nothing and then leave? Well, I am glad to say that nothing's changed. Moving on. You know, I'm just noticing this is the first time Hercules is a party member out of all the games he was in. Also that you can have 3 party
Doesn't
members
it?
without needing
Ja,
to switch
okay.
out Donald
Ja.
or Goofy. We're
In
encountered
Kingdom
by
Hearts
a
2
boss
war er
fight.
dabei.
This is where the Disney rides come in, aka the attractions. Every once in a while, a target will have a green reticle, which means if you hit them, you get to use an attraction. First one we see here is the pirate ship. It rocks back and forth, shooting balls of water out for those who aren't close by.
Hey
You
Mask,
can turn it
was
around
geht?
as well, so you don't miss out on those sweet
Yo Lucio,
side
how you
items.
doing?
It's quite the spectacle, and if used sparingly, could be a cool finisher or move to use when desperate. Due to this being the introduction to the system, it helps a lot to take care of the boss. With that, the town's been saved. Next on the list is to take
Die
care of those
Attractions sind
titans,
nur
so it's
super
time to
lang,
go up the
aber sie
mountain.
sind
On
stark
our
und
way up, we're
hilfreich.
interrupted by some water heartless.
Aber es ist cool, dass man
that
sie
was
ausmachen
fast.
kann.
We get to use an attraction again. Wait, why did I get the pirate ship? That's a water-based move. Unless they're right next to me, I'm not doing any damage. Well, whatever, I guess. You may notice when going up the mountain that there are actual secrets and stuff for rewards. As much as I like Kingdom Hearts 2, it's hard to deny its level design was pretty bad. I never minded personally because I preferred it getting straight to the point, but if you like the way 1 handled its level design, then 2 is most certainly lacking. So, good news for those people, as Kingdom Hearts 3 uses
Kingdom
its
Hearts
big
1 Level
map to advantage.
Design.
With the mountain crumbling, Herc gets worried and flies on ahead,
Ja,
leaving the 3 to deal
die
with the rock
Attractions
titan.
sind stark,
If you
deswegen
remember,
eigentlich
the rock
gut, dass man sie
titan is an
ausmachen
optional
kann, ja.
late-game boss in Kingdom Hearts 1. Optional bosses in these games are usually pretty hard, but this guy was outright pathetic. One of the easiest in the series, without a doubt. So putting him as not even the final boss of the first world is both very fitting and very funny. Before
Welches
being able to
Design?
actually hit him, you gotta run up the mountains. While you do that, boulders hail in. Visually speaking, this is a great
Don't
fight.
cry,
The weather
Nico.
changes from sunny to pouring rain, Sora's jumping off rocks like it's nothing, rocks are breaking into a million pieces. Once you nip at his feet for a while, you get to flow motion your way up to him and start bonking him in the heads. Then you're given the big magic mountain ride, and the fight is basically won at that point. Let's keep heading up. Apparently the entrance to what is basically heaven is a few pebbles. Now we just gotta make our way to Hades and help out Hercules. I am impressed, I must say. As much as I was expecting much bigger worlds, I wasn't expecting them to be this varied. We go from town under attack to mountain climbing to evading
Ja.
attacks on said mountain in the rain.
Ich weiß auch
and
noch
now
nicht,
we're
wie
here.
jetzt
Great
auch von
work
dem
on the people
Punkt
who
kommen
built the
wird und
maps.
sagen wird,
Dealing
das ist ein
with
schlechtes
these boys
Spiel.
grants you the
Elf
ability
Nerven,
to use focus and shot lock commands. It works a bit differently here than it did in Birth by Sleep.
Hey,
You don't get
Lucy.
to use whatever one you select like before. Instead, there's a different one for each Keyblade, as it ties into your Keyblade form. Like before, you get bigger results for hitting the max amount of targets you can. But now, instead of just getting a better version of what you had, you get a new move. In the Kingdom
Das-
Keys case, if
bei
you
den
hit
Kampf zum
less
6.
than
Mal,
max,
das ist
you
so
get King
einfach.
of Hearts, which
Kingdom
fires
Hearts
a
3
bunch
war
of
schon
falling
relativ
hearts.
easy am
But if you get the
Anfang.
max,
Aber trotzdem
you use
fun.
Ragnarok. Those
Ich
two
finde
are
das jetzt
pretty
nicht schlimm, wenn ein
similar,
Spiel
but
einfach
the later
einfach ist,
Keyblades
ne?
have ones that are more unique to each other. We're also given
Ich
a
finde
new
das jetzt kein
attraction,
negativer
Blaster Blaze. The game
Kritikpunkt.
real quick turns into a first-person
Ich fand
shooter,
Kingdom
and
Hearts
you
3
don't do
super.
much outside of holding R2. You can boost
Ich
yourself
fand eine
into the
Menge,
air,
Menge,
but
Menge
there's very
Kritik
low
war
reason to ever do that.
absolut
Its finisher is a
übertrieben.
big AoE blast. Now that we're high enough, all we have left to do is jump to the gate. Like the trailer showed, you can use focus to air step onto enemies or select objects.
Aber es ist nicht
This is
perfekt
one of the
oder so,
most
es hat
useful
einiges an
things in the
Problemen.
game, so don't take it for granted. As fast as your running speed is, it can still feel like
Wie
it
jedes
takes
Spiel
too
halt.
long to get to certain places. So this is a neat trick you should show your friends. It appears Hades has Zeus in
Nein,
his
Lucy, wir
infamous
reden nicht
crust
drüber.
pyramid. Somehow, Hercules took just as long as us to get here, so we're just in time for the fight. This fight is pretty basic, not much going on. Tornado Boy is hanging out in the back while the Ice and Flame Titan do their stuff. They
Aber
shoot
sieht sehr
beams of
cool
their
aus,
respective elements at
oder?
you, toss fire and ice balls, throw a headbutt, etc. But they're nothing compared to us. They can give you the magic carousel attraction. It's basically a rhythm minigame. Line up the beams to the yellow
Ich
and
finde
do
das so
big
lustig,
damage.
dass man das
You
da an der
beat them and
Spitze
it's
machen
just
kann. I
down to
like
the
this
tornado
fight,
type.
yeah.
He uses the other two to harness the power of ice and fire. Aside from that,
Not
he
much
throws
going
debris
on,
from
nein,
cubes at
es
you and
passiert
tosses you
nichts,
in the
seht ihr?
air. Again, not too big a challenge, but it doesn't need to be. After this, Zeus
Ach
is
so,
free
ja,
from the
it
crust,
doesn't
and
need
the
to
two
be a
of them
challenge.
destroy all the titans. Hades gets very frustrated by this, and he gets ready to fight.
Aber vorhin
but
waren
we've
die
already
Dinge zu
fought him
easy?
twice. Do we really need a third? Herc decks him and he retreats, likely to never be seen again in the series. Hercules reunites with Meg, and Sora figures out that he's supposed to figure out this power of waking and regaining his strength himself. And that's the end of the tutorial. So, what
Oh,
did I
Power
think
of
of that?
Waking.
It
Er
was a
wird
good
sagen,
intro.
oh, am Ende
The
wissen wir immer noch
complaint
nicht, was
many
es
had
ist.
with the previous two games is that it took too long to get to the meat of the game, and I think they did a good job of remedying that. But before we move on, I want to compare and contrast the beginnings of the three games. I find Kingdom Hearts 1's intro to be the worst. It's fine on the first playthrough, but on repeat playthroughs it's tedious. Kingdom Hearts 2's intro is the exact opposite, where your first playthrough will likely be miserable, but when playing the game again, you can appreciate what it had to offer. They both took their time on
Das
introducing
ist mal
the mechanics of the
überraschend.
game. This game gets
Das ist
straight
halt
to the
mein
point,
Punkt.
and I can
Was?
respect that.
Don't steal
However,
my
one thing
arguments.
that I think the first two did better was making you feel weak. The first game especially. When you're on Destiny Islands, you can
Obwohl
play
selbst
forward
bei meinem
friends.
ersten Playthrough
Wonka
fand
was
ich
a bit
Kingdom Hearts
tricky,
1
but
Intro
Selfie
so
and Tidus were easy.
langweilig.
It's when you get to Riku that you start to realize that maybe you're not the strongest kid on the block. What was especially demoralizing about this is the fact that every time you lost was shown to you. 0 to 5, 0 to 10, etc. And the race, don't get me started. And things didn't get much better once you hit Traverse Town. You walk around aimlessly until you're attacked by fucking Squall from
Ja, er
Final
stichelt
Fantasy
manchmal
VIII.
Sachen an und erklärt sie dann einfach nicht irgendwie, ne?
Even if you beat him, you collapse from exhaustion anyway. You're a wimpy brat that's nothing, even with a legendary weapon. The only way you're getting by is with a duck and a dog by your side.
Wir sind bei einer halben
In Kingdom
Stunde
Hearts 2, Roxas was just a kid
5,5.
hanging out in his hometown. Or at least that's what we were led to believe at first. Your first major enemy isn't a giant heartless, it's a high school bully. Although you do fight a giant...
Ja, noch
nobody
5 Stunden zum
later on.
Erklären, stimmt.
Man, doesn't that tick you off? Yeah, that's just wrong.
Ja.
The cipher's gone too far this time.
You don't
Warum
get
sehen wir
money
hier
by shredding
Metal Gear
through
Solid
hordes of
5
enemies, you get it
Footage?
by doing side jobs around town, like putting up posters. You feel a little more powerful
Wir einen
later
langen
when
Abend,
you
ja.
fight that giant nobody and also get 2 keyblades. But in the end it's futile. You're not even a person. Now go and become one with the strong guy, would you? Here, the only thing they do to make you feel weak is by telling you are. Sora looks virtually the same as he did in Kingdom Hearts 2, but everyone can just tell he's level 1. But then you're doing parkour
Aber in
shit
Kingdom
that
Hearts
Sora
2
did
haben
in the
sie,
final
haben
boss
sie
of
dich
2.
auch
You
nicht
beat
schwach
4
fühlen lassen.
Titans,
Das haben sie
one
auch
kind
nur
of
gesagt.
single-handed. You also beat the
Roxas
one
ist
rock
eigentlich
golem
so
Heartless
fucking
very
powerful.
easily. Sora's strong as fuck
Er hat
here,
2
but let's just
Keyblades.
pretend he isn't. So it's annoying when he's getting made fun of for it to the point that he gets visibly depressed. Call it a bias, but I feel bad for him. So it gets to the
Ja, aber man
point
weiß ja
once
in
you do a
Kingdom
bunch
Hearts
of
3
the cool stuff
warum.
early,
Weil
that
er
the
auch
cost
Mark
can
of
make you
Mastery
feel really
verkackt
strong
hat
from the
und
start. In the end, it
Riku
comes
ihn
down
retten
to if you
musste.
care about that or not. Personally, I don't really think it's a big deal, just enough
Na
to write
gucken,
4
wir gucken mal, wie weit wir
paragraphs.
schauen,
Overall,
Neo-Boost,
good
ja.
intro. Even though this is a game made for the fans, this would be the best intro.
Ich meine,
in the
bisher
series
ist es
for
ja fun noch
beginners.
zu gucken,
So,
finde ich,
I
oder?
haven't really been proving my point that this is a bad game thus far. Hell, it kind of seems like a good game from the way I'm describing it. Don't
Ja.
worry. Hell is just a short trip away.
Chapter 1.5 Summary.
After we've left Olympus, we see that Pete and Maleficent haven't. Pete says something about how the box they're looking for contains the Book of Prophecies. Now, I'm gonna need you to pay close attention to this line because it's very important. And by important, I mean it's a huge red flag. That movie I mentioned in the 2.8 collection, it had Dream Drop Distance as its only full game, but also featured an hour-long movie about the phone game Union Cross. But that's irrelevant. What we're really after is the prologue to it. I was a big fat stinky liar. That movie is extremely important. I have my gripes with that, but that would be a long rant, so later. All I'll say is that the video I made talks about back cover I'm the king of plugs. But again, I'll give you a quick explanation as to what's going on here. So this dweeb named the Master of Masters had this box, right?
One-shot
And he
leg
put
again?
some crazy
Oh.
shit in there. Or at least he fucking better have, because we don't know what's in it and it's been teased for quite a while now. He gave it to one of his apprentices, Lushu, and told him to keep watch over it for like a few thousand years. Maleficent thinks the box contains the Book of Prophecies, which the Master of Masters made all that time ago, that basically spoils the entirety of the series. Even what we don't know yet. I assume she wants it to defy fate and rule the worlds or something. Who cares?
Whoa! What
Was
is
hat
it?
das gespoilt?
Have you found something? Show it to me at once, fool!
Jesus fucking Christ, relax, he's helping you. They find Pandora's little box, but obviously that's not the one they want, so they move on.
May your heart...
Cut.
Okay. Meanwhile, in the realm of darkness...
Ab den nächsten Event wird er wahrscheinlich einfach komplett crazy gehen und alles schlecht kritisieren. Ich bin gespannt.
But they stop for a second to talk about Christ,
Das Buch könnte
basically
alles
nothing.
spoilern.
This
ach so.
cutscene is so bad. They're reminiscing on the good old days for Riku, but they're talking in circles.
I remember my first time here. I was so scared. But now my doubts and fears are gone.
Yeah.
If anything, I feel exhilarated. And it's not because there's darkness in me. I know too well what that rush is like. This is different.
I get the point, okay? Riku's conquered the darkness in his heart. We talk about this at least twice in every game. And oh my god, watch this exchange.
It reminds me of a promise I made.
To who?
Just someone I once met. Can't tell.
Sounds like a good memory.
Any defenders of the game's writing, I want you to look me dead in the eye and tell me that was excellent dialogue.
Me, Riku, me have memory.
Tell me memory.
No.
Must be good memory.
Yeah.
Why did you even bring it up out loud if you're not gonna tell Mickey about it, you
Aber das wird resolved später.
Is kicked by a demon tower. We play as Riku here, and it's as if he's level 50 at least. I can appreciate that detail. Whenever you block, Mickey blocks with you too. They even have a team attack. Again, I really like that they added so much detail for a character you're only gonna play as for 10 seconds. They pull the old winning gameplay, losing cutscene, and Riku gets gobbled up by the demon tower. It was strangely strategically done for a bunch of shadows. Can they do that? Riku's drowning in the heartless. It's very scary, but in the nick of time, he hears a muffled voice call out to him. But before he can get this voice's name and phone number, Mickey does his coming in clutch thing he does.
Wie in Yeppie Mode.
There was one casualty.
Ja, es war ein bisschen
Riku's Keyblade.
The Heartless here are stronger than what we expected. I guess we probably should have powered up our Keyblades before we came in here, huh?
Power up Keyblades? You can do that? Whatever, no time for questions. We gotta get out of here.
How long are we supposed to keep her waiting in this awful place?
Aqua? She's like Sora.
What?
No. Strong like Sora.
Oh. Okay.
Ich habe da auch gelacht.
One last thing before we go. We're gonna leave
Diese
the Keyblade
Reaktion,
here.
what?
A proper burial. Rest in peace, Way to Dawn. I liked your design.
Ich find's so schade, dass Way to Dawn weggegangen ist. Es war tatsächlich irgendwie stupid. Oh, Keyblades broken, let's make new ones.
Might need to use the unbridled wrath of the Deus Ex Machina to awaken the power of
Aber ja, man,
He
ja,
really
eben,
has a point,
Smiley, genau.
Riku and Mickey are also back. Riku theorizes that it's gonna take someone really close to Aqua to take the dive and save her, like Riku did for Sora and Dream Drop. But just as Vicky says, no one's left that's close to her.
Yo, Smelly, na? Wie geht's
Kara
stets?
got super Norded, Zack never got that date and fucking died, and who knows what happened to Peter Pan. And of course, Ventus's heart is sleeping within wait a minute.
I'll save her.
Huh?
But Sora, that's gonna be super hard since you don't have the power of waking.
Huh? Sorry. I have no idea why that just popped out.
Oh, that's right. No one knows that Ventus is right there.
Ich wollte gerade sagen, es liegt halt am Ventus.
Kyrie and Lee to get new Keyblades. And while they're at it, deliver their
So it makes sense.
There's one for Sora too. Apparently the new
Ja,
clothes
ich
everyone
mag,
gets
ich
wards
mag
off
den
darkness like the
Autoschlüssel nicht so
organization
sehr.
does. So it's kind of fucked that Donald and Goofy don't get some. Also, here's a summon for you, Sora. Wow, Grandpa Yen Sid is feeling generous today. Back on the gummy ship, Sora gets a call on his smartphone? Grandpa, please, this is too much. Speaking of grandpas, Sora has no idea what a smartphone
Ja,
even
das
is,
Schlüssel
or
ist Pock.
seemingly a phone at
Ich
all.
mag den nicht so
Destiny
sehr.
Islands must have had some form of communication. Anyway, it's Chip and Dale here to say that they've been researching a bunch of the JPEGs that Ansem the Wise hid inside Sora. You remember that? Because it's on the quiz. But before they could say anything, they're cut off by my boy Yenzo.
Huh?
Smiley, it's your boy.
I guess we haven't spoken since the castle.
You didn't speak in the castle.
Alias is here too. Alias, whatever's between you and Roxas, it's in the past.
Did they have
No,
beef?
not
I
for
don't
him.
think they interacted much at all. Anyway, all he says is that Roxas's heart is inside his. That gave Sora the idea of heading to Twilight Town to see if they could figure anything out. Well, before we get there, I suppose I can't keep ignoring it. And now that we have the gummy phone, that's what it's called by the way, now's the perfect time to talk about the loading screens. Yeah, this video wasn't long enough. I'm talking about loading screens now. But in this case, I'm completely justified because... Look. Hello world, this is Sora. Me and the other two half-pints are on a new adventure. Hashtag it begins, hashtag Donald, hashtag Goofy, hashtag pint and a half. Those huge lightning bolts Herkstad was throwing around make my thunder magic look like sports.
I mean...
Hashtag Zeus, hashtag Hercules, hashtag Olympus, hashtag like father like son, hashtag never thought I'd find my way to these shores again.
Ich fand sie eigentlich teilweise echt funny.
Hashtag way to the dawn, hashtag crown of darkness. The leaves in the trees here seem to whisper unspoken words.
Ich fand die eigentlich legitim funny, weil die so stupid sind.
Hashtag Lee, hashtag Axel, hashtag Secret Forest, hashtag shh. That's right. Our main characters post on Instagram now. Although it's not actually Instagram, this is called
Es ist halt ein Show.
Kingdom Hearts, and honestly, that's for the best.
Er ist ein
I don't
Video,
think Sora would be able to
Smelly.
handle all the meme pages that shamelessly advertise dildos. The hashtags are more baffling than the captions.
Ich meine, ich sehe voll, wenn man es nicht
I'll read
mag,
some more
aber
of these as they
ich
become
fand's
relevant.
halt
And
irgendwie
now we get to look
funny
at the
joke.
Gimme
Oh no,
Ship
I actually
segment
hate
of
this
the
now.
game. The first game was a shitty Star Fox clone. The second game felt more like an arcade shooter, but with a controller. And this is an open space with a bunch of optional ship battles, boss battles, you can take pictures of
Oh,
constellations.
so viele Leute haben den
all
Teil
that good
tatsächlich
stuff.
geliebt.
Do I
Ich fand
like
den
it?
so, okay.
No, I find all that stuff pointless. And so when I just want to get to the next world, it's quite annoying how you have a limit of 3 boosts, all of which don't last very long and takes a whole 10 seconds to recharge one of them. Also, these battles
Jack
feel
in
like
the
a
Draw?
genuine afterthought.
Mochtet
they
ihr auch?
needed to put
Sehr, sehr
something in
viele
to
haben
make you
damals
feel like
gesagt,
these
dass sie das
sections
sehr,
are
sehr
worth it.
mochten, ja.
It's also
Ich war immer so,
mindless.
boah.
Just hold R2 and mash square. Oh, and
Wenn
don't
man
get me
übrigens viel
started
Zeit
on those
damit verbringen
meteorites.
möchte, kann man auch
No,
super
no,
schnell
really, I
werden,
shouldn't get
super
started
stark.
on
Du kannst da
later.
echt viel
I
Shit
know I'm pushing a lot
mitmachen.
of things back,
Also
but
das
trust me,
geht
once we start
echt
actually
tief
getting to them,
in die
it'll be worth
Materie,
it.
das,
For now,
das
let's just
Ding.
head to Twilight Town.
Wenn man Bock drauf hat,
Once
wenn
we
nicht,
set foot back on this land for
war
the
das
first
halt
time
alles so
in
wie ich.
10 years, we get a joke about the fact that it's been 10 years.
Oh, cool! The trams are still here! Feels like it.
This was apparently the perfect time to recap the events of Coded. It's really very irrelevant, but they're trying a good bit to make it
man
so.
kann das mit einer Mod
Suddenly,
einfach ersetzen, die
nobody's
Loading
attacked. Good
Screens,
thing, 'cause
okay.
now we can look at Hero's Origin, our new Keyblade.
Ich bin
The
auch so
design
schnell zum
is
Ziel
awful,
geflogen, bin
but
auch
is it any
nicht
good in the field?
so tief
Well,
drin. Aber man
yes
kann
and
viel
no.
Shit
Its
mitmachen.
incomplete shotlock
Aber du
siphons
kannst es auch
health from your
ignorieren, wenn du
enemy
es
and
nicht
gives it to
magst.
you, while its complete shotlock spawns a meteor that you block with a big shield that makes sparks fly everywhere. Its Keyblade form, Counter Shield, turns it into a shield. You can throw it and bash people with it, and its combo finisher throws out a circle of lightning. But the main event is that you can block while moving. And if you successfully block something, your counter is fucking massive. The problem is
diese
the
Form immer
finisher.
super
It's
weird.
pathetic. You summon a chariot and go around smiting people, but you have no control on where you're going. Often, I have not been able to hit anything due to this. Once you've dealt with them, you see that Hainer, Pence, and
Deswegen
Olette are
nutze ich
being
das
chased
Keyblade
by
nie.
a
Ich fand das nie so gut.
Demon-Tide.
Counter
Isn't it a
Shield
bit
ist in
early for
Critical
this?
broken,
This was
echt?
the final boss
Ich
of
persönlich habe
0.2
das Ding
and it
nicht
ended up
gefühlt.
looking like this.
Aber das ist schön,
And
dass man
that's
so
a
viele
super
Formen
boss
und
amount of health.
Keyblades hat,
Well,
ne?
you only have to take
Und es geht
down
nicht nur um
3
die
of its
Stats,
health
sondern
bars,
auch, ob
and
man
they
irgendwie die
dumb
Form
down its
mag
moves
oder
for your
nicht.
low-level ass.
Nice fighting. Thanks, Sora.
Hainer, Pence, Olette, it's been ages.
Es muss in dieser Reihenfolge gesagt werden, ja.
Long enough for all your voice actors to change. Anyway, they tell the 3 that they're looking for Roxas, and being the nice people
Der Boss
they
ist in
are,
Critical
they say they'll
Heart,
help them
ist
out.
das so?
Actually, he might have been friends with another version of you.
No, actually.
This photograph.
Yeah, we've got the same one.
Aber
Oh,
ohne
yeah.
Roxas.
The other Twilight Town. It's like one of those spot the differences puzzles, except really easy. I guess in that town, we're friends with this Roxas person.
Sora shows the others his new magical screen touchy device, and they take a picture with it.
Das fand ich aber irgendwie keiner cute. Auch, dass du generell die Fotos machen konntest. Oder fandet ihr das schlimm?
Hmm? Wait, who's taking it?
Ooh,
Ja,
2 in
das
a
fand ich
row.
auch lustig.
Olette points out the Mickey indent in the wall. It's a lucky
Hey, Cap
emblem,
Crime,
a
das
spin
nenne
on
ich
the hidden
Content.
Mickeys in
Ja.
Disney World. Now
Content,
they're
den nicht
sort
ich
of
gemacht habe.
collectible. If you could take pictures of more of them, you get prizes. Some of them are pretty damn good too. It's
Oh,
a
I
good
think there's a
concept.
lucky
Now we can
emblem.
look at the new and improved Twilight Town. It's been shrunk to only
Mochtet ihr
3
die
of the
Lucky
rooms from the
Emblems? Ich
second
fand sie
game,
okay.
unfortunately, but that's not too bad. They added a lot of detail to this one room. There's a bistro, people all over
Ich
the
hab
place.
sogar alle
You can spin in a
gesammelt.
barrel and the townsfolk will toss money at you. The junk area has been converted to a movie theater where they're watching old-timey
so
cartoons of
cool.
Mickey and you. Aside from how that doesn't make sense, how are you gonna tell me that isn't pretty cool? Our goal right now is to get to the mansion, so into the sewers we go. Once you exit the other
Remind
side, you
gibt's
see
das
that the
schon.
rat's in danger. One of these Heartless will introduce you to Splash Run, what
Ich
I
auch
believe
mag's
to be the
denn.
most powerful attraction. You slide and bounce anywhere
Übrigens
you
doch mal
want,
für alle
leaving a
Neuen.
trail of water that hurts enemies.
Der Punkt
And
des
you
Videos
finish
ist,
by
Kingdom
making
Hearts
that
3
water
ist ein
burst.
schlechtes
You clear that problem
Videospiel.
up for Remy, and as a thank you, he forces you to pick up his ingredients.
Ich mag
After
Kingdom Hearts
doing
3
that for
sehr,
him,
sehr
you leave him
gerne.
with a pile of fruit that he still can't carry all of, and
Und
also
bisher
has
habe
to
ich es
go
noch
through
nicht
the
ganz
sewer with.
verstanden,
Good
was
for
er
him.
sagen
We made
möchte.
it to the mansion, and Sora's getting some Roxas vibes from that curtain.
Aber er hat
They
auch ein
say
paar
that
Stunden.
If you look closely, you just might be able to hear the better Twilight Town theme.
Ich mag das Twilight Town Theme auch mehr. Wer Name nicht, though?
While Sora's busy with that,
Nico, no.
Hainer jump scares them.
Thanks for the heart attack!
Yo, if William Afton was in this game, do you think he'd resign his heart to darkness? It seems that the transporter to the data Twilight Town
Gleich
isn't
sehen
working
wir,
anymore,
dass
so that was
Heiner,
a
by the way, der
wash.
stärkste Charakter im
Unless
ganzen
we get a
Spiel
phone
ist.
call from someone who can help. Anyone? No? Okay. Well,
Das Video stimmt dich echt positiv. Meine Lieblingsspieleserie.
Hello, Sora. You wouldn't happen to be in front of a computer.
Huh?
Pence and Ienzo get to work on getting the transporter working, but computers is boring,
Ja,
so
es
Sora
dauert
takes
noch.
a nap. By the end, they've settled that they can analyze the data town and decrypt the Roxas data that Ansem made.
Okay, great. I can't computer, so...
Ew. Well, that was a successful venture, I think. Let's go take a hard-earned break at the bistro. Oh, whoa!
Yo.
What happened to your face? How do you go from that to this? Xemnas pops in too. It's just like the scene from the trailer.
Was?
The only way to truly bring Roxas back is to call upon the darkness.
Hä?
Again, pretty sure that's a myth. You shouldn't listen to every life hack you see, Xemnas. Before any sort of reasonable
Ich hab's
debate
auch
can
nicht
occur,
verstanden,
they
okay.
spawn their ghouls and
Also
run
ihr auch
away.
nicht?
Well, this is perfect. Now I can try out my new summon, or, as it's called in this game, Link. Meow Wow Balloon, aka the Meow Wow Dream Eater. You jump around,
Random
and
place.
with every jump you inflate more and more, until you decide to deflate, which will send you flying all around and do an unreasonable amount of damage to anyone who comes in contact with you. I know what you're seeing doesn't look like too much damage, but this early in the game it is, and it's only getting stronger. Its finisher is a burst with a ton of other Dream Eaters.
Ich hab voll auf
With that
vergessen,
out of the
die
way,
überhaupt
they're
zu
gonna head
benutzen.
out. But before they can
Die
do that,
Summons.
Scrooge stops
Hätte
them.
sie viel
He's the
öfter
owner of the
nutzen
bistro
sollen.
here, and Remy is his chef. He's not called Remy in this game though. He's called Little Chef. Yeah, so Remy
Liebe
wants
Remy,
to
by
make
the
some
way.
food for you. But he
Ratatouille
needs
war
the right
super.
ingredients. So off we go to steal food from the locals. Ingredients are an item that can be found
Mhm,
similar
das
to
gab's
any
damals in
item drop
Kingdom
from
Hearts
enemy.
3
The only
auch voll
difference
auf
is these come
vergessen.
from food sources like fruit baskets or snack machines.
Aber ich
They're
nutze in Kingdom Hearts 2
everywhere in all
auch
the
nie
worlds. I actually
Summons,
picked
also.
some up back in Thebes. Once we've gathered enough here, we bring it back to Remy and he'll cook something up for us. It works like synthesis.
Dream
You need the
Eater.
right ingredients to make the right dishes. But here's the difference.
Is the food ready yet? Huh?
Huh?
He hasn't started? Huh? Whoa, whoa, hold on! Hey, hey! Oh,
Ist das jetzt ein
no!
ist Sora ein Mac
Would you...
und Remy
You
eigentlich
gotta
ein
do a
Mac
minigame
Pilot?
to get your dinner, bud. There's 4 different kinds of minigames, and if you do good enough, you get the food.
How's that?
If you do great, you get excellent quality food, which means its effects are stronger.
We did it!
Guter Song.
But if you mess up the minigame, you don't get the food and you lose the ingredients.
Sorry.
Das Spiel hat halt viele Mechaniken für einen Kampf. Man kommt noch gar
What
nicht
you
dazu,
get
es zu
out of the
benutzen.
food is in the pause menu.
Schon.
You can combine all the stuff
Aber
you've
keine Ahnung,
made
Summons
into
habe
a
ich auch immer
full-course
vergessen.
meal. It increases any of your stats.
Der
I don't
kann
know
er
how they
combine.
pick which ones and by how much. You don't have to fill every slot, but if you do, you get a bonus condition. Something like the effect
Das habe ich
factor
auch
or the stat
so
increases
oft
being increased,
vergessen.
or having all enemies drop only money. If you get an excellent rating on every item on the menu, you get
Ich habe alle,
Keyblade.
ich habe
So you
alle
bet your
gemacht,
ass I'm gonna
aber
do that. Once that initiation process is over, Hayner and Olette meet with you. They've been putting up posters for Scrooge to promote his movies, which are the ones playing in Junktown.
Die habe ich
There's
auch
a
alle
QR
gesehen, die
code
sind
on the
super.
poster. Scan it and you get... Oh my god, I just got done Okay, so another new thing is phone games. You have to unlock them by finding
sind
them
auch
around the worlds,
super, ich
or a
liebe
few
die.
freebies like the first one you get here.
Das ist
They're
wie Game
Game
& Watch.
style minigames, which are really cute and clever. But what do you get out of them? Well, not much if you're just playing them casually. But if you want a reward, you gotta get all 20 games and get a high score on all of them. If you do, you get, guess what? A Keyblade. So you bet your ass I'm gonna do that. While Olette's explaining all of that, Ansem and Xemnas are very
Ja, die Game &
visibly
Watch-Spiele waren
standing above
super.
them, watching with smirks on
Hast
their
du das
faces
Keyblade
for
bekommen?
no.
Nö.
Sigvar comes in and is strangely the voice of reason.
Aren't you making it a little too obvious?
Okay, das ist lustig.
Fair enough. But let's not forget how many times Sora still managed to rain on our parade.
If he wavers from the path we lay, we destroy him.
Bitch, did you not hear what he just said? He's beaten you before, like 3 times. You aren't on a high enough level
Ich meine,
to be
es
this
gibt eine
cocky,
Menge Hints,
except
dass
in a
er
literal
der
sense
Boss
because
eigentlich
you're on
ist,
the
ja.
roof. And with
Irgendwo.
that, we're done with Twilight. Right. Obviously, Moogle's return for this game. That's not what we're here for. As it turns out, what Mickey said earlier was true. In what is quite possibly the best addition made in this game, you can upgrade your Keyblade. Nothing crazy, just upping its stats. But that on its own is great. Because of Keyblade forms, you might feel cheated by having one that's really fun to use, but stats-wise
Mochtet
weak and
ihr
brittle.
Keyblade
So this is a great
upgrading?
remedy for that. Now, if you fully upgrade all the Keyblades, there's still a bunch of stat differences. But I find that to be kind of a moot point, because unless you're a completionist, you're not going to be upgrading all of them. Alright,
Nein.
fuck me, let's get out of here.
Ja, ich mochte es auch. Eben weil du halt deine Favorites upgraden konntest. Die waren dann relevant von den Stats.
As soon as we leave, we're greeted with a pre-rendered cutscene. Sounds like we're being read a letter to Sora from Kairi.
Merlin has used his magic to bring us to a place where time doesn't matter. We can take as long as we need to complete our training.
What? We've been going on for like 3 hours about how Sora's so weak and lost all his power when you had a hyperbolic time chamber? Whatever, never mind. Also, let's not forget Lee's here too.
Every now and then, I catch him staring at me. When I ask what's wrong, he says,
Nö,
I'm not
Kingdom
sure.
Key und Kingdom Hearts 3 habe ich auch
I
durchgängig
think I'm
benutzt.
forgetting something.
Weil's gut ist.
Don't know what.
Man, if this wasn't Kingdom Hearts, I wouldn't buy that excuse for 1 second. Yeah, not at all. There's something about this cutscene that really rubs me the wrong way.
Echt?
Something
Ich
about
mochte die
Lee,
voll.
but I can't put my finger on it.
A letter?
Yep.
To Sora?
Technically, yes. But I won't send it.
Ich weiß nicht,
It's more for me.
ob das
Ask
Absicht
Merlin.
war.
He'll deliver it for you.
Aber die haben den seltsamen
Ja.
Romantic
It's
Vibe immer in
okay.
ihren Cutscenes, oder?
I just like talking to Sora. Even if it's on paper.
No, but you should
weiß
really
nicht,
send
ob's
it.
Absicht
Give
war
him
oder
that
nicht.
confidence boost. Did you put something too personal in there? Maybe some backhanded compliments? Something more sinister? Lee's got
Oh
some
Gott,
sea
no.
salt ice cream for him and Kyrie.
Schon, ja,
Wie
no?
sweet,
Findest du
Lee.
nicht?
Yeah,
Okay.
salty. So the reason he keeps staring at her is because of Shion. They look very similar after all. One thing that actually took me a long time to pick up about this scene is this line here.
So tomorrow, you and me in the ring. You ready?
Of course.
Ich hab sofort erkannt.
Don't hold back, Lee. Promise?
I realized immediately. I was like, oh no. Shion.
Please don't hold back, Axel. Promise.
It could be a coincidence, but it's the line
Nah.
right before he sees Shion. If it's intentional, good job, writers. Probably the last time I'll be saying that.
You're crying. What's wrong?
Something in my eyes.
Ja, ich habe
Lee
das
tells
Spiel auch
Kyrie to
gespielt,
call him
Silver
Axel
Dragon.
now, which totally goes against him desperately trying to get people to call him Lee in Dream Drop, but fuck it, it's a cooler name. Meanwhile, in Radiant Garden, Mickey and Riku are wondering what Terra's been up to lately. This is a bit of a recap scene, so there's not much to say here, aside from the reason that Xehanort's an old man again, despite the last time we saw him being in the form of Terranort, is that Terranort's most likely also in the organization. Xehanort was controlling Terra's body when he created Ansem and Xemnas, but Ansem had no form until he
mag das
possessed him. Am I
Smiley!
why he looks the way he does?
Chat.
Yeah, the resemblance is uncanny. Hashtag Terra, hashtag searching, hashtag Radiant Garden. Anywho, our next stop is Toy Box, so off we go. Before you can land, you get attacked by a big Heartless. Cool, now I can prove my point. Just look at the gameplay here.
Ich meine, du kannst da echt viel Shit mitmachen. Und wie gesagt, so viele
Doesn't
Leute
this
haben mir
look
damals erzählt, sie
scrumptious?
lieben
Hold
das.
R2 and you win. In 3 minutes. Fun. But with that dealt with, we
Ja,
can
du hast
land.
das Standardschiff.
Does anyone feel a bit of dread, or is it just me?
Rico ist der Einzige, der Emojis benutzt. Ich liebe die Insta-Posts. Ich finde die auch charming und lustig. Aber okay, wenn man es nicht mag, mag
It's the
man's
moment
nicht.
many have been waiting for. We finally have Toy Story in Kingdom Hearts.
Und die Welt war super. Ja, schaut sie euch an. Das ist Toy Story, so genauso wie ich mich dran erinnere.
What the fuck is this? Is this Final Fantasy? Who are these people? Why are these people? Why is this so well made? Is this
Nein,
just a
mag
trailer for
Verum
Final
Rex
Fantasy
nicht.
16 in the middle of my Kingdom Hearts game? Verum Rex? Commercial? Limited
Remember
edition,
Yozora, he
action
supported.
figures, actual Rex. Alright, apparently Verum Rex is a video game in the Toy Story universe, and that was an in-character commercial. Interesting concept. But now's not the time for Disney crossovers. We got Heartless from Kingdom Hearts in Andy's room. Sora and Co. have been shrunk and turned into toys to protect the world order. The toys are gonna try and fight the Heartless, but we got it. Here's where you're introduced to the final attraction, Mad Teacups. I don't think I need to describe it, it does exactly what it looks like. Once you've dealt with them,
mochte die
the toys
Teacups,
come
by
to
the way, echt
interrogate you
gerne.
on where you came from. Well, except
Keine Ahnung
for
warum,
Rex,
ich
who
fand
thinks
die
you're
spaßig.
Yozora. He was that one guy with the two colored eyes and the red laser sword thingy.
You said that you've battled those intruders before. Tell us where and why.
Becomes a Heartless. Nobodies with strong wills, however, she can basically take people's memories and add, remove, or change them completely. The meaning's that where he says he wants the Keyblade Forge to trigger a Keyblade War. There's a war centuries ago. They did do very little to important.
Why?
Doesn't belong to me. Those are the Heartless.
Strangely, something is going wrong with the laws of this world. Like that half of the main cast of the movies disappeared and Buzz's laser actually works as a laser now. You know, excuses to be a party member. But most importantly, Andy's gone. Sora and Woody agree to team up and figure out what's wrong, but Buzz is a bit apprehensive about it. The destination is Galaxy Toys, because that's where they spotted a man in a black coat. Would you look at that?
Toy Story ist by the way eine Welt, die in zwei
Another
gesplittet
thing I
ist,
should
was
point out
irgendwie
is that
relativ
unlike the
important auch
previous
ist.
games, where talking to NPCs only gave a speech bubble, here they're all voiced. Another thing
Und
you'll
wir sind
notice
auf
about
der
this world
Seite
is how
ohne
detailed
Andy
it is.
und die
It's filled to
anderen.
the brim with little things you wouldn't find in other games. Andy's room is very detailed, of course, but once you jump out the window, that's when you see how much time was put into this map. And again, it's filled with secrets. Just down the road is Galaxy Toys, and everyone's wowed. And for good
Hey,
reason,
Twinstick,
this is
was
an
geht?
impressive looking environment.
Hey, why doesn't that toy move?
I guess it hasn't figured it out.
Figured what out?
I can make it move for you.
Huh?
This bitch.
Oh hey, it's the worst Xehanort. Some may say
Was?
Terranort is the worst, but to me,
Young
he's annoying to the point of being funny. Young Xehanort over here is just annoying.
Was? Ich finde Young Xehanort super. Chat, wie findet ihr Young Xehanort?
The reason he's here is because there's still
So ein
missing
Arsch.
13
Ich liebe
vessels,
ihn.
and researching the way a toy's heart connects to
Take
another's
that
could help
back.
them. To achieve this, he split this world into two and had half
took
of the
that
toys
one
stay
personally.
here while the rest went to the other world.
I wonder how you'll handle the strain.
Wait, what does that mean?
Don't let me down.
Stop the tape. This shot, this one right here. This is the exact moment that the game starts to decline. Sora gets the wise idea to jump in one of those mechs
Hast du das nicht
himself,
vorhin
and
schon
we're
gesagt?
introduced to another gameplay style. The game real quick turns into a first-person shooter and you don't do much outside of holding R2. Wait, have I said that before? Ah yes, that's how I described Blaster Blaze. Why are there two different kinds of first-person shooter gameplay styles? Okay, well, to be fair, you can do more
Zum dritten Mal
things
schon
in these mechs.
gesagt.
You
Ah.
can strafe, punch, and there are 3 varieties of the mech that have unique special moves. So these
Aber das
outclass
Battle-Team von Young
Blaster
Xehanort
Blaze
ist so
by a
gut.
lot. So
Sehr
why
gut und
couldn't
coole
they have removed
Fähigkeiten.
it? It's
Ja.
so boring. The mechs are exclusive to this world, but I think it's still a worthy trade-off. You're likely to get through this segment fast because the mech is very, very overpowered.
I'm
Wir sollten uns das
confused.
5
That
Stunden
guy in the
Persona
black
5
coat,
Video auch angucken,
Did he
guys.
say he made a copy of the real
Wisst ihr was,
world?
bei 400 Subs mache ich
What's
wirklich
that
mit euch.
mean?
Oh, you got me there, old pal.
Only one of the worlds is real, and the other is just really convincing.
Nämlich das Persona 5 Video
You
ist viel
can't be
schlimmer als
serious.
das hier. Das hier ist okay
Oh,
bisher noch, ja.
That's right. You're from a video game.
Ich verstehe nur noch nicht, warum es
Poor
schlecht
guy
ist.
doesn't know that he's
das
in a
Spiel.
video game right now.
Ja, es gibt
Woody comes
eins.
in as the voice of reason and tells Buzz that obviously the world's been split into two because your laser works as a real laser now, duh. Before any more arguing can occur, Rex, Ham, and the aliens get
Nein,
kidnapped
warum nicht
off
hier
screen,
nach
and
direkt?
we gotta find them.
We gotta take
Gottes
all
Willen.
the help we can get.
Don't worry. Sora can be reckless. And Donald grumbles a lot.
It's true.
But you can
It's
trust him.
true.
I suspect you do.
It's true.
These rails coming out of that giant gumball machine are our ticket up.
Weißt du,
First
Ezra, ich
stop,
gehe mal davon
Toy
aus, du
Store.
wirst
You
bessere
have to
Punkte
save Rex
finden.
from scary dinosaurs, and you're given access to the mechs again, so that's the end of that. Now, the
Nee,
next
das
stop
ist ein
the
bisschen
babies
zu
and
viel,
toddlers
Sonja.
section, but it's closed off from the outside, so we gotta get in through the vents. And now I can show off Shooting Star, the Keyblade that we got from Twilight Town. It's a projectile-based weapon. Its incomplete shot lock fires some bullets,
Auch
and
nicht
its complete
das.
shot lock fires more bullets. Or
By the way, es gab...
has you
Okay, das
dive
Video
down
war kurz
from
am Laggen.
above, raining them with bullets. This is the
Es gibt
first
so
Keyblade
viele
we get that has two
Varieties
Keyblade
in dieser
forms.
Welt
Its first,
von der
double
Umgebung.
arrow guns,
Die
changes
ist so
your
cool.
Keyblade
Du hast,
into two
du hast den
guns. All
Lüftungsschacht,
combos
du hast die
change to
ganzen
projectiles.
Ecken,
But even cooler
die
is
ganzen
that you can hold
Shops.
R2 to aim and shoot. The second form,
Das
Magic
Zimmer,
Launcher, has your Keyblade turn
den
into
Teil
a quick
draußen.
gun,
Die
and
Welt
you can
ist
fire
so gut.
explosive
Die
magic
Welt
bullets.
ist so gut.
Sarge, didn't you mention music?
Affirmative, Goofy.
All right. Why don't we look for things that make noise?
Sure.
That's good thinking from you.
What do you mean from me? Hey, where you...
That was incredibly forced. There's a record player
No,
that's
I
just
found it
begging to
funny.
be stepped on. About as much as I am. Running on it reveals that the Orchestra of Frogs has one that sounds off. Reaching in reveals that your boy Corporal was stuffed in there. A few feet away is Ham stuck in a toy house. The culprit of these two crimes reveals herself.
What a tiny little house.
I'd hate to be the guy that looked up how to beat this one. This fight isn't very good. Usually in a boss fight, if there's Heartless surrounding them, they aren't the worst thing in the world. There's not too many of them, and are usually in a space enclosed enough
hat
that you'll probably
nachgeguckt,
take
wie
them
man den
out
Boss
quickly.
besiegt.
Here, you're in a large room, and it's a clusterfuck. On her own, the doll's easy, but because the Heartless are actively hunting you down, you have to go in and out of attacking her, even when she's very open. So what I end up doing is either using everything I have against her as soon as I get the chance, or run to the other end of the room and hope she gets to me before the Heartless do.
Wait.
Hä?
What if we end up just like her? Forgetting ourselves and attacking each other.
We're all just cogs in the machine, Buzz, oiled by the elite. You'll become a lifeless puppet just like the rest of us will.
You'll never lose heart when it comes to your friends.
True enough.
Ist einfach schlecht
Now,
in dem Spiel.
let's go find the others.
We see a UFO Heartless,
Ich
so
fand
obviously
den
this is gonna lead us
Boss
to
noch
Bo
nie
Peep.
schwierig
The
oder
alien gets snatched
problematisch
up by
oder
it, and we gotta cut
sonstiges.
him loose. All you gotta do is
Er spielt
reduce
auf
its health
Profi,
while it's running
glaube
away
ich.
from you. That clusterfuck problem I mentioned is doubled here. You're gonna be barraged by like 20 Heartless in this enclosed space. But it's not too bad if you just watch where you're going. With everyone rescued,
Du hast aber auch
Buzz
in dem
and Woody say
Spiel
they're going home to wait for
so
Andy.
viele Tools für
Organization
Crowd
13's
Control.
our problem to solve.
Also du kannst so viel machen.
I'm not so sure about that.
Wahrscheinlich Fehler, 6-mal Hilfe.
Obviously, they're not gonna leave. We need our precious
Ich würde nicht sagen,
party
geht
members.
gut, aber
So
ich
Rex
verstehe
went over
nicht
to the
ganz,
video
was
game
sein
store. We gotta go
Problem
save
beim
him.
Boss
As
war.
it turns out, Verum Rex is a hit around these parts. If you look at this poster, you'll see a bunch of transparent blades surrounding the main red one that Yozora uses. That's actually something that was used in the trailer for Final Fantasy Versus 13 all the way back in
Remember
2008.
when
It was
Versus
a project that was in
13
development
looked like
for 7 years before
nice.
ultimately being completely reworked and rebranded to what we know as
Kritik
Final
ist sehr
Fantasy
schwer.
15. It's a shame that Nomura's original characters and story for the game were changed so heavily, so I'm glad he's able to let it live on as one big reference in Kingdom Hearts. Ugh, I hate it when people say that. This, right here, so cringy. This, right here. This shot, this one right here. Even though Rex thinks Sora looks like Yozora, it's pointed out that Riku would be a better match
Nee, geht
for
gut,
his
ist ne?
appearance. You
Kein
know who
guter
wouldn't
Tipp,
be a
aber
good match?
ich verstehe
Oh, but
nicht
you
ganz,
needn't
was sein
rush
Problem
off.
war. Das ist so viel Fernkampfoptionen, die er auch genutzt hat.
I have more to observe. I can't let you leave yet.
You know, I'm just realizing that he had to shrink himself down to the size of the toys just so he could keep being a pretentious douchebag. Oh damn, is he using the old teleport, say nothing and leave tactic to his advantage?
Die
by
Puppet
distracting
Heartless,
them?
ich mag die
Buzz
vom
gets
Design
taken over
voll
by the
gerne.
Puppet Heartless, and now he's evil Buzz. My appreciation for this use of an old trope is immediately diminished, however, by him again explaining
noch mal
that he's
gesagt,
testing
Nico,
the
dass
bonds
das
of the
Spiel
toys
von
to
hier aus
help
nur
with
noch
creating a
downhill geht.
vessel. But he's just elongating it so he could look cool dodging all of level 13 Sora's attacks. Kinda punching down, aren't you? Then he blasts Sora into Verum Rex.
Where am I?
Ja, aber es sah ja auch cool aus.
Haven't you heard? In this world, you
Weil das
come
alles
from a
sehr
video
Nord ist,
game.
Varo. Das ist
So now you can watch my
das ist ein
experiment
Dude
from
in verschiedenen
inside that screen.
Stages in
Is he
seinem
just standing
Leben.
there talking to the TV screen or what? Oh, he is. It's more mech gameplay. Shoot guys, shoot stronger guys, shoot stronger.
glaube, mag keine Mechs,
This is
oder?
getting kind of boring. But hey, you got a link out of it. You make it out, but Buzz is gone.
Oh, wait. Where's Buzz?
He disappeared into a dark corridor.
Sir, did I hear you say dark corridor?
Apparently they spotted a dark portal in the vents of babies and toddlers. The link we just got,
Ja, es gibt Babys sehr nur tatsächlich.
Basically, you can build blocks with lights on them. Anything that gets caught in the light's beams gets stunned. You have a finite amount of them and a few different types. Think of it like tower defense, but really stupid. Your finisher is wrecking it, breaking all the blocks, and, again, doing an unreasonable amount of damage. After hopping through the window, you're given even more awesome mech gameplay. The vents can't be reached unless you have something to boost you up, so you gotta use the electromagnetic feature to build blocks, and hey, wasn't I just doing that? You gotta find more blocks to get high enough, but beware, hijinks will ensue.
Ist der Titel real? Ja.
It's nothing worth talking about.
Ganz am Ende von Union Cross, ganz am Ende, sieht man Baby Xehanort im Arm seiner Mutter. Frisch geboren. Also ja, Baby Xehanort is existed.
We make it in to see Xehanort, who probably stood in that exact spot the entire time waiting for you to get here, and Buzz, who's being darkened by darkness. That meaning the loneliness from being taken away from Andy.
Distance doesn't matter. Andy's part of their hearts, just like my friends are part of mine.
Alle Summons waren immer super stark, Chrono, keine Ahnung.
How very true. But if the light of friendship is a form of power, the darkness of being alone is a power even greater.
Oh, shut up! As I've said, he's the most annoying Xehanort, but that mostly derives from how easy it is to tear apart his idiot logic, but yet all the main characters are just stumped by it. How is this a villain that people like unironically? He has
Maybe
no
it's
good
because
reason to be doing what
he
does.
changed a
He
lot
doesn't have
over
a
his
tragic past
life.
or an interesting one.
And
He's
was
not
a little
chaotic force
prick
with
and
no regard
idiot.
for anything.
And
He's
he
just some
grew to
prick
an
that
old
decided to become
man.
13 different people and start a
Planned
war. And
shit.
yet there's so many fans that
But
love
was
and
too
even
old.
empathize with Xehanort. Check out this Reddit post I found. I actually don't sympathize or empathize with Sora at all. I think I'm closer to characters like Xehanort or Ansem, so Sora is like my enemy. I really think that Sora is just like an opposite personality to who I am. I just don't understand this logic. It makes no sense. I mean...
Das ist das erste Mal, dass ich sowas
that wasn't a
höre.
Reddit post? That was a quote from Tetsuya Nomura?
Oh.
Oh. You heard it here first, folks. The creator of Kingdom Hearts himself thinks that the Ben Shapiro of darkness is one to be empathized with. Let us say that, hypothetically, the Keyblade War would cause more problems than it solves. There is an imbalance of light and dark. There's too much of the latter. If the war were to solve that one problem, the others would be worth it. And you, hypocrites that you are, might say that my most present self will use the power of the Keyblade selfishly. But if we look at this 2010 study, we can see that 60% of the Heartless killed by Keyblade wielders of light are done for experience or items, and 10% is done merely for sport. That leaves only 30% of Heartless that are killed for the greater good. So much for the tolerant light. Such cruel acts
wovon
can only
redet
be
ihr da
done by
gerade?
someone who doesn't act by the light, but by their instinct, their nature. And that leaves us with the indisputable fact that
darkness is the heart's true nature.
Whatever you're talking about, I don't care. Put
Okay, die
Buzz back
Szene
the
ist
way he
super.
was, then get lost.
Or else what, toy?
Yeah, I am a toy. And a friend. My guess is no one's ever loved you before. Because you know nothing about hearts and love.
Ich liebe die Szene. Unironisch.
Xehanort, you're so caught up in...
Yeah, shut up a second.
We're going home no matter what. And taking Buzz.
No.
Das Spiel ist ja bad. Ach ja, stimmt, das Spiel ist bad. Sorry. Nee, ich bin gegen Mats 3 eigentlich immer noch super. Ich bin nicht convinced. Ach ja, Moment. Warum hat... Der spielt die PC-Version, damit er eine Mod hier hat, oder? How long has it been? Oh, wir haben 1 Stunde geknackt schon. Aber was soll das jetzt gerade? Und was sollte das gerade mit dem Pie-Chart und allem? Vor allem das Ding ist halt... Ich meine, Young Xehanort ist überconfident und ein Idiot. Aber das ist der Punkt. Weil er in seiner älteren Phase halt nicht so ist. Die Meinungen der beiden sind ja sogar, what the fuck? Sind ja sogar widersprüchlich teilweise. Was halt nochmal interessanter ist.
The main gimmick is that barrier around its center, but it's so small you can clear it whenever it's within the boundaries at all, aside from one move. It can try and spin you off, but most of the time you can land right back on. And besides, shooting star is a Keyblade you're scripted to have before you get to Toy Box, and its shot lock will spawn you right on top. And double arrow guns can deal damage when it's out of bounds. It has a desperation move.
Aber die Puppe gerade konntest du nicht erreichen. Da musstest du googeln.
I know it attacks you here, but I don't think I've ever gotten hit by it because air stepping is instantaneous.
Und hier sagst du, es ist viel zu leicht, an Gegner ranzukommen.
Unfortunately, you weren't able to get them back to the real world, but it's okay because they've got their new best friends to keep them company in the meantime.
Hä?
Anyway, we gotta leave forever. Goodbye. Wow, what a nosedive. Toy Box was long and boring. You can get lost pretty easily on a first playthrough, but for subsequent ones, it'll feel samey. The world's full of detail, don't get me wrong, but it means nothing when the detail is in a shitty environment. I don't know how they shrunk you down to the size of a toy, and the world still feels small and cramped. And they don't know when to end it, too. They could have easily put the boss around the time you first gathered up the toys, but no. You gotta play this dumb minigame, then go back to the play area, then use the mech you just got done using in the minigame to build a big reference. And that's gonna take a few more annoying fights in annoying areas. And let me tell you, You've Got a Friend in Me gets just a tad irritating after a while. And by the end of it, you're rewarded with a boss that made me want to fall asleep just as much as everything else. I fucking added a fake scenario just to make things more interesting. This was a very bad world. Back in the gummy ship.
What? Okay, nein, er hat mich verloren. Ich hab's nicht gerafft, was er für ein Problem hat.
Man, these redesigns are getting weird. These two are a bit stumped on where they're gonna get a body from.
Habt ihr verstanden, was sein Problem war mit Toy Story?
That's right. Because Sora went night-night back to Castle Oblivion, Riku's got to explain it all over again. A replica can be the perfect home for a heart.
Warum?
And with hearts, the replicas will become people.
Cool. But if we...
These two are gonna go talk to Yenzo to see if that'll work. P.S. Look out for Terranor. Bye-bye.
Er hätte vielleicht nicht so viel Recap machen sollen, sondern vielleicht, wenn er sagt, oh, die Area ist annoying, zu sagen, warum ist die Area annoying? Ich fand den nämlich spaßig. Ich fand, Toy Story hatte die meiste Abwechslung von allen Welten. Generell, alle Welten haben Abwechslung, weil alle halt mehrere Teile haben.
Almost seems like an issue. But before we can think about that, we're rudely interrupted by the movie this world is based on. Looks like we're taking out Heartless, just like old times.
Ich liebe, by the way, Tangled. So ein süßer Film.
Like I said earlier, I find it kind of
boring, Habt ihr Tangled gesehen?
Maybe I was being a bit too harsh. It's alright for what it is. Although most of the time, you're able to keep shooting for a while after your finisher. Don't know what that's about. Now that we slow down natural selection once again, let's head for the secret passageway.
It's okay, dass man shooten kann.
At least he got away safe, right?
Whoa. Hey! Now Sora's gone too!
Okay guys,
ich mag Frozen auch sehr gern.
While they're trying to figure out if leaves in large spaces can go
Also,
hand in
ich
hand,
mag die Welt mehr als
the
den Film auch.
shot-for-shot recreation of one of the scenes from the movie. I haven't seen Tangled, but I think I've seen this scene at some point. Although I'm going to assume that him scheming to bring Sora, Donald, and Goofy along as bodyguards didn't make the final cut. You never know. Speak of the devil, basic gist, Rapunzel has the tiara Flynn stole and he has to take her to see the lanterns if he wants it back. But first, more movie. Shot for shot, but with the gummy crew in the background.
I notice you seem a little at war with yourself here.
A little more than a little.
Das ist jetzt schlecht.
Thanks, guys. Great
Ja,
insight.
finde ich auch,
I
Patrick.
can get her to the kingdom, but you guys are clearly more cut out for combat.
That's cause we're heroes.
Ja, okay, das verstehe ich mal.
Yeah.
That's literally all the organization has to do. Just trick them into doing something they want by guising it under the veil of being heroic. You know, instead of if he wavers from the path, you destroy him. Jesus. Now let's take a look at this here environment.
Ich meine, aber das tun die doch.
Very pretty looking.
Die locken ihn zu dem scheiß Keyblade War und verarschen ihn.
They point you in the right direction on most of these treasure boxes. Like here.
The flowers are growing on top of the water.
Yeah, look at all that water. Very, very interesting stuff. If I had to theorize as to why this is, it's because the devs were particularly proud of this world and wanted you to see all of it. which I get. This is a very good looking world, probably the best in terms of visuals thus far. Now let's take a look at our new Keyblade, your favorite deputy. This is a pretty good one. It's in complete shot lock, like leaves a ghost of where you're going and then you go there, slashing whoever you were aiming at. It's complete shot lock, has you do a bunch of
Ich frage mich teilweise, ob das einfach nicht seine Art Spiel
This
ist.
is another one with two forms. First being
Und er irgendwie nach Punkten sucht, aber es nicht erklären kann, warum das einfach nicht enjoyt.
Hammer turns into a drill and you do a bunch of drill.
Und teilweise denke ich mir so oft, irgendwie der klingt nur genervt. Und an dem Punkt hätte ich schon lange gesagt, ja dann lass das Spiel sein. Ist ja okay, wenn man es nicht enjoyt. Aber das Argument, dass es bad sein soll, habe ich bisher noch gar nicht gerafft. Seht ihr, was ich meine?
Game's feeling generous right now, I guess, and
es wäre quasi so, als würde ich sagen, Monster Hunter ist bad, weil ich es nicht enjoye, was nicht stimmt. Monster Hunter ist ein gutes Spiel. Aber ich mag's nicht. Es ist nicht meins, ich fühl's nicht.
In 2 minutes and 10 seconds, I got 7 things. Well, chalk it up to the game wanting me to get used to enemies with armored states. I mean, the fight right around the corner here gave me one thing, a much more reasonable number. How is she not worried about her dress getting wet? Her hair, too. I mean, Sora's outfit has darkness repellent, so I mean, it probably dries fast or something. But she ain't got no clothing abilities.
Vielleicht wollte er spielen mögen.
Speaking of water, she splashes you with water, so in retaliation,
aber seine Argumente sind so bad.
Okay, you're in for it.
After gallivanting a bit more through the forest, you find a big nobody-colored flower. So, who's gonna wake it up?
We're all clear.
Ich wollte Monster Hunter auch mögen, aber ja. Wahrscheinlich ja, wenn ich ein Spiel 6 Mal hintereinander spielen würde, hätte ich auch keinen Bock mehr.
They have some weird moves like turning into a vine machine and going invincible completely for a little bit, tossing out some flower
erklärt,
petals
warum
that do
er
damage upon
6 Mal
contact?
durchgespielt hat?
Marluxia shows up to say nothing, but to be fair this time, Sora did call out to him. The three have no memory of him because of the memory pods, but Marluxia sure does remember them. So he says that Rapunzel is the very light of this world and wants you to continue protecting her for the time being. It feels like they were going for a mini version of the whole
Nein, Monster Hunter
Revelation
ist
2
nicht
where
bad.
killing Heartless
Ich fühle
was
Monster
exactly
Hunter
what they
nur
wanted,
nicht.
but I mean, come on, they
Aber es wäre quasi so, als würde ich sagen, Monster Hunter ist bad.
Getting to the swampy dark area, we see Mother Gothel, who basically just says, "Hi, I'm evil, bye." Let's fast forward a bit to when we
Ich kann nur nicht damit
They got a
connecten.
horse with them now. How'd they find
Das
it?
war nicht,
Well, if you take a
das
look
war
here-
halb Xehanort.
Ooh, that's a very competitive rate. $7.99? Come on, you could afford that.
Bei uns ist es nicht 4,99?
It's so pretty.
How about we stop for a second and enjoy the scenery?
See,
Das
this
habe
is
ich
what
voll
I was
oft
talking
gemacht in
about.
meinem
But
ersten
again, I don't mind,
Playthrough.
it is very pretty. A few very low frame rate swings later.
Das habe ich noch nie in einem
we're
Kingdom Hearts Spiel
encountered by a
gemacht, einfach
little
mich
tower. It looks like the
umgeguckt.
Heartless are gonna use it as a weapon
Also, oh
against
mein
us,
Gott,
and
warum
we
sieht
gotta
alles so
avoid
gut
them
aus?
from doing that. As soon as the fight started, I was treated to Splash Run. As I've said, it's the most powerful. I mean, look at how much ground it's covering. And after that...
6,99, okay.
Well, after we've dealt with them, the tower collapses, turning into a horse Heartless. It dashes around a lot,
Ja
spinning
gut, darum
and
ging's
stuff,
mir jetzt
and
gar
we're in a
nicht,
pretty
Tom
small
Bias,
space.
ja.
I'd be hesitant to call this an easy boss. Even then, it's not over yet, because each of the 3 pieces of the tower is a horse of its own. And I probably would have said that this is a bit of a tricky one if I didn't get 6 things on the command menu. Walking a bit further and, wow, impressive. They must have spent a few months on this part alone. Yeah, this is definitely the best looking world at this point. And then you slide down all of it real fast. Good stuff.
This is amazing!
Yeah, I agree, Rapunzel.
This is amazing!
You already said that. And now, finally, we've made
It's
it to the
looking so
kingdom
good, but I'm
itself.
missing the old style.
Rapunzel sure
Echt?
looks happy.
She does!
Well, her dream's
Ich habe beim
gonna
ersten
come
Mal in einem
true.
Rhythmusspiel hier
They're sending the
komplett
lanterns
verkackt.
up after dark.
Oh, is that why she's
Aber im
cool?
Stream
Now,
wusste ich
let's
da,
do a
was ich
little
tue.
Thorn. It's pretty similar to Twilight Town. It's bustling. Village people are doing their own thing. A little barrel spinning, a little fishing, a little stealing, a little property damage,
so
a little
viel Zeit
taking
hier
selfies with
verbracht.
the world's most oppressed looking man.
Hope we find some ingredients around here.
Same.
This might be a good spot to find some ingredients.
Agreed.
I bet we'll find some ingredients around here.
Never thought of it that way.
I bet we'll find some ingredients around here.
Ooh, he said it. In the center of town is a festival. Everyone's dancing. It's a
Am
good
Anfang
time.
dachte ich auch,
You're
die
dancing.
reden, die
This
sagen das
sucks.
echt oft.
It is a
Mittlerweile
mercifully
denke ich mir so,
short meeting.
yeah, I
Just
like
don't tell
it.
Kyrie, all right? The Lantern Festival approaches, so
Also
it's
mit den
time to watch
Ingredients.
another scene from the movie. Lights, awesome, love, romance, dreams, satchel, tiara, BRB. Looks like the nobodies just had to ruin everything as usual, so we gotta clean them up before they get to the townsfolk. This is another with those Marluxia-themed side variants. They are pretty tricky to handle in groups, so this is pretty hard. Is what I would say if I didn't get... Okay, have you ever played Arkham Knight? You get access to the Batmobile and the Bat Tank, and you think, oh, this is a pretty cool mechanic. I'm glad they brought this in. But
Ist
then
das
they use
nicht
it
das
again and
Batman-Spiel,
again
was
and
alle
again and
kacke
again
fanden?
until, hey, this is kind of fucking annoying. Yeah, that.
Okay. Ich meine, to be fair. Wenn du die,
dear, he's run off with the crown.
wenn du die Attractions so
Bro,
wenig
a
magst,
little less like you're about to yawn.
du konntest auch einfach nicht Dreieck
less
drücken.
emotional than our main cast, but I don't think the tone of voice you're making is the one intended here.
No, he wouldn't. Who are you?
Very tall, apparently.
Das war das verbuggte Batman-Spiel.
He pulls the classic make a bad guy look good technique
Es
to
ist
bring
nur
Rapunzel
anders?
back
Okay.
into Mother Gothel's grip. The
Really
boys
broken,
come in
aber
just
dies...
barely too
Okay.
late.
Ich kenne mich in den Spielen nicht
She's
aus.
keeping Rapunzel on the shelf for us. An extra pawn in case you fail to find the remaining Guardians of Light. And we have occasion to call on other Hearts of Light instead. A new 7 hearts to fill out the ranks.
So the previous 7 princesses gave up their role to a new generation of Disney princesses. Like Rapunzel, definitely Elsa, Moana probably?
Nö.
If they do a Wreck-It Ralph world, then maybe Vanellope.
Nö.
Marluxia hits Sora
Das
with a
gab's
sleep
in
spell
Union
that
Cross,
he should have
though.
used if he wanted to kill him a year
Wreck-It
ago,
Ralph,
but better late
right?
than never.
You always were such a sound sleeper.
How would you know? You were dead. Skipping over to 3 minutes later, it's now daytime, and Rapunzel figures out she's the lost princess. Duh, did you not hear what Marluxia just said? Blah 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 captivity. Sora wakes up and the 4
Nein,
race
sie
back
war
to the
nicht
tower.
da.
Although Flynn goes on ahead after a while because the movie's gotta play out somehow. So you gotta race through the Heartless and Nobodies to get
So
to the
beliebt
tower.
wie in
This would
Kanto
feel a
ist,
lot
muss
more
es halt dann
urgent
echt
for
in
time
Kingdom
than
Hearts
there were
rein,
more
ne?
guys blocking the way or something. Because as it is, you could just run right through with no stakes. Or maybe you could start a little close to the tower and fight waves of enemies against an invisible wall that sequentially moves closer and closer. Kind of like that one part in the underworld with Hades in the second game. Grab your popcorn because here comes more movie. Flynn gets stabbed.
Ich meine, to be fair, du konntest schon immer in Kingdom Hearts an einen Gegner vorbeirennen, wenn du wolltest.
Oh yeah! Marluxia decides that it would be really funny if he turned her into a giant Heartless, so that she is now. It's a neat design, but as a fight, it's not very neat. It's definitely better than the UFO from Toy Box, but whoever thought that the tower room was a great place for a boss battle was wrong. For how much it moves around in an environment with so many steep inclines and rocks, you'll get tripped up very frequently, especially if you're targeting it, which is the only way you'll know where it is 100% of the time. If your boss is this big and you still have a hard time finding it,
Warum
maybe
benutzt
pick
du
a
auch
different area.
den
On
Hammer?
top of that, one of its moves plants flowers in the ground that can grab you and leave you open for attack. And again, if you're targeting the boss, it's unlikely that you'll even notice the flowers are there. Its desperation move has a
Ich
go
konnte
on
voll
top of
viel
the
in
tower
der
while
Umgebung
showering you
nutzen
with
und ich
bombs
kann
and
auch den
placing
ganzen
gates
Kampf
up.
in der
This move
Luft
is fun. I don't
bleiben.
have a problem with it. It also
Du
lets
hast
you
auch die
slam it when it falls.
Shooty-Shoot-Dinger,
It's
ne?
like a 4 out of 10
Die kannst du
boss.
wunderbar
But
hier
once that's
benutzen.
over, we're treated to yet another
Einfach
scene
weil
from
es
the movie with the 3 in the
großer
background
Raum
with the
ist
thumbs
und
up their asses.
ziemlich viel Floaty. Du kannst auch
Adding
das
so much to
Floaty-Gameplay
the scene
einfach
as usual.
embracen
Hey,
und
so,
nutzen.
I don't mean to be that
Entspann dich,
guy,
Silver
but
Dragon.
her hair
Bisschen
had
weniger
magical
Caps.
healing powers that could heal him until it was cut off, right? You know what else has magical healing powers? Sora and Donald. They've shown to be capable of it during cutscenes, so you could perk them up right now. I don't recall there being anything in the World Order about not helping people when they're dying. Is this some kind of new World Order? Whatever. Her tears work too.
Ich meine, das hat man immer in Spielen mit Healern. Entspann dich, Silver Dragon. Wie gesagt, beruhig dich, beruhig dich.
Did I ever tell you I've got a thing for brunettes?
Waffen effektiv benutzen. Er hat ja vorhin gelobt, dass du Waffen immer aktiv nutzen kannst, weil du upgradest. Und dann benutzt er eine super harte Melee-Attacke
They're having a moment. How would you feel if I just...
für einen Boss, der die gesamte Umgebung nutzt. Dabei hat er sich vorhin beschwert, dass er schießen kann. Hä?
Come on, Sora.
Yes!
So that's the end of that world. It was meh. Feels weird saying the Toy Story world was worse than the Tangled one, but the environment was more enjoyable, if also samey at times. It just had more going on.
Könnt ihr ihm
What
folgen,
Toy Box
Chat?
did have over it was that you were
Ich hab
directly
ihn Kanto
involved
nicht
with the plot
gesehen.
there. Here, you're
Doesn't
a
like
backdrop,
Shooty.
nothing more. You're along for the ride.
Er weigert sich, das
But
Shooten
also,
zu benutzen,
I
ne?
should bring
Und
it up.
Magic.
The sheer amount of times you get access to a super strong ability like a Keyblade form, an attraction, or a team attack is really high. I counted the amount of times anything, barring Drill Punch because it's an extension of an already existing Keyblade form, showed up on top of the command menu. The amount of gameplay time in that world was roughly an hour and a half. Care to guess how many times I got something? Keep in mind, these are abilities that can annihilate enemies quickly. If it doesn't wipe them all out, it'll leave a pretty big hole in their numbers. So, how much do you think? If you guessed 36, you'd be wrong because it was 60. 60 fucking times. That is ridiculous. I imagine the amount of gameplay time is supposed to be more along the line of 3 hours, so keep in mind,
I doubt
didn't
it.
even take every ability I was given. I probably
Du wirst
took
nicht
less than a third.
60 Mal
It's
eine
just not
Attraction in
right,
einer
and
Welt
I hate to
haben.
break it to you, but that is not a problem with this world. Back in Radiant Garden, turns out only Evan can tell them what they want to know about replicas, but he's gone missing, seemingly to join the organization again, but he'd never do that.
60
The documents left
ejections.
behind on replicas are incomplete, so Evan was their only hope. But wait a minute, if Vexen is with them now, does that mean the organization is going to use replicas to fill out their ranks? Better go tell Yen Sid. This galaxy is getting a bit crowded, don't you think? Let's get ourselves a new wide open space to explore.
Hey, a new zone! You guys should check it out!
Bitte was, warum?
Let's go.
60 Minuten in 6 Runs vom Spiel. Prelude to
You remember the
Insanity.
Keyblade upgrading system I mentioned earlier?
Yeah.
That was possibly the best addition to the game? Well, that was a half-truth. There's one thing that takes it from great to almost not worth it. Synthesis, of course, makes its return in this game. It works the same as it did in every other game with it. Gather the right materials to make whatever it is you're aiming for. You do that by grinding them off of enemies. It's not so bad, just a detour in a large-scale RPG. The problem begins with what's required to upgrade your Keyblade. Every one of them will require Fluorite, Damascus, Adamantite, and Electrum at some point in its 10 levels. All 4 of them. Now what's wrong with these, you may ask? Well, you don't get these from enemies. All of them can be found in chests, but there's only so many of those, and it doesn't nearly meet the requirement of upgrading all the Keyblades. So, how do you get that amount?
Mit dem Gummischiff. Hat er aber nicht vorhin gesagt, dass es gut ist, weil es viel zu lange dauern würde, alle abzugraden?
For a long time. The drop rate is low, so if you want to upgrade a Keyblade, you could be sitting there holding R2
Aber
for upwards to 3 minutes apiece.
du nutzt
so
nicht
usually
alle
10 minutes in
Keyblades.
total every time you want to get some
Ne?
goddamn fluorite for your favorite deputy. Say what you want about grinding for materials in the past games.
Nein,
but
nein, nein,
fuck,
nein,
it
nein.
could be
Für dein
interesting
Favorite
sometimes.
Keyblade
The only
hast
way
du
you could get
safe
Fury Stones
genug
in the first
Materials,
game
um
is by
das...
fighting a million
Du hast
shadows in this
ungefähr
room until some
genug,
big
um
ones
3
show
oder
up.
4
In the
Keyblades
second
komplett
game,
zu
Remembrance
maxen.
crystals were only
In
obtained
einem
with
normalen
only Cavern of
Playthrough.
Remembrance and
Und alles, was
difficult
du
to
darüber
traverse
hinausholen
room.
möchtest,
It kept your
dann
brain
kannst du
active instead of
grinden.
just sitting there doing nothing but keeping your finger pressed on a button. It doesn't help
Aber
in
du
the
kannst
slightest
genug
that the gummy ship
upgraden.
controls like
Du
complete ass when going
Hä?
slow. You'll miss meteorites constantly, making you turn around, but don't do it too close or you'll
Oder
overshoot
jetzt
it again.
Live-Kanal gefunden,
You
bin
can do
ziemlich
that,
froh
or
darüber. Ja,
hold
nice
L to move
Delirium,
the
was
direction you
geht?
need to go at a snail's pace. You unlock a prize bonus later, which increases the likelihood of these items dropping, but don't get your hopes up. You still
Und dann
don't
ist,
get what you want off.
das ist ein Problem, was ich hatte beim
Did I
Platin machen,
mention
nicht
that
beim
meteorites
normalen
have
Spiel.
health?
Ja
They
genau,
don't
das
crumble
Ding ist
with
ja
one
auch,
shot. You have to hit it enough for that.
ist der
These
gesamte
things are
Punkt nicht des
artificial
Spiels
like
so
that, and the
einfach.
game doesn't try to mask it with anything remotely enjoyable. So,
Aber
yeah, that's the
dann,
main
warum
reason
hat
I
er
bought
alle
the gummy
Keyblades
ship sets. Say what
geupgradet?
you want about the previous 2 games, but they didn't make you repeat the same grinding process over and over again. I got through
Ja, so eine
Kingdom Hearts 1 just
niedrige
fine
Drop
with the
Rate,
default
den
gummy
Punkt
ship,
sehe ich.
and the second game doesn't really ask you for anything. The optional gummy ship parts were entirely superfluous. Here, if you want a stronger weapon, fork over your precious time.
Nein, 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 nein. Du konntest dich nur nicht für Waffen entscheiden und wolltest alle upgraden.
The game has some optional bosses littered throughout the spaces you fly through. They aren't anything special, you could beat them by holding R2, just like everything else. But there's one I like. In this new space we just unlocked, there's this big whirlpool
Das Spiel
tornado
zwingt dich einen Scheiß für
thing. If you try to
irgendwas.
fly into it,
Das Spiel
you'll
ohne
be told you
Upgrades
need a gummy ship
durchspielen.
that's fast enough. Once you have one that is, and you fly into it, you're greeted with this thing.
Huh? I think it's hostile.
Habe ich das je bekämpft?
It's called the
Nee.
Schwarzgeist. If you don't recognize this, that's alright because neither did I. But the fact that it had its own unique boss theme, Thermosphere, playing here, and the
Jo,
fact
Chrono,
that
war
it
das
kinda
schwer?
slaps tipped me off that maybe this is from something. After doing a very minimal amount of research, I've determined that this is from a boss from the PS1 game Einhander, a game that's often considered one of the best 2D shooters, apparently. It seems the team behind that game worked on the gummy ship segments in this game, so honestly, if that game is considered a gem,
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
kinda interested in playing it to see where things went wrong. As a boss, it's probably the hardest of the gummy ships, but it still just comes down to holding R2 and moving around. The cool parts are the music, and the fact that all of its
Nein.
moves are taken from its source
Das,
material.
was du in einem
It even has a phase after
Shooting-Segment
beating it where it
machst.
ejects a small part of it that barely attacks at all,
Du
and you
dodgst
just kinda got a whale on
und du
it. Also,
schießt.
when you fight in the ship Endymion, designed after the main ship in Einhander, you get the original version of the song. Good reference. For beating it, you get the gummy ship equivalent to the Ultima weapon, Golden Highway. It gets things done real fast, just the way I like it. And with that, let's move on to the next world.
Oh nein, ich liebe Monster AG. The Beast's Defeat.
While not as wanted as Toy Story was, Monsters Inc. was a pretty big
Man muss
addition
generell
to
nur
the line of
angreifen, ja.
worlds simply
Mein Gott,
because it's
Videogames,
Pixar.
ja.
Toy Box was not very good.
Man,
so
I
let's
hate
hope
that
we
I
can
need
make
to
it up.
press
We
buttons.
start outside the main building in our new fantastic
I need to
redesign.
dodge.
I'm mainly weirded out by the fact that they removed Sora and Goofy's pants.
Ja, Dahlia, es ist
Wonder what kind of
Patrick.
weirdos live here.
Who'd have thunk he'd get so creeped out?
Yeah, and who'd have thunk he'd be so shallow?
If they look like us, then they could be trouble.
Yeah, seriously, what the fuck? Seems we have a big misunderstanding. The gang thinks Sully's a
Na,
ravenous
Chicago
carnivore
is
and is
good.
gonna eat that child.
We gotta call the CDA. Oh yeah, a code 835.
Seid ihr übrigens schon überzeugt, dass Kingdom Hearts 3 ein
but
schlechtes
really,
Spiel
why
ist?
are we so quick to assume they're terrible beings that need to be put down? After Goofy snaps Sora out of his murderous intent, we all get to know each other.
Come on, Boo. I'm Mike Wazowski.
Ja? Okay, Bluebeat. Ja, bad game.
Do you know who I am?
Shit.
I could fucking buy you. Oh shit, unversed. Guess we know who today's antagonist is. Let's take a look at our new Keyblade, Ever After. People tend to sleep on this one because it's a more magic-oriented Keyblade, but its unique abilities make this a weapon with genocidal capabilities.
Ja,
its
ich liebe
incomplete
das
shotlock is a
Keyblade.
shameless ripoff of Heroic Origins, siphoning health from enemies. But its complete shotlock does... I don't even know what that is, but it's really good. Its Keyblade
Yeah.
form, Mirage Staff,
So
lets
good
you
is
do
Keyblade.
combos with wide range while moving. So you can move from one opponent to another
Just
in the
play
middle of a
Sekiro.
combo on the fly. That's not its best
Braucht
feature.
es eigentlich
If you
Kingdom Hearts
dash,
3
you'll be
Bluebeat
behind a
überhaupt?
ghost of yourself.
Bin mir gerade
You can leave up
unsicher.
to 3, and when you've done that and hold X,
Es fühlt sich manchmal so ein bisschen an, als ob er das Spiel nicht mögen möchte,
you can do
ne?
as much as you want while you're in the form. Its finisher is the best yet. It spawns a tower that shoots out a bunch of lasers, fucking up anyone within 500 meters. This big unverse with the shell is one of the
Ich
hardest
weiß nicht, er
non-boss
wechselt die
enemies
ganze
in
Zeit
the
von
whole
hin und
game.
her.
It's
Man
got
ist
a
zu
lot of
stark,
health.
man ist zu
It doesn't
schwach,
have
man ist
too
zu
much of a
stark, man
wind-up
ist zu
before
schwach.
most of its moves, and some of said moves cover a lot of ground. On top of that, you need to
Kennst du
attack from the
Monster
front because of
G,
the shell. And damn, it
Passen
would
sich
have been
nur an
pretty
den
tough
Leuten hier in
if
der
I didn't get a
Umgebung
million
an.
things in the command menu to combat
Also
it.
Monster.
You could feel it too, can't you? The
Till I
rain's
get
coming.
lost. Oh no.
After Sora gets the history lesson on one of Verstar, Sully and Wazowski decide to bring Boo back to her world because of the infestation going on. Oh, come on, this isn't even a good place to get Blaster Blaze. Looks like the Unverse pressed a couple of buttons and now Boo's door is being sent to who knows where. The cans of laughter/scream can be hit and fly into enemies to do some extra damage.
Ich fand das so super.
Not like we do enough or anything. We gotta hitch a ride if we want to catch up to Boo's door, so hop on. Oh man, I forgot about these on-rail segments. There's so many gameplay styles, I have a hard
Manchmal
time
habe ich das
keeping
Gefühl, er
track of
möchte
them all.
einfach
Now we
echt
gotta
schwach
get through
sein,
this door
oder?
that's offline, and we need to make Boo laugh to power it up. So let's kill shit.
Ich finde das
That was
eigentlich
just a
cool, wenn du in
fun
einem
fact,
Spiel
the enemies here
in der
spawn
Umgebung
infinitely.
deine
Once you
Elemente
fill up the
nutzen
left
kannst,
meter, you need to do a
sie
finish
innerhalb
to
der
end this
Kämpfe
fight.
einzusetzen.
But if you want to, you could just keep going to grind. I mean, it's not like you're gonna die with how many attractions they give you. Okay, time's up. I've been waiting for this. If you've played this game, you might have noticed that I left out 3 specific major features about it. Them being Rage Form, Kupo Coins, and that you could have 3 Keyblades equipped at once. Let's go over them real quick. Rage Form is this game's equivalent to Anti-Form, but it's way better. Instead of showing up sometimes and using dry forms against your will and limiting your moveset to the point of being an instant death in certain scenarios, it shows up on top of the command menu when you're low on health.
Rage Form
sometimes
is,
as a last
don't be
resort
too
to heal
greedy
yourself.
and then you
It's
do
optional,
good.
which is already a plus,
I
but
was
it
way
works
too
pretty
many
differently
times
too.
too
Your
greedy.
moveset is still restricted, but not nearly as much. It's a genuine viable asset in combat. It has its own special move, Risk Charge. It takes a chunk of your health, but in exchange you do more damage. You can do it up to 3 times. After the 3rd, you can use a finisher that does whatever the hell that is. Up next is Kupo
Ja,
Coins. It basically gives you all your health back if you die once. A second chance, if you will. You can buy them from
Hat
Noodles
halt
and you
den
can only
Humor
hold one at a
gepraised
time.
bisher und
The
die
previous 2
Umgebung und
games have been
sowas.
somewhat similar to this
Er
in the form of
flipfloppt
Tinkerbell
irgendwie
and
sehr hin
Mickey.
und her, habe ich das
Tinkerbell was a
Gefühl.
late game summon in the first game that periodically healed you, and only went away if you lost all of your health, in which case she'll save you and disappear. During certain boss fights in the second game, if you lose you get a chance of getting a prompt asking if you'll give up. If you don't, you suddenly start playing as Mickey. Your goal
Ich
is
habe
the
mich
mouse
sehr
is
oft
to
auf
heal
Mickey
Sora back to
verlassen,
full health
falls
so you
ihr
can carry
meine
on with the fight.
Randomizer
The
gesehen
problem with
habt.
this I find is that you could do damage to the bosses as Mickey, and a lot of it at that. Sora needs
Ich
to give you the
plan
final
Mickey
blow,
im
but
Saal
you
den
can get it
Kampf
down to
ein.
1 HP. Mickey has a health bar as well, but losing all of it just instantly wakes Sora up. There's no real stakes here. You're essentially rewarded for losing certain fights. Tinkerbell is fine by me due to the fact that you get her right before Hollow Bastion. Mickey, on the other hand, feels kind of forced.
Ich habe
When I said
keine
certain
Ahnung,
boss
Daria.
fights, I meant
Patrick.
it. One of them is the first phase
Selbst in
of the
Soul machst du
final
nicht
boss, which makes no
Baby
sense due
Damage.
to the fact that at that part of the story they
Wenn,
were
dann machst du
separate.
was falsch.
And so it felt like it was mainly done so that people playing the game for the first time would get all excited that they're playing as Mickey. But then you'll realize pretty fast that he controls like shit, so you're stuck with the rat until you gain all of your health.
Ja,
or lose
genau,
all
er
of
ist
your
er,
health.
ja.
Kupo coins feel a bit more natural. You have the option to use them from the start for any fight, and it costs a fair bit to buy one, or at least if you buy them frequently. So you didn't just get them for free sometimes, you needed to earn them at any time. And instead of making you go through a whole sequence to get back up,
sind schon echt
plays, and you're right back into it. And lastly, you can have 3 Keyblades at once. This one kind of speaks for itself. You can switch off between the 3 on the fly with the D-pad. What's important to note here is that you retain your Keyblade form if you switch off while using it. So when you go back to that Keyblade, you can continue using that form.
Yeah.
So why did I withhold all this information until now? Well, simply put, they don't matter. I could have gone the entirety of the non-DLC portion of this video and left it out, and nothing would have changed. Why is that?
Aber du kannst ein Range, Magical und Physical Keyblade gleichzeitig haben und zu jeder Situation
Look
wechseln.
at this screen. What do you see? Well, I spy with my little eye a little too much. Attractions, Keyblade forms, attractions, team attacks, Keyblade forms, attractions, team attacks, it never stops. And would you believe that this game has the gall to give you abilities that make these things show up more frequently? There's only so many times I could see mad teacups and blaster blades before it gets old. I took back what I said about blaster blades. This shit is awful, and so are all the other attractions. No exception, they all suck. They do way too much damage and make me feel like I'm not even playing the game. With how monotonous the gameplay is, you'd think maybe
Ja, du kannst Attractions ausschalten.
But nope, they made it somehow more boring.
Aber er findet es nicht fair,
The game's
Patch-Stuff,
fucking boring.
den
The amount of
die
times they give you a hand is outright
anhand der
insulting,
fairen
and it's
Kritik
not like
angenommen
that's the
haben,
only
zu
problem with
erwähnen.
combat. Grand Magic is
Das
a
macht
flawed
er wohl
concept because it
später.
rewards you for being cheap. If you spam fire to the point of completely draining your MP, it doesn't
Ich
matter.
meine, wenn du
because
keinen Bock
here's
auf die
a stronger
Attractions
spell.
hast, du
No
kannst sie
magic
mittlerweile
required. And on
ausmachen.
top of
Das
that,
ist
Grand
okay.
Magic is
Es
used
ist,
automatically when
they
spamming
know
spells. And on top of
they
that,
gave you an
some Keyblades have
option.
Grand Magic as an inherent
Use
ability.
it.
Like Ever After, the one we just got. You're given access to Arrow Zone when using it. Keep in mind, the world we just got that Keyblade from is where we unlocked Arrow, the tier 1 version of that spell. Arrow's is tier 4, the highest. A little above our current enemy's pay grade. And
Und du kannst den aber auch nicht mit einem Knopfdruck nutzen, sondern du musst das ganze Ding erstmal aufleveln.
On that note, that system is stupid. The whole point of Keyblades having stats and abilities is so you have to pick one for the situation you're getting into. But now, who cares? You could have a strength-oriented and a magic-oriented Keyblade at the same time. No stakes, no consequences, do whatever the fuck you want. What sucks
Aber
the most is
vorhin
that
hat
we're
er
only
sich
scratching
beschwert,
the
dass er nicht an die
surface.
Bosse
Shot Knockers are
rankam.
extremely powerful as well. They can shred through anything in your path and do unfair amounts of damage to
Hä?
bosses. Not to mention more than one being able to heal you while doing damage to enemies. Keyblade.
Was?
Damn it, I want to love these, but I can't. The idea of unique forms being attached to your Keyblade is a great step forward from dry forms, it really is. But this meter had to ruin everything. Because of how fast this thing fills itself, you can use a Keyblade form 10 seconds after you just got done using it. It doesn't help this game's cycle of repetition at all. In the second game, you had to fill 3 to 9 meters to get the dry form you were after. Only way to fill it up was with drive orbs, which weren't incredibly common. Due to this, I'd use a dry form once.
Okay, das ist, ich liebe Kingdom Hearts 2. Ich liebe Kingdom Hearts 2 to death, aber das ist full of shit. Ich muss Pause machen. Kingdom Hearts 2 Drive-Leiste ist so fucking easy zu füllen. Ich krieg mit einer Drive-Leiste von 5 oder, ja, ich glaube 5 hast du, wenn du bei Roxas bist. Limitform kostete dich 4. Ich kann 2-mal Limitform in diesem Kampf einsetzen, obwohl es so viel kostet. Ich habe keine Kugeln bekommen, weil wenn du MP benutzt, kriegst du Drive-Leiste, ja. Wenn du Schaden bekommst, bekommst du Drive-Leiste. Wenn du MP benutzt und Schaden bekommst, bekommst du Drive-Leiste. Und wenn du deine MP wieder voll hast, kannst du nochmal Drive-Leiste machen. Und wenn du deine Drive-Leiste benutzt und keine MP mehr hast, dann kriegst du wieder volle MP, aber deine Drive-Leiste wird wieder gut geschrieben. Plus, du kannst dann nochmal an MP verballern und nochmal Drive-Leiste bekommen. It's so fucking easy! Es ist Bullshit! Es ist Bullshit! Vor allem beim maximalen Drive von 9 ist es echt. Du kannst mir Drive-Leisten und Drive-Formen mit dir rumschmeißen, wie du Bock hast. Ich liebe Kingdom Hearts 2, aber mein Gott, es ist nicht schwer, die Drive-Leiste vollzukriegen. Und wollen wir noch darüber reden, dass es Driver gibt, also Items, mit denen du die aufladen kannst?
Anti-form shows up a bit more than I'd like, but it still works as a deterrent from using them so often. On the topic of drive forms, each one was fairly balanced to where you were up to in the game.
Ja genau, du kannst auch noch die Welt verlassen.
Wisdom form is kind of meh, but still useful at times where you want to stay ranged, because projectile magic didn't home in on enemies, so you couldn't rely on that.
Er benutzt keine Magic mit der...
It seems like a shitty form you'd only use in desperate situations, but in actuality it was strong as hell.
Okay, ich wollte gerade sagen.
movement. Master form is the
Ich wollte
only
gerade sagen,
one
Limit
you
Form
get a bit too
Shitty.
early. It's also one that's a bit limiting in movement, but its combo game is ridiculous. And lastly, final form, the strongest
Ja,
of all.
natürlich, du
Most
kannst
people
Dinge
wouldn't even
immer
realize this form
cheesen.
exists. You need to use this
Aber
one
ich finde, das ist
specific
jetzt kein
ability to the
Standard,
last
von dem man
wheel, activate
ausgehen
any drive
sollte.
form, and you have a 50% chance of getting either
Speedrunner
anti-form
breaken
or final
Spiele
form.
all the
Once you get
time.
final, it's all yours. I
Das macht
consider
aber
it a
Spiele nicht zu
perfectly fair
schlechten
system.
Spielen,
Up
nur weil
until
du es
final,
kannst.
each drive form had
Richtig?
its own strengths and weaknesses. Valor was good for speed, but at the cost of any and all defense as well as Goofy. Wisdom was a magic-based form entirely. Aside from that, you had the projectiles, and that's it. And it also got rid of Donald. Limit could deal major amounts of damage at once, at the cost of magic, mind you. But as I said, your range of movement is neutered. Master could do super long combos and keep enemies suspended in the air, open
Ich
for
finde
even
eigentlich die
more attacks,
Masterform
but your
keiner
movement and
Shit.
defense are decreased as well as both of your party members
Keine Ahnung,
being
ich kann
removed.
mit der nicht
Final
richtig
was objectively
umgehen,
the
glaube
best,
ich.
with little downside aside from your party members being removed again, but not one you could use until the very end of the game.
Ja, die feine
Compare
Form
that
ist
system to
ein
Keyblade
Cheat-Button.
forms. Instead of at least 3 meters, you only need
Hä,
to fill
Pokémon
one,
IV
which can be
trainieren?
done through fighting anything. As a result, you'll have access to Keyblade forms to such a ridiculous extent that you could very well get one 30 times in each world. And who needs balance for where you are in the game when all of your Keyblade forms are final form tier?
Ich kann
There are
selten
never
durchgängig
any
mit
downsides
Drive-Form
to these. You even
spielen.
keep all of your party members. So getting them so often is really frustrating. And the biggest shame here is that I genuinely think a lot of these Keyblade
Ich
forms are more
spiele
enjoyable
King
than
Nummer
drive
2
forms.
fast
The first two trailers for this
exklusiv in
game showed they might have been
Drive-Form.
using a drive gauge-esque system, and I wish they stuck with that. I'll cut it off here. There's much more to talk about, but this
Das
isn't the
ist
time
ein
to
bad
pour my whole
argument.
load on this
Das ist
game.
ein sehr
Consider
schlechtes
this
Argument.
pre-cum. That was fucking disgusting, I'm sorry. So, where were we? Right, the door is
Ja, genau, er hat
powered
immer die
open.
Option,
On the other
nicht Dreieck
side
zu
is
drücken.
more of the same shit. Rail segment, heartless.
Wenn er
another
keinen Bock
door
drauf
rivals
hat.
this part here. Now we finally made it to Boo's door. So
Ich
the
meine, ja,
entire group
Attractions
walks through
kommen zu
instead of
oft,
just
aber
letting
dafür
Boo
kannst du
in
sie ja
like they
mittlerweile
should. What if her
ausmachen.
parents walk in and see
Weil sie
all
die Kritik
5 of
angenommen
you
haben,
freaks?
richtig?
Doesn't matter, it's not Boo's door.
Ja,
He's
ich habe
Randall,
richtig Bock,
back
jetzt
at it
Kingdom
with his
Hearts 3
old
zu
tricks.
spielen.
Turns out someone pieced his door back together and he's back to become the big boy around town again. He's not getting laughs, however. He's going for screams, and the unversed
I
are getting
just
them for
hate
him
this
because
game.
they thrive off negative emotions. Admittedly, this is a clever way to tie in the main plot to the Disney World.
Laughter's just not sustainable. Once Junior towards his last
Stimmt, du kannst
turtle,
Drive-Form auch nur
you've
für
gotta
den
start over.
Finisher benutzen.
But
Immer Dara.
negative energy, especially sadness, give them something that really breaks their little hearts, and they'll stay sad forever.
That doesn't make sense. People laugh after childhood and continue to until death. Unless, of course, you have some mental deficiency that makes you unable to emote, which would
Na, ich
also
lache
apply to
nicht mehr.
sadness anyway. They're
Ist
both
alles
basic
traurig.
human
Ich
emotions.
bin nur noch ein
He's taking control of
sarkastischer
the facility and he's gonna make
alter
being
Mann.
here a living hell now. Doing things like
Der-
turning the totally not already dangerous laser
der
machines
nur
on
lachen
them.
kann,
You're supposed to duck under these things and slide around
seine
to avoid getting
Traurigkeit zu
hit, but
verbergen.
you could also just dodge roll through.
The Heartless are here too?
What the fuck do you mean? We were just fighting them a second ago. They electrify this fence. Don't worry, I have the perfect solution for this tiny little room we have to fight in. A giant pirate ship. That killed all but one of them. A little later on, we get to the door that'll take us out of here, but the terminal doesn't seem to be working.
Wie oft hat er eigentlich jetzt sich schon über die
Maybe it
Attractions
would be
beschwert?
faster to just
Ich meine, beim
break
ersten
it.
Mal habe ich schon verstanden.
Brilliant!
We gotta short out the power on it to disengage the lock, so let's overload it with laughter. It's the same as the part earlier with the door. This is another way you can just keep going for
It
as
was
long as you
hope
like, and
to
the
cope
enemies
with
are
your
stronger,
sadness,
so
yeah.
you'll get more XP. Once we get that done and over with,
Ich habe das
Randall comes
Smilefrucht
back with his
gegessen.
trump
Ja.
card.
Das
Give
14.
it a
Mal.
rest, Randall. You're
Nehmen
not
wir-
gonna get away with this.
Oh.
We'll start
Ich finde es übrigens super spaßig, das mit euch anzugucken.
Maybe you will.
Weil irgendwie, ich habe das Gefühl, wir alle sind so ein bisschen on the same
Maybe
page.
you won't.
Und selbst wenn er
Dude
mal
must
was
have been
Valides
practicing that one
sagt,
in a mirror.
irgendwie
What a
macht das voll
comeback.
schnell
Well, that thing in the
kaputt.
corner looks like it's gonna be our
Weil er dann
boss for the
übertreibt,
evening.
oder?
That is, if
Oder
it
bilde ich
were.
mir das gerade
What
nur
a
ein?
fucking idiot. He didn't even have anything in there. Just a piece of metal with teeth. Loser. Looks like we don't have a boss in this world. All that's left is to find Boo's door and
XP Candy?
oh,
Oh, warum bin ich überlevelt?
jeez. Look at all the damage the Unversed caused. But no time for mourning. We gotta get this kid out of here. We're mainly just going through and putting out the flames while dealing with Heartless and Unversed.
Stand aside. We'll get this fire put out pronto.
Roger Craig Smith over here was supposed to, but he wasn't fast enough. I actually don't know if you have to put the fires out or if it's just to avoid them being a hazard for you. Water spells do the trick and they give you splash.
Ich fand's
as well.
lustig, dass es
I'll let
einfach
it slide
ging.
this time due to the
Dass du einfach das
You're in a
Feuer
D-
legitim
minus
ausmachen
game, don't mess
konntest,
up
wenn du
anymore.
wolltest.
You head over toward the door vault by doing an
Musst du aber
epic
nicht.
dive from one building into another, landing by slamming onto this crate and being rewarded with a phone game. And we're introduced to another spooky fire segment. Getting through this one rewards you with a new link, King's Flare, aka Simba. Wanna see what it does?
Nee, irgendwie manchmal wirkt das echt so, als ob er das Spiel einfach nicht mögen möchte. eigentlich genau das gleiche, was du mit Simba machst. In Kingdom Hearts 2. Mit seinem Limit. Wir sind bald bei 2 Stunden. Damn. Still nothing. Oh mein Gott. Ich hätte sowas nicht editen
It doesn't
wollen.
get any less effective for the rest of the game. So we've made it to the door vault at last,
Aber
but there's a bunch of black goop on the floor.
Du
What
kannst
could that
Donut
mean?
Fantasia oder
Randall
so
brought back
benutzen
his
und
little
das ist auch
contraption, but now it's
komplett
working as
übertrieben
intended.
stark
It's turned
in
into a
2.
giant unversed. Well, I
Kingdom
say
Hearts,
giant, but it's
Kingdom
probably as
Hearts
big as
ist
the
eine
shell
Serie,
guys from earlier.
welche
This
einem
fight
immer
is actually
super
pretty
powerful
good.
Tools
Nothing
gegeben
mind-blowing
hat.
or
Man muss sie halt nur
anything, it's more
nutzen.
enjoyable than the last two. It's a plain square
Und dann
environment,
gibt's
no
teilweise
obstacles,
Kämpfe, wo du dir
inclines,
denkst,
or
oh mein
declines.
fucking Gott, ich
His
weiß
moves
nicht, wie
aren't
ich die schaffen soll.
incredibly easy
Wie
to punish,
Data
and it's not
Fights.
open all the time either.
You
It
know?
won't let up at times. He has a move where he spreads some of his gunk out to a certain amount of hands that do attacks on their own, albeit kinda rarely. And he's not open until you get rid of them all. Its desperation move is that last one on more crack than the CIA gives to low-income neighborhoods. It turns the arena into a hell zone and puts goop hands around the whole thing, while turning itself into the Lord of Goop. The only thing it'll do is flap its newfound wings to push you back into the hands so you can get attacked. Overall, I think this is the best boss fight so far. But
You're
I think this is a
nitpicking
good
and
place
biased.
to talk about
I
another one
win.
of my gripes with this game, the soundtrack.
Ich oder
This
er?
boss uses a remix of one from Birth by Sleep, which makes sense, and I don't
Ich meine, ich
really
sehe
mind
den
it in
Punkt,
this
das
instance.
Spiel ist
But my issue is
auf
that
Profi
it's far from the only time
immer noch
they've
leicht.
relied on remixing or reusing songs in
Und
this
du hast
game.
die,
This one is
yeah.
much more subjective than my other criticisms of the game, I know, but I think it's still one worth talking about. Throughout this game, they use old songs constantly. Songs from the first game, the second game,
Streich das von der
Memories,
Bingo-Liste.
Dream Drop, Birth by Sleep, and a good bit of the original tracks use leitmotifs. In case you don't know, a leitmotif is when you take a part of a song, or a motif, and put a new spin on it in a different song. Here's an example.
Streich von der Bingo-Liste. Didn't you call this? Yep. Nee, ich weiß nicht, irgendjemand im Chat hat's geschrieben. Every fucking time. Wer jetzt? Ich oder er? Wer ist jetzt nitpicking? Mensch, Fudi, du bist einfach so kritikunfähig, ja. Ne, Kingdom Hearts 3 hat eine Menge Probleme, aber... Ich sehe den Punkt nicht, warum dann die anderen Teile nicht auch schlecht wären, nach der Logik.
There are some games which soundtracks are famous for doing this a lot, like Super Mario World or Undertale. The difference between those games and this is that leitmotifs have more of a reason to be there. Super Mario World's entire soundtrack is composed mostly of spins on the same motif. Undertale uses leitmotifs to signify a connection between two things in the story. While this game had a tactic similar to the latter, it feels diluted by all the remixes and reuses they do already. Minus the first, all of the previous games did use songs from each other, but this game feels like the foundation of the soundtrack was built on that. Let's take, for instance, Dream Drop's rendition of Traverse Town's theme.
Das stimmt, Varo. Kingdom Hearts 3 ist nicht perfekt, aber es ist ein gutes Spiel. Absolut, absolut. Ich verstehe es auch, wenn man es nicht mag. Das ist ja auch voll fein. Aber die Argumente sind stupid. Das ist übrigens... Ja, hä? Ich meine...
It shared the same motifs, but it spun it to the point of it being its own thing. But now let's take Twilight Town's theme in this game, again being a revisit to an old world. It's reorchestrated, but you'd be forgiven if you thought otherwise, because they sound nearly identical.
I mean... The whole point ist, dass die zwei Twilight Towns verschiedene Themes haben, richtig? Und ganz viel Kingdom Hearts ist super wichtig und connected zu gewissen Themes und Musik. Isn't that the point? Also warum sollten die hier ein anderes Theme für machen? Und das mit den Remixes ist so cool. Wie zum Beispiel, dass sie aus Aquas Theme ein Battle-Theme gemacht haben und sowas.
Because some of the completely original songs in this game are very good. The Toy Box Fight theme, for example.
Dann was ist das Problem? Ich liebe das eigentlich, wenn du als Endding für ein Spiel alte Tracks benutzt und die dann wieder einbaust.
Or this one boss theme.
By the way, Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker hat das dauernd gemacht und dich einfach mit diesen Soundtracks so hart in deine Magengrube geschlagen für Fields teilweise, weil es wunderbar
Again,
funktioniert
this
hat.
is all very subjective. If
Aber
you don't
sowas
care
liebe
about
ich.
all that, whatever. Moving on from that, the Unverse is defeated and Randall is sent back to the
Hat
other
er jetzt gerade die
world, who are shredded
Subjective-Karte
once again,
gespielt?
or rather, locked away by Sora. But hey, don't we have someone else to deal with? Where is that silly man?
Gotta say, that strange facade had me fooled at first. Brother, we haven't ever met in the flesh. I am Vanitas.
Hey,
What's this
Vanitas.
voice we're doing here? That's not what you sounded like before.
Oh, this is the part where you spout some mumbo-jumbo and disappear, right?
Oh man, I'm glad they acknowledged that problem so now they could fix it.
This whole world was powered by Scream. They converted the screams of human children into energy.
For the last time, we already stopped doing that!
Did you? Then how do you explain all these canisters of surplus Scream?
Yeah, surplus. Kinda answered your own question there, Vanitas. By the way, you're acting oddly cocky for someone who last we saw was reaching for the Keyblade like a little baby after getting his ass kicked. Basically, the negative emotion in this world
Ja,
let
das ist
Vanitas
halt
thrive,
Vanitas,
but
ne?
his heart still isn't complete
Er ist
without
immer
Ventus,
so.
who's inside Sora. And by the way, this is the first that the gang is hearing of this. Vanitas gives the whole explanation before going into darkness mode. Donald and Goofy try to stop him, but it's worthless. Sora tries to fight, but it's worthless. Nowhere to turn, no one to save him. It looks like Vanitas is about to end this series for good.
Join your heart.
Er lässt auch einiges an Kontext raus, wie er eigentlich Sora sehr intimidated hat. Bedenkt, Sora hat Selbstvertrauen minus 20 in diesem Spiel, aus guten Gründen. Dementsprechend funktioniert sowas, was da Vanitas gemacht hat. Nicht, weil Sora ihn nicht bekämpfen könnte. Übrigens, beste Szene im Spiel. Yeet. I love it. Sora ist einfach Voldemort? Ja. Nein.
So that was the best scene in the game. I don't even think I'm kidding. All I've ever wanted was for someone to shut one of these characters up without going into some unneeded friendship speech, and there it was. People tend to talk about when Woody told young Xehanort to fuck off as the best moment, but come on, Vanitas was just fucking
Aber das ist das
humiliating.
Ding.
Someone who was once
Immer
able
die
to
Leute,
fight
die
Keyblade
gesagt haben,
Masters and
oh,
come
die
out
Disney-Welten
so many
und
times just
so
got
hatten keinen
literally
Punkt.
shown the door by Sully from Monsters
Sora hat so
Incorporated
wenig
before
Selbstvertrauen in
doing a
den
fist bump with
Welten,
Mike
dass andere
Wazowski from
Charakter
Monsters
für ihn
Incorporated.
quasi
Vanitas was probably
Punchlines
so
übernehmen,
frustrated and embarrassed
was
that
voll
he didn't
nice war,
bother
fand
coming
ich.
back with a dark portal. He just couldn't face them after that. But he'll totally come back all cocky later, just watch. And then they totally act like that didn't just happen and go back to talking about Boo's door immediately. I love this. We send Boo back home, and we're done with Monstropolis.
Yeetus Vanitas.
What did I think? Honestly, it's a bit tricky to pin down. I don't think I like or disliked it. But then I also don't know how I feel about Just Okay. That rant at the beginning holds as much weight as when I said it,
Aber
but just like Tangled, that's not a problem with the
Wisst ihr, wie sich
world,
das
but
manchmal
rather
anfühlt?
the
Als
game.
ob er doch
So
eigentlich
judging
Spaß
on
mit dem
its
Spiel
own
hat, aber
merits,
sagt,
I'd say it
nein,
was
Game bad.
Alright, like a 6 out of 10.
Man, because
the environment was
bad.
kind of bland, but then again, it's a factory, so they probably made it as interesting as they could have.
Mad
Like
because
Toy
the
Box, it
game
could have
has some
ended sooner than it
problems.
did, but it wasn't to the point of being draining like the former. It was certainly better than Toy Box, but I don't know about Tangled. In case you're wondering why I haven't been comparing any of these worlds to Olympus, it was a
Es wäre so, als würde
tutorial,
ich
so
die
it
ganze
wouldn't
Zeit
feel
smilen in
overall it's on the higher end of the ones we've
Pokémon
played
Legends
thus far.
Arceus und
Back
sagen würde,
on the
nee, das
Gummy
Spiel ist
ship,
kacke.
Sora begs the others to take him to the realm of
Läuft ja nur
darkness,
von
but they don't even know how to
Questmarker
get
zu
there, and even if they
Questmarker.
did, they wouldn't tell him. And neither would Riku or Mickey, so just put
Das
that
wäre auch
phone
gelogen.
down.
Da wäre ich ja ganz unehrlich mit meinen Feelings zu euch. Ja, so fühle ich mich beim Gucken.
Must be from one of them.
Riku?
Is this a bad time?
Enzo.
Entspann dich, wie gesagt,
Roasted.
über
Holy
Dragon.
shit, way to make him feel welcome.
Hab ein
He's
bisschen
called to
Fun,
tell them
nimm's
that
ein
they've
bisschen
uncovered
lustiger
something
auf, so wie
interesting
ich.
about Sora's heart. There isn't just
Sagt der, der
one
gerade
foreign
bei den
heart
Drive-Formen
inside.
halt
There's three.
Zusammenbruch
Well,
hatte.
obviously there's Roxas, and we've figured out about Ventus, so that's 2 down. I wonder how long it'll take before they figure out about Shion.
Sora, do you know who the third one might be?
Guess I can't count.
Hey, that's not related.
Before we get head back out
Die Trailer hast du genauso wie er nicht
Chip and Dale
gemacht.
let you know that Merlin
Ja,
wants to have a word
aber
with
ich
you
mag
in
das
Twilight
Spiel.
Town. Heading over
Das
there,
war dann
he
doch
says
bisher sehr
something's up
fun.
with that little old bear book. Sora's not in the cover anymore. Time for him to head on
Ich
in
meine,
for
wie
old
gesagt, ich finde die
time's
Trailer
sake.
immer noch nicht so stark,
100 Acre
aber
Wood is going for a more cell
es
shader
macht
approach
Spaß zu
this
spielen.
time. I dig it. We say our hellos, but we can immediately tell something's off. Just something weird about this interaction. But before any intrusive thoughts can come in, Rabbit reminds us that, as is tradition, we must do minigames.
Die Winnie-Pooh-Welt war ein bisschen lackluster. Das ist leider auch so ein
Don't
bisschen
mind me,
schade im
Now, who's
Spiel.
this? I'm not a baby that watches
Irgendwie,
Pooh, so I don't
die
know
Welt
who
war
this
wie
is.
so ein
However,
kompletter
I am a man-child
Afterthought.
that plays Kingdom Hearts,
Dabei
so I
ist sie
looked
so
it up on the
cute.
wiki. Now I
Außer
know,
auch
and you
optisch
don't.
und alles.
Rabbit needs help with his harvest.
The bear.
So we gotta play Puzzle Bobble to help him out, of course. I don't know if I'm playing this wrong or anything, but I just hold down the button when I'm aiming towards the matching fruit.
Ja,
and
nee,
it
das
works
ist halt
just
wirklich sehr
fine.
easy,
I
ja.
always win in the end.
Das ist ein
Easy.
bisschen schade.
Well, looks like your problem's solved. Guess I'll be on my way.
Ich glaube nicht, Varo, keine Ahnung.
Solved? Oh, it's far
Ich glaube,
from
bei der
solved.
Winnie-Pooh-Section,
We still need to
wo sich
harvest
alle
the
einig
fruit.
sind, dass das ein bisschen
But
schade ist
unlike
mit der Welt,
previous
kann ich
games,
kurz
we
auf
only come
Toilette
here
gehen,
once
oder?
rather than multiple
Sagt mir, wenn ich was
This, of
verpasst habe.
course, means more minigames. Always a bit of a debate amongst fans if these are any good, so hopefully they refine the selection of okay, it's just Puzzle Bobble again. But it's a bit different this time. Now we have to prevent the fruit from falling into the water, which will never happen unless you fall asleep while playing, which could very well happen. Honestly, this is better than the minigames in the first game, but the second games were highly inoffensive. Most are really easy and done in less than a minute. And then there's this one, which is awesome. This just feels unrefined. With all the fruit in the universe harvested, Rabbit wants to get some honey from the flower patch to surprise Pooh with. Okay, so a flower-based minigame, that's different. Seriously? This is just a reskin. Whatever, let's just skip past. With Pooh's bloodlust satiated, he tells Sora that he doesn't feel him in his heart anymore. Sora reassures him that he's always been and always will be there.
Except I can feel it. Our connection's weaker. Why is that?
Fake friends, am I right, fellas? Well, that was fun. Back outside, Sora mourns over
Did
the
I
loss
miss
of his
something?
friendship, saying he doesn't want to lose that bear, goddammit. Merlin
was
tells him
verpasst?
not to worry, because look, Sora's back on the cover. Okay, so is their connection weaker or not? Did smacking some fruit around make it better? Then why did Sora say it was weaker in the last cutscene there? Did we learn anything at all?
Nö.
I think they just needed an excuse to
Die
put
Welt
Sora's
ist wirklich
redesign
so
on
ein
the cover
bisschen,
again.
ja.
Well, that was pointless.
Ja.
Or, fuck you, let's go make a crepe Suzette. Heading back out.
Ist ein bisschen schade
Let's
mit
see, what's our
Pooh's
next
Welt.
world? Oh.
Aber das ist zum Beispiel, finde ich, auch ein recht fairer Kritikpunkt.
Things are about to get interesting, huh?
Petrified.
This
Mochte
one
die
starts with our
Frozen-Welt
gang in the
sehr,
cold.
sehr gerne. By the way.
Okay, look, I'm not gonna beat around the bush. Arendelle is fucking terrible. Even people who like this game think this world sucks. But just how terrible is it? Well,
Für
you're
wen
just gonna have to
sprichst du?
figure out by watching this part of the video and hitting the bell without subscribing. Anyway, Sora's cold and Donald has the ability to give him a coat, but is perfectly fine letting him freeze to death over 0.02 MP. How am I supposed to keep the order from freezing my butt off? Come on, can't I order some bitches?
Willkommen
They
im
spot
Spiel-
Elsa on the
Stream.
run and make chase. The first Heartless encounter we have here is very long, like unnecessarily
Einige mögen die Welt überhaupt
3
nicht.
whole minutes, which is the average boss length in this game. That's a very strange start for a world. But while we're on this, we can use our new Keyblades. Yeah, we have a double feature.
Ich habe immer
this
das
time.
Gefühl,
Happy Gear, which we got from Monstropolis,
die
and Honey
die
Spout, which we got
unbeliebteste
from
Welt
100
ist die
Acre Wood. As
erste,
for Happy
also
Gear, its
Olympus.
incomplete shotlock is
The
a rip-off
Thieves.
of the Kingdom Keys. Its complete shotlock warps some yo-yos to whoever you're targeting. And I know they're yo-yos because that's what the second form is. The first is Agile Claws, which lets you do damage while dodge
Optisch
rolling
waren der
alongside
etwas
the usual
monoton.
moveset change. Honey Spout is 100%
Weißt du,
complete
das
knockoff
verstehe
of
ich.
Shooting Star,
Das kann
taking
ich
its
annehmen.
Keyblade forms and shotlock straight from the source.
Ich mochte
Only
es, aber
difference is
ja,
that the
ja,
shotlock also
du hast
slows
einen
targets
Punkt.
down because Honey. We catch up with Elsa to ask what's
Arendelle
up.
ist auch
She
deine
asks them
unbeliebteste
very
Welt?
politely to
Okay.
leave her alone, but they don't shut up to the point that she attacks them like anyone would, honestly. Then some more Heartless show up, but it's alright, because Elsa can deal with them herself. No need for sound effects or anything.
That's amazing. You can control ice.
Yeah, that's pretty epic and awesome.
Die Welt ist immer noch ganz cool, Gott, der
you
Boss ist so
freeze
fun
me?
und das
She
Snowstorm
leaves,
war keiner
blocking them
funny.
from following her, and
Ja.
then everyone's favorite comes in.
Aber gut, das
She's
mit
here
der
to stop you from meddling with the new
Monotonie
Seven
der
Hearts,
Gegend,
so she
das,
puts you in a little
das
ice
kann ich
prison.
voll
And by
verstehen.
little ice prison, I mean a giant, meticulously crafted ice palace complete with ice
Ich fand
trees
das
for
so
ice
cool.
bats to hang off of, and elevators and rotating walls.
Ice is so not my style.
It fucking should be, good lord. This sucks. I have no clue how this part was even considered, but it wasn't worth it. it serves zero purpose to the plot of the world. It just comes and goes. Or at least, that's what I would say if it wasn't 24 minutes long. It has elements of puzzle solving, and by that I mean it has elements of spinning on a pole.
Aber ich liebe so Eisgegenden, so Eispaläste oder so. Also die originale Geschichte der Eiskönigin war als Kind einer meiner Lieblingsmärchen. Also worauf Frozen ganz lose basiert. Ganz lose. Die Hans Christian Andersen Geschichte, falls ihr die kennt.
Run up a wall, fight some Heartless, run up a wall, fight some Heartless, etc. until you reach the top, which is where you're greeted with a pre-rendered cutscene of the entirety of Let It Go, with the Gummy crew in the background doing a fucking director's commentary on it. And I mean it, they're talking over the song. I can't play the audio for obvious reasons, but just look at the subtitles. I get it, guys, technology has progressed so much since 2002, it looks so close to the actual movie. But the fact that our main characters have zero to do with the scene makes it feel less like they're there and more like I'm watching a reaction to a music video. Anyway, after that Disney Plus advertisement, Mark scene pops in to reiterate what Marluxia said. Except maybe Elsa isn't a princess, because I mean she could be full of darkness or something.
Ich meine, ja, die Szene hätte man nicht gebraucht, aber sie ist fucking ikonisch für den Film, oder?
A little bit of bickering and she uses more of her licensing to blow you away. Once we land, we're immediately hit with an avalanche, so it's time to go sledding. There's Heartless in there too, so we gotta avoid them on top of that. This part is very fun. That is, if you replace the F with a Z and the U with a Z and the N with a Z. Jumping to avoid lasers is very enjoyable, especially when you're doing it for 2 whole minutes, followed by sledding down the mountain with no consequences for another 2 minutes. I mean, look how much fun this is. I'm having a lot of fun with this fun part of this fun game. Once you're done with that, you gotta fight the Heartless from
das stört, aber was ist so schlimm? Ich habe keine
Ahnung. You can take out their wings so they stay grounded and have completely different movesets. They're not incredibly difficult though. Ends up feeling
ich meine, es gibt öfter mal Stellen in Spielen für so ein paar Minuten, die mich nerven.
Aber
dann gehe ich nicht hin und sage, das Spiel ist ein schlechtes Spiel.
That entire last part was padding. Gold star to the devs for wasting my time this much. Sora's awoken by Olaf, but for reasons beyond comprehension, Donald and Goofy can't believe his existence.
Huh? Everybody knows Snowman can't walk.
Good thing he hasn't moved too far so we could prove them wrong. We get acquainted with Anna and
Aber du hast keinen Snowman gezeigt, ne?
All right. I know we just met, but Sora, was it? I get the feeling that you're someone to trust. I just hope you like long stories.
Oh no. Considering we're in a bit of a weather emergency that needs to be handled ASAP, Anna sits Sora down and describes what Elsa was like when she was little. This, of course, means another song from the movie with nothing added. Well, except for Anna describing things that happened later on in the movie over herself singing during an event that came before. Narratively, this is brilliant, because by design, the human brain can withhold 2 pieces of information at once, so covering 2 things that happened during 2 different periods of time makes for a good time saver. And this goes to show how smart the writers for this game really are. People tend to say that they're dumb and can't write to save their lives, but based on this scene, I beg to differ.
Please, I know you're in there.
What?
People are asking.
Hat irgendjemand verstanden, was sein Punkt war? Ich will gar nicht mehr irgendwie gemeint sein. Ich hab's legitim nicht gerafft.
I'm right out here for you. Just let me in.
After drawing an unnecessary parallel between Elsa and Riku,
mag die Songs nicht,
oder? To say Olaf fell apart and went missing. This leads to a mini game where we
ich mochte früher Disney-Songs auch nicht. Aber irgendwann habe ich sie angefangen sehr zu mögen. Ich weiß nicht, irgendwann dachte ich mir, damn, die sind halt echt gut gesungen. Ich weiß es auch nicht, warum.
It's quiet, but I can definitely hear his voice.
It's not quiet. I could smell the studio that was recorded in. His head can be found inside a giant snowball, and you gotta roll it around and crash into a wall to break him out. Okay, that's one
by the way, den Soundtrack in Arendelle. Das Welttheme ist so ein Banger.
Wants to be put back together, but it's not too hard to catch him. Lastly, his torso, which can be found on the top of a frozen waterfall. Although it looks a little misshapen from it rolling around.
Bisschen weniger Cap Shadow Master, ja.
Think that's all of him?
Well, I don't know what to do next.
Uh-oh, looks like we got the wrong piece. The real torso is
ich habe vorhin gesagt, Final World wird er langweilig und Zeitverschwendung finden, ja? Ganz am Anfang. Er wird die Final World sowas von hassen, oder, Chat?
Probably not his, leading to getting the same cutscene telling us we got everything until whoops, no, we didn't keep looking. Back up that waterfall and there's a giant piece that is very clearly wrong, but I get the feeling we're supposed to find all the wrong ones and then we'll automatically get the right one.
Nee, du kannst, glaube ich, sofort das Richtige kriegen.
Well, I don't know what to do next.
Thanks, the third time was way cooler than the first 2. Uh-oh, he's very big and spooky. Now let's be done. I hate you. I feel like I've searched everywhere. I don't know where else to look. We already searched the back, we already searched the ice, we already searched above the waterfall, we already searched the crevice, we already searched humane ways to self-induce a coma, we already searched the sides, we've already searched the...
Behold the endless abyss. Within it lies the heart of all boredom. Kingdom Hearts 3.
Ich wäre auch ziemlich bored, wenn ich das Spiel 6-mal hintereinander gespielt hätte.
You'll not find even the smallest glimmer of fun. From those dark depths lie thousands of disappointed hearts. Even yours.
Nicht mehr das Leides Slimmer. Hat er nicht vorhin einige Sachen gelobt?
This shit is fucking boring!
Please let me leave.
Ja, man kann das Richtige
Yes,
zuerst finden.
Liability. Let me progress. Are there any sequence breaks I could do? Any cool speedrun strats so I don't have to keep looking?
Er hat wirklich im Olaf-Bereich so viel Probleme.
I've been circling this place for so long now. I don't know where it could... Are you fucking... Moving on.
Think that's all of them?
The carrot's still
Ich meine, ich würde den Punkt verstehen, wenn er sagt, oh, es gab jetzt echt keinen Grund, warum man das hätte suchen müssen. True. Aber das ist kein langes Segment.
Someone had to pick it up. You're right, buddy. Thanks for
Ich musste auch für ein Element ein bisschen suchen, aber ich hatte keinen Mental Breakdown, ja.
You see, this is the problem with how they're telling the story of the movie. They're skipping so many details and assuming you know them because, come on, it's Frozen. Well, I haven't seen Frozen since it came out in 2013, so Kristoff just seems like an insane person here. Before I can gouge out my own eyes, more Heartless come in, so we tell him to run.
Na, er hat gesagt, er hat 6-mal durchgespielt, ja. Ich habe das Spiel nicht mal 6-mal durchgespielt.
So let's go meet up with him at the top of the mountain. So now we gotta climb back up. We
Nur
go up a
4-mal
different way
oder
than we did
5-mal?
last time, but I honestly
5-mal.
couldn't tell my first few playthroughs because everything looks the fucking same in this world. That is, of course, aside from the Ice Palace, but everything in there looks the same too. I described some of the previous worlds as feeling samey, but
ja,
this takes the
ich
cake.
sehe den
It's all
Punkt.
snow and snow
Es ist ein
and
bisschen
ice and
sehr
snow.
samey,
Nothing really interesting to
ja.
comment on. This
Ja.
environment's large, but it sucks big time. This time, we also get some snowballs to roll around on and do a very large amount of damage to all enemies on contact. Again, not like we do enough, but fuck it, whatever gets this world done faster. Let's just fast forward to 17 minutes later when we get back to the top. We get another pre-rendered cutscene showing another scene from the movie. Meanwhile, our trio stands
Das ist der
outside
beste
without
Punkt bisher. Er hat
coming in
6-mal
out of
durchgespielt und mag es nicht.
politeness or something. Damn, Sora's such a good boy that he feels any lawful good person getting hurt. Marshmallow tosses the others out and gets provoked.
Es gibt ein paar mehr solche Momente, weswegen diese ganze Sleeping World Theory
I'd like to point out
zusammenkam.
that this is the first time since the tutorial that we're actually in a boss battle with a Disney character.
Ich weiß nicht, er mag
The
keinen
giant
Damage zu
Heartless just
machen.
don't have the same charm, I'm sorry to say. But anyway, this fight is mediocre. If you couldn't guess, fire is his weakness, and with how much you can use it, you're bound to demolish his health pretty quickly. He has an armored state, which just leaves him to using one move where he swipes at you pretty fast. Aside from that, he's baby mode. But of course, cutscenes beg to differ because
Ja,
he's
hat
easily
6-mal
able to
durchgespielt.
push you right off the cliff.
Good thing snow's so soft. We could do this 100 times.
I love him going from I do so much
Now we
damage
gotta
to
get back the
fuck
other
it, whatever
three in the
gets
group, so off we go again.
this over
But
with.
before
I
that, we
relate
see
to
Hans
that.
has Elsa. Fun fact, not even a single speaking line comes out of him. He was clearly very thought out for this world. Pushing through a couple more obnoxiously long Heartless
Ich hab
fights,
so oft
and
das
we see that
Gefühl,
Marshmallow's
es ist
chasing
einfach
after
echt
Elsa
nicht sein
too.
Type
We squash
of
our beef
game.
and he becomes a party member? Oh?
Ja?
Oh. Oh. He sucks. We gotta get through this blizzard segment where we gotta duck behind rocks
Ja,
to
weil
avoid getting swept
hat er
back from the
Frozen
beginning,
nicht gesehen?
which is most certainly even more padding and not fun in the slightest. Now the end is finally
Ja,
in
die
sight.
Stelle war
Just
ein
like the
bisschen
legend
nervig,
said,
ja.
Hans swings at Elsa before Anna blocks it, freezing
Nein,
solid
er
in the
mag nur
process.
Kingdom Hearts 1
But
und 2,
remember, we're
Ezra.
playing Kingdom Hearts, so something else has to happen. So darkness surrounds Hans, transporting the gang to
Er mag nur Kingdom Hearts 1 und 2.
03.map, and we've got ourselves a giant Heartless once again.
Oh, das war so
How fun and
cool.
interesting. I understand Hans himself.
Bei dem bin
wouldn't
ich
make for a
damals
very
sogar
interesting
fast
battle, but
gestorben.
Couldn't you have done something like what they did with Clayton and Barbossa, giving him a pairing with a big Heartless instead of him just becoming one? The fight itself is bad. There's a whole lot of him darting around the place with the lock-on camera not being able to keep up, as well as him swiping at you from 20 yards away. What with his paws being Raymanned, it's hard to tell how big the hitbox in some of his moves are. He'll also spawn some minions that do nothing other than make it difficult to lock onto him. One thing I will give this boss
du kannst von denen Shot locken.
is visually very cool. He makes a big black hole that spits out more of his minions, and you gotta take out enough of them in time to get a special team attack from Marshmallow.
Hat gesagt, hat andere Videos über die Spiele. Deswegen wird hier nicht drauf eingehen. Ja, man macht doch so viel Damage, was ist das Problem?
Big suicide blast, but that doesn't work out very well. Doesn't matter though, we still made it out alright. Everything's worked out as planned and Anna is alright. Before we could ruin yet another moment, Larxene stops us to say, you guessed it, nothing. Well, except that both Elsa and Anna are princesses of light, so congratulations to them.
Leave innocent people out of it!
Oh, look at this tough guy, such a big boy now.
Meinst du? Ja, okay, vielleicht habe ich da ein bisschen
Anyway, bye-bye.
Conclusions gezogen.
Another pre-rendered cutscene of one of the scenes from the movie. Can you tell
this movie jetzt nicht so, als ob den nicht mag.
Proud of?
Aber vielleicht
the developers, however, shouldn't be proud of this world because it's a giant fucking stinker. What a disaster. And that's putting it lightly. Padding, minigames, repetition, and exhaustion are the main ingredients to this shit heap of a world. I'm gonna say something controversial now, so put on your helmets. Arendelle is the worst Disney world in the entire series. Now, there are worlds that play worse, like both trips to Atlantica or all the worlds in Birth by Sleep, but the difference here is that all those are Arendelle's required by law and painfully long.
Nein. Atlantica ist überraschend in Ordnung.
So they're awful and unnecessary, but at the very least they're funny bad. Like, the minigames are easy enough, so I have room to bust a gut.
Ach so, hier sind sie easy, aber keine Zeitverschwendung.
Walking around on those, what do you call them? Oh.
Pause. Here we have the songs straight from the source with people talking over them like assholes. There's nothing funny here, it's just annoying as hell. And this world offers nothing else other than misery. F- fuck you. Over at the Keyblade Graveyard, Larxene and Marluxia are having a chat, wondering why they were even taken back into the organization when they betrayed them last time.
Aber du würdest auch nicht sagen, sie sind scheiße.
Giving a single shit about anyone else, only his plans. He's got so many backup plans that he compromises himself just to use some of them.
You up for another coup?
Oh, please. You couldn't do it last time. You gotta play it smart, like me.
My man Demix is back.
You're not smart.
Well, you heard what Marley said. I don't have to be smart.
Or capable, or likable, or attractive. A cereal bowl would make a better vessel.
Yeah, it's not like I like you or anything. Jesus
Weißt du,
fucking
mit
Christ.
kann ich 100%
Unfortunately,
so
though,
akzeptieren.
Demix was kicked out of the organization in favor of someone else who was brought in because of Vexen. So
Ich
a
liebe
replica,
Birth
most
by
likely.
Sleep.
Or more specifically,
the next replica, the one crafted from Sora's memories, was real enough to join our ranks.
Oh, what? I thought everyone forgot about her when she died.
Let them believe as much.
Ugh, Xemnas.
I must admit, I like the dynamic here that everyone hates Xehanort even though they're working for him.
You have been brought together for another purpose.
What? So that we can rot away on the bottom rung?
My man Luxord is back too. Among everyone's bickering, we hear that Zigbo wants to find the same box that Pete and the Lepson are looking for. I guess the Book of Prophecies is more well known than I thought, if that's even what's inside. Xemnas reveals that the true reason these four were brought back onto the team wasn't because we don't have any good ideas.
Aber ja,
for the
ich mochte die
characters,
Group Dynamic hier von denen sogar mehr als in 2.
Greatest secret. The ancient Keyblade legacy that slumbers.
Auch wenn die sich die ganze Zeit hier nur beleidigt haben, weil sie keinen Bock mehr haben.
You knew that Larxene and Marluxia used to be Keyblade wielders, but Luxord and Demix? Can everyone wield a fucking Keyblade now? Oh yeah, before we move on, when I went back to this world later on to get all the lucky emblems and went past this area...
Bad news, Sora. It happened again.
No, you can't make me do this again. No!
Think that's all of him?
Yep.
Das ist ein Ding. Okay, das ist irgendwie stupid. Aber weißt du, da hätte man sagen können, das ist dumm.
The Caribbean is what we're up to. People say that if it's not Arendelle that's the worst, then it's definitely this one. Oh joy. I already stated that Arendelle was my least
Ehrlich
favorite.
gesagt habe ich voll aufgehört, Leute lieben die Pirate of the Caribbean
We start this one
Welt.
with our gang on the raft. Aw, how far we've come. That doesn't last too long though, because they fall off the flat earth.
Mögt ihr die Welt? Ich fand die
They wake
cool.
up in, Okay, I've only seen like a quarter of this movie on cable in like 2010, so I basically know nothing going in. What I do know
Ja,
is
ich höre
that this
eigentlich
is
echt
another
nur viel
film Disney
Positives
is
hiervon.
especially proud of, considering this is one of the most expensive movies ever made, only being topped by 4 other Disney-produced films, the highest budget being the 4th Pirates movie. So I expect nothing but the movie, with our main characters contributing 0 again. We find the Black Pearl being carried away and Jack Sparrow who's chasing after it, so I mean, what else are we doing? Let's help him.
There, Sora.
Alright, that's the 3rd time you've done that joke.
Hi, Sora. Hey, Sora! Hello, goodbye!
We get ourselves an
Nein.
incredibly short chase sequence before fighting some hook guys. They're
Mir ist
pretty
bisher
tough,
nicht
but
mal
also
aufgefallen.
tend to miss a lot, so they're no big deal. With all that taken care of, we meet up with the rest of the gang, and holy shit, these graphics are good. Environment-wise, the game looks fantastic, as I've said, but one thing I think is hit or miss are the character models for our main cast. Sometimes they look just fine, but other times they look like they're made of clay with some facial features slapped on. But this is
Fand
good.
ich eigentlich
It's like I
nicht.
stepped into a different game, one that just so happened to be one of the best looking of its time.
Ich fand
They let
generell
us know
auch,
we're in
in
Davy
den ersten
Jones'
paar
locker.
Trailern habe ich mir ein
Also,
bisschen Sorgen
we've
gemacht
got
mit den
ourselves a
Faces,
rekindled
aber die haben da
flame,
so
Hector
viel dran
Bartos.
geschraubt.
Now we have to
Sieht so viel
escape
besser
and get
aus.
Jones and Cutler Beckett, who commands him.
Aber
To
die,
escape
das,
the locker,
das ist
we
aus
gotta
Square Enix,
sail.
die haben mal einen
Yep,
Patch
we can
gemacht,
control
nur
the
für
ship
Aquas
now,
Kind.
complete with ship combat. Cool. It's pretty simple.
Ich
Aim
liebe
and
Ship
fire.
Combat.
Each Heartless ship has a visible weak spot that you could shoot to
Aber ich
instantly
mag ja
kill
auch
them.
Pirates
There's blocking and
und
some
stuff.
special moves too. Aside from that, there's nothing here. It's quite boring. Tia Dalma gives us some more information on the movie, telling us that Jack
Characters
was
sehen voll
supposed to
fein
give
aus.
Jones his soul in exchange for letting him captain the Black Pearl for 13 years. But Jack never gave it to him, so Jones sent him here using the Kraken. The rest of the gang is here to rescue him. To escape his debt, Jack wants to get the box with Jones's heart in it. The trio thinks that this may be the box that Pete and Maleficent are looking for. Zigbar thinks the same thing, so he sent Luxord here. And Vexen came too because the prospect of a being without a heart being able to live on so effortlessly would make for great research toward his replicas. Already there's a lot of moving parts here, so try to keep up.
This is just wanna make me
I'd
Black
like to
Flag,
point out
play
that
Black
not
Flag
only
again.
were Sora and Co.
Ah, ich hätte
redesigned for this
gewünscht, dass
world,
ich
but
sie auf
so were
Dietz
these two.
mögen
In
würde.
Vexen's case, it's only some mild coloring and more realistic skin, but Luxord got a facelift.
Aber wisst ihr was, auch wenn
Apparently,
ich
this
sie
was
auf Dietz
because
nicht
they
mag,
just
mache
didn't
ich kein
fit here with the regular
5-Stunden-Video daraus.
And what exactly are we striding towards?
Ich lasse es einfach leben. Und gut ist.
Luxord.
Oh, it's Luxord now. Alright, you're the boss. I'll be sure to correct my pronunciation.
Es war aber schon immer Luxord, oder nicht?
He tells Vexen to stay out of the way so he can do his job because he's been here before, so he knows what he's doing more than him. Off screen, the gang finds a way out of the locker, but
Wie lange
the
sind wir
victory
dabei?
needs to be put on hold because we've
Über
got a
2
roast chicken
Stunden
horse to
schon.
deal with. The only way to get up to its level is to hop onto a flying
Warte
guy,
mal.
so off we go for
Wir haben
yet
bald alle
another
Welten
gameplay
durch.
style.
Was
Just
macht er
like the
dann?
ship part, very straightforward. Aim and shoot. You could also dodge and shoot torpedoes to do a little bonus damage. Do enough damage and you could hop
Genau,
onto
Sea
its
of
back
Thieves
and
hat keine
wail on
5
its head
Stunden
while
gehabt.
blocking its
Also
fire.
sie haben ja viel
Once we're
dazu
done with
gefügt.
that,
Ich
a
kenne
small
alles
gust
neu,
of
ja
wind
nicht.
blows us as well as Jack over to a deserted island away from the others. But maybe that isn't Jack, because meanwhile, we've got a pre-rendered cutscene that looks incredible, minus Jack's eyes looking like glass, while he talks to Cutler Beckett. Beckett offers a deal to give him his freedom from Jones in exchange for information on where the others are so they can be eliminated. But anyway, fake Jack wants to find a new ship while the Pearl isn't in his possession, and he suspects there's one on this island, so we gotta go swimming to find it. Yes, swimming. Another gameplay style. And with that, my notes are mostly finished. You might have heard a few times that I've been writing some stuff every once in a while. Well, that was me keeping track of the number of gameplay styles and minigames. The grand total of all of them is a lot. But how much is that? Well, let's count. We have our base gameplay with the regular
Ja.
combat. Then we
Das
have
fand ich
the
eigentlich so
on-rails segments.
großartig.
There are the mechs and toy box. There's the Verum Rex minigame, the dancing minigame. There's the gummy ship and the gummy ship battles. Cover shooting, find the food. I'll be generous and count the 3 mildly different minigames in 100 Acre Wood as one.
Das sind aber
Pin the
keine
tail on the
Gameplay
snowman.
Styles.
Then there are some team attacks that change gameplay, like Woody and Buzz's, Marshmallows, Hercules, Jax, or Goofy's Trinity Guard. Then there's the sledding, and by extension the sledding minigame, which functions fairly differently. And let's not forget the 3 that we found in the first 15 minutes of gameplay in this world, the ship, the flying, and the swimming. All of that doesn't seem like too much, but I haven't mentioned the minigames that follow you around for the entire game, the attractions, and the links. Counting Big Magic Mountain, there are 6 attractions, and as for links, there's 2 more that we haven't seen, making for a total of 5. We haven't seen the end of the game yet, so we have still
Sagt
yet
er
to
jetzt
see all the
gerade,
different
dass
stuff it has to
Abwechslung
offer.
schlecht ist?
But I'll spoil the amount that there is by the end. There are 43 gameplay styles and minigames in Kingdom Hearts 3. 43. That's
Yeah.
a pretty high number. You might be thinking that some of those are stretching the definition of gameplay style. like the
Absolut,
cover shooting.
absolut.
Or you might think that some of them shouldn't count because they barely have a presence in the game. like the cover shooting, but that's my point. They do barely have a presence, and that's a problem. Keep in mind how long this game took to make, at least 7 years. Now, I want you to think about how much of that time was dedicated to things like this.
Die haben
that
3
show
Jahre
up in the single
developed.
digits of times in the entire game. Something like the cover shooting could have taken weeks, making the animations, the reticle, and the aiming that has a unique control to everything else, the effects of the energy balls that come out of your keyblade, as well as when they hit enemies. All of that work
davor war
for
viel
something
Planning,
completely useless
Stuff
that
und
can be
sowas
skipped
und
easily by
Crystal Tool.
just dodge rolling. And that is only
Square
one.
Enix
The
History.
rest are mostly
Es ist
much
nicht mal der
more
Devs
complicated than
Schuld,
this.
so
I've
ganz.
stated that the game is boring, and this does not help in the slightest. They could have spent all that time refining the base gameplay, making it
Haben sie
more
doch.
exciting, engaging, challenging, but instead we opted with throwing a bunch of different gameplay styles your way, very little of which are enjoyable in the slightest.
Aber das sind nicht
and
alles
minigames every 10
Gameplay-Styles.
seconds.
Das
The
hast du
goal
gerade
for a
selber
game like
gesagt.
this should be to make sure the player is satisfied consistently throughout the whole thing. But the devs just put a bunch of things on screen and hoped you'll like the pretty colors. I'm sorry, but my dopamine receptors have burnt out at this point. I just want to fight Heartless and enjoy doing it, but they were so caught up in giving you different ways to do it that the main way isn't fun. It's the sheer definition of style over substance. Alright, let's get back to
Aber-
regarding the swimming, it
aber-
doesn't control good.
To be honest, I get
It's
this
better
point.
than Kingdom
Findest
Hearts
du?
1's Atlantica, if only because you can dodge and block, but personally, I prefer the air. There are fish though, so it's a masterpiece. There's a boss here as well, and it sucks. The camera hates this fucking thing, and due to our underwater combo being shit, it
Aber
goes
wohin hat
really
sich noch
slow.
beschwert,
But
dass
once we beat it, we're
Heartless...
given a new link, so there's that. Turns out Jack was right. We've got ourselves a ship. Now it's time to go... Where were we going? Catching back up with the rest
Ich meine, du
of
hast
the
so viele
gang?
Methoden
Sure,
und
let's go with
Möglichkeiten, die
that. But
Heartless
hold
zu
that thought,
bekämpfen,
it's
aber das heißt ja nicht,
He's
dass du
on
alle
the
5
prowl for the
Minuten
box,
immer diese
and Jack
Methoden
knows
nutzen
where it is,
musst.
so it's time
Right?
for a little competition. Luke's Sword
Ich habe ja
decides to
voll oft
challenge you and
angesprochen,
Jack
wie
to
viel
race
ich
back
nicht
to Port
teilweise
Royal, but
genutzt
being the
habe.
mischievous man that he is, he uses
Aber
Heartless
du
to impede your
kannst.
progress. Not much to talk about here, aside from the fact that I lost once because they gave me a special move that made my ship basically stop moving for a good few seconds. Don't know why that was one you could get here. But once you've won, Luke's Sword goes for plan B, Murder. Another ship battle later and we
Murder
board
klingt
his.
gut.
Now that we're finally doing ground combat for more than 3 seconds, I can go over our new Keyblade, Crystal Snow. Its incomplete shotlock is just a bunch of projectiles, and its complete shotlock slices up whoever you're targeting. Its first Keyblade form, Blizzard Claws, is once again a knockoff of another, in this case Happy Gears. Are you noticing that they're doing this a lot now? Its second form is unique, however. It's called Blizzard Blades. It's pretty cool, mainly because of the combo animations, but you could also freeze
Ich meine,
people.
to be fair,
Its
das hast du
finisher
in
creates a
vielen
big
Spielen.
ice
Same but
chandelier
different,
and
right?
drops it, hurting anyone nearby. With that handled, Luke's Sword
Aber gut, da
congratulates
könnte
him
man
on
drüber
the victory and
diskutieren, ob man
tells
so
Jack
viele
that he will
Keyblades
grant him
braucht.
one wish. Jack wishes for the box to be found, but tells him it's located on the Dutchman in the process, which is exactly what Luke's Sword wanted in the first place. The ship got messed up, so we gotta get it repaired before we go after him. To Port Royal. What we need to patch the ship up are white crabs. Not sure why, but I'll bite. We've got to scavenge around the town to find 300 of them. A lot of people point to this part as one of the shittier moments in the game, but I'm actually going to go against the grain here and say that I like this part quite a bit. Port Royal this time around is pretty fun to explore. Once again, the town is filled with people and lively. It's
Ich
also
war mir
big.
so sicher, er
It's bigger
wird's
than
nicht
some
mögen.
worlds in the first 2 games. My first few playthroughs, I found places I hadn't been before.
Stimmt,
While we're on
hier
this,
zieht er
let's go
kein
over the
Kingdom
link
Hearts
we got
2
earlier.
Vergleich.
Sea Spectre.
Vielleicht, weil
It's Ariel,
Port Royal
and she's
Kingdom Hearts 2
pissed.
nicht so gut
This is
war.
on par, if not better than Simba. You dive in and out of the ground while shooting out balls of water. The better you time the button presses, the more you can do, and the amount of damage you can do here is ridiculous. I forgot to mention something about links. You can't die while using them. So it's basically a get-out-of-jail-free card if you're in any danger. So,
viel zu lange nicht
that's
verstanden, wie
pretty
man
lame. Once
Ariel
we've got enough
verwendet.
crabs to fix this ship, Jack
Warum
reveals
hat er immer
that he's
diese
not the real
Black
one, but
Heart
rather
Cuts
one
hier?
created by Tia Dalma to guide the trio. You see, this Jack, much like the
mag
developers,
scheinbar das
is actually a bunch of
Krabben-Grinding
crabs in a
Ding.
trench coat, okay? Meanwhile, the real one is with the others to strike a deal with Davy Jones and Cutler Beckett. They don't explain how, but Will was
Ich meine, ich
taken
mochte
by
es
them.
auch. Ich hatte
Elizabeth
Spaß
strikes
dran.
a deal to trade
Aber ich war
Jack
mir
in
ziemlich
for
sicher.
Will. But
Ich
you
kann auch
see,
voll
this was all
verstehen, wenn
part
man
of their
das nicht
plan.
mag.
I think. Again, they don't really explain. We're supposed to meet with them to help, but before we do that, I'd like to point out something really good about
Interessant,
this world.
Kerem.
The events of the story here are very linear, but the world itself is anything but. There are a bunch of islands to explore for treasure, and a lot of it too.
Ja, ist so
One
cool.
instance I particularly liked is on this island. When you get here, one of the first things you'll see is a big crate. It can't be broken by normal means, so you'll think,
Ja, da
okay,
musst du
how do
einmal
you
die
break
gesamte
this?
Insel
And you'll
exploren und dann
probably
kommst...
remember that
Ja,
you've
genau,
broken
das
crates
ist
like this
so
before by
cool.
slamming it from above. So now your goal is to find a place high enough to jump and do that. So you'll go into the island until you find a ledge you could dive from. For your efforts, you're given a pretty good accessory. This is genuinely good game design, and I wish there was more of it. Another good one is on this island with a
What do
shit
you
ton of
mean?
enemies.
I wish there was more of it.
But I mean, look at
Hat
all
nicht
that
nahezu
treasure,
jede
maybe.
Welt
Don't you want that
so
loot?
einen Block
A good incentive to
irgendwo?
fight these guys. Or how about this island that's completely empty? It has just one chest with a mere phone game inside, but after you get it, you're ambushed and gotta fight your way out. Overall, it's a good time and very rewarding.
Ah ja, stimmt, der hat die Phone Games gar nicht als Minigames angesprochen, oder?
Because it's good. It's likely because barely anyone actually did explore. Anywho, we make it to the Black Pearl, but things aren't looking too good. They were planning on using Tia Dalma, who was actually the sea goddess Calypso. They freed her from her human form, but that doesn't
wird
seem
den
to be doing
Endboss nicht
anything for
mögen,
him.
oder?
There's nothing else to do but
Mit
fight
Ship
to our
Battle
last breath. So let's
und Davy
take on
Jones
Davy
auf dem Schiff.
The battle begins, but almost
Das ist so
immediately the
epic.
Kraken takes the Black Pearl.
Das ist so
and
cool.
It's just us. Fantastic. We gotta shoot the tentacles enough to get it.
Beim ersten Mal hat mich Davy
But
Jones, by
also
the way,
we
auch
gotta
fast
make sure
gekillt.
the Dutchman doesn't destroy them.
Aber ich habe,
It'll
by the way,
keep
beim
going
ersten Mal auf
under and
normal
popping
gespielt.
back up, so you gotta pay attention to your surroundings. Meanwhile, on the Dutchman, Jack escaped the brig and got the box. But too bad Luke's sword wanted, so he's gotta hand it over.
Pardon? You must be mistaken, mate. I'll not be giving you anything.
Then I invoke the right of parley.
No, no parley. Look around. We're a little busy. And besides, I've already got all that I want, mate.
Ist das so, Ezra? Ich fand das so
Once
super.
again, the Disney character beats the organization. I like this trend. But now we've got my man Davy, who
Immerhin macht er nicht den Punkt von wegen Disney-Welten, Disney-Charakter machen nichts. Das habe ich nämlich so oft.
The devs must know that people enjoy the humanoid bosses the most, so I find it very weird that they waited until now to give us one. But either way, this fight sucks.
Ja, no.
The asshole's almost always vulnerable and can be comboed for like 10 years straight with mild interruptions that could be ignored. His main attacks also just consist
Oh, glaubt ihr, würde Dream Drop Distance mögen mit, du kannst einmal draufhauen und dann haben die, dann haben die schon sofort wieder Kontrolle.
This move twice, once with just tentacles and one where he pops in as well. Funnily enough, the one
Dass du, by the way, Gegner halt tatsächlich mal vernünftig angreifen kannst, war ein riesen Kritikpunkt von Dream Drop Distance. Es war nämlich fast unmöglich, Bosse anzugreifen.
We're treated with a pre-rendered cutscene of Jack and Jones's duel. Will gets a good shot in, but the man ain't got no heart, so that was worthless.
Ah, love. A dreadful bond.
And yet,
By the way, love is the theme of the game. He spit it out. That's not true. I may still have a lot to learn about love, but I know what it means to share
God,
my heart
shut
with
up.
others.
This is not the time to get on a soapbox, Sora. Vexen was here the whole time, by the way.
Das ist, by the way, das Theme jeder Welt. Ich bin mal gespannt, ob er das bemerkt hat. Lag? Oh, war ein Lag bei mir? Sorry.
Hey, you guys have weapons, ones that could do wonders.
Keine Ahnung, warum das in
heavy
letzter
amounts of
Zeit ab und
damage.
zu
You don't need
passiert.
to use your bare hands, remember? It not matter. Jack and Will stab his heart and kill him. Now that Will is dead, he must become the captain of the Dutchman, so we need to leave him behind. The next day, it's time to fight Beckett, but uh-oh, he's got a lot of ships. Uh-oh, Will's back and brutally destroys his ship, killing the fuck out of him. And now our problem is solved. Okay, now hear me out on this one. This is actually the best world in this game. It's got a heap of problems, don't get me wrong. The ship combat and swimming are very boring,
Hat er vorhin nicht
but I
gesagt,
think
das
it
ist die
makes up for
schlimmste?
that in
Nee.
spades by being really fun to explore.
Aaron
I
da
felt
war
like
die
going through the
schlimmste.
whole world was worth my time. Everything thus far has been hot garbage or just alright, with the only saving grace being the visuals. But not only is this the best looking world
Hot
anyway,
garbage
but
ist
it's
so
the only
ein
one I can
Extrem.
confidently say is good. Not great, but good. Moving right past
Ja, stimmt,
that,
Aaron,
we're
der
back in the
meinte,
realm of darkness. But not with Riku or Mickey, they haven't come back yet. Nah, we're with Aqua and Ansem the Wise. They've been chilling here since the end of Kingdom Hearts 2 in this spot that looks very similar to the one Riku and Mickey were in. It's almost like they didn't want to make a different map for the same shore. Can't blame them, honestly.
Who
It's
is
a
he
tame
talking to?
conversation,
Keine
no
Ahnung.
exposition or
Wem
anything.
redet der?
Just two people talking. In a way, that's kind of a breath of fresh air. Whoa! What happened to your face? Yeah, scratch what I just said. As usual, Xehanort has to ruin everything, even for the player. Apparently back when he was an apprentice and doing a bunch of forbidden heart experiments, one of the test subjects was a girl that had amnesia. There's something that Ansem SOD over here wants from her that he doesn't say. In order to do this, her memory needs to be reconstructed, and Ansem's the guy that can do it, as he did with Sora. But first and foremost, he needs to know where she is. Ansem says he doesn't know who he's talking about, but he's clearly lying. So SOD is going to take him by force. Not on Aqua's watch. If you
SOD
remember, she
heißt
lost
Seek
her
of
Keyblade,
Darkness,
so
by the
she's
way.
stuck with punches and kicks. As futile as it is, it's kind of funny to see the Guardian get kicked in the face.
Hat sie Terra ins Gesicht gekickt.
You are wise.
Get it? Also, I like his little finger gun that he did. He leaves Aqua with a parting gift of a discount Norden. Only Master Xehanort can do it full time though, I think. If that wasn't the case, then Riku would have gotten fully Norded in the first game. Personally, the darkness would be the least of my concerns. I'd be more focused on the fact that I'm drowning. Now we're back at the super secret pre-rendered.
Aber das ist Aqua. Aqua kann nicht
Patty and
drownen.
Axel's redesigns were delivered to them. Did it come with a hairdresser or what? Axel's too cool to change clothes. He'd rather be wearing the same coat that his mortal enemies wear.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. This is how you pick me out of a crowd.
Everyone in the fucking series wears that.
Funny thing ist, hat ja ein richtiges Outfit. Aber am Ende.
Nah, not really.
Niemand versteht, warum es nicht den Rest des Spiels überträgt, weil es super aussieht.
There's nothing of real substance in this conversation, so let's move on to the final Disney World. Oh. Well, let's get it done.
Das ist leider die einzige, wo ich ein bisschen enttäuscht von war. Weil das die erste ist, die wir richtig gezeigt hatten, gezeigt bekommen hatten. Ich mag Baymax sehr gerne, aber ich finde Baymax ist ein bisschen... Es ist fein. Aber irgendwie hätte ich mir gewünscht, da gibt es ein bisschen mehr. I don't know. Hat mich nicht so sehr gecatcht, aber ich finde sie nicht schlecht oder so.
Oh, cool! That's a robot!
Hello.
Da stimmt's,
I am Baymax, your personal healthcare companion.
By the way, Baymax ist so ein süßer Film. Ist er wirklich.
Cool.
Kann ich euch empfehlen.
This rules.
Baymax is our party member for this world. He can heal you, so you will never die. Our new Keyblade, Wheel of Fate, is probably one of the better ones in the game. Its incomplete shot lock is the same bunch of projectiles as Crystal Snow's, and its complete shot lock
Wheel of
is
Fate
also kind
ist
of a
so
reskin of Crystal
lächerlich
Snow's, just not
stark.
exactly this time. We got two forms on this one. The first is
Wenn
called
du das Keyblade bekommst, willst du halt bis zum Ende nichts mehr anderes eigentlich fast verwenden.
Storm Flag is even better. The pole turns into a flagpole and you fucking rock that shit. Look at him go. It's really fast and the animations are cool to look at. The finisher is kind of meh though.
Das ist nicht
It
zu
summons
viel
the Kraken
Damage.
to deal damage to anyone in a fairly short radius. You have a team attack with Baymax that kind of sucks, but on the plus side.
Warte mal,
do
das
this.
Keyblade, was den meisten Schaden außer Ultima macht, ist nicht schlecht, weil es zu viel Damage macht?
After we got that sorted out, we head back to Hero's place.
Not cool.
People like spectacle, not truth.
Yeah, who needs quality reporting when you can just make stuff up?
Yeah, let's not get too in depth on that one, huh? You give them the explanation on what Heartless are, and they pretend to understand. Hero decides that maybe a little AR training could help the rest of the
Ich
team.
weiß nicht, ob
not
jemand
be
gerade
shit
genau
against them
hingeguckt
again. So he
hat.
gives Sora a device to augment that reality.
Heartless! Donald! Goofy!
Jesus Christ, relax. It's one shadow. At this point, you can kill them in like 2 hits. Is this really a voice crack level threat?
Sora,
VR ist fucking gruselig. Ich war auch sofort scared, als ich was auf hatte. Dein Brain kann das erstmal nicht ganz sofort verarbeiten. Kleiner Funfact am Rande.
You guys were getting your asses kicked.
Vor allem, wenn ihr zum Beispiel...
Well, before we get started, we learn Focus Siphon.
Ganz kurz, wenn ihr ein VR-Headset aufbekommt und ihr habt zum Beispiel wie ich Höhenangst und dann auf einmal seid ihr an einer Höhe, ja, und ihr könnt runtergucken. Ihr könnt nicht schnell genug denken, oh, warte, das ist VR, euer Gehirn realisiert das noch nicht so ganz. Und ihr habt sofort erstmal diese Angstreaktion, die reinkickt. Das ist unglaublich weird. Und dann nach 5 Minuten seid ihr chill damit. Auch wenn es unangenehm immer noch war. Aber dann seid ihr mehr chill damit. Aber so ganz kurz, es ist ein super seltsamer Effekt.
Which basically means we could target people with shot lock, and instead of actually using an attack, you can steal focus orbs off of them. But
my brain would melt.
But fuck this game, man. This minigame is an actual obstacle course. Go through the rings and perform stunts to do it.
Glaubt ihr,
And by stunts,
mag
I mean
Ultima?
poverty damage.
Also in Kingdom
I just wish they were
2?
pedestrians so I could show them my cool ball that one-shots everything. It's about 3 minutes, not too bad. We also inspire the others by being so cool and using Shooting Star. That's one of my favorites too. We have a montage of them creating new weapons and stuff over Olympus music for some reason. Conveniently, right when we're done with that, the city is attacked again. We gotta head to the top of the tower to deal with the threat, which a quick air step will do. We've got your basic Heartless fight up here with these new variants.
Man muss auch dazu sagen, Kingdom Hearts 3 haben alle Gegner auch mehr Leben als in den anderen Kingdom Hearts Teilen. Also ist der erhöhte Damage Output durchaus gerechtfertigt.
This fight is alright, it's not an insult.
It has multiple phases, including his regular stomping around state, an armored fire state, a state where the head takes a nap while the volcano does the fighting, and lastly, one where it leaps to the top of another building and the tail does the work by striking you with lightning. So you gotta get up to the top to stop it, because it's being very annoying.
Ja, ne? Es wirkt so sehr, als ob er das Spiel mochte.
Nazi salt ice cream on the top
Aber
of
ja.
the Knock Clock Tower.
Er muss es hassen
He
aus
always
irgendeinem
wanted to
Grund.
make a difference. He cared about people. That's why he worked so hard to create Baymax.
Der Szene habe ich damals Tränen in die Augen bekommen.
He's still here. In Baymax. In all of us.
Tadashi, he lives on in your hearts.
Huh? Yeah. Right.
What the fuck, man? It's like Sora has 3 presets for every conversation in his entire life, even if it makes shit really uncomfortable for everyone around him. He's more robotic than Baymax. For whatever reason, this awakens a bit of Roxas inside him. That reminds me, have we learned anything about the power of waking in this game yet? No? Well, there's only a half a world left, so they gotta figure something out. We start heading back home, but I guess you guys never paid attention to your guardians. Never walk around the city
bow
at night.
of waking is a thing.
Hero says that there are microbots, which need to be controlled by a person, but who could it be? Either way, we've got to stop it. So we're sent out to find them. Except
Das Spiel
there's
wird
no
dir nicht einmal erklären, was die
Where
Power
am I
of
going?
Waking ist.
This
Darauf
way?
musst du selber kommen.
Well, there's some Heartless here.
Shut
Maybe
up.
that means I'm
Ich?
close. No, I'm not. Then maybe this way. Nope, dead end. Here? No. I'm not interested in this game.
Well, while we're here, let's go over the link that I forgot to tell you we got. Plasma encounter.
Hey, Bonzai,
It's
warte mal.
Stitch. What
I'm
you
not
do here is
interested
create
in
lines
this
of
game.
plasma that create centers
Wie
that
lange
do
ist noch das
damage.
Video?
You basically keep doing that until the finisher, which just ups the damage it does.
Nicht du, der Dude. Ach so. Ja.
Well, why the fuck didn't we catch up to it and it traps us, so we've got to fight. Only problem is that it can't be damaged. Try as you might, there's no touching it. It gets bored and fucks off. Hero figures out that they are in fact not microbots, but something else entirely. But on the bright side, he's also found that there's a core that can be hit to do actual damage. But before we can try that out, it seems that it's trapping the others, and we gotta free them. In Wasabi's case, he's on top of a tall building with powerful fans conveniently placed so we can get above and smash him out. Go-Go's rolling around the city, so we gotta use that property damage ball to crash into it. Fred's wrapped around some poles, so we've gotta use flow motion. And Honey Lemon left some of her science shit on the cubes, so we've gotta melt them by using
Ich
magic.
hab komplett vergessen, wie bescheuert deren Namen sind.
Now the stuff went to the top
Aber
of
ich
that
mag die
tower, and Hero's
Charaktere,
figured
Digga.
out the weak spots, so we can fight
Leider
it for
krieg ich mein
realsies
Kingdom
now.
Hearts 3
Oh,
von
but
denen
wait
echt
a minute.
wenig mit.
Almost forgot this is Kingdom Hearts. Sup, Riku? He's got the original chip that was made for Baymax.
That's the first chip I made for Baymax. It's full of combat programs. Yeah, they tell Baymax how to react.
Does that mean it's like his heart?
As we all know, the heart only knows combat programs. Well, he tosses it in the cubes and leaves so we can fight it. It's a pretty boring fight, honestly. All of its moves are incredibly choreographed, but then it also isn't vulnerable very often. So it's a whole bunch of waiting around. Not much to talk about besides that. The chip falls out once it's defeated.
Der letzte Boss war... Oh. Man kann ihn immer angreifen. Wenn er übrigens da ist, weil Davy Jones sich auch voll oft ins Boot reinschwimmt und verschwindet. Und hier, das war generell sein Punkt immer. Oh, du kannst die Gegner immer angreifen. Und hier, oh, der ist viel zu oft invulnerable. You just need to wait. Aber in einer Toy Story-Dings war es ein Problem, dass du, wenn du geskillt genug bist, auf das UFO draufspringen kannst und ihn angreifen kannst, ohne warten zu müssen.
Defeated, but fake Riku isn't quite done with it yet.
Not even
After
halfway
playing some
through.
mind games with Sora, saying he's the real guy, even though he
Chat, I
clearly
miss
isn't.
my
Donald
wife.
and Goofy make the logical conclusion that because young Xehanort was going across time to get members for the
And
organization,
she's getting killed
he
in this
probably went to
video.
get as many Xehanorts as he could,
Hey,
because they
Kano,
would
was
probably
good?
be the most loyal. So this must be Riku when Ansem possessed him back in the first game. This is Ansem is the basic gist here. He basically confirms this. I'm gonna call him Dark Riku because Riku Ansem doesn't. Ow, fuck. Because Riku Ansem doesn't roll off the tongue well. I literally just bit my tongue saying that. The replica program was a success, and Xehanort got as many vessels as he needed for his hearts to go inside.
Er ist mit allen
Dark
Welten jetzt
Riku is
durch.
one of them. The reason he's here is to figure out if they can recreate
Minus
a
1
heart
out of
from
10,
data.
ja.
And this Baymax chip will help them with that, I
Ich
guess.
bin gespannt,
Everyone's
was
tired,
kommt
so we
jetzt.
head back to Heroes to
Ich
rest
will
for
sehen, dass er
them.
Define
Remember
World
Pete
hasst.
Maleficent?
Ich mag den
Well,
nämlich.
here they are looking for the box in this world. Dark Riku comes in and says hi, and that's all he really does. Just thought I'd bring up this scene to remind you that these two are still alive. The next day, we have a long chat about Dark Riku and the chip. We don't know why they even want to create a heart from data if they already have all 13 members. And as for the chip, it had originally went over to a different dimension, so the fact that it's back could mean that the original Baymax the chip was made for is here too. Guess we'll get our answers soon because the cubes are
Weißt du, wie
back.
das mit Copyright da ist?
Our probability of success is...
You don't have to crunch the numbers, Baymax. It's not the sum of our parts. It's the sum of our hearts.
This time we're refreshed, we're hydrated, and ready to demolish these Okay, it collected all the data he needed. The chip is now a complete data hard. He converts the cubes into a vessel. This vessel being the original Baymax, but he's evil now that the chip is full of hate. Now he wants Sora to kill Baymax right in front of Hero because... Hero gives Sora the okay to wreck this one's ship because that ship just isn't who he is. This looks like it could be fun. It's humanoidish, not giant. Maybe this could be interesting. You know, unless Sora hitches a ride on their Baymax and the entire fight is on top of him, but not before a chase sequence that takes 20 years and only has you hold one button, but it doesn't really matter because once the fight portion begins,
wenn man was Überanalysiertes gucken möchte, Avatar Overanalyzed ist halt wenigstens gut. Ich bin da auch nicht immer komplett auf den Dudes seiner Seite da, ja, aber es ist halt wenigstens gut. Und er ist halt voll wahr, dass es komplett überanalysiert ist und man nicht so sehr drauf achten muss in der Show.
Hero balances on the idea of destroying the chip because it's basically turned Baymax into a weapon of mass destruction. Maybe there's another way, but I mean, it's literally oozing with darkness.
Ich gucke jede Woche die neue Folge.
Tadashi would have done the same.
I should be the one. Ow?
Ja, genau, das war das erste.
Hello, I am Baymax, your personal healthcare companion.
Wait, what? How did you do that? No, really. That entire last cutscene was about how it's not possible. You can't just backpedal without explaining it. What the fuck? This is so stupid. I hate this fuck. Can't say I liked that one. San Francisco wasn't the worst, but it felt like it had no focus. 1 minute Heartless, touching bridge ice cream scene, and then bam,
dass der Fokus in dieser Welt fehlt, dem stimme ich zu. Ich glaube, das ist das erste Mal, dass ich dem wirklich irgendwie halbwegs zustimme, aber ich fand die Welt nicht schrecklich. Ich finde die Welt immer noch recht fein.
And now that we've finished every Disney World, I can tell you how I truly think of them. Of the 3 games, this is by far the weakest lineup. There are 2 worlds I can say are good, and one of them is the tutorial world. Everything ranges from weak as hell to soul-crushingly boring. The bosses are mostly shit.
Nur
Again,
3.
Big Heartless are not the
Die anderen
series'
Spiele
bread and butter.
existieren ja nicht.
And more importantly, it's the most flaccid. This is the most corporate that this has ever been, following the plots to their most beloved movies to a T. And when they didn't, good lord was it still very annoying. I don't know how the writers
vorhin gesagt, dass die voller Detail sind
but the
zum
organization
Angucken und
is
sowas?
filled with annoying assholes that I don't want to watch. They aren't entertaining or even funny bad. They're just irritating. When the best parts of the entire game are when the bad guys shut the fuck up, we've got an issue on our hands. Even the non-numerical ones made some out-of-the-box choices for Disney Worlds. Movies that aren't universally recognized or liked, like Tron, Hunchback of Notre Dame, Lilo and Stitch, or even Nightmare Before Christmas. They're not completely unrecognized, but definitely less so than their big boys. And those...
Was redet der Mann da? Nee, im Ernst. Was redet der da? What? Warte mal, Tron war ein Riesendeal damals, als es rauskam. Nightmare Before Christmas haben bis heute Leute als entweder Halloween- oder Christmas-Filme immer noch tierisch drin. Und Lilo und Stitch denken sich bis heute Leute, schade, dass er nicht mehr zukommt, weil das alle Leute großartig fanden. What the fuck is he talking about?
Those worlds tended to be the better ones of their respective games. My favorite world in the series is Tron for a few reasons. One of them being the aesthetics. Another being that I think Tron himself is actually a pretty decent party member as a character. You see him actually grow from program to person. And by the end he roasts
Tron ist meine least favorite Kingdom Hearts 2 Welt.
He came back, but that's only because the god of that
Ich
world
find Tron
would.
so boring.
Here it feels so lifeless. It's either pretending to serve the plot of the game or just actually being
Nochmal,
the
Kingdom
plot of
Hearts
the
2 ist mein
movie.
Lieblingsspiel
But oh well,
aller Zeiten.
We're done with them now. Once you beat this one, instead
Ja,
of
oder
spitting you
Bonsai?
out at the
Lilo
end,
und
you
Stitch ist
stay there,
fantastisch.
which should tell you, okay, once I leave, there's no going back. Well, not literally, but you know what I mean. So I'm gonna take the time to talk about other things before we head out. First off, our new Keyblade we got from this world, Nano Gear. I'd argue that it's probably the best that you get from a Disney World in this game. Its incomplete shot lock is a reskin, and so is its complete shot lock, and so is its Keyblade.
Nano Gear habe ich nicht
So why do I
persönlich so
think
sehr
highly of this
geführt.
one? Well,
Aber
the
das ist das
Keyblade
Coole, dass du so
reskin
viele
of
Keyblades
multiple
hast
other
für mehr
ones. It's the hammer,
Style-Stuff,
the
ja?
drill, the yo-yos, and whatever the hell this is. There is no second form, which I think is the best part. You get all these moves for the price of one. It's a great choice if you're not going for the optional Keyblades. And speaking of which, that leads me to the next thing, the optional Keyblades. There's 3, but one of them is the ultimate weapon, so we'll get to that one later. If you remember earlier, I said that you can get a Keyblade for getting an excellent rating on everything at the bistro, so I did that. For your efforts, you're given the Keyblade Grand Chef. It's okay. It should come as no surprise that it's a ripoff. But would you guess that it's a ripoff of Heroic Origins, the Olympus one? Instead of thunder, it's fire related. The incomplete Shotlock is more projectile shit, but the complete one is like the one with the meteor on the shield, but instead it's fruit being cut up everywhere. And the Keyblade form is like Counter Shield, except it's a frying pan. The finisher is unique, however.
Und es
You
könnte
throw the
eine
frying
Drying
pan and
Pan
slam
sein.
it on the ground. So it's better than Heroic Origins finisher, but it's still not great. Now,
Ja,
as for the
das ist
phone
ein
games, I
Souls-like
had to
sein.
collect and play all
Aber
of them.
nein,
The
dodgen,
requirement is that you get a
kämpfen,
high
alles
score
schlecht.
on all of them, but that essentially
Hatten wir alles
means that
hier
you have to
schon.
get a score, because that'll be your personal best right off the bat. Once you've done that, you're rewarded with Classic Tone. Now this one's good. Like, really good. Still
Is
a ripoff,
this?
but good. In this case, it's taken from Favorite Deputy. Both Shotlocks are taken from the source, although it now has an old-timey cartoon filter. The Keyblade forms are also the same, but reskinned to be more cartoony. And also having a very annoying sound effect upon hitting anything.
Chaz it, ja.
The finisher is unique. You use the drill to spin a clock gear thing, and as usual, it does AoE damage. Now, as for the lucky emblems, there are 90 in total, and getting them all rewards you with, well, a cool accessory. Kinda lame, but it does have 2 other
Und ein
uses.
secret
We'll get to them
ending.
later. And that's all for the optional mumbo jumbo. But let's get to the real thing I wanted to talk about.
Na, Blackie, es geht. Ja, ich meine, er hat recht, ich werde insane bei seinem Video.
The amount of diversions, how easy it makes the game, how little emphasis was put on the combat and development due to the diversions, basically the diversions and their consequences. And if you like this game and watched this far, first of all, thank you. I appreciate you hearing me out for this long, but you probably thought, just handicap yourself, don't use some stuff and the combat will be harder. It's a reasonable argument and I thought of it too. So let's put it to the test. What do I think is the worst aspect of the combat? The attractions. They're not a diversion, they're a disruption. A big, dumb, stupid disruption that stops the pace of the game entirely in favor of free damage. So let's
sogar
stop
du,
using
Feder,
it.
hättest
To be
nicht den
honest,
Nerv
outside
dazu.
of for the sake of gathering footage, I haven't really been using it. Without it, is the game a little better? Yes. And I recommend anyone playing the game to rarely, if ever, use them. But that's not the question that's on the table. The real question is, does it make the game harder? And the answer is a resounding no.
No.
While the attractions can do a ridiculous amount of damage, it's far from the only thing. Blinks. Some are better than others, but they all have explosive capabilities. So I guess I should get rid of those too. Unfortunately, while it does slow down the flow of damage, they don't show up as much as attractions, so it doesn't make much difference. I'm still racking up big damage. Keyblade forms, that's a big damage dealer, so let's get rid of that. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely doing less damage, but that doesn't make it harder, just longer. I guess maybe shot locks? Honestly, they are probably the least frequent thing you can use, so I don't see much use in getting rid of them. But I will anyway. Well, now what's even left? Right, we have Grand Magic, and we can easily get rid of that. But simply using regular magic in strings is more effective, especially because a string ends with Grand Magic, albeit with an MP cost. So, should we get rid of magic? I guess. Well, at this point, all we have left is our basic attack, and we can't get rid of that. We've stripped ourselves down to the bare essentials, and is the game harder? I'm sorry, but no. I've hinted at this for a while now, but
Ach,
this
was?
is my biggest problem with the combat. Everything you have at your disposal is overpowered.
Fast
that
schon
much
so,
is
als
obvious.
Schwierigkeit
But no
nicht
matter
so
how much
funktioniert.
you get rid of these things, completely clear the screen of every form of attack, you still have all reliable, the X button, or A. Mashing X as your only attack and nothing else is a perfectly viable strategy that will get things done every time. So to that extent, every strategy you take in combat, no matter how mindless, is always the right strategy. Anything you do will get you results, fast. You can do a lot of things, but everything works in any situation. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's bad to have options, but it certainly is bad when you never have to think before using one. And before you say that 1 and 2 were just like that, let me cut you off right there. Of course, there are a good
War mir
number of
gerade
times
etwas
where you can
wütend.
deal with a
I
situation
don't see
with
the
just
issue with this
basic
point,
attacks. But
because
the
it's
bosses,
stupid.
which the series is most well known for, were absolutely not all like that. Dragon Maleficent, Demix, Zolden, Sayax, Ursula, Parasite Cage, Thresholder, Oogie Boogie, Sigbar, Riku Ansem, Ice Titan,
Hell, even Waka, Riku, and Leon at the beginning of the first game all teach you that maybe running in and mashing X isn't the best idea. And that's just to name a few, but maybe that's unfair. A lot of those bosses are late game. Well, hate to break it to you, but the late game bosses here can all be won with the X button alone. In the main game, there's only one boss that I can consider genuinely challenging, and we'll get to that one when it comes. This is one of the big reasons I don't understand it when people say that this game is just as good as 2. Kingdom Hearts 2 was such a good game because it did mainly focus on the base gameplay. It had different gameplay styles, and some of them did suck, but the majority of the game is dedicated to whacking Heartless with your Keyblade and finding ways to keep that fresh. You gotta mix up combos to make sure you don't get hit by enemies, like smacking them into the air. The really fun stuff like drive forms are basically just remixed versions of the base gameplay, which again, keeps things interesting without completely changing it. Most team attacks function similarly and are done in seconds.
Ja, ich will auch sehen, wie das macht, Frodo.
I never use them. Es
ist halt faktisch nicht richtig. Klar kannst du das machen, aber du kannst dich auch einfach selbst hassen und dann nur X drücken. Du kannst Kingdom Hearts 2 auch nur mit X-Pressing durchspielen. Aber es ist definitiv eine sehr viel schmerzhaftere und weniger spaßigere Erfahrung, anstatt wenn du die Tools nimmst, die du benutzt.
Look. Is Kingdom Hearts 2 or even 2 Final Mix this perfect game with no flaws
Günther,
that every game after should aspire to be? Fuck no. It's got issues, a good amount of them. The summons, as I said, are kinda lame. There's some Keyblades that are blatantly awful. Not every boss is a winner. The one on your second trip to Pride Lands is really bad. And so is Pride Lands as a whole on that note. The level design is terrible. Tiny empty rooms or empty hallways are all over the place. This nobody that goes in the ground can suck my dick. Atlantica.
Ja, der ist einfach.
Don't need to go into detail on that one. Reflect is super OP, it should not be able to do this amount of damage. And I could probably go on. It's not a masterpiece.
Ach so, aber in Kingdom Hearts 3 ist das alles so ein Problem, dass das ein schlechtes Spiel ist.
It does make steps in the right direction, like how Keyblade forms can be more fun to control than drive forms. Being able to block and dodge in mid-air is a good addition, and so is the ability to use lower tier magic if you're past it, so you can use less MP.
X-Pressing ist auf alle Kingdom Hearts auch ein bekanntes Argument. Ja, und it's stupid because it's just not true. Also auch nicht in 3. Und das siehst du, wenn ihr das Footage anguckt, wie oft der dodgt, wie oft der blockt, wie oft der verschiedene Formen auch benutzt. Dadurch merkst du einfach, er drückt ja nicht nur X.
That things just don't feel as fast-paced as 2. And while that much is true,
I think the animations
are deceiving, that it makes things look slower. The best example I could give is Magic Flash, our combo finisher. Look at it compared to 2's combo finisher.
Das Ding ist, Kingdom Hearts 3,
It's only like a second.
Ihr seht, wie man hier in die Luft geht und hier auf dem Boden bleibt. Kingdom Hearts 2 in der Luft ist ein Death Sentence. I'm not joking. Kingdom Hearts 2 bei auch vielen Bossen in die Luft zu gehen, ist ein Riesenfehler, den du machen kannst und du bist fucking am Arsch. Kingdom Hearts 3 ist das Ding, du bist am Boden nicht sonderlich schnell oder so, du hast keine besonderen Vorteile, du kannst aber in der Luft eine Menge machen, eben durch die ganzen neuen Tools, die du besitzt. Magie funktioniert sehr gut in der Luft, du hast viele Keyblades, die in der Luft gut funktionieren. Kingdom Hearts 3 hat eine ganz große vertikale Stärke in dem Kampfsystem, die du aber auch auf dem Boden benutzen kannst. Dadurch ist das Gameplay langsamer, weil du viel Air Combat machen kannst. Kingdom Hearts 2 Du willst nicht in der Luft kämpfen, du willst am Boden bleiben, weil in der Luft ist immer ganz gefährlich. Man kriegt Panikattacken in der Luft. I'm not joking. Aber X drücken kannst du bei beiden. I mean, isn't he arguing that you should only press X? He is arguing doesn't make it harder, which is like a valid point. Like, if your choice is slow and tedious combat or press a big buttons that make everything die with no risk involved, it kinda sucks or a misunderstanding. Das Ding ist halt zum Beispiel, wenn du jetzt Profi hier bei beiden Spielen vergleichst. In Kingdom Hearts 2 ist bei normalen Heartless es schon, aber sind nicht viele. Es gibt ein paar normale Heartless, wo du mit nur X-Pressen nicht durchkommst. Hier kommst du bei sehr viel mehr damit durch. Das Problem ist, je länger du dich damit nur aufhältst, nur X zu drücken, desto mehr können diese Gegner dich halt trotzdem angreifen und dich besiegen und du musst dodgen und du verschwendest Zeit. Bedeutet, das Ding in beiden Spielen oder generell in Kingdom Hearts ist, du willst Gegner schnell besiegen und nicht, dass normale Trash-Gegner extrem komplex sind. Das waren die nämlich noch nie und das sind die auch nie gewesen. Und deswegen ist das ein bisschen bescheuert, ja. Und die Superbosse sind so viel schwerer in Kingdom Hearts 3, finde ich, als in 2, wo man auch merkt, wenn man guckt, was man alles mit dem Kampfsystem machen kann, wo Kingdom Hearts 3 auf seine ganz eigene Art leuchtet, im Gegensatz zu Kingdom Hearts 2. They're different. Aber Trash ist bei beiden ziemlich trash.
Too longer, but it felt like it was much more, didn't it? Floaty was probably the word used because of this game's team.
Ja, Yosoda zum
Story
Beispiel.
time. Once upon a time, there was this little indie game called Kingdom Hearts. It was universally praised, and the team behind the game, Tokyo Team, was eager to make another. So another they made. Kingdom Hearts 2 was some consider the best the series had to offer. Things were looking up. A new game was on the horizon. Or at least, that's what we thought. You see, Tetsuya Nomura, the man behind the slaughter, had a different project, a big one. Final Fantasy Versus 13. Tokyo Team diverted their attention from Kingdom Hearts to work on this, while a different group, Osaka Team, went to work on the side games, the word side being up for debate. They were responsible for Rechain of Memories, but the big one they worked on was Birth by Sleep, and it was this game that made the difference between Tokyo and Osaka Team clear. I think this is an unpopular opinion, but Birth by Sleep is awful. The combat is janky as hell, easily exploitable, and for whatever reason, Osaka Team must not have heard about hit stun and how important it is to give to most enemies, because most don't react to getting hit and swing.
Und wie hat der in Kingdom Hearts 3 sich beschwert, dass Gegner Hitstun haben? Deswegen sage ich ja, ein großer Kritikpunkt in vorherigen Spielen war, Gegner spüren normale Hits nicht. Kleiner Punkt. In den Teilen ist es nicht nur X drücken, weil normale Kombos sind nicht so gut. Das heißt, du wirst sehr viel mit Dreieck chainen. Und, ja, Magic zum Beispiel auf Aqua hier ist fucking broken.
Swing back. On higher difficulties, this leads to dancing around enemies until you get a small window to attack. Then you keep dancing. I used to love this game, thought it was tied with 2. What the fuck was I thinking? If you really like this game, please play 1, 2, or even 3 and then play this. It's not even close. Well, thankfully, Versus 13's development was going smoothly and Tokyo Team will return for Kingdom Hearts 3 soon.
Fun.
But, as we all know, Versus 13 was cancelled and reworked to Final Fantasy 15. Square quickly reassigned Tokyo Team to different projects, but they separated the group too. Tokyo Team was no more. So what was left but to give Kingdom Hearts 3 to Osaka Team? This was scary to some because their track record wasn't as good as Tokyo Team's, but fortunately they do listen to feedback. After 0.2's release, there was some constructive criticism thrown their way. They listened to most of these criticisms and worked to iron them out for the big one.
Yeah.
This wasn't a remake of a GBA game with assets reused from the first two. This wasn't a portable console game that could rely on a slew of gimmicks. This was the long-awaited Kingdom Hearts 3. I will say that this game is better than any of their previous games, but ironing out old problems gave way to new ones. And I've gone over them all. This is where the quote-unquote debate began on people not liking this game just being stuck in the past with Kingdom Hearts 2. It's different than 2, and different doesn't equal bad. That much is very true, but it had to be a good different. And Kingdom Hearts 3 is not that. It's a game with broken combat. Now, maybe you're thinking that I could have gotten rid of more things earlier to make the combat harder. I can disable some of the many abilities, I can unequip accessories, I can turn on EXP 0, I can not upgrade Keyblades, I can turn party members AI.
Es gibt ein Keyblade, was 0 Damage dir gibt, oder? 1 Damage? Was? 0 oder 1 Damage? Ja, süße Nostalgie war das, ne? Das Winnie-Pooh-Keyblade in Kingdom Hearts 2. Manche Leute haben Kingdom Hearts 2 auf Level 1 No XP Critical nur mit diesem Keyblade durchgespielt. Und teilweise auch nur Expresses without Magic. Ohne Blocken. You can play this like that, but it's fucking atrocious. Und Kingdom Hearts 3 ist genauso. Du kannst es auch so durchspielen, aber es ist halt nicht fun so. Es ist halt, du kannst Dark Souls nur mit Fäusten durchspielen, das macht aber Dark Souls nicht kacke. Du kannst Dark Souls mit Broken Sword durchspielen. Es ist halt aber fucking nervig.
When it comes to party members' AI, I had turned it off early in the game for the sake of gathering footage of me using one of the Keyblade forms and forgot to turn it back on until San Francisco.
Es ist ja das Ding, ne? Warum sollte man das sich antun? Ja, Kingdom Hearts 3 ist ein bisschen leicht. Stimmt. Und dein Critical verprügelt dich.
That doesn't make it naturally harder or better, and neither do any of these handicaps. As for not using abilities or accessories, well, I tried to fight without it, and yeah, I died. But was it fun or fair? Not at all. I wasn't enjoying being restricted to only the X button for attack while getting my health shredded in a few hits. Yes, it is harder, but now it's really, really bad. Removing features doesn't magically make the game better. Well, Jess, are you gonna keep bitching or are you gonna say how you fix it?
Was?
Well, I'm glad you asked, voice inside my head.
Ja, Kingdom
Attractions
Hearts
go
3
bye-bye
ist halt ein
step
bisschen
number one.
easy.
Step 2 is making this meter fill 5 times slower at
Aber
least.
easy
It
muss
should
nicht
feel like
unbedingt
it should
heißen
to get a
Scheiße.
fun, not a regular occurrence. Do that or replace this meter with
Zumal
a
vor allem,
much
wie gesagt, die
cooler one that
Superbosses
takes
dir
orbs
trotzdem
to
den
fill
Arsch
rather than
versohlen,
breathing in the
wenn du
direction of
dafür
the
offen
enemy.
bist.
Don't let me spam magic so much. Make the animations longer or something. And at the same time, don't put Grand Magic at the end of a string. But when Grand Magic appears above the command menu, it should still take MP. Team attacks should also take MP. You should only be able to hold one Keyblade at a time. So
Wenn
there are
das alles
actual
MP
risks to sticking
nutzen
with
würde,
strength
dann
and
würdest du
magic.
diese
Shot
ganzen
locks can stay as
Elemente
they
nicht
are.
nutzen
But for the
können.
love of God, we do not need Focus Siphon. And
Ich habe keine
when it
Ahnung von
comes
Kingdom
down
Hearts.
to
Das Gameplay
only
sieht
having
aber
the
insane
Keyblade
spaßig
swings
aus.
left,
Es ist auch
maybe
fun.
make some of the animations less wonky.
I mean, his
Does
point
this
is he
sound
doesn't
better to
enjoy
you?
it with
Worse?
all the stuff
I
and
don't
his
know.
response
But
to the
what I do
people
know
who
is that
just
what we have here
go
ain't
like,
cutting it.
well,
It
turn
needs
it
some
off.
serious renovations,
Nein, du
even
kannst
for something
halt
that
die
is sick.
Attractions
But hey,
ausmachen.
the game still isn't
Weil
over.
die zu oft
It's
auftauchen.
unlikely that the combat will change
Aber
in the
er
end,
wollte ja
maybe the
alles
story can
andere
make it all
ausmachen. Das hat ja niemand vorgeschlagen. Das klingt bescheuert. Aber die Attractions sind halt super lang, du bist unverwundbar, du kannst sie einfach ausschalten.
Sora gets a call from Chip and Dale saying that Riku and Mickey are
Und
back
er
in the
meinte
realm
ja
of
sogar,
darkness
das macht
and-
das Gameplay besser. I prefer Donkey's review.
Aren't doing so well. Now the gang has no choice but to go there and help, power of waking or not. Problem is, we don't know how to get there. Only Riku and Mickey know the way, and they wouldn't tell Sora even if he asked. The only hope now is to do the thing we did at the beginning of the game. Sora uses his heart as his
Irgendwie
guiding
schon,
key and opens a
Günther, oder?
path to Twilight Town?
Übrigens,
Oh, no,
ich
this is
verstehe
a
es
different
voll,
thing.
wenn das
Ansem
floaty
took
Gameplay
Ansem
nichts
to
für einen
the old
ist.
mansion because that was his old base of operations. So SOD suspects
Aber
that
es
this
ist
will lead
trotzdem
them to
fun,
that test subject. But it
viele
seems the
Gegner
timing for Hayner,
mit
Prince, and Alette to
Magic
search
und
around
gut
was perfect
getimten
because they saw them
Abilities
come
und
in.
sonstigen
Let's
zu
listen in on their
besiegen
conversation,
und seine Ressourcen zu
shall
nutzen
we?
mitten im Kampf,
Wise
weil du
Ansem
so viel
begs
zur
SOD
Verfügung
to not
hast.
make him do this, but it's Xehanort. Think that's gonna work? Either way, he stands firm that he doesn't know what happened to the girl. But you know, he's probably lying. SOD insists that they look at the data hidden here so that it may lead to her. He thinks something within
should
her
just
memories
go watch
contains
this guy's
information on
stream.
the Keyblade War. Either the last one
Oh.
or this upcoming one. But enough talk, get in there. The Twilight Gang hatched their plan on the spot. Step 1. Pence distracts him with some tall tale.
Well, I'm looking for a friend who used to live here.
No one lives here.
Be gone.
But, sir...
No, not one more step. Get out!
Step 2. Alette somehow makes it in without being seen and takes Wise Ansem out of there. And step 3. Hayner goes in for the kill.
Yeah.
I reach for the darkness.
Sag ich ja,
Just
Heiner
kidding,
ist der
he's gonna
stärkste
die.
Charakter.
But at the last second, he's saved by nobodies? They also surround SOD to preoccupy him while the others escape. This must be a betrayal from someone inside. Down in the poo-poo sewers, the rescue is a success. Ansem recognizes these three from Roxas'
No,
data
get
world. It
out!
seems that finally some plot progression is about to be made with Roxas. But still no body to put his heart in. Shame we don't have someone who could make one.
My dear master, you are safe.
Ah, the true Deus Ex Machina. Vexen was the one behind the nobodies back there. He planted himself in the organization as a spy, waiting for him to hear about his master's whereabouts. And once
Ich
he
hatte ja
did,
schon mal
he saved
gesagt,
him.
ich habe Kingdom Hearts 3
Vexen, or I guess
gespielt.
Evan now, wants to atone for his past
Hat auf
misdeeds,
Twitter
and
geguckt
this was
und
his
alle so,
first step
oh,
in
the
doing
game
so.
bad.
Back in the
Und ich war
A
so,
plot, the Gateway took the Gummy crew
What?
to Destiny Islands. I guess
What
this is
happened?
where we
Er
access
hat
the
einen
realm of
Blast.
darkness. Sora sees Ericus's or Aqua's Keyblade just laying around. This would make for a great trailer shot one day. However it got there, it's just what we need to open the door. But wait, Sora needs to go it alone this time. In case Sora can't make it out, they still need someone to stay up there and fight Xehanort. And without Sora, Riku, or Mickey, we've still got a great team to do the job. They reluctantly agree, and Sora heads on in.
Ich meine, Goofy und Donald sind stärker als
As
Lee
we've
und
established,
Kairi.
things aren't looking too good for these two. This time, Mickey's swallowed by the Demon Tower, dropping his Keyblade.
Leute
in the
geben denen
process.
echt nicht viel
Oh, wait,
Credit.
Hold on, it gets worse. The tower manifests itself into an aura sphere, and out pops the product of what happened to Aqua. She's no longer Aqua, she's anti-Aqua. She's so evil now that she takes Mickey's head out so he can watch her steal his Keyblade. But worst of all, she's all edgy and moody now.
Left me in this shadow prison for more than a decade.
Ja,
Knowing what it would do
genau
to
das
me,
ist es halt,
I
Ezra.
reached this shore after endless wandering.
Ich verstehe voll den Punkt, wenn es nicht
Waited
sein ist.
forever for help to arrive.
Ja, stimmt,
But
wir haben
no one
Anti-Aqua
ever
Emote.
came. You should have known I was stranded. Do you have any idea how lonely it is here?
Oh, boo-hoo, look at me. I had to stay inside this universe's equivalent to hell for 10 years. Grow up. Have you ever had to write a 150-page script for a YouTube video before? Riku's on the same level as me and is going to
That's
show her that she's
funny.
been taking everything for granted. This time with the help of an old friend.
That voice from earlier, the replica of Riku. Oh yeah, by the way, that's his new Keyblade. It's like a modern car key. I don't think anyone said that yet. Time for the big battle. You know, not before Aqua turns the Mickey ball into a demon tower and makes you fight that. Once again, we're in Riku's shoes, but now that we're this far into the game, I can see just how unfun fighting demon towers is. Instead of team attacks, now we get Dark Firaga, which is pretty dang powerful. But I think my favorite part about playing as Riku is how passive-aggressive he is.
Sorry.
Every once in a while,
I'm sorry.
Aqua will show up to do an attack or two. You can't damage her, she's basically just another attack from the tower. But that's all there is to it, you just gotta beat it. Except, you can't. Once it's at 1 HP, you can't do any more damage. That is, of course, unless you use Riku's desperation move, MC Summon. It's probably the most powerful link in the game because, I mean, Sora on his own has like 5. But after I'm done making that awful joke, they work together to slice that shit in half. That, in turn, spits Mickey out. Riku's gonna check if he's alright, but Aqua, being the cheap shot that she is, goes for the kill. But it's time for the Keyblade Master to step aside. This is Sora's battle. This fight's pretty good. One of her moves is something I like to call Shadow Clone Guilt Trip.
Immer ein bisschen easy.
But Thunder will immediately reveal the real one. Aside from that, all of her moves, from what I can tell, are variants of what she uses in Birth by Sleep in 0.2.
Yeah.
Although it's perhaps a bit too similar to Phantom Aqua. Whatever, as long as it's decent. It's a good fight and all,
Bei Danke ist doch das Ding, sagt Danke nicht sogar selber, man soll ihn nicht ernst nehmen?
Once it's over, Aqua regains her humanity, losing her Keyblade again even though this one was stolen, and once again falls into the depths. But not this time. Sora's here.
I got tears in my eye in this scene. Aber ich mag Aqua auch sehr gerne.
Van. Terra.
Vor allem
Close enough.
Link to
She's
all.
back, ladies and gentlemen. This is a nice moment. Hopefully more like this to come. 1 down, 5 to go. Over in Radiant Garden,
They did
Evan got a
nominate
couple of
Dirty,
Demix,
though.
something which I've heard is very difficult. He wants to use Demix to help with his
Ja,
plans
Kingdom
because
Hearts
he was
3 war
kicked out
nicht
of the
das beste
organization,
Spiel, aber
but
es
he's
ist
still considered
fun.
loyal to them so he wouldn't be suspected. Evan further elaborates that he wants to redeem himself of his past mistakes, like the Riku replica.
Ich meine,
or,
du kannst ja auch nicht einfach mal
nothing
eben
else.
so
Now
easy
he wants to
peasy
help people.
Kingdom
Demix
Hearts
doesn't care
2
at
in
first,
besser
but Evan
machen.
whispers to him that someone who isn't a loser and didn't get kicked out of
Es
their
ist halt
ranks
auch
also
echt
wants
schwer,
to
finde
plan.
ich, weil Kingdom Hearts 2 so
My
ein
money's
hoher
on Dark
Standard
Riku.
ist.
This somehow convinces Demix, so he takes the job. What is the job? Well, deliver 2 things to
Naminik
Enzo. One,
sieht man
an
halt
empty vessel
hauptsächlich
used
nur
for
in einer
Roxas.
Aftercutscene, deswegen meine
How's
ich, they did
humanity
her
treating
dirty.
ya? I rejoined the nobodies. But like, I just can't shake the feeling I've been sweet-talked, you know? We have so got to have a chat.
Whoa. Back up. What?
Oh, sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm actually here on a top-secret mission. Apparently, I'm so off everyone's radar that I'm just the guy to handle a special delivery.
I'm not sure I like how Demix is becoming one of my favorite characters in the series. The second delivery is Ansem the Above Average. The first thing I think about when seeing this scene is when Ansem was ominously laughing while looking at baby Enzo.
Ja, das Pacing, das so viel am Ende kommt, das sehe ich als fairen
That also
Kritikpunkt.
makes me think, how old is the Enzo anyway? He looks like he was the same age as Sora and Riku in Birth by Sleep, so maybe he's like 15, 16? Anyway, this is a very emotional moment. So much so that Alias and Dylan are at a loss for words. It impacts them so much that they don't speak before this cutscene too. With that, work can truly begin to
Die
bring
sind auch
Ventus
ehrlich
back.
gesagt echt
Now,
unwichtig
Aqua's
hier.
taking us to Ventus. But Sora still doesn't have the power of waking. What do you think's gonna happen? He'll suddenly realize how to do it at the last second, making each and every Disney World completely fucking useless? Castle Oblivion. I did not miss you at all.
Hat the Power of Waking schon benutzt
What the fuck
mit
is
Aqua.
that? Keep it to yourself, man. Alright, time to bring
Aber
this back
Sora
to
ist
its
halt,
former glory.
der hat
Nice, the
keinen
place
Plan,
got
was er da
repaired too.
tut.
I guess Oblivionizing the Land of Departure has more than one benefit.
Nämlich kleiner Fun
This
Fact,
brings
hat
me just a
überwiegend
touch
in
of
jeder
nostalgia.
Disney-Welt
I said I didn't like
versagt.
Birth by Sleep, but I still played it a lot. Possibly more than I played 2. Same goes for this game actually, now that I think about it. Guess I play bad games more than good ones. You can walk around, but it's not like there's much to see. Just a hall, some stairs, and Ventus. Sleeping
Yeah.
like an angel. Aqua slaps him around a bit, but it isn't really working. Where's Maximus when you need him?
Why? Your heart never found its way home?
That was a neat
Nee,
trick.
Günther, tatsächlich nicht.
No wonder no one could find him.
Auch
What did
hier
I tell
nicht.
you? Cocky as ever. I love how
Aber es ist
cutscene
mehr
villains are at a
Subtext
much
als
higher tier than gameplay villains.
direkt
Sora can never
in your
even
face.
touch a single organization member without a controller guiding him. We're the true heroes. Vanitas is suddenly fixated on Aqua being a Keyblade master. He brings it up a lot in this game. I don't know why. Aqua decides this is the perfect opportunity to gate the Gummy Crew off so she can fight Vanitas alone. Like, just fucking gang up on him, you assholes. Why do you always try
Keyblade
to lose?
Grandmaster, by the way,
Whatever.
now.
We play as Aqua here.
Deswegen
Both
ist
Aqua
Vanitas
and
darauf so
Vanitas'
fixiert.
movesets are nearly identical to their Birth by
Deswegen
Sleep
hat sie auch das
counterpart.
Keyblade
Or I
da.
guess in Aqua's case,
Bei
her
Eric
0.2
ist
counterpart.
gone und so.
Spellweaver is basically a Keyblade form for her now. And she has her old shot lock. As for Vanitas, the only difference with him is that he sure does get hit stunned easily. Overall, this fight's kinda weak. My favorite part is that you can see the other three outside and they have head tracking. How long do you think that took? Back in cutscene land, Vanitas uses the old kill Ventus strategy to bait Aqua into sacrificing herself. Call his bluff, he needs Ventus for Christ's sake. Or whatever, just do exactly what he wants you to do. He's gonna go ahead and finish the job, and it's looking like he actually can this time. That is until Sora has a Jimmy Neutron-esque thinking session. Deep down, he finds Ventus chilling out in his heart.
Braucht Ventus
He tells
nicht
Sora to use
lebend.
the power of waking, but
Braucht
no,
nur sein
he doesn't have it. And this is when
Herz.
Ventus tells
Und das hat Sora.
that he's had it all along. It never left. He just needs to believe. And what do you fucking know, it worked like a dream. They had the chance. They had the opportunity. We could make the Disney worlds matter. We could make them have some story significance. Nope. Inside him the whole time. Look, I know this isn't exactly a new argument being made here, but that doesn't make it any less true. People say that it's always been like this, but no, I will not allow that, not in my house. The first game had a gang of Disney villains working together to find the keyholes. I know that doesn't really end up mattering in the end, but good lord, you at least feel like you're accomplishing something when beating them. And Maleficent taking the seven princesses was what led Ansem to nearly accomplishing his goal. Not good enough for you? How about Captain Hook literally telling you about Hollow Bastion? In the second game, you fucking kill one of the organization members in Beast's castle. And yes, I will be counting Hollow Bastion in that game because it's a world that isn't the last one. There's a shit ton of story progression in there. You kill another organization member there, you learn who Xehanort even is, you see Xemnas for the first time. Not to mention that the Tron world directly ties into Hollow Bastion's plot, aka the main plot of the game. Another reason that I'm counting Hollow Bastion is specifically because Kingdom Hearts 3 doesn't have anything remotely similar. What did we learn in Twilight Town in this game? We went in thinking maybe Roxas can be rebuilt, and we left thinking maybe Roxas can be rebuilt. What did we really learn there? The chapter title was not lying. The plot of this game really does start once you're done with all the Disney worlds. Can you really say the same about the first two games? When you get out of Traverse Town in the first game, could you really go to the end of the world or even Hollow Bastion? Riku isn't immediately the biggest prick in the universe after Destiny Islands gets destroyed. You see that happen throughout the Disney worlds. Can you really go to the world that never was after your first visit to Twilight Town? No. You learn so much about nobodies and the organization throughout the course of the game, and a good bit of that is portrayed in the Disney worlds. Can you really get straight to saving Aqua after Olympus in this game? No, you could do it before Olympus. Erase literally everything in this game leading up to that, and what did we really miss? Nothing. That new Seven Hearts shit is pointless too. Xehanort would use them as a backup plan to forge the Keyblade. You know, the ones that will put up the least fight. It would be so much easier if he used them instead of the Seven Guardians, but he wouldn't because the new Seven Hearts were added just as padding to make sure the organization had a reason to be in two of the worlds. I've heard more than one person say that each Disney world serves to symbolize a stage in Sora's growth as a character. Could've fooled me, I don't know what you're talking about. What did he learn in Tangled? The power of love will bring someone back to life? What a development. What about the Pirates world? You can always make time to have fun with your friends. Cool, that really changed his character. San Francisco? 2 Baymaxes? Wow, that's a lot. Arendelle? There is no true god, only fallacies. Okay, I'll give you that one. What I'm trying to say through all of this is that they could have made Sora figure out more about the power of waking in each world, but they didn't.
He did,
the Disney
aber
didn't
Sora hat
matter
sich
to the writers,
realisiert.
even though they sure did matter to the game's
Und deswegen nutzt
developers,
die Power
because
of
the
Waking
majority
falsch
of the
und kriegt die
development
Quittung am
was
Ende des
focused
Spiels
on the
dafür.
Disney worlds. Anyway, Deus Ven Machina
Es ist keiner
awakens and
Point,
stops
dass er
Vanitas
Dinge
from
lernt,
killing
aber
Aqua.
nicht
The
wirklich.
Clash breaks the barrier. Now Vanitas is very outnumbered.
Und in jeder Welt versagt.
I guess
Das ist
Ventus never knew what
Soras
Sora actually
big
looked like
failure.
because he's a bit weirded out by his
Obwohl er
appearance.
sowieso low im Selbstvertrauen-Ding
You
ist.
were my second chance.
Actually, he was your once more. Also, what the fuck are you talking about? Him and Aqua share a good morning and we're done here. This scene was very weak. Finally, all 7 Guardians are here, plus Donald and Goofy.
Aber das
Axel and
realisiert er am
Kyrie are
Ende
trained.
und
Aqua
dann
and
war schon
Ventus
zu
are
spät
back.
und er
Mickey
wurde
and Riku
gewarnt.
maybe don't
Er
suck
wurde
anymore,
gewarnt.
and Sora has the power of waking under his belt. Although, I've got a question. Even if you're sure you can win this fight, wouldn't it be better to keep training so you could really crush them? I mean, it's not like there's a place where time doesn't matter that you can train essentially forever in, where theoretically you could get Sora, Kairi, Axel, and Ventus to master status and or level 99. Whatever, this game sucks. We all have a big, hey, I know you conversation.
Das mit diesem
It's really
Zeit-Dingens
essentially
ist
Mrs.
stupid.
Worldwide. She knows everyone here except Axel, especially Kairi, who she's surprised to see became a Keyblade wielder.
Anyone would forget. Hazy memory or not.
Thank you, Axel. This is kind of cringe.
Ven looks just like Roxas. Or is it Roxas looks just like Ven? And now I have to explain all of that to him, which is in itself a crazy long story. And apparently everybody already knows everyone, and this is an insane amount to get memorized.
Uh-oh, are we getting self-aware? Reel it back, guys. Either way, Ventus remembers Axel anyway.
Axel? Who's Axel? See? Major brain ache. Huh? Now who?
Ich meine, so, dass die Spieler das auch sehen und sich nicht erst denken müssen.
So now we don't have to go over everything that's happened in the series again. I'm thankful for this.
Dann wiederum Kingdom Hearts hat die halt nie direkt ins Gesicht gedrückt, immer jeden einzelnen Plotpunkt. So viel war einfach so, denk dir deinen
She
Shit.
agrees with him and the search finally ends. She assumes that the box will materialize during the Nordy Nort battle. So for now, all they'll do is wait. And that's the last we'll see of
Ramona,
them.
was geht?
More, is it? Axel's on the clock tower with 3 ice creams. He doesn't know why, but it just feels right. Suddenly, Syax. He takes one of the ice creams and he didn't even pay for it. What a jerk.
Why did you buy 3 of them? 1 for Roxas? And 2 for good luck?
I don't know. Because I felt like it, okay?
The marks under your eyes. They're gone.
Yeah. Don't need them.
Alright, I think I figured out why those last scenes rubbed me the wrong way. Axel seems like a different character in this game. He had his moments but was still fairly calm and collected before. In this game, he's very much not that. Kinda whiny, actually. I understand he's human now in an environment where people don't mind if he's emotional, but I really do mean that he feels like a completely different character. And now that I think about it, I think I can say the same thing for Riku and Kairi. Riku was a complete dickwad in the first game, and then of course he started to change course from dark to light. But him being rude was always part of his character.
Aber
I was starting to worry you guys weren't ever gonna catch on. Sora never did pick the brightest friends.
That's the point.
That's completely absent here. Unless, of course, you want to count those fight lines I mentioned
It's
earlier.
called
And as for
character
Kairi, she used to be sort
metamorphosis.
of, for lack of a better
Or
word,
character
more
development.
You know Sora's completely hopeless without us. Come on, Riku.
But cut to this game, she's the most polite person on the face of the earth with no faults.
Riku ist ein ganz
What I'm
anderer
getting at
Charakter,
here is
ach
that
was.
they made all these characters less memorable.
Kairi ist ganz
Anywho,
anders, ach
Syax
was.
gives some exposition about how when these two were young, they found a girl in
ach
Anton
so.
the Wise's lab. Most likely the one Xehanort wants
Yeah,
to get a
Riku
hold
had a
of. They
whole
wanted to
character
rescue her
journey,
from the
bro.
experiments, so they became apprentices to Ansem.
Axel
But they weren't able to
nicht.
save
Nein,
her
nein.
because she just disappeared one day. Shortly after that was when they were
Don't
turned
tell
into
him, okay?
nobodies. Syax figured that because Xehanort was the one doing the experiments on her, he could find her by working for him in the organization. That's the reason that Axel was helping Syax rise up in the ranks. Remember when he killed Zexion? Yeah, he did that to keep him from snitching so Syax could get to the top. That obviously didn't work because Xehanort doesn't even know where she is. So now he's just nihilistic or something, working for Xehanort just because he's a prick. Bye-bye. Back on Destiny Island, Sora and Kairi are having a moment.
Story-Stuff, den wir später bekommen.
Having a moment with himself,
Also nicht in dem
as
Spiel,
in
aber in
his
anderen
replica.
Spielen.
Apparently, back when he died in Chain of Memories, his heart went to the realm of darkness. So when Riku was in trouble down there, they linked up. And now they're together again. Although he's only visible in Riku's eyes. No one else can see the replica. He's here because he has one thing left that he wants to do before passing on fully. We can assume it's giving Naminé a body, like Roxas. He did basically live for her. But over to Sora and Kairi,
Die kriegen
it's finally
ein
Palpatine.
Replacement Heart.
Allegedly, this is the most romantic shit you can do in this universe. That's my man. They vow to keep each other safe and have a bite. Wait. Kairi, you didn't take a bite. Sora took his, you gotta take yours. The intertwined fate thing doesn't work if you don't take a bite. Does it taste bad? You're the one that initiated this. Oh well, there's always next time. Friend zoned again. We get one last new space to shoot rocks in. We start in a big
Wir wissen noch nicht genau warum,
like
aber die meisten Leute denken, das ist halt voll mit Absicht gewesen. Das sieht er ja. Kingdom Hearts 3 hat einige Details, die zum Beispiel im Remind auch eine Menge mehr Sinn ergeben.
Once we're done with that, we're greeted with our final destination, the Keyblade Graveyard. There's most certainly no going back after this, so you need to be ready.
Aber das Ding ist halt immer in Kingdom Hearts, wenn du aufpasst.
Are you?
Du siehst so viel.
Okay,
du siehst so viel.
Here we go.
Ich frage mich, ob ich jetzt noch schnell auf Toilette gehen kann. Wisst ihr was? Wenn ich was verpasse, schreibt mir das, ja? Oh, wir sind im Endspurt. Ich bin sofort wieder da. Ich höre ihn zwar aber you know.
But honestly, I'm a bit nervous myself. This is the big moment. This is what fans have been waiting for. Fuck everything else. Toy Story? More like, But first, let's do a little background. This isn't the first time we're seeing the Keyblade Graveyard. It made its debut in Birth by Sleep. Personally, I thought it was a very weak final world. Compared to the end of the world and the world that never was, it was just bland. We had the complete chaotic mess that symbolizes the worlds that fell to darkness, the clean all-white castle that symbolizes the emptiness that nobodies feel, or, you know, at least that's what we were led to believe at the time. And then there's the Keyblade Graveyard. It serves no symbolic purpose, but rather a lore purpose, which is fine. But I'd say the wow factor of a desert with a bunch of Keyblades in it wore off after beating the game as one of the characters. You gotta go back twice after. But now that I think about it, neither the end of the world or the world that never was structure serves well to the big battle that we're going into like the Keyblade Graveyard does. I guess I would have just preferred something more visually interesting for our final stop. But remember what your Meemaw said, never judge the Keyblade Graveyard by its cover. So let's just go ahead and get this war started.
Man, I'm so angry. I play Kingdom Hearts.
Now, what about...
Nee, Ramona. Das Einzige, was ich halt mir denke, ist, er mag... Also, das Spiel ist nicht für ihn. Was ich voll verstehe.
Leonard Nimoy was the original voice actor for him, but he passed away in 2016. So he's been replaced by Rutger Hauer.
That's fine, Ezra.
Legend has it that darkness.
Und du mochtest Kingdom Hearts eh nicht sonderlich, ne? Das ist halt okay.
We know so little about the Keyblade War. Only that it was just the beginning.
Who also died only 6 months after this game's release. And also, the original Japanese voice actor Chikao Otsuka died before Kingdom Hearts 3, so he was replaced with his son, Akio Otsuka. A real unfortunate turn of events around this guy. Also, I apologize if I pronounced any of the names wrong. Now, as for his appearance, he looks a little more veiny than before. Are there even that many veins in the head close enough to the surface to show? Hold on, let me look it up. How many veins are... Well, that's ominous. Anyway, he gives his classic Darkness Keyblade War speech. Some more fellas come in and continue from their part of the script allotted to them. They's gonna destroy us to forge the Keyblade and unlock Kingdom Hearts, yada yada. I've been thinking, why don't they just sue Xehanort? I feel like that would solve a lot of our problems. With that out of the way, Wave 1 of 3 begins. Remember the 1,000 Heartless battle from the second game? This is what this part should be titled, because it's that again. But they have an opportunity to one-up that part by having all the Guardians fighting together in a big old bloodbath. I'm sure you could tell by the way I phrased that, but that's not how this goes. Instead, the other 6 somehow disappear into the crowd of this pretty small space and the Gummy crew does their own thing. The first big battle had only 2 types of Heartless, and you were alone because the PS2 couldn't handle all that AI. But it makes more sense that you're alone because the space you were fighting in was giant, and you were only in one small part of it. And the main thing that I think the second game does better here is that it had a reason to be there. It was really cool and all, but then right after, you're told that every Heartless you just killed is going towards Kingdom Hearts for Xembus. So keep doing that, why don't you? It's a pretty good twist and put in a pretty smart place, right after you burn through 1,000.
Ja, aber die kontrollieren die Nobodies, Heartless and Unversed.
And so the flaws here shine extra bright. This is the
die haben
only
eine
fight in the entire game that I'd wholeheartedly
die haben legitim einfach eine Armee, die sie uns ins Gesicht werfen können.
Over with much quicker. Besides, this is the second and last time you're given the Big Magic Mountain ride, and you can absolutely destroy them with it. So let's just move on, shall we? Once we're done, we finally unlock Glide.
Ich fand eigentlich, das hat gezeigt, wie stark man eigentlich so als gesamte Gruppe ist mittlerweile. Dass man so viel mehr besiegen kann.
Don't tell me you've never done that.
Ich meine, ich hätte einen Anfall bekommen, hätte er gesagt, der 1000 Heartless Fight in Kingdom Hearts 2 war komplex oder deep, weil das war er nicht. Nur Fun! Fun Killing.
Just like Riku and Mickey hypothesized, Terranort's made his triumphant return. He gives his usual Xehanort diatribe, saying they're all gonna fall to him. This is pretty bold of him to say, considering he hasn't accomplished a single thing in this form. The second he got his new body, he got his ass beat by an emotion, getting partial amnesia because of it. And then got his ass beat again by Aqua. All the while, Terra was fighting back inside, so he was getting pulled around everywhere because he wasn't good enough to fully suppress him. This resulted in him getting full amnesia. He tried to get information out of Aqua, but he's such a dumbass that he was about to give away who he really really was. But it didn't really matter because Terra stopped him again. His greatest achievement is choking women in the night. So the fact that he thinks he could take 7 Keyblade wielders, including one that beat him before, is pretty fun.
I mean...
Right, cutscene villains. So he just straight up one-shot Ventus.
Terranord war halt einfach so komplett neu.
And he should last a bit long. No, you can't do that. Why doesn't anyone fucking help him instead of standing there like a bunch of
Und hier hat halt wenigstens
Because
Zeit.
now that he has the room to, he's gonna go ahead and one-shot Axel too. Okay, so I guess Terranord is just this all-powerful warrior and no one can stop him.
Doch, einer. Ich weiß, wer ihn aufhalten kann, Chat. Wisst ihr es auch? Yes, let's go.
I'm not so sure about that.
Donald, no! Let's go! Das ist, by the way, Homicide. Die Ente hat einen Menschen getötet. Der ist weg. Der ist fucking nichts mehr. Donald killed him. Donald fucking killed him. Ja, Donald und Goofy sind viel stärker und mächtiger, als Leute den beiden Credit geben.
I hope you enjoyed my Donald fan cam. Remember when I said that the Vanitas door scene was the best? Well, it still is, but this is a close second. This whole time, Donald was holding on to this power capable of disintegrating a Xehanort, but unleashing it cost him his life. I really don't know what else to say. Donald killed Terranord. Donald killed Terranord.
Yeah.
But anyway, now 3 of us are down. It already isn't looking too good, but it can always get worse. Is this a demon tide? No, it's a demon tornado. Sora, Riku, and Aqua fight while the others tend to the wounded. But the tornado is getting even bigger. How the hell can you even approach that? Aqua starts feeling the pressure and just gives up, getting taken by one of the tides. The other tides aren't far behind, and they take Ventus, Axel, Mickey, Donald, Goofy, and Kairi, all to be swallowed into the tornado, shredded to pieces. Okay, so everyone's dead, but we've still got Riku. We could still do this.
They're gone. Kairi, Donald, Goofy, the King.
Die brauchen nur die Herzen von denen. Die brauchen die nicht lebend.
What do we do? Without them, all my strength came from them. They gave me all of it.
Eigentlich schon, Günther, ne?
Alone? I'm worthless.
I kind of like to interpret this as Xehanort being very deliberate with the order of the people this thing took. He recognizes that Sora is probably the most powerful out of everyone because of how strong and plentiful his connections are. So he needed to be taken last because, well, just like he said, alone, he's worthless. And now, once that last light is snuffed out, he can be taken.
Das ist so der Shit, für den ich Kingdom Hearts meistens mag. Es wird dir nicht gesagt, aber du kannst es dir denken und das ergibt eine Menge Sinn.
This would be the funny part where I say, well, that was a dark ending. Be sure to hit the pork button for weekly videos about pork. Oink, oink. But obviously that can't be the ending. We cut back to the chess game. Xehanort calls checkmate and gloats, but Ericus isn't quite done yet. He moves his piece back and makes the ultimate play.
It's not over.
Come on. That's not fair. I know I had you.
Yes, you nearly did.
Yeah, Nico.
But a game's no fun if you know where it's going. There's more to light than meets the eye. I told you. Some light comes
if you cheat, and that's exactly what we're gonna do. Sora wakes up in, well, a world that only consists of water and sky. He's a bit of a phantom at the moment.
Mochtet ihr die Welt?
No,
Ich fand die
this is
super
apparently
cool.
the final world. So maybe I'm not far off. You're given control, but where are we even going? There's nothing here, and all we can do is walk and walk until we spot a Chirithy. Okay, so I was kinda right. This is like a purgatory of sorts. But more specifically, it's basically the realm of death, which is closely
Das ist übrigens eine wichtige Line. You've wandered here more than once before. Das ganze Ding von wegen, die haben nicht nur einmal verkackt, die haben nicht zweimal verkackt, die haben eine Menge oft verkackt, ja. Und sie haben immer wieder Retries gehabt nach Olympus Kolosseum, wo dieser Hardcut ist, bis hierhin. Weil hier ist dann ja nochmal dieser Hardcut und dann geht's weiter mit dem Good Ending. Und es ergibt irgendwie immer noch eine Menge Sinn, finde ich persönlich. Also, es gibt noch viel mehr in dem Inhalt, aber das ergibt basically eine Menge Sinn und es wurde auch gesagt, dass Sora mit basically es geschafft hat, die Zeitlinie zu wechseln. Es ist Sleeping World Theory, Good Days, ja. Das Schachbrett kann man sich, by the way, für, ja, ich weiß, es ist viel zu teuer. Lass das mal hier stehen. Remind übrigens bestätigt und bestärkt das noch mal viel mehr, dass das ein Ding ist, was passiert. Also es ist basically what happens in the Game Over Screen, genau. Und dann am Ende hast du das nochmal mit dem Game Over Screen. So viel in diesem Spiel sagt dir, oh hey, you failed many times. Aber dein Playthrough ist quasi der Lucky Win. Weil Sora durch die ganzen Welten gegangen ist und The Power of Waking keiner verstanden hat. Aber nicht wirklich.
Sleep and death touch, so that's how we'd been here in the past. I think I got that right. I don't really understand it at all, but I did find this video of a raccoon. You get him, big guy. But in this instance, you actually just died. This is the place that those who have died, yet still hold on to life come. Sora is now one of those people.
Aber das ist ja nicht hier in der Welt, Mann.
As for the others, no one came here with him. They're either gone forever, or barely hanging on back at the Keyblade graveyard. Most people who come here don't have form, they just appear as stars. But Sora has form, and that means he can piece himself back together. And if he does that, he can go back to the land of the living. And so the hunt for the pieces of Sora begins. They aren't very hard to find, as you can see, but you can also talk to some of these aforementioned stars, get a little snippet of their story. Some of them are honestly pretty well written, in the way that I really feel like this is just a small portion of a completely different story with a different protagonist, rather than something stable like the Kingdom Hearts 3. But there are two story important ones. One is Naminé. Been a while since we've seen her. When the Demon Tide took Kairi away, it also took her, obviously. So she's here, but Kairi that's because she's trying her best to keep Sora from dying completely. So that's basically why we're here. As for Naminé, well, she's all pessimistic, thinking no one cares about her and the only one people want back is Roxas. But Sora says that's wrong and that someone special isn't gonna let her down. Wait, who? Can't be Roxas, he already said his name.
Ach ja.
Riku?
Ein Riesenkritikpunkt, was ich sagen muss, weil das ist etwas, wenn man das nicht weiß, ergibt das nie Sinn. Und es ist so weird, dass die das nie eingebaut haben, selbst in der Mini-Cutscene auch nicht nachgepatcht haben. Es gab mal ein Konzert und in dem Konzert gab es einen Dialog zwischen Naminé und Lingering Will. Und der ganze Punkt dieses Dialogs ist, warum Lingering Will gleich erscheinen wird. Sie, weil Sora hier ist, ruft ihn, weil Lingering Will nichts anderes als auch ein Geist ist. Also einfach nur so ein Ding, was irgendwie gerade so halbwegs sich festkrallt. Und die haben es halt irgendwie geschafft, Kontakt aufzunehmen. Und, ja. Das ist stupid. Es sei denn, man hätte es mal im Spiel gezeigt. Ich weiß nicht, warum sie es im Spiel nicht zeigen. Es ist so weird. In einem fucking Konzert, ja. Ich glaube, im absolut ersten Kingdom Hearts Konzert gab es einen Dialog, den sie gezeigt haben. Hä? Ich glaube, sogar im Kingdom Hearts Ultimania oder so steht das irgendwo, aber es ist halt so, du wirst es nie im Spiel erfahren und es wirkt dann sehr random für dich. Das ist ein wirklich blöder Punkt. Ich weiß wirklich nicht, warum sie das nicht einfach eingebaut haben, weil eindeutig ist es ja hier, dass Sora mit Naminé redet. Also, I have no idea. Ist es denn wirklich Canon? Alles in Kingdom Hearts ist Canon.
That to pass the time here, she's been looking through various memories.
Ja, okay, doch, sie sagt, I spoke to Terra. Doch, sie sagt es wenigstens hier einmal, okay. Aber ja, sie ruft eindeutig Lingering Will. Das ist das, was diese Line implyen soll. Und es gibt einen Dialog.
Lost her name and her body and her everything. Her heart only remains here because of another person who she's connected to. Someone who had apparently had his heart replaced, so he doesn't remember her, but if he did remember her, he'd want her back? Sora asks for this mystery man's name, and as is tradition, we can't know yet.
Okay, ganz kurz. Warum ist, das werden wir auch gleich sehen in der Guardian, warum ist das Terra? Terranord hat Xehanort hat Terras Körper eingenommen, ja? Und auch Terras Herz. Nur sein Wille. Deswegen Lingering Will, ja? Ich erinnere mich an die Kingdom Hearts Vorlesung. Schade, dass die nie beendet wurden. Stimmt. Deswegen Lingering Will. Das ist nur der pure Wille. Das ist nur so ein Geist quasi von Terra, ja? Aber das ist nicht wirklich Terra, diese Rüstung. Terras Herz ist immer noch in seinem Körper. Die haben einen endlosen Fight. Dann war das so, Terra wollte Xehanort aus sich raus verbannen. So. Und was halt im Endeffekt passiert ist, dass er einen Raum zum Realm of Darkness geöffnet hat und da war ganz viel Darkness überall und ein Teil des Herzes ist tatsächlich rausgegangen und zwar Terra ist entwichen aus Terranort. Deswegen konnte Terranort an dem Punkt dann irgendwann sehr easy angreifen. Und dann hatten wir halt den Guardian. Aqua besiegt den Guardian, der Guardian geht wieder rein in den Körper und dann auf einmal hat er fucking Amnesia und du weißt nicht, wer ist es jetzt, Terra oder Xehanort. Es war ein Mischmasch aus beiden für ein paar Jahre, bis dann irgendwann Xehanort wieder die Überhand ergriffen hat. Aber basically ist das so, die Trennung zwischen beiden, ja, resultiert darin, dass Terra, wenn Xehanort die Überhand hat, er der Guardian ist. Hat das Sinn ergeben?
She whispers it to him in the middle of purgatory. It surprises him, so it must be a name he's heard before. Anyway, let's fast forward to after you get all of your
Das haben
pieces
übrigens
back.
Leute ein Jahr vor Kingdom Hearts 3 gecallt.
Well, I'll know what to do next.
Chirithy comes back to see you off. Apparently they're here because
Der Guardian
they're
ist
waiting for
Terras
someone,
Herz.
just like
Er
a lot
hat
of other people here.
halt Riku
Likely a
wiedererkannt.
Keyblade wielder who they were paired with. They say that he doesn't remember the past, so that basically narrows it down to
weil
two people.
Heartless
But who
ist
cares?
das
What matters
Herz
is
seiner
that Sora's
Person.
gotta use
Das
the
heißt,
power
Terras
of
Herz
waking
ist
to
ebenfalls
restore
in
the hearts
Ansem
of all the
drin.
others.
Also ist da der
Sora gets
Guardian.
to Olympus from doing
Deswegen
this
hat Sem
somehow.
das nicht
Apparently
den
this is where
Guardian.
Riku's heart went, so we gotta go find it. With the help of Jiminy. What did you forget about?
Aber in
It seems
Sem, das
his
ist
heart
eine
being
Menge
guarded
Stuff
by this
drin
heartless known
für
as the
Aqua
Lich.
und
Get ready
Ventus.
for one of the
Deswegen ist
worst
da
parts of the game.
The Room
You
of
gotta fight this
Waking
guy
und The
to get
Room of
Riku's
Sleeping
heart back.
in
His
Kingdom
main
Hearts
gimmick
2
is that he dashes
und
around
Birth
creating
by Sleep,
phantoms
falls
of
ihr euch dran
himself
erinnert.
everywhere that
Er
explode.
redet ja
If
mal
you're
mit
locked onto
Aquas
him,
Rüstung.
then you'll be locked onto whatever
Das ist dann
phantom
dieses
leaves
bisschen
behind
Terra,
and
was
makes
halt in
one. Once you beat
Sem
him,
das
Riku's
drin
heart
ist.
is freed. But we still got a few others to worry about, so we have to keep chasing the Lich.
Es ist
Going
mehr
this
dieses
time to the
metaphorische
Caribbean.
Herz,
The
das,
fight
oh,
is
du bist so
exactly the same,
kaltherzig,
except
so
now he
herzlos.
uses water magic against you and spawns
Weil
in
es ist
small
pure
fry.
Darkness.
Beat him and Aqua's heart is freed. He leaves again and we follow him into
Und die
Arendelle.
Nobodies
The
sind
fight
halt
is
die
exactly
mit
the
den
same,
Buddies.
except now he uses ice magic against you and
Die
spawns
Nobodies
some
sind die
different small
Buddies,
fry.
Heartless
Beat him
sind
and
die
Goofy's
Hearts.
heart is freed. He leaves again and we follow him into Monstropolis. The fight is exactly the same, except now he uses fire magic against you and spawns some different small fry. Beat him and Donald's heart is freed. Are we done yet? He leaves again and
Wenn
we
man
follow him into
Terranort
Toybox. The fight is exactly the
besiegt
same,
und Terra
except now
befreit
he
hat,
uses
benutzt
arrow
Ansem
magic
den
against
Guardian
you and
auch nicht
spawns
mehr.
some different small fry.
Echt nicht?
Beat him and Ventus's
Dann
heart
ist
is
das ja ein
freed.
cooles
He
Detail.
leaves again and we follow him into oh my god. The fight is exactly the same, except now he uses status effects against you. And he's in a foresty area, so he has a lot of room to run around where you can't see him. And you know what?
Ich mag
Fuck it,
das
this is an
eigentlich an
iceberg video now. Hey guys, welcome to the Kingdom Hearts
mag das
iceberg.
eigentlich an
I've been getting a
Spielen,
lot of requests
wenn du
to
noch
do this
mal
one after I made my pork iceberg. And
so ein
you know
Flashback
what? I just
durch
wanna
das
get
ganze
straight
Spiel
into it,
kurz
so let's
hast.
go. So on the tip of the iceberg, we have this unused room from the first game where you're supposed to fight Dark Riku for the second time. If only we could have seen how that fight went. Next, did you know that if you jump onto this rock at an angle that you never stop
Warum macht
falling,
jetzt ein
the rock breaks to
Iceberg-Video?
prevent you from being stuck? With an effect and a sound and everything. That's pretty... Oh, fuck, I'm hungry. In the Japanese version of Kingdom Hearts 2, William Turner points a gun at himself, but the version we got in Ohio has him holding it at his side. What has this place got against
Die Version haben
suicide?
wir
Did you
übrigens
know? In Japan, Xehanort means hello and goodbye. That's all for the tip of the iceberg, just some fairly common knowledge that any fan would know.
What?
So now let's get to the next layer, the Abyss. Up first on this layer is that this game can suck my two nuts. The final part is in San Francisco. It's the exact same fight, but blah 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 beat him and he actually dies this time, freeing Axel's heart. So that's everyone, right? Nope.
Yo,
We never
Jules,
saw
was geht?
Kairi. Where else do we go? We've seen every Disney World. Where would her heart be? Ah, I've got an idea. Boy, am I glad to ally myself to the light. I sure do hope no one sets me on a path that I don't desire. Cool, maybe he can give us a hint. Well, not quite. You see, back in Dream Drop Distance, Sora fell into multiple layers of sleep, nearly banishing him to counting sheep forever. Using the power of waking like this can cause that to happen again, but for real this time. The power is meant to be used to traverse hearts to reach worlds, like in Dream Drop. Sora here is using it in the opposite way, traversing worlds to reach hearts. So going against the grain with the power of waking, well, you can do the math.
Sora says nuh-uh, Xehanort says yeah.
Da ist es, warum mit deiner Erklärung für Power
I was
Waking.
hoping for, but still useful information. Anyway, the real hint is given by Chip and Dale, saying her heart is in the Keyblade graveyard. Good thing we don't need to fight the fucking Lich anymore. Remember, her heart was keeping his tethered, so she was the most alive out of any of us here. And now we can get back to warring. Seems we've time traveled just a bit backwards, just before our encounter with Terranort. So let's go give that one another shot. We've already been through this much. It's Terra, it's not Terra, I'll fucking kill all of you, but maybe I'll go for Donald first.
We're not gonna lose to you.
Ja, der ist schon die ganze Zeit wahnsinnig. Warum habe ich da empfohlen den Soundtrack? Aber hey, das ist ein fucking cooler Moment. Aber ja, das ist das, was ich meine. Das ist halt... Namine hat ihn gerufen. Na, das ist ein bisschen weird. Weil das wirst du halt nie erfahren. Es ist so komisch. Ich verstehe es
Namine
nicht.
seems to have pulled through for us. Oh shit, he's doing the whip thing.
Oh, warte mal, hat's doch verstanden.
Yeah, mess with this command menu next. Ooh, this works too. It wasn't quite Zeta Flare power, but it did some damage. This is super fan-servicey and I fucking love it. They go off and do
Warte mal, den Plotpunkt, wo ich der Meinung war, dass du den kaum verstehen wirst, den hat er verstanden.
Take on the tide before it becomes a tornado. Let wave 2
Okay.
Everyone except us, of course, goes to hold off the rest while we fight the tide. Now this fight isn't very good. I'm sure it was going for a look how far you've come feel to it, but like, the first fight wasn't really hard, it just had a lot of health. We didn't even need to take all of it away. Its moveset here is mildly expanded for the majority of the fight, but it has a second phase halfway through, where it turns into a mini tornado. It doesn't really get harder, it's about on par to how it was before. Its moves in this phase include, but are not limited to, throwing in the air and then shooting dark balls at you, shooting dark balls at you without throwing
fucking
in the air,
schnell
tossing out
umbringen.
some Heartless, and a bunch of other Heartless
Also
nonsense.
ab hier
It's boring,
fand ich das
and it
Spiel
takes a
sogar
very long
teilweise
time.
echt
Let's move
schwer.
on. Looks like that was completely useless. It went big tornado mode anyway. So now what? How do we even get close enough to attack? Don't worry, Sora has a terrible idea. He's just gonna go up to it and hit it, that might work. But before he can die in a split second, something stops him. It's... Ephemer from Union Cross. Well, he offers a helping hand from beyond the grave, as well as all the other Keyblade.
Wisst ihr was? Ich glaube ihm nicht, dass er das Spiel hasst.
Er
weiß auch, wer Ephemer ist.
Time to pull an anti-Vanitas and go surfing. Using action commands, you call upon the power of... Ah, I like that. That's a nice touch. There are usernames of players in Union Cross. It even has their union next to their name. Using them, you go into the Eye of the Storm and fucking obliterate
Welche
the core.
Union wart
You can
ihr?
lose health here,
Ich
but
war
I'm
in
going to
Ava's
assume you
Union.
can't die. That would kind
Wusste erstmal nicht, dass es Ava
One
ist.
final slash, and the tornado is not a threat anymore. We got a new Keyblade from that, Starlight, the classic Union Cross Keyblade. It functions exactly the same as the Kingdom Key,
Aber es ist
with
ein
the
bisschen
same
stärker.
shot locks in Keyblade form. The only difference is that instead of Ars Arcanum,
Nee, es sind die
there's
Spieler.
something else called Ancient Light.
Ah.
It draws enemies in and shreds them with other Keyblades. Thanks, fellas.
Alle
Bye,
waren in
Brucey
Ava's
sometime.
Union.
But of course, these guys have to ruin the moment. In
Ich wusste
comes
aber nicht mal,
Dark
dass es
Riku,
Ava's
acting
Union
a bit
ist.
crazier than before.
That must be you from when Ansem had control of your heart.
Yeah. How could I forget? I'd say that was our finest hour. Wrong. My hour of weakness.
I hate
You
anime.
Sure. How about we
Ja,
find
genau.
out?
Du musstest, glaube ich, eine Challenge dafür abschließen.
He did not just do that. He did not just create a big Xehanort. I'm looking away. I don't want to believe what I just saw.
A real test for the mark of mastery. What did you say?
I couldn't hear you. I have a bit of wax build up.
We gotta make sure you're not blundering your way toward a second failure.
He knows. He knows.
Blundering? I'll have you know we failed with style, Chief.
Okay, wait a minute. So everyone knew about that last attempt?
Yes.
And why the fuck did Ventus still fall for the old Terra trick? And why did Terranort bother making the same speech? You know,
Because they
whatever,
kinda
it's
know.
cool. Here come even more
Aber
Heartless, but this time
also
it's like,
Sigva und Sora sind die einzigen, die
Powers
es
all over the
voll
darn place,
wissen.
too.
Die
Mickey
anderen wissen,
contemplates
oh,
using
we did
Stopsa so we
some
can
shit.
get past, but
Okay,
that'd
let's
make
do it
him
again.
too weak for the final battle. So, like, what do we do? Well, let's see. Who else can come out of nowhere to help? Lingering Will is busy. No Final Fantasy characters will come because they don't exist in this game. By the way, have you noticed that? We'll get into it later. I'm at a loss.
Ja, Kairi weiß es
I don't
auch,
think
ja.
there's any Deus Ex Machina we can use.
Ich meine, Nein, das war ein Ass-Pull, aber komm, sind wir mal ehrlich, das war fucking cool. Wir alle wussten, der ist powerful und hier macht er aber was.
He clears the way for us to move forward. Donald and Goofy stick with him to make sure he's safe. And with all of that bullshit out of the way, we can begin wave 3.
Yeah, Bluey, was geht? My name spelled backwards is Disney. Oh, I'm sorry, that fucker would never be cool.
Nothing but the sound of the breeze blowing through the deceased. We walk to the center, awaiting the arrival of our adversaries. They don't keep us waiting long. The real Organization 13. Master Xehanort wears his grin with pure delight.
Wisst ihr, dass die Formation der Leute ein Herz
bildet? The only words that break that grin are...
Ja, es ist beim ersten Mal nicht aufgefallen und ich fühle mich wie ein Idiot.
You could feel it getting higher and higher. A tumbleweed blows by. Walls surround you. You're now in his labyrinth, at his mercy. Wait a minute. Amazing time? He put us in a maze. Good one, Xehanort. Anyway, everyone's gone to fight their own battles in groups. For instance, Aqua and Ventus are obviously fighting Vanitas and Terranort. Sora's role is to provide support to every one of these battles. To begin with, you're given the option of two. Riku facing Dark Riku, Ansem, and Xigbar, or Mickey facing Larxene, Marluxia, Luxord, and Xemnas. Holy shit. Yeah, they've both really got their work cut out for them, but I'd say Mickey needs the help a little more. After doing a little obstacle course, our first battle can begin.
Diesen Obstacle Course habe ich nicht ganz verstanden, aber hey.
He's actually doing a decent job with it for the time being, but nevertheless, we're still here to help.
Ich hab's erst auch nicht
decides to cage us in, but why though? It's not like we were gonna try and escape. He could be fighting us too. Whatever, less work for us. So, 3 to choose from. I'll aim for Luxord first. From what I can tell, he's only using one move where he circles you with cards. But you also do a noticeably small amount of damage to him. That is, until Xemnas realizes his game plan is stupid and could be doing better things. So, he decides to head out and leaves Luxord a parting gift of a power-up. First thing he does is trap Mickey into a card, and now he has his eyes on you. I'm gonna count this part as its own boss fight, because Larxene and Marluxia can't be damaged here. They're basically attacks from Luxord. So judging this fight on its own merits, it is terrible. Possibly one of the easiest fights in the series. The goal is to find the card with him on it.
Es ist halt nicht schwer,
when you do that, you'll notice you're suddenly doing a much higher amount of damage than you were before. And that's it. That's all there is to the fight. You know what? Here, I'll let this speak for itself.
Und dann wiederum, wisst ihr, wie viele Bossfights das Ende hat? 20 oder so. Oh. Das ist ja der Punkt, wo viele sagen, das hätte man über das Spiel besser verteilen können. Ja. Die haben sich leider in eine Ecke, in eine Sackgasse mit dem ganzen Warding geschrieben.
Play again someday. When we're just guys.
I should like that very much, Sora.
Nice. Mickey's freed, and now it's time for the real fight. One of the first things Larxene and Marluxia will do is a coordinated team attack. It's real scary and all, but gliding will avoid all of it. Larxene's moves consist of lightning.
Just being dudes. Guys being dudes, ja.
As for Marluxia, he has a move where he draws you in
dafür gibt's den als Superboss auch. Und das ist ein bisschen schwer. Ein bisschen sehr viel schwerer dort. Die haben alle sehr eigene One-on-One-Fights. Aber nicht in der Story. Die Story generell ist ein bisschen easier und dafür ist der Option-Content fucking hard. Also der ist, oh mein Gott, der ist so schwer. Hier habe ich ein Lucky Emblem gezeichnet, aus Versehen. Ja, Data Fights in Remind.
Doesn't have the same change of heart that Luxord did.
You're gonna be recompleted.
I didn't ask you for your garbage opinion.
Well, I think that's actually a fact. She says that she prefers this to being Xehanort's puppet. Well, then why the fuck did you join him then?
I was really just along for the ride.
With...
Run away!
My secret.
Ich habe übrigens angefangen, Larxene hier in Kingdom Hearts 3 sehr viel mehr zu mögen als in Chain of Memories.
As for Marluxia, getting a few bonks on the head made him remember that he's actually Lauriam.
Good for him. Looks like everything's okay here. So let's head
Ist sie
over
eine
to Riku.
Tsundere? Nee, sie ist einfach eine Bitch.
Riku seems to be doing a bit worse than Mickey was, so that probably means that this fight's a little
Sie tut nicht die Dinge, weil sie dich eigentlich mag. Sie hasst dich wirklich.
Seconds before he decides to leave this to Xigbar and his other self. Not before he does this weird darkness explosion
cool,
that
bitch.
I think does nothing. Anyway, this fight is worse than the last one.
Ja,
Xigbar
Kingdom
is
Hearts
pissed
3
easy to
lag
take
sie,
on
habe ich
on
sie
his
sehr
own,
genossen.
but combining that with Dark Riku is very annoying. He isn't fast, but he will chase you across the whole arena. For this, I'd recommend you go after Xigbar first, even though that's not what I did here. Both of them have desperation moves. Dark Riku's have him repeatedly teleport and slam onto the ground. Most of the time he'll slam right where you are, but once or twice he'll do it in front of you. So you gotta change direction.
Ich fand den Teil auch ziemlich schwierig, weil, oh mein Gott, Replico ist so schwer. Es ist nicht Replico, aber Ansem Rico.
All you gotta do is block. But the challenge comes from working that in while you're still dealing with both of them attacking. They might actually do their desperation moves at the same time, so that's spooky.
You're not real.
Huh? That's Riku Ansem, isn't it?
No. It's Replico. Ich hab's gerade
You beat
verklappert.
Ansem and you're still here. This guy is me.
Oh. Neat twist? The replica rips the other replica's heart out, revealing the vessel his heart was put in. He leaves it empty. He's not going in it because that one's for Namine. Well, at least we won't have any more Rikus around, am I right, fellas? As for Xigbar, he starts weirdly lamenting
Den
that if he had a
Teil fand
Keyblade,
ich
he would
confusing,
win this
weil ich
fight.
vom Anfang
You
an
see,
nicht
that's why
gekauft habe,
he's
dass
been
das
working
Ansem
for
Rico
Xehanort
war.
for the past 10 years.
Dachte die ganze Zeit,
He'd
das ist
get all
Replico.
no-name-gazing eye once Xehanort has the Keyblade. Won't need it once he does, after all. But that's off the table now that he's lost again. He isn't gonna fade away from them like the
Dass
others.
Xehanorts
He
Keyblade
teleports on
wollte,
top
habe
of
ich
the
damals auch
ledge and
gecallt.
Jumps off. Odd. Well, his weapons faded away, so I guess that's the end of him. That takes care of that. Riku's gonna go after Ansem, Sora continues being part of the fan service. Another two choices.
Ich fand so cool, dass echt bei Sigma mehr hintersteckte, was ich all die Jahre mir gedacht habe.
Or Aqua and Ventus fighting
Absolut
Terranort
Smiley,
and Vanitas.
absolut.
Well, Aqua's a master, so I'm gonna go ahead and help out the beginners.
Das war für mich das Ding, where do you cry more in this
So, this hooded figure wielding a kingdom key is fighting alongside
I cry
Sayax.
like a baby.
I couldn't tell you who it is. I still don't know, and I've beaten this game 6 times. But considering we've only seen one other person besides Sora use a kingdom key, I'm gonna assume that this is Shadow Sora from Captain Hook's ship. Anyway, let's go. Sayax immediately goes into semi-berserk mode, while not
Die Sword was Mortis, ja.
No, really, how
Gott,
does
das
she
hat
do
mich so
This part is
gegut-punched.
more a
Also
matter
richtig
of
hart.
surviving than fighting. You can't really do much against either of them while they're rampaging. Not Shion will occasionally break out of her Sayax mode and go for Keyblade swings, but that doesn't really last long. Once Sayax's meter fills up completely, it's complete berserk mode time. And you know what that means? Cutscene! Sayax really fucks all of us up and leaves Axel on his knees. That's when Xemnas comes in. It seems like this is mildly personal to him, so he wants to finish him.
Ah, ever the rogue pawn. Knocked from the board early in the game.
so cool. Die ist so cool.
Utterly useless and forgotten.
Are you kidding? Do you know how popular I am? I got loads of people rooting for me. Sorry, boss. No one axes Axel. Got it memorized?
Das adds.
God, that was lame. Xemnas destroys Axel's Keyblade, and honestly, I'm glad. I much prefer the Chakra.
Leider nicht,
You don't
leider
need
nicht,
everyone to
Marv.
wield a Keyblade. Xemnas fucks him up and is gonna do him in completely, but...
Darkness! Changing sides again?
Wait, who's this? I was only fighting Sayax. He tells her to kill him because he's sadistic like that. But then Sora goes ahead and stops her, saying her name in Roxas's voice.
It's all right. You can stop now. It's all right.
Shion.
This causes her to go into a full mental breakdown. So Xemnas gives her a kick, maybe that'll help, like a car. Instead, it takes her hood off, making Axel remember her. But once again, it's job finishing time. He gives Axel a quick stomp on the hand, that'll show him, and then it's her turn to go. But all of this resonated with Roxas's heart, and it finally exits Sora's body, probably into that replica from earlier.
Das Scene.
Hands off my friends.
John King was 3 am Stück bald mal machen, ne?
It cannot be.
My man. Because Xemnas is a petty bitch, if he can't win, no one does. So he
Ist euch
takes
mal
Kyrie
aufgefallen,
to
dass euch
God
in den
knows
letzten
where.
paar
Now it's
Szenen
just Sayak.
eigentlich
Axel got roughed up a bit, so it's down to you,
mehr
Roxas,
positiv
and
über das
Shion.
Spiel klingt.
Now this fight is very
Aber it's a
easy.
garbage
I'm okay
game.
with it this time, given the context. Normally, Sayax can't be hit stunned when
Er kennt sich auch überraschend detailliert gut mit der Story
leaving him
aus.
open for a good few seconds. And on top of that, both of them can do a stupid amount of damage against him on their own. But I mean, listen to that music. It's supposed to be a big triumphant moment. Kick his ass.
The moon shines down!
Gott, den Remind hier Roxas zu
Sayax
spielen, ne?
collapses and Axel finally breaks through his stoic facade. He was
Ja,
mad at
guten
Axel
Tag.
for putting him and the girl they've been looking for aside in favor of his shiny new friends. And so he became all nihilistic as we went over. Of course, Axel didn't forget him or her. Why do you think he worked to put him up in the ranks? And in response to that, Sayax finally admits that he was jealous. And with that, it's time for him to go. Sora's off to do better things while they have their little reunion.
Huh?
Guess I should have brought some ice cream.
Alright, I'll admit it. I felt something here. I wasn't crying or anything, but this was a long time coming. They'd all been in constant mental pain forever. Roxas was forced into killing Shion, before then being forced into a simulated town making friends with people who weren't even real, just to come to the realization that he needs to be part of Sora without a will of his own. Shion held the burden of kickstarting that downfall and fighting him, before fading away to be forgotten by the 2 people that cared about her. Axel had to watch the both of them exit his life and desperately try to get one of them back, sacrificing himself for the person that had his friend trapped in his heart. So yeah, this hit me a little bit. This was a good moment. But now I'm really noticing how tall Axel is. He's like 7 feet. My man's in the wrong line of work. Alright, last up on the small guys.
Aber
Let's
Shion
go
is...
help those wildfires.
it's a bit complicated.
Looks like they're holding their own decently enough, even though Terranort literally destroyed us earlier.
Yeah,
Speaking of which, what the hell happened to the Lingering Will? Did he just get bored and fuck off? Whatever, Terranort's here now, and so is Venus. We make it, and let's just jump into it. So this fight straight up sucks.
Dieses Video bringt Leute dazu, Kingdom Hearts 3 zu spielen.
Thing is challenge. You have to target just one of them at a time, but the other will very frequently just come at you from behind and hit you. There's nothing you can really do about that unless you stay ranged throughout the whole thing, which is super fun. And this problem is amplified because Aqua and Ventus will almost always bring whoever they're fighting to you, so it becomes this complete clusterfuck. But don't worry, you know what could make this much more fun?
Naja, du kannst die normal
To the
bekämpfen.
untrained eye, you may not notice, but if you look closely, this is fun. On the plus side, sometimes they
Want
just
to be
won't
that
target
person,
you
but
at
I
all.
cried
As for
more
their
at
moves,
Van,
Venus
finding
is
seeing
basically
Terra again.
exactly the
That's
same as he
okay.
was in the later departure, with the addition of his classic surfing on Keyblades trick. This time, he finishes by going to the center and shooting them at you until he's
Ja,
out.
normal.
Well, that's just rude.
Das ganze Ding
As
ist,
for Terranort, his constant voice
niemanden
lines
sind
are just
eigene
as annoying and
Person.
break by
Und vor allem
sleep, but now
Roxas.
instead of
Die und Axel nicht so ganz, aber Roxas und Sora. Und das war ein riesen Fallacy.
his bread and butter is
Also es war ein
dashing around
riesen
like an
Fehler, was
asshole,
sie dann
hitting whoever he
festgestellt
comes in
haben.
contact with. At times
Und
it feels like he's
deswegen
not targeting
war ein
anyone while
großer
using it, so maybe
Punkt
he
schon seit
really is
längerem,
just
dass
being
die
a
beiden
dickhead.
sich dann
Aside
doch
from that,
eigentlich
he has
trennen sollten.
projectiles that he shoots out
Aber
of his
Sora
Keyblade,
konnte wirklich
basic
nicht aufwachen
combos,
ohne
and guardian
Roxas.
shit.
Also es war alles ein bisschen shit.
What?
Weil niemand
What do you
wusste,
mean
was sie da
nice?
tun.
Stop, you're making me uncomfortable. His desperation move has him very cheesily go and turn the arena into hell. Beams everywhere, the Guardian keeps dragging you in to punch you. Every time he punches,
Das bei sie
Terranort
beim
says,
Stück
"Break
Phase 2. Wisst ihr, wie panisch ich immer? Oh no, nicht sterben, nicht sterben. Dann die Bösen erreichen.
Every fucking
Kingdom
time.
Hearts.
Best thing you could do here is to let him drag you
Siehst du
in and
gleich.
just block whenever he punches.
Das
He
die
should be fine if he just
haben
do
auch
that.
eigentlich
I beat
Erfolg
Venus
damit.
first. Figured it made more sense. His mask cracks
In so
once
einem
more.
Bereich.
Your face. What are you talking about?
Oh, hi there.
Even if
Oh Gott, Ginger, danke dir für deinen Raid. Wir gucken seit ein paar Stunden eine Kingdom Hearts 3 Review, warum das Spiel ein Waste of Effort war, ja. Und wir machen uns manche drüber lustig, weil wir seine Punkte nicht wirklich verstehen. Aber hi, was geht? Ich hoffe, ihr hattet einen schönen Stream. Ja, wir haben hier noch ein bisschen was vorzugucken. Also macht's euch bequem, ja. Oh. Ich hoffe, bei euch gab's was Cooles. Woody der Ginger? Ja, ich bin Ginger. Ich meine, hallo, ich bin Ginger. Als ob ich ihre Stimme 1:1 nachmachen könnte. Hallo Ginger 2.0. Hallo. Still 2 hours? Ja, es ist immer noch ein bisschen was an Zeit. Hey Ginger, was geht? Das ist Ersatz, Ginger. Mhm. Only 2 more hours to go. Yep. Ich dachte, ich muss bei dem Titel vorbeischauen. Also ich hatte nur einmal, nee, gar nicht wahr, ich hatte zweimal einen kleinen Breakdown hier, ja. Aber bisher ist es halt einfach ein Dude, der Kingdom Hearts 3 nicht mag, aber seine Punkte sind teilweise weird. Ich verstehe ihn halt nicht ganz. Er hat, glaube ich, einen soliden Punkt gebracht, oder? Einen, dem ich zustimmen konnte, richtig? Aber ja. By the way, Kingdom Hearts 3 is a bad game. Nicht nur ein Spiel mit Problemen, was stimmt. It's a bad game. Also ja, machen wir weiter.
You are not the prisoner. Oh yeah, you were at the cathedral. Your face. I'm the piece of Ventus that was taken away.
Okay, but really, what is this voice we're putting on? You didn't even sound remotely like that in Birth by Sleep.
I'll be asking the questions.
Ja, weil Haley beide gesprochen hat, ne?
After all, between the two of us, I'm the only one who will walk away from here alive.
Sogar ein bisschen mehr Punkte, wo ich teilweise zugestimmt habe.
He gives the whole explanation about how he and him are connected because Sora filled the void that Vanitas left behind, which still doesn't make sense to me. Vanitas was created before Sora completed Ventus's heart, right? So unless he didn't have a face under that mask before, then that's really dumb. I mean, it's really dumb anyway, but you get my point. He says that the three of them are real.
Damals in Birth by Sleep, lange vor Kingdom Hearts 3, wussten wir das schon, dass das der Grund ist. Und hier in Kingdom Hearts 3 wurde es uns bestätigt. Von daher, das Ding ist halt, man kann so viel sagen, wie bescheuert Kingdom Hearts 3 ist, oder generell Kingdom Hearts, aber Leute, die sich mit der Story auseinandersetzen, die verstehen den Shit, callen ihn, bevor er passiert, also muss ja irgendwas hier Sinn ergeben, oder? Das ist immer mein Argument. Irgendwas muss hier Sinn ergeben, sonst würde man ja nicht auf die tatsächlichen Dinge kommen, wo wirklich was dann am Ende revealed wird. You know? Stimmt, da war was. Haley bekam halt von Auftrag von ihnen ein bisschen düsterer zu sprechen. Ja, es wirkte so, als ob er sehr viel Spaß hat. Aber das ist jetzt ein anderer Sprecher. Glaube ich, oder?
Ventus tells him that he shouldn't just be in the darkness because that's the way he was created. He should choose what he wants to be. Well, that argument went out the window because Vanitas wants to be darkness.
Ich mochte das eigentlich.
Okay.
Er hat sich halt einfach dazu entschieden. Ich bin Darkness. Kein Redemption, nix. Ich bin Darkness.
They could get a few words out of him, but the Xehanort and him took control again.
Das ist okay, Hasty Hawk.
You'll never be able to break these chains. They're our bonds. You have no power over me!
I really want to think that in the recording studio, there were multiple takes for this line, and all of them were better than this one, but the guy in charge was like, no, this is the best line. He gets him real dizzy and is going to kill him with fall damage, something that has never been an issue in this series.
Wahrscheinlich Shining, ja. Vanitas ist halt legit Darkness.
How? You fell to the dark.
Sora goes ahead and unlocks his heart so Terra can reclaim it, and everyone's favorite character is back.
Terra? Is it you?
Yeah. You never stop.
Ein Teil 3 kam nicht für die PS2.
You're here.
Das sieht nicht wie ein PS2-Spiel aus, du.
You found me, just like you promised.
You see, as opposed to the last one, I don't feel much here. I don't have too much sympathy for the main cast of Birth by Sleep.
Why?
They were never very likable, and the shit they went through was partially their own fault.
That
Ja,
Anakin Palpatine
klar, es war
bullshit
deren
with Terra
Schuld,
and Xehanort
aber...
was annoying. Ventus trying to find friends in every world and that
Lord
basically just being his goal for half the game was annoying. The fact that the best role they could give to Aqua was to clean up the shit from the other two was annoying. Ventus is dumb. Terra is dumb. Aqua isn't as dumb, but she didn't really have too much of a character in that game. She has a little more here. So yeah, this reunion doesn't feel nearly as emotional. Well, that's all the
Das ist ja ein Chat, dass er 5 Stunden die ganze Zeit nur Recap macht, hätte er das beleuchten können. Nämlich, wenn man versuchen möchte, dafür Argumente zu finden, ist es ziemlich schwierig, finde ich. Ja, die waren Idiots, aber ich meine, nicht alle Fehler, die man im Leben macht, resultieren aus Pech, sondern weil man auch manchmal falsche Entscheidungen trifft, right? Das macht interessante Charakter aus. Und die haben eine Menge falsche Entscheidungen getroffen.
4 to go before 13. Once there is 13, the Keyblade will be forged.
Yeah, sure. And what makes you think there'd ever be any way we'd help you with that?
You forget I plan for every eventuality.
That is fair. What if the reason Xehanort can plan
Vielleicht kann ich
so far
sagen,
ahead for
Xehanort
everything
fucked
is that
my
everyone
crops
can't
and took
stop
my
posting
wife,
about
I'm
their
taking
plans
his
on
life.
Kingdom Hearts Instagram.
If you do summon Kingdom Hearts, we will defeat you. And we will close it again.
Maybe you will. Or then again, maybe you won't.
Let the Nort battle begin. Remember when I said
Wait,
that
what?
there was one fight that I consider genuinely challenging? This is it. It's kind of like the last fight, but not nearly as bullshit. Don't get me wrong, there are bullshit parts. Young Xehanort likes to teleport at you quite a bit, but it's a bit more manageable here, as it's usually not outside your view
wenn das Spiel mal schwer wird, ist es Bullshit.
Attacks frequently, but it's designed to work. You can avoid each move one after the other. It's not easy to do it, but that's the fun part. A few seconds into
Hast du
the
nicht gerade
fight,
gesagt, es
the
ist
three will
Bullshit?
disappear, and Master Xehanort will cause a Keyblade Hurricane, taking the
Wisst ihr
other
was,
two
mein
away.
Case ist, er
During
mag
this
das
part, you have
Spiel,
to avoid waves of
er strengt
keys
sich nur
all the while
echt
before
an,
they
es
attack
zu
you.
hassen,
The pattern
aus
of which
irgendwelchen
they attack and
Gründen.
what attacks they use depends on who you've beaten at that point in the fight. One I particularly like is when the
Be
second
honest
wave of
to
Keyblades
yourself,
comes in
man.
and Xehanort goes,
Ich bin kurz auf Toilette, falls ich was verpasse, sagt mir Bescheid, ja?
Ansem uses weird-looking mines, laser balls, lasers that circle him, and darkness explosions. Venus uses a lot of his Kingdom Hearts 2 moves. Lasers, lightsabers, whatever these are, and kicks. Young Xehanort could put you in a time stop while he shreds your health. He uses his Keyblade as a whip, he shoots ice projectiles that can freeze you, so yeah, there's a lot of moves for you to keep track of. But it's a good thing we have... When you beat Ansem, Riku admits that he's gonna miss him. Ansem gives them some encouraging words, that he knew he would lose.
Part of me wanted to defy my fate. But when the others betrayed us, I found I did not care. And then, nothing else seemed to matter anymore.
Ansem.
What? It is time to move on, boy. There is more to seek. So go forth now and seek it.
I said it, it's satire, ja?
When he beats Xemnas, he feels the first emotion he's felt in years.
Ich weiß, Blackie.
Loneliness. He used the organization and its members as a tool, nothing more. Now he finally understands that they were more than that. They were people.
Do you see? A heart is just pain.
Pain is being human.
Ich fand's auch irgendwie cool, dass man bei allen sich ein bisschen so sad war, dass man sich von den Villains verabschiedet.
It must take
Hey, Fiedel.
Incredible strength.
Ich fand, by the way, Xemnas war ein großartiger Antagonist. Ich habe nichts verpasst, wie immer.
Young Xehanort goes out like a little bitch. He's just gonna go back to his time period and keep going like nothing happened.
Das
but
stimmt.
Sora will fall into the deep depths of slumber forever.
What?
Das war ein spontaner Einfall heute.
Sora. Your time in this world is...
God, I wish one of you could have just roasted him one
Third
last time.
warning, by the
Oh,
way.
well, we won't be seeing
Für
him
das
again.
Ende.
We've got ourselves 12 keys now.
Alle drei
It clears the
Warnings
clouds
waren von
above,
ihm.
Once again showing Kingdom Hearts. All that's left is to make the final key. Xion joined their side, so she couldn't be used. So let's use the next best thing. Sora starts rushing up to get to Xehanort, but honestly, he should have air-stepped.
Nee, that's it. Xehanort.
Well, that sucks. Rage isn't gonna work here. He's become too powerful. How about Riku?
Nope, Mickey, well, actually that made things worse. Xehanort used Stopsa. Then just to be a dick, he uses one of his Keyblades to hit Sora again. Alright, no more emotional bullshit. Let's get this Keyblade forged.
Hey! Warum emotional bullshit? Kingdom Hearts is emotional. That's the point of the story.
Well, this is
Nö.
unfortunate,
Es
but
gibt
honestly, were
ein
you
Spiel danach
expecting him to
schon.
not get it this time?
Aber das ist ein
He finally
Rückenspiel.
unlocks
Also,
Kingdom Hearts, making it purple, you monster!
das ist das letzte Spiel aber in einem Story-Arc.
Alright, I forgot that you guys were here. Where's Yen Sid? The others are here too. Oh hey, you two look exactly the same. That's cool, let's not break it up. Stopsa wore off, so here's Riku and Mickey too. It's not over yet, fellas.
Oh, die nächste Cutscene war so cool.
Transcend time or something, right? Well, then that must mean he's a portal, so we can trap him inside. What? Whatever, just go with it. Someone has to go with him, though, to stop him from coming back. Mickey says that the Masters will go in, them being himself, Riku, and Aqua. But Sora says it's better that they stay out here to keep Kingdom Hearts at bay. He'll go in with Xehanort and defeat him. But hey, only Keyblade wielders can really help with Kingdom Hearts, so you know what that means. 3 half-pints taking on a final boss again. We didn't get that in the second game. Hey, before you go...
Oh, hey.
Kairi will be alright. I can feel it.
How would you know? You're connected to him, not her. Also, I'm just noticing that Axel got his Keyblade back. What's that about? Alright, boys.
Warte mal, kennt die Story doch nicht so gut. You're connected to him, not her. Warum hat Shion an Kairis Gesicht? Bink.
And a 2. And a... That's what you get for turning your back on your only threat left. I wonder where that portal's taking us.
Ich weiß aber, was du meintest, Smiley. Alles gut. Wisst ihr was? Wisst ihr was? Der größte Offense in ganz Kingdom Hearts 3 war, Scarlet Kylum hat einen 1A-Soundtrack, ja. In Remind hörst du den, warte mal. Leider hörst du den Soundtrack nur in Remind wirklich. Ist es das hier? Komm. Ja, genau. Du hörst den hier irgendwie für 20 Sekunden oder so. Aber Gott sei Dank gibt's Remind. So guter Track. Why did they not use it? Shion ist doch nur eine Hülle, die aus den Erinnerungen von Sora geschaffen wurde und sieht wie ein Kairi aus, weil sie diese stärkste Erinnerung ist. Genau, in Shion sind all die Erinnerungen von Kairi, die Sora hatte, drin. Das heißt, sie hat durchaus eine Connection zu Kairi, weil das ist quasi die gesamten Erinnerungen von Kairi, die Sora hatte, machen ihre Identität aus. Deswegen hat sie auch dieses Gesicht getragen, ja. Und dann war halt das Problem, dass ganz viel von Roxas in sie reingeflossen ist, weil sie ja so ein Buffer-Ding war, damit Roxas nicht zu mächtig wurde. Und dann hat sie irgendwann Soras Gesicht gehabt. Aber ja, sie ist halt connected zu allen dreien, basically. Genau deswegen. Es ist Kingdom Hearts Logik. Es macht in Universe Sinn, okay? Aber ja, ich wollte kurz den Soundtrack zeigen.
Where are we?
By the way, das Gebiet ist so cool. Scarlet Kylum ist so cool.
It's that world from the intro cutscene. Xehanort seems to be somewhere else in this place. Oh, that was fast. Found him. Ooh,
Nein, Soras Erinnerung
come on.
an
We just got
Kairi.
done beating 3 Xehanorts. Oh, what's going on here? They're all glitching out into these
Da ist der
things.
Track im Hintergrund.
Well, honestly,
Aber
who
der ist echt
cares?
nur kurz.
Because while this happens, the best song in the game plays.
Deswegen in Kingdom Hearts. Yo. Er bringt es wirklich. Das ist. Okay, das ist funny.
There's 12 of them, so the 13th must be our man. But first, let's get these guys.
Memories haben in Kingdom Hearts eine große Connection mit dem Herz selber. Also im Herz selber sind auch die Erinnerungen drin. Das heißt, wenn du Memories hast, hast du auch eine Connection zu der Person. Verlierst du diese Connection zu der Person und verschwindet diese Person, verlierst du die Erinnerung, was ein Grund ist, warum Leute auch eine Zeit lang sich nicht an Sora erinnert haben, warum Leute Shion vergessen haben. Es ist sowas, ja. Die Erinnerung und the heart are very connected in Kingdom Hearts. Aber ja, deswegen in Kingdom Hearts 2 ganz am Anfang war das ja so, dass Sora in den Cutscenes sich an Kairis Namen nicht erinnern konnte, beziehungsweise es immer abgehackt war. Das war nämlich die Erinnerung, die quasi Namini ganz cheeky gelöscht oder halt verschwinden lassen hat. Und die haben halt ihren Weg in Shion gefunden, damit sie sich self-inserten kann an dem Punkt, wo halt Kairi wäre in seinen Erinnerungen. Ja, genau. Wie macht das Video jetzt eigentlich noch so lang?
Guys out of the way. Seriously, that was like 10 seconds. Ugh, whatever. This fight is weird.
Das ist das,
they all
was ich
have shared
meine.
health, and each is based on a member of the organization. You can see Zigbar's guns,
Das ist eigentlich voll cool.
Young Xehanort's Keyblade, etc. Their moves are all still pretty straightforward, except for their desperation move.
Ja, rede nur über Remind, aber Remind ist auch nur
while the others come in to take pot shots.
das hier.
But aside from that, pretty easy. The real guy shows his face. This place used to be a
Bin aber
town
bisher
made
ist
for
es
Keyblade
fun mit euch
users,
zu
the
gucken.
nexus from which all worlds spring. Apparently, I thought that was Daybreak Town. It's also where he and Ericus were raised.
Es ist Daybreak Town.
Scala ad Kylum, Stairway to the Sky.
Es ist Daybreak Town, but flipped.
He wants to finish this.
I'm not joking, by the way. Das ist wahr.
All the 12 you just took out, and well,
Daybreak Town ist im Wasser, genau unter denen. Yeah, 3 half pints.
He dons the goat's armor and uses his newfound power to manipulate the environment to his will. The walls,
das ist sehr fun, können wir gerne mit dem Persona 5 Video machen. Ist nicht so schlimm wie der Dude im Persona 5 Video. Also der war fürchterlich.
His moves consist of Keyblade combos, spinny stuff, fire stuff. His desperation move for this phase is spawning a big old fire pillar that's so hot it creates other fire pillars around it. But be careful because the old rascal will try to take you while it's happening. He'll finish it off by trying to drag you into a pending explosion. It's a fine move and all, but hey, do you know what would make... Once you get far enough, he decides this environment ain't working for him, so let's put us in... No, come
Ja, hat schon lange keinen Punkt mehr gemacht, warum das Spiel schlecht wäre, ne?
This fight just went from a 5 out of 10 to a 3.
Dabei, die größten Kritikpunkte, die ich verstehen würde, wären hier am Ende, weil sehr, sehr, sehr viel auf einmal kommt.
Rinse and repeat until his desperation move, where he creates some fire pillars, attacks you for a bit, combines them, and shoots fireballs. Then he goes right back to what it was. This part sucks, it really does. Finally, we head to the surface, but Xehanort propels you into the air, separating you from Donald and Goofy.
Er ist manchmal funny, das stimmt viel.
He doesn't really have any new
Aber
moves
manchmal
here,
auch
it's
nicht,
just the same
finde
as
ich.
the first phase.
Aber
Yeah,
okay,
this fight
Humor
was
ist Hit
not
und
very
Miss,
good.
ne?
Good thing it wasn't the actual final boss.
Do you think you have won?
Aber mir geht's hauptsächlich darum, dass ich die Argumente teilweise irgendwie nicht raffe.
We break through his armor, but it's not over yet. He teleports to the top of the town, and we follow him. That grin, he rarely doesn't have it. I think he has it this time because he just remembered that he has the ultimate weapon. The Keyblade is spawned. All I'm really thinking about at this point is, will the final boss be good? And, well, let's find out. He's actually pretty fast with his movements and his swings. One move that's pretty interesting is when he throws the Keyblade to freeze you, then burn you, and finally strike you with thunder thrice. But it's halfway through the fight that it starts to get interesting. He starts getting teleport heavy and goes for you multiple times, but he also goes for Donald and Goofy, which can throw you off your guard.
Den schwersten
He also
Teil
starts throwing
kommt
meteors at you.
nachher.
It's not too bad, just a matter of blocking. 3/4 of the way through the fight is when it starts to get very interesting. He forces you into rage form. And
Ich
it's
fand
not
den
on a
Teil
meter
wirklich
either.
schwer.
You can't get out unless you hit him enough. That's where it gets tricky, because he doesn't make himself very open in this phase, so you could potentially be there for a while. Once you've hit him enough, you can get back to normal. But the first thing he does after that is his desperation move.
Ich weiß,
He creates a mock organization room, and each chair has a
Das war
Xehanort.
so
You're
cool!
gonna get bum-rushed by a shit ton of these guys. All the while, lasers come in. So all you can do is
Ich hab
block
den
and
Block,
dodge
by
while
the
you
way,
way through.
verkackt.
Even
Und die
after
haben
6
mich so
playthroughs, I
zerrissen.
still haven't gotten out of this desperation move without getting hit. But once you're done there, it's a straight shot to the end. Once you have him down to 1 HP, you have to use a reaction command to finish it.
Aber das ist halt, ich meine, das ist fein.
Uh-oh. He's got a Keyblade beam of his own, but this one's way more powerful, to the point that you'll probably die because you didn't realize that you had to plug the controller into port 2.
Das war eine Metal Gear Reference. Die habe ich verstanden, because
Wait,
I'm
hold
a
on.
gamer.
Why isn't the game over screen giving me a menu? Oh? The controller's making noise too.
Ich fand das so cool. Das habe ich auch verstanden, obwohl ich das Spiel nicht gespielt habe. Liebe es, wenn Spiele dich denken lassen, du bist Game Over, aber dann bist du nicht Game Over. Aber dich gut genug verarschen.
In cutscenes, you're the victors, but in gameplay, well.
Ja, erst rein.
The light prevails.
Ja, was? Kingdom Hearts ist fire.
As you can see,
Kingdom Hearts
this
1
was
ist nur
not
sehr.
something Xehanort considered. But according to him, he's already won. Kingdom Hearts is looking awful intense right now.
What's gonna happen?
A purge. The world will be returned whence it started. The world began in darkness, and from that darkness came light.
Das ist übrigens nicht neue Information, das wusste man alles.
The people.
Nur Sora wusste es halt nicht.
Hearts.
No.
Evil burgeoned in those hearts, begetting more darkness. And that darkness spread across the world like a plague. The light, the symbol of the world's hope, was devoured by shadow.
It's not too late, guys. You can fix this. No one wants this.
But the first light, the light of Kingdom Hearts, it can give us a new start.
Es war von Anfang an sein Objective.
Pure and bright.
Nomura, you son of a bitch. You made me wait for so long to get an I'm a misguided good guy, I'm so quirky ending. I understand that the whole what would a Keyblade War bring,
Das wusste man seit Jahren. That's not new.
But to frame it in such a way that he had the best intentions at heart is such a slap in the face to everyone waiting for this game. And the fact that they decided to put this new motive right after you beat him is the worst part. He's been doing all this shit with a smile on his face for years. Now suddenly he's serious, saying his piece on how we need a leader. He's literally the reason that there are problems in the world.
Dass die Welt
Before I get too in depth on this, let's just get to the end of the scene. Everyone's made it to Scala.
Ich wusste es, dass darauf eingehen wird. Das ist so funny.
Terra and Xehanort make eye contact. This is an interaction I want to see.
Master Xehanort.
Aqua, what exactly are you afraid of? Xehanort's kind of outnumbered in this scenario. He couldn't beat 3 half pints. What makes you think he could take on 10 gallons?
There's more to light than meets the eye.
Oh, ja.
As I told you.
Letztes Mal, als Terra mit Xehanort geredet hat, hat er sich verarschen lassen von ihm.
You sly fox.
By the way, das ist auch nicht neu, das weiß man auch seit Birth by Sleep.
However, he can just spew Ericus out. He tells Xehanort to give him the Keyblade, that it's time he finishes this nonsense.
YouTube geht's dir gut? Ich glaube, YouTube hat keinen Bock mehr auf das Video, guys.
I can't do this.
Ich bin noch live, oder?
Enough. Checkmate.
This reminds him of the chess game, and that Ericus ended up winning. This was, good enough for him, I guess? He hands the Keyblade over to Sora. Ericus has his reunion with the 3 before he passes on completely, apologizing for the trouble he put on them, and telling Terra to look after them. Xehanort watches with possibly conflicting emotions before starting to stagger, but Ericus catches him.
Ready, my friend? Yes.
Fand's keiner nice. Dass sie am Ende halt nicht wenigstens im Streit waren. In welchem Teil? Birth by Sleep.
What?
Ja, OBS hat wieder Kodierungsüberlastung gehabt. Ja, mein PC geht kaputt.
Wow. That has to have been
aber in Birth by Sleep kannst du es zum Beispiel in seinen Reports nachlesen.
It's not actually over yet, but I
da steht auch komplett drin, wie er überhaupt zu Darkness gekommen ist und sowas.
Such a quick shift, and then he just fucking dies. I'm
und
gonna
sie
go ahead and
komplett
cue my
studiert hat und
narcissism for a
sowas.
second and tell you how I would fix it. The last scene doesn't necessarily need to be changed too much, and neither does his new motive. I just think they could have made it way more natural if there was context beforehand. When they get to Scala and they first see Xehanort, instead of just getting this town's backstory and then bam, fight time, have Sora ask quite simply, why are you doing this? Of course, in response, Xehanort would give yet another speech about Keyblade Wars and darkness and what-ifs. This would be the point where Sora says to him that no one would go this far over a hunch. What are you really after? And so, someone finally calling his bluff, he gives his motivation, but he doesn't give them a chance to argue against it.
Ich meine, okay, ja, das hätte man so machen können. Finde ich fein. Ich finde es aber auch nicht so schlimm, dass er das erzählt, wenn er besiegt ist. Das ist ein typischer Trope in Stories eigentlich. Aber ja, fein.
Xehanort sought a peaceful age using people like this.
You're only here so that when I finish you off, Terra will succumb to the darkness.
Ich meine, Xehanort ist immer noch ein Arsch.
You're nothing! Please! Give me back my friend!
The moon exhilarates me.
Thanks to you, all our plans are ruined!
And ruined so many lives. He inadvertently caused the creation of Roxas and Xion just to torment them, put Ventus in a 10-year coma, put Aqua in the realm of darkness, and had Terra strike his own master and father figure down, killed Master in front of him, and stole his body just to destroy it in the process of making a heartless nobody. He tore Kairi from her homeworld and grandmother, and speaking of her, he just fucking killed her. He sliced a 15-year-old girl's back open for selfish reasons. He turned Radiant Garden into such a shithole that they changed its name to Hollow Bastion, and forced hundreds of people to Traverse Town by doing that. Tricked people he called his comrades into believing they were doing these terrible things to regain their humanity, when in actuality they always had it, and they're just making it
Es ist auch in Birth by Sleep ziemlich deutlich, dass er das nicht aus Selfish Reasons macht, sondern ganz viel auch Curiosity und weil er ein Wissenschaftler ist. Was man nicht vergessen sollte, er ist auch ein Wissenschaftler.
You might think that none of this would matter at all to him if brought up, but no one's ever really confronted him on these things. It's always been, Xehanort, you're a real meanie, you know that? If these specific
Xehanort wurde noch nie in all seinen Inkarnationen confronted.
That's a real argument. One he couldn't have heard before because he wouldn't even tell people that
Are you saying curiosity isn't selfish?
And so this being the first time he's confronted with this, it actually gets to
ich sag genau, das ist es halt. Er hat es aus sehr viel selfish Gründen gemacht. Das war gerade mein Punkt.
I'd change the way it works just a little bit to suit this ending that I'm making here. It'd be faster and more hectic, fitting of someone having their own character challenge.
Es ist eine Mischung aus, er ist ein Wissenschaftler und wollte wissen, how does it work? Hat die Darkness studiert und hat einen Gefallen dran gefunden und hat gemerkt, oh hey, unsere Welt ist ziemlich fucked. Ich könnte ein Equilibrium aufbauen, eine neue Welt, ein Reset. Also seine Methoden waren fucking garbage.
And that's what leads to it being broken and him being struck down. The destination is the same, but I personally think that that would have made it a bit better. You might think that that was terrible.
Ja, es ist halt
but to me, it would have not only been narratively better, but more cathartic as well, seeing Xehanort's confidence crumble like that. The conclusion for him that we got was underwhelming at best. But let's move on to our ending.
Ich meine, wir haben Xehanort sehr oft in den Arsch getreten, ja.
Or is it? You may have not noticed, but Kairi's still dead. The only thing that could possibly bring her back is the power of waking. Donald and Goofy offer their assistance on this one, but Sora declines. This is something he needs to do alone.
Niemand hat ihn auch gefragt, dass er ein Equilibrium aufbauen soll, ein Reset, ja. Also nochmal ganz kurz. Xehanort hat das einfach komplett für sich selbst entschieden. Ich mach das jetzt einfach. Also wenn das nicht ein Selfish Motivation ist, dann weiß ich auch nicht. Ich weiß auch nicht, wie man auf einen Good Guy Act kommt. Seine Intention für eine perfekte Welt, könnte man sagen, ist gut gemeint, aber eigentlich ist es so, no one wanted this, dude. No one wanted this. So wie ich das weiß in seiner Backstory, das habe ich auch noch nicht alles gesehen, aber in Dark Road wird ein bisschen mehr erklärt, inwiefern er ein bisschen auch hier und da traumatisiert ist und shit. Das nochmal mehr versteht, warum er quasi Dinge ändern möchte, aber es ist trotzdem erst ein selfish asshole. Es ist halt einfach so. No one asked him. Das Ding ist ja auch, ich glaube, Sora sagt ja auch so, but who wanted this? Ich glaube, er sagt das legit am Ende, oder? Oder vertue ich mich gerade? Es ist so, ja, you didn't need to do this oder so. Irgendwie sowas sagt Sora ganz am Ende. Ich dachte damals in Birth by Sleep, dass Xehanort die Darkness akzeptierte und sie einfach dazugehört, anstelle von Ericus. Tut er auch. Deswegen, er will nicht nur eine Pure Light Welt machen, sondern er will ein Equilibrium. Und es ist kein Equilibrium. Das Power Balancing ist komplett für den Arsch. Oder es war ein Remind. Auf jeden Fall, es ist nicht viel, dass sie darüber reden, to be fair, ja. Aber er callt ihn quasi auch so, like, no one wanted this. Wie genau will er den Plan verändern, dass sich alles nochmal genauso wiederholt? Das Problem war, erstmal gab es zu viel Light und dann Darkness. Und es gab zu viel Darkness und darin kam das Light. Also will er ein Equilibrium aufbauen. Das meinte er mit Pure. Even. Gleich. Deswegen ist er auch jemand, der Darkness embraced, weil Ericus zu viel Light in sich hatte. Und sein ganzer Punkt war, guck mal, Ericus ist auch kacke, er hat zu viel Light in sich. Er ist auch ein ziemlicher Hypocrite. Mir fällt tatsächlich auch kein Ende für Xehanort ein, bei dem ich jetzt denke, das wäre jetzt perfekt. Er war der Willen, ihn einfach umzubringen, passt nicht zu Sora. Verpufft wie die anderen der Organisation, macht nicht wirklich Sinn. Macht Sudoku wie Sigba, sehr unbefriedigend. We call the police on him. Ja. Yeah. Nee, er gibt halt Sora Skiblade. Er kennt ihn endlich an. Er kennt ihn endlich fucking an. Das ist der erste Keyblade-Wielder, den er anerkennt. Nochmal, ja. Diesen lächerlichen, normalen Jungen da. Das sagt er sogar. Dull, ordinary boy. Und dann ist sein alter Freund Ericus da, der genauso Scheiße gebaut hat, will ich meinen. Er wollte Ventus umbringen. Again, you know. Ericus hat auch ein paar Dinge falsch gemacht. Nicht so viel wie Xehanort, aber... Und dann denken sie sich, okay, we fucked up, we are out, ciao.
This, but nah, he don't care, neither does Riku. He's bringing Kairi home no matter what. He opens up a portal, and off he goes. Now, for the Where Are They Now segment. The Disney crew made it back to the castle. And
der Punkt ist aber halt, er ist nicht one-note. Er ist nicht
with his Keyblade. So I guess
so ein selfish idiot.
To Rainfell. They start walking back, but Chirithy comes in. Perhaps Ventus starts remembering Union Cross now, because he welcomes them with open arms. On the clock tower, Roxas and Axel are hanging out, and then Shion comes in.
Shit, I'm out. Wieso,
a little crowded, don't you think? In Radiant Garden, they put the Riku replica to good use, putting Namine's heart in it. And now she's back. I guess Riku and Namine are a thing. Man's cucking himself. But wait, I thought it would be her and Roxas based on their whole two sides of the same coin thing going on in the second game. Maybe he's with Shion.
Ja, Master of Masters ist nochmal ein ganz anderes Ding.
Thebes is rebuilt, the toys make it back to the real world with Andy, Sully and Mike finally get their playdate with Boo, Arendelle still sucks ass, 2 Baymaxes, and then we get over to Destiny Islands. This is a real everyone is here moment. Ventus is playing Frisbee with Axel and Isa, Shion and Namine are looking at seashells for some reason, Donald, Goofy, Hayner, Pence, and Olette are making sand sculptures, but then they all look up at the Pampu tree. Sora and Kairi sit, holding hands. He brought her back, but he didn't have long to say goodbye.
Everyone is here, nur nicht Sora.
And that's it. That's the end. Okay, not really. You see, we have another cutscene after the credits. Xehanort's Keyblade went flying, all the way over here, where someone was waiting for it.
Ja, Krone,
Some portals
natürlich.
appear, summoning the Foretellers. Also, the Master of Masters box is next to this guy, so it must be Lucio.
I called it.
Did you summon us back?
Same smiley. Yep. Ich war so happy hier.
You look different.
Haven't heard that name in a long while.
Roll the credits.
Okay.
Nein.
Okay. So
Nein.
Lucio had to
It
cast
makes
his
sense.
old form away multiple times so he wouldn't die of old age.
It makes
Just
so
like the
much
Master
sense.
of Masters told him to do, he gave that Keyblade over to someone else and it was passed along to that person's apprentice and then them to theirs and so on for who knows how many centuries. It eventually fell into Xehanort's hands. And so, once it came time for Lucio to reclaim it, he was Braig, working for Xehanort under the condition that he gets that Keyblade once it's over.
Yeah.
The rest you know. He turns into a nobody, he becomes Xigbar, etc. Now that he has it and the box, the time has come to enact the Master of Masters' next phase of the plan. It seems Ava didn't make it like the other 4 did. Whatever her role was, it wasn't leading her.
Warum hat er dabei so
By the way,
gesäuft?
Pete and Maleficent.
Und
They've
dann hat
got
er all die
bots. Now all they
Punkte,
need to
die
do is
Sinn
get-
ergeben, zu dem
Ased gets
Punkt
fed up and
aufgezählt.
demands to know what Xigbar's role was.
I hope you like long stories.
Yeah.
And that's it. Okay, again, not really. As is tradition, there's a secret ending. In the past games, it was kinda time consuming to get them. But here, all you need to do is get
Okay.
emblems.
Wie reagiert er auf Yosoda, Guys? Wie reagiert er auf Yosoda? Er will's fürchterlich finden, oder? Interessant, dass Anna das auch sagt. Was denn genau?
Not too bad. Now, what does this secret ending entail?
Er wird's hassen,
Let's
ja.
watch.
Oh, das war so cool. Vor allem mit Final Fantasy vs. 13, also Somnus drin als Track. Ach so, ja.
Sora seems to have woken up in this city. It's completely empty. Suddenly, Riku also wakes up here. What? Okay, it's a secret ending. It's meant to be confusing. Just keep playing. As Riku's walking along the sidewalk, he can feel that someone's watching. What? But it's Yozora from Toy Box. We're bringing Versus 13 into Kingdom Hearts, aren't we, Nomura? Finally, we see who I presume to be the Master of Masters on top of a different building.
That's it. Reconnect.
Okay, lot to unpack here. I would go in depth, but Remind does answer some of the major questions, so I'll save it for then. Well, that's it. We beat the main story, got through the thick of it. That ending was gross. I would like you to keep in mind that this was Kingdom Hearts 3, the game people have been waiting for years. A game hyped up to be the ending of the Xehanort saga. And how did they spend half of the game's story? Building up the next game. Do you understand how much of a slap in the face that is? All this buildup was based off of a phone game. You can't tell me that that isn't at least a little weird. I'll be honest, it seems like this next saga with the Master of Masters and Xigbar and wherever the hell we are right now is much more thought out and advanced than the Xehanort saga. It's more interesting. But before we get to that, we have to finish what we started. And this game barely did that. Beating Xehanort was supposed to be a moment of triumph, but it was anything but that. Ericus comes out, says checkmate, and then he just dies. And then Sora poofs out of existence at the last few seconds. Save that shit for later. Focus on making beating Xehanort better. Then we could focus on the next saga. Instead, it feels like we've moved on before we're at the final boss. This plot had no focus at all. It'll shift from Xehanort to mystery test subject in a split second, back to Xehanort, then did you know you guys are Keyblade wielders? We never go anywhere with that, but just thought I'd let you know. Then Xehanort, then ooh, what's this mystery box? Am I being too harsh? I really don't think I am. After waiting for so long, having been built up since 2002, the fans deserve better than that.
No, 2002? Wovon? Das hat er gerade gesagt, oder? Since 2002, right?
Ooh, what's this mystery box? Am I being too harsh? Subject in a split second, back to Xehanort, then did you know you guys are Keyblade wielders? We never go anywhere with that, but just thought I'd let you know. Then Xehanort, then ooh, what's this mystery box? Am I being too harsh? I really don't think I am. After waiting for so long, having been built up since 2002?
Ja, der Kirby, danke dir für 10 Monate treu, dankeschön. Bleib beim Adel. Nein. Er meint Build-Up seit Kingdom Hearts 1, aber Kingdom Hearts 1 ist halt. Die haben sich nicht viel mehr Gedanken darüber gemacht. Ja, dann kam Chain of Memories und dann fing es langsam an, dass Dinge connected wurden. Ich würde eher sagen, seit dem Ende von Kingdom Hearts 2 oder so ist das alles miteinander connected, aber wir haben die ganze Zeit Payoffs bekommen und weitere Setups und weitere Payoffs und weitere Setups. Bis dann Dream Drop Distance Richtung Ende gemeint hat, oh, hier kommt's und hier kam's und hier Kingdom Hearts 3 sagt so, but there's more. Und das Ding ist, ich fand das sinnvoll, dass Kingdom Hearts 3 gezeigt hat, da ist mehr Story zu haben, weil das Ding ist halt, viele Leute dachten, das ist das Ende von Kingdom Hearts generell. Aber durch die ganzen Dinge, die wir weitestgehend haben, kannst du sagen, oh, wir haben hier und da ein paar Hints bekommen für eine weitere Story. Es war aber nicht so, als ob der Hauptteil irgendwie Fokus verloren hat.
The fans deserve better than this. Video is done though. There's still more critiques to be made, but also...
In Kingdom Hearts 1 nicht,
hold on
nein,
to your hats, because it's time to enter the post-game.
Please don't pause the video, I'm sorry.
Gonna say this from the start. The post-game of Kingdom Hearts 3 is barren. There are a number of things you can do, but only one of them is mildly worth it. Once you load your last save after beating the game, you'll be told that portals have opened up across all the worlds.
Post-game war wirklich nicht viel.
But you only have to go to 13 to reap the benefits. These are known as battle gates, and they
Dann wiederum, wie groß seht ihr das Problem beim Postgames? Ich sehe ein Problem drin, aber nicht so groß. Xehanort Saga ist nur ein Teil von mehreren, die gleichzeitig laufen. Das ist nicht neu für Kingdom Hearts. Er würde so tun, als würde Lucio komplett neu dazukommen. Lucio hat sein Birth by Sleep Setup. Technisch gesehen, seit Kingdom Hearts 2 war Sigma immer ein bisschen weird und sus.
This one in Toy Box is putrid.
Sigma war immer weird und sus.
The only time we fought them was when we had access to the mech, so that destroyed them. But now that we're
an die anderen vier Postgame bisschen mehr, aber jetzt auch nicht so viel. Aber Pudding ist ein Final Fantasy Gegner-Chip. Aber das war so eine Kingdom Hearts Version davon als Herzloser. Cute, oder?
The other assholes that might do the same thing at the same time, your reaction times will get worse. This is once again a case of this game showing its birth by sleep. Putting 5 giant enemies in a fight with significantly higher health than they used to, might I add, isn't challenging, it's fuck you. So you gotta stay ranged until one
Ich meine ja, der Kampf war wirklich nervig. Konntest du nicht Maxi für verwenden?
Could you fuck off, please? Well, it's alright. This part isn't nearly as
Den Teil fand ich
as you
wirklich
can see, they're mechs. I only need to beat one, and then the fight is basically over. The battle gates end up feeling like the Coliseum matches, but a much higher clusterfuck to match ratio, and none of the charm. Also, I experienced the only soft lock I've ever gotten in the series in one of the battle gates. I killed everyone, but it wouldn't end. It wasn't a very large arena, so either one Heartless went out of bounds somehow,
sind einige Kingdom Hearts Teile im Postgame jetzt nicht so pralle, to be honest. Deswegen sage ich ja, wie wichtig ist es.
Like the Ansem and Xehanort reports from the previous games, but written by numerous people. The first one is written by the mystery test subject that Xehanort was looking for, labeled Subject X. All she recalls is that she had 4 friends and there was a key somewhere in there. Yeah, that's all she's got. Aside from that, she just reiterates things we already know, like that Axel and Isa visited her frequently.
I remember him as the X guy with the 13 guy with the lasers, and that's it. Meinst du Senders?
She's likely someone from Keyblade War times, based on her saying, "May my heart be my guiding key." The next few are written by Xehanort.
Wir wissen übrigens immer noch nicht, wer X ist. Aber dann wiederum, Kingdom Hearts ist ein ewiges Mystery. Wenn man das nicht mag, mag man Kingdom Hearts nicht. Was ich verstehen kann.
Evan that reveals that the person among the organization's ranks who wanted out earlier was Isa. He doesn't say his name outright, but that he's younger and Xemnas' right-hand man. Sigbar looks a bit older and had no reason to switch sides, so that's the only conclusion we can come to.
Wir sind kurz vor Ende meiner Sanity.
There's some more non-revealing ones written by Yenzo, and the final 3 are written by Sigbar, going just a bit further in depth on his plan to get Xehanort's Keyblade. It was destined that someone would come and start another Keyblade war, and so once that person revealed himself, it was time to take it back. He was intentionally playing the part of a jackass looking for a Keyblade just for the sake of power as break, and now that it's all done and over with, the Master of Masters will return soon. That's cool or whatever, but I'm more focused on the secret 14th Battlegate containing this game's only super boss, Dark Inferno. I knew that that's what this thing contained on my first playthrough, so in preparation I gave myself 3 elixirs.
Ich meine, ja, das ist halt so, das ist halt jedem klar, egal ob man das Spiel mag oder nicht, jeder wusste, das Postgame war echt lacking. Oder?
This is just sad at this point. It's definitely
aber das macht jetzt das Spiel nicht bad.
Game, but that's not really saying a lot. None of his moves are threatening, never doing too much damage. It gets harder as it goes on, but the main problem with the boss is that you can easily tank most of his moves and be fine.
Ich bin mal gleich gespannt, was zu den ganzen Data Fights sagt. By the way, die Data Fights haben sehr viel an der Meinung zu Kingdom Hearts 3 für viele, viele Leute geändert und plötzlich waren manche so, das Spiel kann ja doch Spaß machen.
He has this one move where he stuns you if you get hit. For some reason, in this most recent playthrough, I kept
ja, es ist, ja,
ja,
noch,
es ist halt, disappearing for 10 seconds, giving you plenty of time to get out of the stun and avoid what comes.
Es ist halt echt nicht so viel gewesen. Und man kann durchaus sich ein bisschen darüber beschweren, dass Remind echt ein bisschen teuer war. Und der Content vielleicht vom Anfang an in dem Spiel hätte sein sollen. Ich sehe das als Fair Points. Aber das sind nicht viele Fair Points, die er irgendwie bisher bringt.
Postcards from Moogles and putting them in this mailbox. One is obtained by beating 5 secret gummy
Aber wird der Remind gut finden oder schlecht finden? Was denkt ihr?
There's one for doing the Flantastic 7 minigames. They're the equivalent of the Mushroom 13 and 2 Final Mix. I don't think I need to go over them. And the last, my favorite, is by doing this fucking sledding minigame again and finding 10 collectibles, which means you have to do it multiple times and it takes like 12 years to do it once, but once you've done all that,
das war, glaube ich, einer der leichtesten Aufgaben, aber
arguably.
I don't care, when es die Kairi passt.
You have to aim at whoever you're targeting.
Ja, Sigbar hat die ganze Piu-Piu-Piu gemacht, genau.
You activate a screen nuke, wiping out everyone in sight. Its Keyblade form, Ultimate form, is the successor to Final form. It's not quite as fun as that to me, but it's still pretty fun. It splits the Keyblade into many pieces and uses them in combos. It's very cool visually and quite the damage dealer. Its finisher is basically another screen nuke.
Achso, und jetzt ist es cool, dass es Damage macht.
Hat
sich nicht das halbe Video darüber aufgeregt, dass alle Keyblades Schaden machen?
And yeah. That's the entire postgame. You may say that this isn't incredibly far off from 1 or 2's postgame and their non-final mix versions, but I'd argue the opposite. 1 had 4 super bosses in the Hades Cup, something you might genuinely want the ultimate weapon for. 2 had multiple Paradox Cups and Sephiroth. The base game version was harder than the final mix variant due to not having limit form. So again, that's something you might actually want the ultimate weapon for. This has 13 generic Heartless battles and a boss that, despite everything you have at your disposal,
die Cups waren jetzt auch nicht so pralle, fand ich, vor allem nicht in Kingdom Hearts 1. Aber Sephiroth, ja.
You've experienced everything that the base game has to offer now. I've been conflicted as to whether or not I should tackle anything after that for a long time. This video is already pretty
in dem
long,
YouTube-Kanal kannst du ihn gut gucken. Wie heißt der? Evergreen? Nee. Shit, wie hieß der nochmal? Der Kanal, ihr kennt den bestimmt. Es gibt einen Dude, der hat halt alle Storybeats drin, gut betitelt, kannst du gut nachgucken. Sehr, sehr angenehm zu schauen. Everglow, genau. Bei Everglow kannst du gucken. Bis 12 nicht mal irgendwie was Besseres dazu rausschaut, aber ja. Everglow hat alles, was du brauchst. Ist ein bisschen, das zackt tatsächlich ein bisschen, aber ich meine, ja.
No abilities, no equipment, no stats, you're still starting completely from scratch. But with more keyblades and selfie poses, only the necessities. But the other new feature was Critical Mode. Introduced in Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix, this was the hardest difficulty. I'd say it's the definitive way to play that game, but it does have some faults. There are some enemies that can really shred your health in 1 to 3 hits, but those enemies are far and few between, and some really make it clear when they're about to attack you. So this game had the opportunity to make it much better. It was universally agreed that this game was way too easy on Proud Mode. So much so that the devs must have heard this. But fixing that problem wouldn't be easy. They wouldn't need to simply change some values. I'd argue for some enemies there's no need to do that. They just need to be more aggressive. Making it more punishing to be hit by certain moves wouldn't be the only fix they'd need to do. I remember when the Critical Update came out. I booted the game up and gave it my second playthrough, hopeful that it would turn this game around. I fucking hated it. As soon as I had gotten out of Olympus, I wanted
to Lustige ist, voll viele Leute, die auch erstmal sehr skeptisch waren, haben Critical Mode hier gepraised.
Here, look at this. This is the first fight in the game. It can't be. Look, I get it. It's early in the game, I have a very small amount of health, large bodies are supposed to hit hard, but I don't think it's fair to get killed in one hit when I didn't get hit. You probably think I'm cherry picking.
I mean,
and you're right, I am. But now let's look at the first
fight
in
Twilight Town.
This goes from a simple early game fight to why the fuck can Dusks kill me in 2 hits? And the snipers are just the absolute
worst. Das konnten dich in Kingdom Hearts 2 auch in 2 Hits killen.
Nothing else. And it's supposed to be super easy. It is super easy on Proud. And this continued throughout the entire game. If there's one tip that I could give to people who decide to play on this mode, it's use Kupo coins. Let me tell you why. Withstand combo is this game's equivalent to once more. It, as its title implies, lets you survive a combo that would normally kill you at 1 HP. But it won't save you from singular attacks that can kill you, which is what the vast majority of enemies will kill you with. Second chance is what will save you from that. Depending on what you pick between attack, defense, and magic, you'll learn this ability at different levels. I picked defense, which gets you second chance at the earliest level, 30. I beat the game at level 30. AKA, I didn't have it until the very end. This part's more so my own fault, but
in Kingdom Hearts 2 struggle ich jedes Mal, once more oder second chance zu bekommen.
Either way, throughout a good 98% of the game,
Critical Kingdom Hearts 2 rasten mir deswegen immer den Arsch
auf. As a
auf.
bonus, when playing Critical, you're given certain abilities early. Aerial recovery, counter abilities, combo master, etc. Second chance should have absolutely been one of them, but as it is, use Kupo coins to avoid unnecessary hair pulling.
Aber
now, when I originally beat the game on Critical, I came out thinking that it was completely and utter
kannst nicht
bullshit.
so hoch
You
leveln
couldn't make it
dafür.
naturally
Du
difficult,
bekommst
so
nichts
let's have
davon.
everything kill you in at most a few hits. It wasn't until making this video that I played it again. Twice, as a matter of fact. It's amazing how much it changed for me. It went from bullshit to somehow still too easy? I know, that sounds fucking stupid, right? But it's the truth. There's a good reason for this. When I was looking up which abilities you get early on this difficulty, I stumbled on this article that accidentally summarizes this mode's biggest problem. Critical mode is more than just a simple buff to enemy health and damage like how some other RPGs might tweak the difficulty, and is even different from previous KH titles. This mode is designed to make you rely on all the game's mechanics, such as smart use of accessories, magic, summons, food, and everything else you can, to give yourself just enough of an edge to make it through. Well, first of all, if it is more than just enemy buffs, can you tell me what else has changed with the enemies? Because I don't see any differences. And second, why yes, it is designed to make you use everything you have at your disposal. And when I say use, I mean abuse. Of course, like before, you can use Keyblade forms, grand magic, cuisine, shotlocks, etc. It's hardly breaking new grounds to say that using them makes the game easier. But there's one thing that can especially get you through the game without too much effort. I said earlier
Mag es aber trotzdem. Ich meine, das ist wenigstens ein Punkt, den du da gerade machst, Noctis. Das ist nicht ein Punkt, den er gerade macht, dass man vielleicht zu viele Gegner hat, um im Einblick das zu sehen. Ja, wiederum, du hast sehr viele Abilities für Crowd Control, ne?
If you're not keeping an eye on your MP bar at all times. You need a full bar to use a link, and it's very easy to get to that state. On Proud mode, it's unlikely that you'll use potions or ethers pretty much at all, but now they're quite useful in breaking the game. Ethers aren't incredibly cheap, but potions sure are, and they're useful throughout the whole game because your health bar is a lot smaller on critical. Unless you're in a situation where you need Thief Bracer, don't use Cure.
Did you play Kingdom Hearts 2 Critical? Wisst ihr, was man da nutzt? High Potions? Nein, man benutzt Potions, weil...
Because not only will you be doing much more damage, of course, but your MP bar is also smaller on critical mode. So you don't need to wait long until you're back to full. And you could have a small stock of ethers just in case things are really desperate. Doing that will have links almost always available. They'll shred through enemies and keep you safe at the same time. There's no risk. You may be thinking that I'm blaming the game for me being cheap. And yeah, I kinda am. They put me in that position. Without links, this mode sucks. There's no in between. It's either painfully bullshit or still piss easy. So yeah, don't like it very much. This was their attempt at making the game harder, but it's just more stupid. But at the same time, I don't know which I prefer between this and Proud. I guess they both suck in their own special way. With that out of the way,
du kannst übrigens Critical Mode hier komplett customizen, ne?
Release, DLC was made for it at a pretty hefty $30.
Du hast voll viele Options.
Kingdom Hearts 3 Remind. Final Mix is now a thing of the past. The DLC includes more content after the adventure, but also it makes one large.
Ja, weil in Critical Mode alles nutzen soll. Aber in Kingdom Hearts 2 ist das gut.
Them being if you want to use easy codes or pro codes. Also, neither is an option. These are two sets of cheats that make the game easier or harder. Easy codes are things like health, MP, and focus regeneration, all abilities not costing any
das ist das, was ich gerade meine.
Every gummy ship, never messing up cooking minigames, one-shotting everything, including bosses.
Es hat voll viele Options.
I would say that the last thing this game needs
is to be
easier, but it's actually very useful.
Ich habe links in Critical sehr oft verwendet, vor allem Marielle, wenn man da unverwundbar ist.
MP and focus draining,
ja.
deactivating things like Keyblade forms,
hat also einen ziemlich guten
Grund,
die zu nutzen, oder?
I didn't bring up attractions when talking about Critical Mode because I actually used a pro code to turn them off. It's a very interesting way for the developers to tell us to make our own damn difficulty if we're so smart. But like I said, removing features doesn't automatically make the game better. The features that are there need to be tweaked heavily, and there isn't a code that does that. Unfortunately, this DLC doesn't add anything else to the main story.
Ja, aber das ist so einer, der wäre nie glücklich, oder?
After you beat the game. Those additions being 2 Keyblades and some abilities. As for the abilities, the only one of note to me is the new combo finisher, Last Charge. It's much faster, and I believe it does more damage too. The new Keyblades are the classic Oathkeeper and Oblivion. To get Oathkeeper, you need to get all the lucky emblems and beat the game. To get Oblivion, you need to beat the game on critical mode. They're both very similar. They have different incomplete shot locks, both of which are rip-offs, but their complete ones are the same.
Ich sollte Sterntreue dann bekommen, ne? Also Oathkeeper.
I like it. I think it's supposed to be reminiscent of one of Roxas's moves in 2 Final Mix. They have 2 Keyblade forms each.
I think Kingdom Hearts 3 insulted his mother or something. Weiß ich nicht, vielleicht hat er das Witz-Video zu Persona 5 gesehen und dachte sich so, das ist gut, das mache ich auch. Hat ihm jemand gesagt, dass das Video von Svit echt bad war?
The combos are fun to look at. This combo finisher is great, and the finisher is another Roxas-esque move. These are the most fun Keyblades to use. I just wish they added some things to the main game that serve the plot. 1 and 2's Final Mix added a fair bit of cutscenes.
To be fair though, most of them were pretty unnecessary. One that comes to mind is when Sayax tells you to keep killing Heartless. We get an extra cutscene right after where Sayax reports to Xemnas, saying that he
There's
did,
no
in
bad
fact,
PR.
tell them to keep killing Heartless. And then Xemnas says very unsubtly that this is serving their greater goals, kinda dampening that twist later on. Another that I can think of was right after Axel sacrificed himself. We go back to the organization room and they say how
Ich bin echt neugierig, wie viele Dislikes der hat.
Existence on the line and won what he'd been longing for.
Wait a minute. How would that even be
Same,
possible?
Günther.
We don't exist, remember?
Nochmal 800 nur,
What you're
damn.
saying goes against the laws of nature.
Damn.
Then perhaps he bet his
Ich finde nämlich, das ist einfach kein gutes Video. Seine Meinung okay, er mag Kingdom Hearts 3 nicht. Fine. Er findet es nicht fun. Fine. Ich finde seine Argumente sind nicht gut und nicht gut präsentiert. Und er widerspricht sich oft. Und cherrypickt. Eine Menge.
3 Remind adds nothing of the sort, and that's a real shame, because I feel like this game could have especially used additions like that. But hey, that's not what the majority of people bought the DLC for. What we're really after here is the 2 new chapters, Remind and Limit Cut.
Yeah, Mr.
Remind
Dragon,
is the only one we have access to right now. Limit Cut is unlocked after beating it. Quick note before we go in, I played through this DLC on critical mode.
Die Anti-Kingdom Hearts 3 Front wird das Video leben, klar. Ne, nochmal, die Meinung, dass es nicht mag, ist halt voll in Ordnung. Ich finde halt nur, er präsentiert es nicht als schlechtes Spiel.
Revolves around Sora's adventure bringing Kairi back to the land of the living. I was thinking about going over some of the trailers like I did for the main game, but just like then, they spoil the fuck out of it, so never mind. Will it make the game's story better? Well, kind of. It answers a few questions from the base game, like how they brought Shion back or what happened to the Lingering Will. Let's get into this, shall we? The first thing we're greeted with when entering Remind is the cutscene with Xigbar from like 8 hours ago in this video.
May your heart be your guiding key.
So now we know why he wants the other members to find the box, which makes me wonder. If his role was to keep watch over it, how did he lose it, and how did he find it? He wouldn't be watching over Pete and Maleficent having other people look for it if he knew where it was. Speaking of which...
Picture this. A black goat stashes away a letter, then orders a white goat to search for it.
What could his intentions possibly be?
Immediately, Luxord is seeing right through Xigbar, or should I say Lushu's facade. Supposedly, what's in the box is a mystery, so why the hell are they even looking for it? He was told Xemnas was the one who gave the order to him, but he asked the big man himself and he didn't even know what Luxord was talking about. So Xigbar's caught with his pants down and has to come up with a new story. The best he can do is just say that he's so curious. For being alive for thousands of years, living who knows how many lives and making new backstories for himself constantly, he sure is a terrible liar.
And where did you hear this?
I don't remember. I keep my eyes and ears wide open, but I've traveled so many different places.
Xigbar Lushu hat eine Menge Shit immer verraten. He's just vibing. Er will nicht alles immer nur geheim halten. He don't give a fuck.
If this box is truly as important as you say, why now? I believe you discovered that others also seek it. And you need to find it before anyone else does. In order to keep your connection to the box a secret from those around you. Xigbar.
Ja, das stimmt, Ezra. Du hast einen guten Punkt, absolut.
Doesn't actually matter to him, just wants to let Xigbar know that he's onto him.
I'm content to feign ignorance.
The question is, who are you, Luxord?
Oh, cool. Luxord's super important too. But in all seriousness, I really do like this scene. It's not often that we see a character get owned with facts and logic in this series. Anywho, 75 years earlier, we've got young Xehanort just about to take his Mark of Mastery exam. His eyes aren't yellow yet, so he hasn't become the totally misunderstood good guy we all know and love.
Ist nicht misunderstood. Ist ein piece of shit. Jeder weiß es.
It seems he sent Xehanort off on some grand tour across all the worlds to
ist
see
nur
if
nicht
it would
One
give him a
Note.
worldview. It most certainly did. There's darkness everywhere. There needs to be a reset, a purge. We need a ruler, a good, handsome ruler, like me, yada yada. The Master is letting him blabber on, essentially being a yes man to most of what he's saying, minus a few things, leading me to believe that he's subtly egging Xehanort on toward a path that suits his own goals. But this isn't a very long conversation, as it's time for the Master to go. He gives Xehanort his name, but it seems his lav mic started acting up because we couldn't quite hear it. Anywho, 75 years later, we're back in the current day. Or, you know, a little before current day, when Xehanort was still alive.
Und getime-traveled. Aber er ist trotzdem alt.
I stand here today because of a fated encounter.
Yeah. As I said, Rutger Hauer passed away 6 months after this game's initial release, so he had to be replaced once again by Christopher Lloyd. He does okay. This scene takes place in between Dream
Ich will mal wieder kurz auf Toilette, falls ich was verpasse, sag mir Bescheid, ja?
They're still missing 2. Number 12 is reserved for Terranort, that they're working to bring to the present day. And the last space was reserved for Sora, but the Light Gang saved him from getting Norted. So we're gonna have to go with Plan B. Sora. Shion. But if you recall, back in 358/2, when Shion was killed by Roxas, everyone lost their memories of her. So how could they bring back someone they didn't even know existed? Well, the answer is quite simple. Their hearts may have forgotten, but their documents sure haven't. They still wrote about her in their reports over in the world that never was, so they just remembered her all over again when reading them. I know that makes perfect sense, but that's still some fanfiction sounding bullshit to me. Now let's get to what we came here for. Sora's first stop on his new adventure is the final world. Chirithy reiterates what young Xehanort, Mickey, and the ending said. He's already restored 6 hearts. If he continues on this path, he'll fade away from the mortal world. And on top of that, he'll lose the power of waking, so he can't just use it to come back. But once again, Sora don't care, just point him in the right direction. Basically, what's about to happen is Sora's gonna go back in time yet again and redo the Keyblade.
Nee, ich habe einfach nur 4 Liter oder so getrunken, mittlerweile in dem Videomask.
But because his heart was already present in a time travel
Und dabei noch ein Energy Drink, also ja.
The one where we all got
Koffein,
fucked up,
das ist
going
Ding.
up until we restarted the first time, and then finally we'll move from that timeline, the one where we beat the game. Does that make sense? No? We'll be traversing this old timeline through the hearts of the other Guardians, making our way through all of them until we get to Kairi. So, first things first, Terranort one-shots Ventus.
Wow.
And through that, we see what's going on deep inside his heart. Someone's in there with him. Someone dark. It's not Vanitas, though. If you've ever played Union Cross like I haven't, you know that a mysterious figure named simply Darkness took refuge inside Ventus's heart, doing some kind of evil things, like killing Laurium aka Marluxia's sister Strelitzia. I guess they never left, as they challenged Sora, taking the form of Dark fucking Inferno. So the devs must have
Wer sagt, dass es nicht Vanitas ist? Das wissen wir noch nicht. Also wir wissen es legitim nicht. Und Vanitas hat legitim gesagt, I am Darkness. Sagen wir, hey, du musst halt 100% verstehen, was andere Spielen davor passiert ist. Ansonsten ist deine Verwirrung unberechtigt. Ist kein so valider Kritikpunkt. Jemand das Spiel als Erste in der Reihe spielt und davor die Cutscenes, Cuts oder Zusammenfassungen angeguckt hat, beziehungsweise einfach nicht mehr jedes Detail von mir in einzelnen Playthrough des Spiels im Kopf hat, kann man nicht alles verlangen zu wissen. Die geben dir genug Recaps, dass du Dinge verstehst, warum, tatsächlich. Die reminden dich überraschend oft hier in Kingdom Hearts 3. Aber ja, das Ding ist halt, bei Filmen oder Büchern steigst du ja auch noch in ein späteres Buch ein und denkst du so, hä, ich verstehe nicht, warum das und das passiert ist, ja. Aber den Mainplot in jedem Kingdom Hearts Teil verstehst du, ohne was davor oder danach zu spielen. Ich weiß nicht, warum er das macht. Was ist los mit ihm?
Taking yet another deep heart dive, this time into our own.
Ja, aber das war gerade mein Schmerz.
Like she said, she's in the middle of connecting Terra's lingering
aber ne, warum? Du fängst dich im Buch 3 einer 5-Part-Serie an oder so. Denkst du so, ich verstehe den Mainplot des Buchs, aber nicht gewisse Randinformationen. Das ist in Kingdom Hearts genauso. Du kannst in jeder Reihenfolge spielen, wie du Bock hast. Und du wirst dann im Endeffekt alles verstehen. Wie gesagt, im Endeffekt halt, ne? Der Schrei ist ein Meme? Ha, okay. Ja, Namine. Sie hat den Auftritt in Remind. Meine Kodierung ist wieder überlastet. Why does it keep happening sometimes? So weird. Tut mir so leid, guys. Ja, mein PC geht wirklich kaputt.
Since I last fought him. What witty line should I use against him? That why does your mind resist thing didn't really make any sense. It also wasn't really a witty line at all. I was just angry. I gotta have one this time. I mean, I'm the Xehanort. That's what I do best. Well, aside from giving some brain-dead explanation as to why I'm still alive and can never die. Okay, the time has come. I've made my decision.
Ich meine, das ist okay, Ezra.
Wretched spirit.
Ich meine, Kingdom Hearts ist auch ein Spiel oder eine Spielserie, wo du Commitment zeigen musst, wenn du es verstehen willst. Und wenn man das nicht mag, ist das voll in Ordnung. Aber ich liebe das persönlich. Ich finde es auch sehr belohnend, wenn man da halt sich voll drin rein fuchst und dann die Dinge voll gut versteht und sich denkt, yeah, I got this.
How can you be here?
Hey, I can travel to different times too, you know. Did you think you were the only one with that power?
Roasted. Oh, but never mind. I fucking hate this. Stop it. Stop winning. Great, the Lingering Will sacrifices himself for Sora. What a
Ich würde dir
shitty
Kingdom
ending to
Hearts
that
2
character. I know
empfehlen,
he's
warum?
just Terra and he comes back later, but
Und glaub
no,
mir, du
Lingering
wirst
Will
Kingdom
is
Hearts
cool.
2 im
He barely
Groben,
speaks, which was
was heißt
Terra's
im Groben,
worst
du wirst es im
quality. All
Ganzen
he ever did
verstehen.
was think brown-haired twinks, ducks, and dogs were Xehanort and
Es ist
beat
nicht so
ass.
kompliziert.
And now
Ich habe
he's
nicht mal mit
one-shot by
Kingdom
one of
Hearts
the
1
shittiest
angefangen.
characters. Rest in peace, I guess. Now we get to fight Terranort alone. Unlike Anti-Aqua, I think he's been made a bit harder due to not having Vanitas with him. It's still not incredibly hard though. He has the same moves, but he goes just a bit faster. Once again, cutscene villains win. Sora gets grabbed, Terranort yells a bit more, and before Sora can die, he's sent back to the true timeline to continue where he left off. And now we're going through all the old fights again, but with a few major differences in each of them. Except for the first one with Mickey, all you get there is a new kinda shitty team attack. So let's get past it and move on to the next battle. For the replica Zigbar battle, you get the option to play as Riku again. He plays exactly the same, except now he has a shot
ja,
lock
wird alles
that's just
beantwortet,
Aqua's,
also.
but with fire.
Kommt alles vor.
And that's all there is to that one. Huh. I was expecting to talk about these for longer.
Woher die
There's a
kommen
bonus
und so
cutscene
weiter und
that
so
takes
fort.
place after
Das gibt's
Sora leaves the
tatsächlich
area.
in der Reihe.
Demyx
Das ist
pops
ganz
in to
normal,
take the
ohne
Anti-Rock with him.
Hinterstuff, den
It's
du
kind of
lesen
weird
musst oder
seeing
so.
these two interact with each other. They're not the first two that pop into my mind when it comes to conversation pairings. We don't get a choice on which of the two we get to do first this time. We're forced into going for Terranort and Vanitas. But before we get to them, we see another bonus cutscene with the Wayfinders talking to them.
Maybe not, but I'm still going to keep calling his name. We have to light his way home.
Then.
Hey guys, feeling a little left out here.
Vanitas, you're coming home too.
Oh, Akko, can we keep him?
Ja, Yoko Taro ist die Hälfte Romane, Dramas, Drama-CDs.
But rather, he was his own man inside Ventus for his entire life.
Bei Yoko Taro verstehe ich die Hälfte an Zusatzcontent nicht.
More reason to believe he's coming back. We play
Das
as
heißt die
Aqua
Hälfte, ich
once
verstehe
again, and once again, nothing's changed with
90%
it.
des
There's a new team attack
Zusatzcontents
with her
nicht.
and Ventus,
Ich weiß auch
but
nicht,
aside from
ist
that,
Final
she's
Fantasy
exactly the
14
same.
Canon
After
zu
fighting for a little
Yoko
while,
Taro
Sora finally
stuff?
comes back in, and we get the choice to either swap back or stay as Aqua for the rest of the fight. I wonder. I beat Vanitas first last time, but what if I went for Terra?
Ja, das ist true.
Would Terra get his body back and become a party member to fight Vanitas? Would there be an alternate cutscene?
Man sieht halt immer nur einen Teil der Welt, nicht die volle. Aber der ganze Punkt des Destiny Islands ist eine wirklich kleine Welt, deswegen wollten wir die Welt sehen.
Okay. Anyway, Vanitas goes night-night, and then Terra comes back. Let's keep it moving. Another pre-Sora cutscene with Axel and Kairi.
Are you truly foolish enough to believe you can defeat us?
What do you think?
Wait, is that an up yours? They're allowed to do that?
I think you'll lose,
Was?
Axel.
Axel.
Now that we know Sayax wanted out, we can tell that he was the one that planted the seeds for Shion to regain her memories.
Wait. That Keyblade. Is that you, Roxas?
Roxas.
Zemnas, du be hot, yes.
No, it's not Roxas. Axel.
Leute, die es nicht wissen,
Time for the epic
die Hoods verstecken komplett, wer du bist. Wir wissen's, aber die Charakter in Universe wissen's nicht.
Once Roxas returns, Xemnas doesn't just take Kairi and leave. First, he traps both her and Sora in the Cage of Naught, and he fights with Sayax, leaving us to play as Roxas. And let me tell you, Roxas is very fun to play as.
Yeah.
His combo starter has him warped to his opponent no matter where they are relative to him. And he also doesn't seem to take hit stun at all to minor attacks. Mid-combo, you could do the classic Dusk Reversal into a different
Alter wurde
finisher.
einfach nur zurückgelassen.
The man's a beast,
Eigentlich
but,
echt ein bisschen sad.
Waste of effort? Right. Well, Sayax and Xemnas are kind of a terrible combo. One punishes you for being too close, and the other punishes you for being too far. And the only things that get hits on Sayax
Aber hier
are counters
konntest
and
du
dual
nur
shots and
Roxas
special
spielen. Du
moves.
konntest
Aside
nicht
from that, you
zwischen
just have to put up with him not
Roxas
blinking
und
when you
Shion
hit.
oder
There's
sowas
also
wählen
this
oder
team
Axel,
attack that
ne?
for some reason shows up
Obwohl ich glaube,
incredibly
Axel ist
rarely. I had to
playable
reload a save
in
twice just to get this fucking thing to show. So the character's
einer
fun,
Mod
but the fight itself
mittlerweile,
isn't.
richtig?
Does that make sense? What's that?
Kannst jeden
Too
Charakter
negative?
in Mods
Well, so was
spielen.
your mother when, fuck. Once you do enough damage, Xemnas takes Kairi and leaves, and the rest is history. But you could play as Roxas now. Skipping over to the triple Nort fight, the only difference here is a new team attack, which is essentially a big flashy screen nuke. Nothing else of note here. Now for the moment of truth. We just gotta stop Xehanort from... Really, Sora? Alright, not good. Everything's just going as it did last time, complete with Mickey getting stopped. But hold on. Mickey somehow contacts Sora telepathically through the time stop and tells him something that he fucking should have said the first time around. And that's that Xehanort actually didn't kill Kairi just then, but rather he crystallized her heart so that just in case he were to lose to these three dipshits in the next few seconds, he'd just use Kairi's heart to activate Kingdom Hearts anyway. Okay, I'm gonna be real with you for a second. Everything that I just said could be very incorrect, but I don't know what else it could be. That's very clearly what Mickey is saying here. And if that's the case, it doesn't make any sense at all. Again, he didn't kill her, but he was going to if he had lost. So why the fuck didn't he just kill her? If he did that, he could get to Kingdom Hearts. I mean, he does anyway, but still, why the unnecessary extra step? This is the same problem as the new 7 Hearts as a concept. Just fucking kill them if you want Kingdom Hearts so bad.
You can kill them, aber du brauchst,
feels like a lazy, slapped-on
du brauchst die Herzen von denen. Ja. Und solange das Herz da ist, ist eine Person, vor allem Keyblade-Wielder, nicht für immer lost. Deswegen funktioniert es mit den Replicas.
So it's time to take another
also normale Leute werden für immer lost,
this
aber
time in spirit form, before our canon
those are strong people, they're different.
We can't be in the same space at the same time physically, or else we'll merge and things will go as they did before. So we gotta rush and find her heart before the 3 half-pints come in. Makes sense so far? Fuck you. Let's rewind a bit. In real life,
don't say fuck
apparently
you.
There was a press-only trailer for this game in 2015, showing Sora exploring Scala much more than we ended up doing in the base game. Remind is essentially making up for that by letting us actually explore a bit. Starting from this area that was just a boss arena for these weirdos. We've got some Heartless over here. One shadow has this strange aura around him, as well as having a lot of health and a teleportation habit. So, you know,
Kingdom Hearts hatte eigene Rules.
This part's actually pretty
Ich meine, ich sehe den Punkt, wenn man da keinen Bock hat einzusteigen.
While you chase after this thing. But it's all good, because that one song that I really liked from earlier plays for more than 10 seconds during this part. And for every Heartless fight here now. That's the best part of the DLC. Beating that shadow reveals that it was holding onto a fragment of Kairi's heart, 1 of 5. The others seem to be hidden around the town. There's one that you get by matching colors on this very unnecessary.
Ich finde immer noch, dass er bisher im ganzen Finale gar nicht mehr so negativ klingt.
There's one that's in this fountain.
Aber dann plötzlich immer sagen, sich denkt, shit, ich muss was Schlechtes sagen, fuck.
The next is caged up in the tunnels, so you gotta make your way to a spot where you could dive slam it from. And finally, the last one's guarded by Darkseid. You know the deal, it's classic Darkseid. No twists in its moveset, the thinking man's tutorial boss. Well, we've got all of them. Shouldn't you just materialize back or something? Wrong, here's Xehanort instead. You know, kiddo, use the power of waking like that and you're gonna end up paying the ultimate price. You're not my dad, Xehanort, get to the point. Turns out he's the one that hid the fragments of her heart. Very thoughtfully, might I add.
Ne, viele denke ich mal so.
Rapscallion, that man. There are 2 that we still don't have. What kind of collection of items would something be in Kingdom Hearts if it wasn't 7 or 13?
God, I had so much fun in this boss, but then I beat him. Fuck this game. Ja, oder?
From here we fight these guys again. Nothing new to note here.
Sollte einfach ehrlich zu seinen Gefühlen sein. Oder einsehen, mag Kingdom Hearts 3.
He suddenly gets the bright idea to trace the hearts of the only 2 guardians that he hasn't yet, Riku and Mickey. Would that spit out the
bei 400 Subs gucke ich's
Better
wieder.
safe than sorry, I suppose. Let's head outside. Seems these guys had the same idea.
Aber natürlich nicht heute. Nicht heute,
What's
guys. Nicht heute.
Name? Replica Xehanorts. Okay, so the Replinorts had the same idea. They summon a bunch of Keyblade portals and push the guardians into the air. Hoo boy, it's a great day for a fight. 6 lights versus 12 darknesses in a climactic final battle. Admittedly, there's really nothing to this fight. It's just a whole bunch of mashing X with the occasional square when they synchronize. But I mean, come on, this is pretty cool. Technically, you're playing as everyone, and there's even some banter between them in the middle.
Ich meine, ja, es ist
there's
cool,
one
aber
big flaw with this part, it's that said banter is terribly mixed with the music, and you can barely hear it.
So, you've gained the power to pretend.
Ich erinnere mich nicht, dass es so leise war. War das so leise?
There weren't subtitles during gameplay before. I can't hear the only interaction Roxas and Ventus have.
Ja,
I
normal.
also think it goes
Main
on a little
character
too long.
dann.
So if you die in this part and have to do it all over again, it stings real bad. Once you've got the health pretty low, you earn yourself the 6th heart piece.
Hat immer eine Kupu-Coin, ne? Das sieht man da unten
get the upper
richtig.
hand and send the gang flying into the keyholes. Mickey's about to get sucked in, but Riku takes the fall. Now only the rats left. 1 against 12. The others
dieser
step against him.
Moment, der war
But
so
who said
cool.
it couldn't
I
be
love
done?
it.
He'll fight to his last breath and keep fighting, damn it. We play as Mickey here, struggling but barely warding off their attacks. It's not very interactive, all you have to do is swing whenever a Replinor appears and hold the left stick up when they fire their beams. They get more aggressive as time goes on, but it's nothing hard, it's not supposed to be. It's kind of funny, but part of the song that plays here sounds like the American national anthem.
What the fuck?
showing us that Mickey Mouse is the ultimate patriot.
What?
Finally, Mickey transfers all of his power into a giant energy sword, destroying them all in 2 swings. And finally,
I don't even want to think about this.
This earns Sora his 7th and final heart piece. Now let's head into the keyhole and free the Guardians and Kairi. From here, we connect all of the keyholes. Seeing this makes me wonder. I wonder what a Kingdom Hearts
I'm not American enough to understand this.
Probably a side game in the works for that. After doing that, everyone awakens and use their light to piece the
Stelle war auch
fragments
so
of Kairi's
cool.
heart together, finally bringing her back. Their romantic reunion
Ne,
is
Patrick, denke
short-lived
ich auch.
because here comes Xehanort to rain on the parade. A new version of Armored Xehanort is the final boss, but why isn't he using the Keyblade? That's his more powerful weapon, isn't it? We actually
Wie
get to
gezwungen
play
trocken
as
die
Kairi
Szene
here,
sieht.
and I'm glad to say she's pretty fun to play as. Like Roxas, her combo starter has her teleport to him, albeit slower and having
Pass auf,
more
gleich sagt
limited
er,
range.
it sucked.
She has a special move and a team
Aber
attack
Kairi
with
is
Sora
fun
too,
to play.
complete with feathers showing little screenshots of them in previous games. That's cute. She also has a shot lock that works like the Ultima weapons.
Aber ja,
making the
Kairis
circles to
Gameplay
complete
ist halt
it.
echt
I'd say
fun
the only
hier.
downside is that most of her
Ich
combo
sollte in der
finishes have
Mod
her yell
das ganze Spiel mit Kairi
which is
durchspielen.
pretty annoying. As for Xehanort, his arsenal is mostly different from before. He can spawn fire pillars onto you with sigils to indicate where they'll pop up, as well as having the fire spawning from the underwater segment earlier, but now not in the water, so automatically it's better implemented. Halfway through, he'll mix things up using more fire stuff. The man sure does love his fire. He also busts out his desperation move, summoning meteors that have a really large area of impact, all the while popping up now and again to take pot shots. Overall, I'd say it's harder than the actual final boss, although the desperation move in that one is more tricky. After beating him, the other Guardians emerge, and everyone puts their power together into a big energy wave that fucking disintegrates Xehanort into oblivion. While the actual end to his character sucks, I'll say that this is a bit more anticlimactic. He just dies, not even saying anything beforehand. Good thing this isn't the canon way he goes out, I guess. Sora and Kairi's time in this timeline comes to an end, and they disappear, letting the events of the main game play out. They go to the final world,
happy.
meeting up with Chirithy once again. Unfortunately, Sora's starting to fade away, so he doesn't have much time left. He invites Chirithy to come with them to the mortal world. He gives an inspirational speech about how they should be together with the person they're waiting for while they have the chance. This makes them cry, and they agree. And now we experience the Where Are They Now segment all over again. But this time we can see that Sora and Kairi were there in secret for all of it. They're the ones that pushed Chirithy to see Ventus again.
Ich fand das
They were
voll
at the top of
cute.
the clock tower with the others, I assume because they couldn't fit anyone else. Sora helped Naminé make her way to the replica body from Kairi's heart. And finally, as we saw back on Destiny Islands, they share one final moment before he fades away. And that, my friends, is Remind. It was interesting. I can't say it fixed everything, not even close. There weren't any quality of life fixes, like I said, and the new playable characters were basically the entire selling point. But those singular fights were all we get of them, and never again. But I suppose it's better than just doing the entirety of the Keyblade Graveyard again with some bonus cutscenes. You know what would have been a good addition though? If you have a save file with Remind completed and start a new game plus on it, you should be able to play as these characters again when getting to the Keyblade Graveyard, as well as having those bonus cutscenes.
Ich mein,
minus the time travel shenanigans.
das ist
That
ein
would have been a
Punkt.
decent incentive to do New Game Plus, not the selfie poses. Overall, better than nothing.
No more
But it doesn't
Sora?
affect my
Doch,
overall
doch.
opinion of this game.
Aber das wird
But
so-
the next episode of this DLC, Limit Cut, just might.
Ja, Remind war teuer. Leider.
Limit Cut is not a story-heavy episode. There's only about 8 minutes of cutscene in the whole thing. The Remind
Doch so
episode was
viel?
the story-based
8
section of the
Minuten?
DLC. Limit Cut is the gameplay section. That all being said, there is a story to it, and it starts 1 year after the events of the main game. Everyone is basically trying to find Sora in different ways.
Aber guck mal,
Mickey,
hat halt
Donald, and
nichts
Goofy are
gefunden
going
in
through every
Remind.
Disney world that they've been in the past. I'm sure it was a blast
Also,
to go back to
it didn't
Atlantica
fix
and Pride
everything.
Lands. Wonder how Tarzan's
Okay.
doing. Handsome the Wise and his gang suspect something within Kairi's memory holds a key to finding him. So she volunteered to put herself into a coma so they can delve
Wie
into
lange
her
noch?
noggin and find something.
Oh mein Gott, wir sind fast
This made me
fertig.
just dislike the game's ending more. Again, conclusion to the Xehanort saga, and it still ends
Letztes
with our
Whole
main
Review.
cast in a bad position.
Ich bleib dabei,
She's
er
put
mag
herself
eigentlich
in
das
a
Spiel.
coma for a year. Another reason why they should have saved
mag
the
das
setup
Spiel
for the next arc for later. They're
und
also
denkt, die ganzen
searching through
Probleme
Roxas and
machen's
Shion's
schlecht
memories,
oder
but
so,
no
ich weiß
mention of
auch
any
nicht.
coma there. As for the Wayfinders, Terra trained Riku for a while, even though Riku's a master and he isn't. Master status basically means nothing at this point. But after they were done with that, he and the other two set out for the realm of darkness to search for him. A quick question, why them? Specifically, why Aqua? She, has PTSD from being there for a decade, remember? I guess being with her friends is enough for her to be okay going there. They don their armor and head out.
Ich meine, ist
Makes
es
me
nicht
wonder.
cool, dass sie
It seems
trotz
that the
allem
armor is useful for protection. So why doesn't
dorthin
Yen
gehen
Sid
kann?
give everyone armor? Anyway, over in Radiant Garden, hey, remember these guys?
Remember how they had 0 presence in the game? I would say that they just forgot about them, but apparently they didn't. In an interview, Nomura stated that there was basically no reason for them to be in the game's story, as they weren't needed for it. Which is true, but make a reason. I know that they're not necessary, but neither are the Disney worlds. The entire point of this series is that it's a crossover between Disney and Final Fantasy, and the best he could do was Moogles. And even here, they're only in 2 cutscenes. Also, still no word on Cloud and Sephiroth.
Maybe it's because they have no story left to tell.
Leon lets us know that they've been working at finding Sora as well. Sid's looking through the data.
Das ist halt genau das. Du hast keine Story mehr für die.
Explain? Whatever. After a year, he hasn't figured out much.
Nee, mein Diener Nummer 9 fand ich halt super unspaßig. Persönlich.
Meet the second incarnation.
Vielleicht ist es doch nicht so bad. Aber ich mochte es nicht.
We've got data versions of all 13 members of the real organization. Perhaps this could lead us to Sora. One problem though. The data of the organization cut their limits, get it? So now they're so strong that Sid can't access them. Maybe they can use Data Sora to beat these Data guys and let Sid look through the data.
Gemacht im New Game
so
Plus.
Now let's use the computer and find
könnte man ja die Charakter wie in Remind spielen.
Analysis and data greeting. Data greeting is a mode where you can mess around with character models for photos. It's pretty neat. You can use multiple different maps.
Hätte damit zu viel Spaß, do you remember, guys?
It's fun to mess around with for a while. But data analysis is where the meat of this episode, nay, this DLC is. If you couldn't tell, this is the successor to the data fights from 2 Final Mix. They were fun, but not perfect at all.
Das mit den Disney Worlds ist halt immer so das Ding, dass viele Leute denken, das kommt jetzt demnächst.
That has the data organization. Why is it here? Why is it data? Never answered. Also, all of the fights were
Warum die das nie wirklich gemacht haben, ist halt ein Ding, das wissen wir alle auch gar nicht so
faster, but you'd be lucky if one had a new move or two. Some of them were more
es waren halt immer Disney Worlds.
Like
oder Original.
Lexius or Xemnas. This game has a pretty solid opportunity to be better than that. Minus Terranort, Vanitas, and Master Xehanort, you fight every organization member in groups.
Enough.
So even if they did use the same moves, they feel new because they're alone this time. So, how does it stack up? Well, I'm happy to say that it's better than 2 data battles. Way better. And unexpectedly, it's way harder.
Hat nicht gesagt, das gesamte Kampfsystem ist shit?
Mostly not cheap. They're still not perfect, but I had a great time figuring them out. My gamer tip for all of these fights is
aber die Kämpfe sind gut.
I'm talking buying as many elixirs as you can, Koopa coins, cuisine, the whole kit and caboodle.
Achso, und jetzt ist Item Abusen
okay. These fights are intimidating as fuck, so go in knowing they'll mostly take a while. I enjoyed these fights so much that fuck it, let's go over all of them. I don't care how long this video is, I want to talk about these fights. Strap in. We're about to go over the best part.
I play Kingdom Hearts of Death of Final Fantasy 14 Rap. Oh, das wäre sehr cool.
2 are locked. Let's do it in a sort of chronological order.
Heutzutage wüsste ich nicht einmal, ob sie Stola dafür nehmen würden oder vielleicht Grazia.
A real freak, this kid. A common theme that you'll notice between all
this
these
guy
is
is an
that
idiot.
They very consistently try to fuck with your head. A lot of teleporting, a lot of intentionally awkward timing.
Erinnert ihr euch an die ganzen Stunden, wo gesagt hat, oh hey, das Kampfsystem ist so trash, so bad. Item abusen, so bad. Mechanics abusen, so bad. Und jetzt hier, oh, das ist voll cool. Habt aber eine Menge Elixirs dabei und shit. Und Ultima. Und eine Koopa-Coin. Und Gerichte.
Him doing the same things he's been doing, but faster. One saving grace is that he has this really slow slash move that's easy to block and counter. Except I just lied to you. It only looks that way. In reality, he launches an unblockable projectile from it, and if you get hit,
ich habe kein einziges Data Battle
easy to
geschafft
just quit
bisher.
after trying him a few times. Like I said, he makes you feel like you're not winning anytime soon. But if you want to get through Limit Cut, patience is key. You'll see the cracks in his moveset eventually.
In Kingdom Hearts 2 schon, aber hier nicht.
From above and summons some red gunk on the floor. And as long as you could avoid those, he's open. That move was the one where I went for him the most. But there's plenty of others. He was the first one I beat, and it felt really good when I did.
Bin schlecht im Videospielen. Fuck.
You'd think Larxene would be even faster and even more hectic than Replica.
Why are you so bad at the game?
She's fairly easy to read during the first half of the fight.
Ich hab's auch nicht so viel probiert, to be fair.
Followed by her throwing her lightning shuriken.
Ja, bei Kingdom Hearts 2 so ein paar Jährchen mehr
I bring this up specifically as an awesome segue into telling you that if you weren't air stepping much during the main game, you will now. Air step is like family to you now. Disregard it and you will die many times. Many of these guys' openings are made far away from you, so if you don't zip over there, you're wasting time. Time that will certainly be spent dying. Anyway, back to the fight. Things start to ramp up the lower her health is, you know, as usual. But honestly, I found this fight to be the least enjoyable. Usually when I fight a super boss in these games, I try to just power
Ich
through
finde, alles, was hier sagt, contradicts sehr hart.
It's not very often that I end up
was davor gesagt hat.
Her moveset consists a lot of lengthy combos that can be dodge rolled through, and that's what I did. I genuinely don't know how to evade a lot of her moves the right way because tanking it worked just fine for me. Unfortunately, that's not the first time that's happened in this game, but luckily it is the last.
Why? Ja, nämlich so viel, was er hier in dem Ding aktiv nutzt, wo er kritisiert, dass es halt cheating ist.
That doesn't make Marluxia easy, however. In Kingdom Hearts 2, he was probably the easiest super boss. His gimmick back there was
also wie Items benutzen und sowas. Das war im Main Game Trash.
The likelihood of you going through the Cavern of Remembrance at any level lower than 99 was slim, and being able to be hit 99 times is pretty generous. Now it's been reworked from a counter that lasts the whole fight to a timer that he only gives for specific moves. These moves look intense and would probably cause you to panic and wail on him to try and get through his armor fast.
Ich meine, ja, das hier ist halt viel schwerer als das Main Game.
Just block and dodge and slash move and you're good to go. I really like this one because while it's hard, you always feel in control. All of my deaths in this fight were results of me panicking. So take this one slow. You're not going to be barraged here. That is, until his desperation.
Ich hab schon in Kingdom Hearts 2 Angst vor Marluxia jedes Mal.
Rapidly goes down. Meanwhile, he's attacking you non-stop, not being vulnerable until you hit 10. Just dodge until that point, air step to him, and you win. This was a good one.
Ich weiß nicht, wie du darauf kommst, Marv.
This is probably the most unique fight out of
Spiel zackt, es war viel gut, aber es zackt.
Counterpart, Luke's sword doesn't have a health bar, but rather a health bar. The rules are simple. If you can outsmart him, he loses health. If you could hit him, he loses health.
Ich dachte, Luke's sword ist der einfachste.
His moves consist of find the right card, find the right card, find the right card, and probably his hardest move, find the right card. This fight is one where you don't want to have any abilities that extend combos on, because if you touch the wrong card, you'll lose a chunk of your health.
Timing-based Special Command. Ist das so? Okay.
And just as easy to punish. His desperation move is notable because it's the longest, but to make up for that, it's the easiest too. What I'm trying to get at here is that his fight is the easiest of the bunch. He's harder than his main story fight.
Ich finde seine Argumente einfach nur schlecht.
Shadow is too. I still find this one pretty fun though. It's different, and I like different sometimes. Alright, now we're getting into the super hard territory. So
I feel robbed of my time, Smarty, but I enjoyed your company too. Wir haben es zusammen durchgestanden, okay, guys? Ich frage mich, ob er wollte, dass die normalen Gegner in dem Niveau wie diese Bosse sind. Oder die normalen Bosse vom Spiel im Niveau dieser Bosse sind. Er ist zynisch as fuck, aber dann... Ja, mein Punkt ist halt, ich wäre nicht so streng, wenn er nicht sagen würde, also wenn er nicht so Extreme gehen würde, wie es ist Garbage, es ist bad, es ist fürchterlich, all sowas, ja. Wenn er einfach nur sagen würde, ja, du spielst ein bisschen zu leicht, manchmal sind die Gegner Damage Sponges, all sowas, ja. Wenn er halt nicht sofort in so Extreme gehen würde, dann wäre ich sehr viel vergebener. Aber ich bin nicht so vergeben, weil er ebenfalls im Spiel nichts vergibt. Verstehst du, was ich meine? Ihr werdet auch viel mehr seine Argumente verstehen, wenn er nicht sofort in diese Extreme abdriftet. Weil wenn du in solchen Extremen dich bewegst, dann ergibt das hier, was er sagt, gerade gar keinen Sinn mehr. Wenn du sagen würdest, der Ausbaufähig und so weiter und so fort, ja. Das Main Game ist ein bisschen sehr, sehr easy und so weiter und so fort, ja.
Every once in a while, you'll get the option to have a showdown with him. You just gotta wait until he moves and then press X. I consider this one free damage. The window to react is fairly generous, though that doesn't really make this fight any easier.
Nee, das ist ja nicht fordern. Das kannst du machen. Das kannst du nur machen, wenn du Bock drauf hast. Du musst es ja nicht.
He's not open here, so he only does this to make you nervous. His desperation move is very similar to his Kingdom Hearts 2 desperation move. He shrinks the arena and goes ham.
Kannst du einfach im Kreis laufen bei Sigma? In Kingdom Hearts 2?
Take note that he starts to get stingy when it comes to getting close to you once he's low on health. Or at least that's how it was for me. I think this fight shoots up high on the difficulty scale. Yeah.
Nee, ich denke nicht, dass es ein dortiges Kulturding ist.
3 pains in the ass in a row. Vanitas is as relentless
Es
as the
gibt
replica,
viele auch
A whole lot of his
Reviewer,
moves
die
can freeze
nicht nur in
you. To help you
Extrem
with that, I'd
argumentieren
recommend getting the
können.
Snowman Rosette because it has freeze protection. It can be found in the 7th layer of hell.
Aber das ist ein
And
Großteil
honestly,
mit
just
dem
keep it
Video.
on for the rest
Er
of the
argumentiert
Some of
in
his moves are pretty
einem
simple, but that
Extrem
makes it
oder
all the
dem
more
anderen
frustrating when
Extrem.
he has
Aber
you hit stunned and
er ist
gets you
irgendwie
with it.
selten
The main thing that
dazwischen
gets
und
me
wenn
with
es
him
mal
is that
gut ist,
damn
dann sagt er
desperation.
gute Dinge und dann sagt
The
er, it's
shadows
okay.
getting mixed in with the Keyblade waves always throws me right off. Waves have to be dodged and the shadows have to be blocked. Mixing them really confused me on which of the two I should do and my brain takes too long to react. So I usually opt to just dodge and block.
Der Typ macht seit 5 Stunden unbewusst Werbung für das
Go on
Spiel.
for 27 seconds. That probably doesn't sound too bad, but trust me, it feels like an eternity. It takes an especially long time to
Ich hatte schon
figure
hin
him
und
out,
wieder
but once you
wahrgenommen.
do, it'll feel really good to shut him up.
37 Minuten, oha. It's okay from a 3 out of 10 to a 5 out of 10, ja.
Get in, bitch. We're going to the North Zone. Norths only. No girls allowed. Terra North's a fun one. His voice
Er hat sehr
is just
invested
as
Emotion,
annoying
Nini.
as in the main game.
Und
Thank
da
God.
kommt
He's not
halt
the
Zeug
fastest,
eher
his
mehr
moves are
raus.
pretty easy
Ist
to
auch
predict,
weniger
and
Reviewer
that
mehr
dark bomb
Kingdom
move
Hearts
is essentially
YouTuber.
him begging to be
Ich
hit.
glaube, das ist
Overall,
irgendwie das
Xehanort
einzige
isn't very
Video,
hard.
was
But
von ihm
this
jemals
isn't
gesehen habe.
Xehanort.
Keine
This
Ahnung, was
is
er sonst
Terra.
hat.
Once he
Er hat
busts
ein
out
paar
that he's
Videos
Terra,
dazu, ne?
that's when things get tricky. His moves have a larger area of impact, and he uses the
Aber ich fand
tried-and-true
auch,
method
er
of
hat
using an
einiges
unnatural
sehr
pattern of attack to
cherry-picked.
throw you off. However, he's very
Das
polite
ist halt
to
auch so ein
inform
Ding. Du
you
hast das
about
Spiel ja
his
nicht gespielt,
desperation
Ezra.
movement coming.
Er hat das
Dark
Spiel ein
times
paar Mal
ahead
gespielt und
indeed.
die andere
Compared
auch.
to the others,
Und wir haben
Terra
schon
North
gemerkt,
is
dass er
very
einige Sachen sehr
straightforward and not quite
cherry-picked
as
hat.
tricky as the last few. Let's
Wo
delve further
er
into Xehanort Hell.
aus einigen Mücken Elefanten auch gemacht hat, die echt nicht so wild sind, wie er sagt. Aber ja, Main Game ist easy.
Well,
Es ist easy.
well, looks like you couldn't stay away,
Das ist ein
huh?
Ding, das aber
Babyface
ja.
is more of a ranged fighter than close
Das hättest du auch
quarters.
einfach so
Lot of
sagen können.
projectiles and mines and traps. The few times he gets close is only for a brief moment. Then he's
Also
back to
ja, das
keeping
kann
his
sein,
distance.
Ezra.
It might seem like it's gonna be difficult getting to him because of how much he throws at you, but trust me, it isn't. He has a very healthy amount of openings
Und
where you can
so
air
schnell
step
wie er
to
die
him and
Data
just
Fights
wreck
macht.
his
Ich weiß nicht, ob er die auf
shit.
Critical
There's
macht.
no
Alles
move in
klar,
his arsenal
Varo,
that
haust
actually
rein.
poses a threat if you know what you're doing.
Schlaf
Hell,
gut.
even his desperation move is
Ich
lame. Even
gehe
if
mal
it's
davon
He puts on all these
aus.
theatrics just for him to
Entweder hat er
continue
das Spiel
keeping
so
his
oft gespielt, dass er
distance.
richtig
The
gut
problem
ist,
with
oder er
that
ist
is that
generell
by
einfach
putting me in an
sehr,
enclosed
sehr
space,
gut in
he's also put
Videospielen.
himself in one.
Dementsprechend,
I'm not stuck here
ich
with
würde mal
him.
hauptsächlich davon
Anyway, just get to
ausgehen,
butchering him and then you're done.
dass ihn das
What
Spiel
a
ein bisschen
loser.
gelangweilt hat, weil es halt relativ easy war. Aber das macht das Spiel nicht gleich bad, finde ich.
Has a fittingly stark
Das Spiel hat viel
contrast to
Positives.
Ansem. This one's painful.
Und ist ziemlich
Samus's
fun.
gimmick
Aber
is
ja,
that he'll
easy.
use his trademarked emptiness vines to
Er
fling
macht ja
you
auf
all over
Critical,
the
die Zeiten
place.
sind
He doesn't
aber
relent on
übergut.
doing that either. It's
Wenn
not
das
like
wirklich
it's a
seine
death
echten
sentence
Zeiten
to
sind,
get
dann ist
grabbed
er
by
halt
one, but
wirklich
it'll
sehr
definitely
gut
throw you
und
off
dann
by putting you in a
ist es ihm
completely
halt nicht
different part of the
challenging
arena
genug. Und
sometimes. And every time he tosses one out, he
wenn
goes,
er sich hauptsächlich darauf
No,
konzentriert hätte,
obviously
hätte
not.
ich jetzt
We're in
sehr
the
viel
data
mehr
realm,
verstanden.
He also uses his trademarked glass walls of the void to be flung into. Aside from that, his moves consist of lightsaber and feet combos, my two favorite kinds. Not too hard to get the rhythm of it, but you'll have to manage that rhythm in the midst of everything else. And ugh, don't get me started on his
Fucking Mad
desperation.
Speedrunner saßen eine Weile
Turns off the
daran.
lights and he basically does the same things he's been doing until he brings out his patented laser dome of desolation.
Ah ja, stimmt, sieht
He's
man auch an
self-letting
seiner,
someone loose.
an seinen Leisten,
So,
MP
only a
und
third of it.
Lebensleiste,
She'll then
stimmt, ja,
continue
habt ihr
to
recht.
attack you while you're waiting for
Ja, ja.
round 2. Those lasers are taunting you the whole time. Once that round comes, you'll instinctually block them, but then he'll fire some white lasers that are unblockable. So basically what
Ist ja die
you have to do is
Präsentation.
dodge roll after a little bit of blocking.
Er ist halt, wenn man das
continue
Spiel
to
vor allem
block.
hier
He'll keep
kennt,
going until the third round, which is
der
the same,
delivert seine
except if you
Points
get
nicht
hit with
gut
the
und
lasers,
oftmals
you'll
ist halt so
exit
like,
desperation move stunned, which means you are fucked. Not to mention the fact that sometimes Xemnas will break the laser's pattern so that if you were getting hit, Second Chance can't save you.
Wie gesagt, das
Such
fühlt
a
sich
dick,
manchmal
it's
echt
like
so
he's
an,
trying
wie
to
wenn
win
Leute
or something.
5000 Stunden ein
And for
Spiel
the
gespielt
love
haben
of
und sagen,
God,
jetzt
can you
boring.
stop telling me to burst? This fight's not fun. I want to move on now.
Welches Spiel ist nicht nach 5000 Stunden boring? Oh, Young Xehanort, das würde ich sehen.
This is another one that looks more difficult than it is. Young Xehanort does an especially large amount of teleporting to psych you out, but the pattern of which he does it is always the same. On top
Aber
of
wir
that,
haben alle
his
nochmal eine
moveset isn't very
Zusammenfassung
large.
bekommen,
He has
ja?
a move where he heals himself, which would prompt you to go and stop him, but if you do that, he'll fire a bunch of ice bullets at you. Looks like you fell for his trap.
It's not boring yet.
Except
Ja, guck
you
mal
didn't
da,
really.
das ist doch gut,
It's
Ezra.
super easy to just air slide away and have
Aber ich würde
plenty of time
verstehen, dass man nach 8000 Stunden Final Fantasy 14 echt boring findet mittlerweile, ja.
He can also send you to time land where he'll hit you with a barrage of moves. And you can't escape unless you do a certain amount of damage.
Ich meine, ich bin mittlerweile ziemlich gelangweilt von Dark Souls, not gonna lie. Aber das macht ja jetzt nicht zu einem schlechten Spiel. Und ich sehe sehr viel mehr Fehler mit dem Spiel, weil ich es so oft gespielt habe. Und ich denke, das ist auch ein bisschen das, was hier drin ist. Er hat das Spiel sehr viel gespielt und sieht sehr viel mehr Fehler, die du halt, wenn du das Spiel normal spielst, nicht so mitbekommen würdest. Es ist halt auch ein bisschen so das Speedrunner-Problem, wenn Speedrunner Spiele krass breaken. Genau. Dann plötzlich viel mehr Probleme an dem Spiel wahrnehmen, was sie vorher nie gesehen haben und das nicht mal dann nicht sehen können. Sind 6 Playthroughs so viel? I mean, für ein Spiel, was er schlecht findet, ja. Wenn ich ein Spiel nicht gut finde, dann nur aus einem Unterhaltungsfaktor im Stream spiele ich es nochmal. Ja.
Yeah, they don't do damage, they lower
aber
your
nicht
max
6
health.
Mal.
It doesn't go back up once you beat the fight. You're stuck with that health for the rest of the DLC. No,
ja,
Xion
ist...
Can you imagine? Elixirs and activating Keyblade forms are
Xion
the
geht
only ways to
berserk
raise it
hier.
back up.
Schaut es euch an.
Also,
Mach die mal
while you have a
Pause.
Keyblade form active, they do actual damage instead. You don't want to be in midair because it'll be hard to get back down, and your dodging abilities are limited there. Her other moves aren't anything to sneeze at either. While not a random pattern, she'll hit you with strike raids at difficult to predict times. But you're gonna want to try your best to memorize them.
Wir sind almost done, guys. Das sind die letzten 28 Minuten noch.
Her moves here are particularly dangerous. One can stun you, and that means you're probably dead. They're not too difficult to dodge, so do that and don't attack. The armor will go away eventually. However, her desperation move is one where you have to get rid of the armor.
Aber dann hast du es wirklich oder ist da so ein Ding von wegen, du regst dich auf, aber du liebst es eigentlich doch irgendwie. Das ist nämlich genau den Vibe, den ich von ihm hier bekomme. Er regt sich auf, aber er mag es eigentlich. Er hat eigentlich eine gute Zeit irgendwie. Weißt du, was ich meine? Mal Kingdom Hearts 3 und hab ca. 7 Playthroughs. Ich glaube, ich habe 4 oder so. Was auch eigentlich echt viel ist. Ach ja, den gab's ja auch noch. War der nicht super schwer? Ja, ich weiß mal.
Alright, last one. Get ready. He's the hardest in my opinion. From the beginning, he'll be hitting you with the meteorite attack. My initial thoughts were, okay, I've seen this move. It's going to be harder, of course. They're probably going to be faster or something.
Cool.
Nope, lasers. Unblockable ones that have some crazy spread to them. What even are these? Where did they come from? Same deal as Xemnas. Alternate between blocking and rolling. Probably shouldn't waste much time breathing because he's coming in with another. It's that one move where he uses a bunch of elements. And honestly, I'm pretty sure it works the same as it did back then. Only difference is that you're alone this time. He's only aiming at you. And getting frozen here 90% of the time is a death sentence. So keep that rosette on. Would you have guessed his opening here is to air step right into his face as he's throwing the Keyblade? You're probably getting hit, so be ready to use reprisal to keep him hit stuck.
Repentance, ja. Ich hab Repentance ja eine Chance gegeben und ich war so... Irgendwie mag ich nicht, was die zusätzlich in Isaac drin haben. Also lass ich sein. Ich hab's ja im Endeffekt jetzt sein gelassen. Und ich habe echt nicht Bock, das Spiel nochmal zu spielen. Hab Fun von mir aus damit, aber
Once you're out of that, he's shooting more lasers at you. I'm still not sure how to consistently dodge through this spread. Following that, it gets more straightforward. Those 4 moves are always the first he's using, but now it's more open. Mainly, he'll be teleporting and swinging at you. And this isn't too bad. Oh, never mind. Sometimes he'll throw out, like, steering wheels with his slashes. Seriously, where is he getting this shit from? You could block them, but you have to roll right after because they'll explode.
Den Punkt sehe ich viele, ja.
After 5 teleports, wheels will stay put for a whole 3 seconds while you're busy dodging them. One of his easier openings is when he's firing big red lasers on all fronts. He'll just teleport in about halfway into the move. Don't know why he does. Maybe to just taunt you? Well, joke's on you, you senile liability.
Yeah, why?
Although if you do it too early, you'll most likely get hit by a laser. I don't really care about that though, I'm taking whatever chance I can get. Just use reprisal and you're fine. As you could tell, I've been pretty reckless with this fight. But you can't be reckless after Desperation Move 2 hits. So this is one of the most intimidating moves in the whole game. It was scary in his vanilla fight, but now it's much more ruthless.
Hier so richtig begeistert klingt von dem Spiel.
Lasers come in for a visit. Xehanort comes in and turns his Keyblade into a whip, since when could he do that? So, how do you get through it? No, really, I don't. I have no idea how to get through it. Wanna know why?
Irgendwie, ja, also ich weiß auch nicht, was hier gerade passiert. Er geht durch alle Data-Files einmal durch. Essentiell sagt er, oh ja, das ist ziemlich schwer und ich habe das und das gemacht und oh, das war ziemlich hart oder irgendwie ziemlich cool. Vielleicht sagt er, ja, overall, it was bad. Aber nein, er hat ja vorhin gesagt, er findet die besser als in Dingens. Als in Kingdom Hearts 2 die Data-Files. Warum wird der Screen rot?
You laughed. You all laughed when I said links are OP. How many times do I need to tell you? When you're using a link, you can't die. I must admit, I've been holding out on you. This method can go for anything in this fight and all of the others. Does
Ist das nicht eine valide Strategie?
Too often? See Spectacle. What about Xemnas? Like I said, those lasers are pretty tough. See Spectacle. How about Xigbar? His desperation move is pretty scary. What with you being stuck in a small space with hundreds of bullets coming in. Now hear me out on this one.
Ganz spontan, Felix. Ich hab's gesehen und wir dachten uns so, wollen wir das gucken? Yeah.
It stops you from getting hit too much at all. So as you can tell, this is a bit of a problem. Okay, look. Does it make these fights easy? No. They're still plenty difficult. And also, links are tucked away in the command menu, so you can avoid them pretty easily. But it sort of sucks the tension out of some of these fights when
Kostet das nicht auch all deine MP?
That you're only choosing to withhold. Attractions were turned off for these fights, and that's great. One less problem to pollute the air here. Why couldn't they do the same thing with links?
Warum wussten wir, dass er mit irgendwas jetzt noch in der Ecke kommt?
Okay, before I start rambling in my old age, let's move back to fighting a man in his old age.
Recalling his stuff! Okay, ich habe jetzt nicht an die Summons gedacht, aber you know. It felt years ago to Samurai Warrior stream, yeah. Oh.
Xehanort's moves start to ramp up after the storm. He uses his little Keyblade transformation trick outside of that moment. What's cool about these is that he seems to finally be listening to his other members, because they decrease your max health. What else? His moves get faster at lower health, but everyone else's does too. Oh yeah, a lot of his fight lines, courtesy of Christopher Lloyd, are hilarious.
Concede! Concede! More you say? More you say? Your reward. Your reward. Enlighten me. Enlighten me!
You know, there's nothing more to it than that. Unfortunately, I lost the footage of my original fight with him, so I'll have to guesstimate how much time it took to beat him. Like I said, he's the hardest. But something other characters like Xemnas, Sayax, or Vanitas have over him is that even after learning their moveset, you're still gonna have to put in a lot of effort to win. While it took about as long as these fights in their entirety to even figure out Xehanort's moveset, once you do, it's really not so bad. His moves are scary and intimidating, and they're tough, but so are you. You've made it past 12 other super bosses, and you've learned things from them too.
Das ist genau das, was ich gesagt habe bei 400 Subs, Felix.
Your choice and abilities and
bei 400 Subs gucke ich's mit euch.
You're better than some old pervert with a big sword. So once and for all, send Master Xehanort to hell where he belongs.
This is not what was written.
Oha!
Overall, this was a
wie
great
lange
time.
für 10
By
Gift Subs?
far the best part of Kingdom Hearts 3. Honestly, one of the best parts in the series.
Also, jetzt war es einer der besten Teile. Lass mich kurz gucken auf meinem Dashboard, ja. Genau. Dass ich euch was Falsches zeige. Lass mich mal refreshen. Und ihr habt jetzt ein Twitch-Dashboard gesehen. Ich glaube, we lost wieder ein paar. Ich weiß nicht, ob sich das wieder noch gleich verbessert, aber hier sind 387. You see, I don't lie to you with discounts. Aber vielen, vielen, vielen lieben Dank, Mann. Dankeschön. Wahrscheinlich haben wir wieder ein paar verloren. Fuck. Woher droppen die ganzen auf einmal? Aber vielen, vielen lieben Dank. Ja, es ist irgendwie sad. Wie gesagt, ich kann gleich eigentlich mal gucken, ob sich das refresht. Manchmal ist das so, dann dauert das ein bisschen. Refresh mal kurz. Und 397. Ja doch, es fehlen nur noch 3. Okay, es sind 397. Yeah. It worked. Also almost. Gucken wir den Rest des Videos, also es fehlen noch 3.
If I had to rank them in difficulty, it'd look like this. And as for enjoyment, this. Good job, Square. I had a lot of fun.
One small gripe I have is that they should have let you do these fights with the other playable characters. That would have been neat. Maybe only have it available once you've beaten them all as Sora and maybe get some bonuses for beating them as
wissen, was
these
für ein
characters.
Designunfall das dann wird. Jo, Feder, danke dir für 3 Giftsubs, Dankeschön.
All of them, Sid's computer learned to absolutely
okay, Persona 5, Style over
Substance. If that wasn't such a good time.
Watch
but fear not, it's the Fairy Godmother, another character absent from the main game. This DLC and also Melody of Memory feature her at her most useful. She asks Riku about any dreams
Nächste Woche können wir gucken.
Funnily enough, they've been
Hugo, danke dir für Subscriben. Das ist aber Spaß hier. Vielen lieben Dank, Mann. Willkommen beim Adel. Dankeschön.
He can't help but feel like he's being watched. So that explains why he was in the secret ending. But if he was really there instead of it just being a
Jetzt
dream,
kommt Yosora.
could that mean that this
Voll
is
viele
a
Leute lieben den Kampf.
And maybe Riku was sent there to protect
Generell,
Sora
seit
because he's a
Remind
dreamer, like
auch
in
so ein paar
Dream
Abilities und so reingehauen
Not the
hat,
direction I
ja.
was expecting
Und
this to
Critical
take.
Mode und so.
Yen
Voll
Sid
viele
had the
Leute
suspicion
fanden auf
that
einmal Kingdom
because
Hearts
he
3 dann
was
sehr viel
Sora's
angenehmer
fingers,
und
his
besser.
dreams could hold the key to his whereabouts. So he sent the Fairy Godmother here to look
Vor allem
into
mit dem
it.
ganzen
And once she hears
Options-Menü,
what
das
his
wurde
dreams are
sehr,
like,
sehr,
she
sehr
figures there
gelobt.
really is something special to them. And the rest of that story is left to Melody of Memory. The end. That's everything, right?
Ja, vielen Dank dir für 2 Giftsubs nochmal. Vielen, vielen lieben Dank, Mann.
We've got
Dankeschön.
one last
Dankeschön.
chapter to our adventure, and it's probably the most interesting of them.
Felix, danke dir auch für ein Giftsub. Dankeschön. Ja, sollte ich öfter Reaction-Content machen oder so? Vielen, vielen, vielen lieben Dank, Guys. Dankeschön, ja. Werden öfters solche langen Analysen-Videos geguckt? Eigentlich nicht. Das ist ein First für mich. Aber ich hätte Lust auf noch mehr, ja. Manchmal wünsche ich mir, ich könnte selber solche Videos machen, aber ich könnte die schreiben, ich kann die Skripte schreiben, aber ich will es nie editen. Ich denke jedes Mal so, ich will das nicht editieren. Lidelbär, danke dir für einen Giftsub. Vielen, vielen lieben Dank, Dankeschön. Mach den React-Samstag endlich ein Ding. Ich werde drüber nachdenken. Ich glaube, das ist die Belohnung, dass du das ganze Video durchgenommen hast. Wir haben noch 20 Minuten, ja. Nächsten Samstag. Ich muss mal gucken, wir wollten ja auch Harry Potter noch spielen. Ich guck mal, wie ich das so rumarrangieren kann. Aber vielleicht werden wir Zeit finden für nächste Woche. Ich guck mal, ja, auf jeden Fall. Ansonsten dann die Woche danach. Nummer, danke dir für den Giftsub. Vielen, vielen lieben Dank. Dankeschön. Aber wir gucken das auf jeden Fall sehr zeitlich, ja, keine Sorge. Schaut auch Everything Wrong Videos von Kingdom Hearts. Die von Chari. Ich habe mal eins gesehen und das fand ich nicht so gut. Ich mag dieses Everything Wrong Format nicht so sehr, aber ja. 13. Kapitel. Zufall? Ich glaube kaum. Macht sogar noch mehr Spaß. Aber es gibt auch lange Videos, die gut sind.
Sora, the real one, awakens in a place
aber ich finde, er bringt seine Punkte nicht gut rüber. Wie gesagt, seine Meinung finde ich ist nicht shit. Aber ich finde, seine Punkte sind weird formuliert. Und irgendwie, I don't know, fühle ich ihn nicht.
Sora runs to the voice. It's Yozora. Sora recognizes him from Toybox, and strangely enough, he recognizes you, or your name.
If you're here, then this can't be the real world, can it? But wait, that girl, she told me about you.
Ah, so that's who that nameless star was talking about. So that must mean Yozora has a past life that he forgot about. Perhaps this past life was what we saw in that fake trailer. Maybe this girl was that star. Something of note here is that Yozora is voiced by Dylan Sprouse, who you may recognize from Rick and Morty, Zack and Cody. Apparently the appearance he takes isn't his true appearance. I hope his true appearance is like a neckbeard, that'd be pretty funny. Yozora has his own motivation, one that we don't know yet. He doesn't have any bad feelings towards you, but he has to defeat you. He transforms this place into Sora's heart, before then the city we've seen in the secret ending. This place is known as Quadratum. Apparently, he's been here and went on his own adventure before being told
Macht er
to
gute
save
Videos?
Sora.
Okay, wie gesagt, ich habe vor ewigen Jahren mal ein Video gesehen und ich fand es jetzt nicht so nice. Aber ich meine, in vielen Jahren kann man sich viel verbessern und viel verändern, ja?
And so, the secret Superboss begins. One final Mix's Superboss was Xemnas.
Wir sollten alle Snapcube-Videos gucken.
Xemnas wasn't incredibly hard, actually being topped by Sephiroth in terms of difficulty. But the Lingering Will was by far the most difficult boss in the series. His moveset was crazy and he didn't give you time to breathe. Despite that, it was still pretty fun.
Es freut mich, dass so viel Spaß daran hatte.
Really hard in Limit. Honestly, fights like Saïx, Xion, or Xehanort gave the Lingering Will a run for his money. But by the end of the day, he was probably still the hardest. I had no doubts that this would be a hard fight. But will it top everything?
Er kann deine Keyblades klauen? Wir wissen nicht, wer Yasura ist, Felix. Wir haben keine Ahnung. That's the mystery. Und wenn du stirbst, passiert das.
Sorry, but I don't lose.
I feel the pain just watching the footage. Oh. Ah, die Musik. Nee, nicht mal.
I will save you.
So,
Nicht mal das,
suppose that
Blackie.
was the bad ending. You're getting kicked back to the main menu after this, and you're given the option to retry right under limit cut. Obviously, I'm not giving up there. Thankfully, if and when you lose after this, you don't have to watch that cutscene again.
Okay, ich hatte
Only if
gerade
you click
Angst.
Give up on the game over screen. Damn, that's how you know this is gonna be a tough one. Well, nothing left but to
Genau,
do.
Yasura ist japanisch
Wish
für
me luck.
Nachthimmel und Noctis heißt Nacht und Sora heißt übrigens einfach nur Himmel.
Let's do this.
No. No.
This is by far the hardest fight in this series. The Lingering Will is tough on his own, but
Was
Yozora
schwerer als
outclasses
Lingering
him
Will?
and then some. The developer's goal for this
Fuck.
one was most likely to give you a balls-to-the-wall challenge unlike anything this game has offered before, including Limit Cut. And if it was, consider that goal achieved. Even better, figuring out his moveset is a lot of fun. As much as I died in this fight, I never got angry. Everything feels precise here, so messing up the timings was always my fault. As
Ich
I
meine,
said
die
for the
Musik
data battles,
passt
use everything
durchaus,
you have
ja.
at your disposal. Kupo coins, rage form, cuisine, etc. His kit is fairly randomized at the beginning.
Warte mal,
which,
er
like
kann
our
dir die
man, I'll love you,
Kupo-Coin
but
klauen
unlike him,
und sich
Yozora
wiederbeleben,
uses
wenn du
every
ihn
move he
besiegst,
has in a fight
richtig?
in one run. Let's go over them. He could shoot 6 sets of lasers at you in an easy-to-get rhythm before pausing for a second and shooting out 3 more just to fuck with you. He'll charge up a blade
Max.
slash and teleport to hit
Ja.
you with it before
Yes.
continuing to wail on you and charging up again. One of his
That's
openings
funny.
is made here. Air step to him and attack, but be careful because he will counter. What you want to do is swing and immediately air slide away to avoid
Echt?
getting hit,
Ja.
then air step to him again.
Hurensohn,
Another laser-based
Jassi.
move has him firing at you interspersed with a couple of swings. It ends with him spawning his blade behind you and chopping. Don't try blocking the first swing, for whatever reason you can't. You need to dodge roll once and then block.
Ob ihm die
leaving him
Kupo-Coin
open again.
geklaut
Don't
wurde?
roll twice though, the blade will go away
Ein
and he'll
Viertel
get
seines
up close and
gesamten
personal.
Lebens.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that a lot of his slashing moves take away from your max health. Another move has him spawn a red
Oh, warte mal, der klaut deine
to roll
maximale
out at the
Leben?
right time to avoid getting demolished with lasers.
Man.
He does this 3 times with him going at you in between each. He can go armor mode and start flying around. It's elite to him
Wisst ihr was,
tossing out
Yasura ist
the
das
tractor
Fuck
beams
you
and sucking you in to steal
zu
health and
seinem
items
Video.
off of you. The
Du willst das
motherfucker
Schwert
can even
da.
steal your Kupo
Da
coins, so
hast
you're gonna
du.
be shit out of luck if you rely on that. All you gotta do to avoid this is glide horizontally. While he's using the beams, he goes out of armored mode, so you can shoot some magic at him. Another laser-based move has him creep a big laser toward you before ramping the speed up at the last second, followed by him shooting a bunch of faster ones out, including some blue ones that can't be blocked. He could do a little blade swingy dance to fuck
I mean,
with you,
the
making you
dude's
think he's
obviously
pounding you, but
enjoying
instead
himself.
he'll disappear
Yep.
and hit you with some invisible slashes before coming back in with a weird laser ball thing. But all that nonsense was easy mode compared to these next few moves. At some point, he'll start running toward you all menacing. First instinct's to block and hope for the best, but the best will not happen. Once he gets close, he'll
Yozora
teleport
ist
and
nicht echt,
spawn
er
a
kann dich
sphere
nicht
at you. If you
besiegen.
get hit, you'll get
Yozora.
grabbed and have your keyblade copied onto his blade. Not only that, but you lose your keyblade too. From here, you can't attack,
He
use
can't hurt
spells,
you
keyblade
now.
forms, rage form, anything. He's gonna shoot waters at you first before lunging at you multiple times, sometimes teleporting. Dodge rolling at the right time
Das
is
stimmt.
essential here if you don't want
Er
to
macht
die.
generell
Unless you have potions or elixirs,
eine
you
sehr
have no means
detaillierte
of healing yourself, but
Zusammenfassung.
even if you did, you don't have the luxury of Leaf Bracer while he's coming at you. After a good 30 seconds, he'll finish by onslaughting you with hundreds of your own keyblades coming from the ground, along with some circling you that, if you don't avoid, will shred you into thin slices. Get past that, and you have your weapon back. Now it's time for the big one.
Dass
his
das Spiel ja
desperation
wirklich
move.
nicht
Use a
wirklich so
Rubik's
gehasst haben, das
ball
ist
to
immer mein
change the
Punkt.
environment around you.
Ich
While
denke,
this
er hat
happens,
halt
you'll be
seine
barraged
Gripes
with
mit
red
dem
and blue
Spiel,
lasers and
die
difficult
ich
to
sehr
predict
valide
combo
finde.
patterns. Meanwhile,
Ja.
you push back to the edge and into the
Aber
air
eigentlich mag
so
er
your
es. Er
trusty
findet das
dodge
Spiel,
is
glaube ich, nicht
unusable all the
trash.
time here, leading to tons of hijinks.
Ich finde, das
After a
ist.
while, and I
Ich glaube, er
do mean a
übertreibt
while, the
zu
environment
sich
will
selber
change
ein
again, and we're
bisschen.
bum rushed by a bunch of the mechs from Toybox because they're from Verum Rex. That's a nice detail. After a little bit of that, we're changed back to where we were at the beginning of the move with a small variation on the way things were. More teleporting trickery mainly, along with him spawning
Also es ist für ihn kein Crisis Core wie Crisis Core für mich ist, ja.
The white landscape with some clone action. And finally, the ball turns into a black hole that sucks the landscape in back to the way it was. It tries to take
Eben
you too,
Feder,
while Yozora
ne?
tries
Eben.
to push you in himself. I still don't know how to consistently dodge him here.
Ich glaube überwiegend, wenn Trash Mobs schwerer gewesen wären. Ich glaube, das hätte mindestens 50% seiner Probleme gefixt. Und hauen wir nochmal 20% dazu, wenn Summons und Attractions dich nicht unverwundbar machen, ja? Ich glaube, die beiden Punkte, die hätten 70% seiner Probleme gefixt mit dem Spiel.
Except not really, because on rare occasions he could do this right off the bat.
Nee, Michi.
What
nee.
a dickhead. After he's done using that
Reicht mir zu sagen, ich mag Crisis
Core only time, his moveset will change a bit, being more aggressive than it already was. A lot of his previous moves will now be blue, meaning you can't block them, and he'll gain a few new ones, including a big fuck-off teleport heavy combo that messes with your head, and a long-ass armored state combo that doesn't let up. All of this is ridiculously hard, a huge departure from the baby shit we dealt with in the main game. But now it's just a straight shot to the end. He has no more new tricks up his sleeve.
Möglich,
careful and aggressive at the same time to dodge and punish his moves more than
Obwohl, mit dem Gameplay, mit der Story ist es halt, Pacing ist halt, ja. Du hättest mehr über das Spiel verteilen können, anstatt alles am Ende reinzuhauen. Das sehe ich auch voll ein. Ja. Ich sage nicht, dass es nicht ein Fair Point ist.
Oh my god. He stole my Kupo coin earlier, so now he... Wow. And now he has... Wow. I'll admit, the first time I beat him, this happened, and then I lost. I didn't even get mad. I laughed. That was too fucking clever to get upset at. Bravo, I got outsmarted.
Ich glaube... Okay, wie drücke ich das aus? Manche Spieler lieben es, wenn das Spiel Sadist zu dir ist. Manche sind einfach Masochistenspieler. Ja. They want the game to spit in your face. Und ich glaube, er ist so ein Type. Replicant, danke dir für 5 Monate treu. Dankeschön. Bleib ermahnen, Nocturne-Fans. Zum Beispiel. Ich glaube, er liebt es einfach, wenn das Spiel dir hart ins Gesicht spuckt. Und einmal ein bisschen noch den hier macht dabei, ja. Oh Gott. Danke dir, Replicant, wie geht's dir? Alles gut. Und Kingdom Hearts 3 ist eigentlich, abgesehen bis auf Remind, echt nicht das Spiel dafür.
I guess that my powers aren't needed yet.
Mein Fair Point, Ezra.
What do you mean?
Same. Oha.
Never mind.
Ich frage mich immer noch, warum er heterochrome Augen hat.
He wakes up in a car, a scene very reminiscent of one of the trailers for Versus 13. The man in front gets his attention.
Wenn du die Story spielst, verwirrt es dich nicht. Auf Exciting, danke dir für 1 Jahr Treue. Bleib im Adel.
We get a cute little retelling of the I've been having these weird thoughts lately speech from Kingdom Hearts 1 and...
Er will das ganze Spiel so und dann fände ich es Garbage-Spiele. Dann hätte ich keinen Spaß damit.
So, earlier I said that the DLC symbolizes one of the game's biggest problems, but I think it more symbolizes one of the biggest problems of this series, which could very well lead to a declining interest. And that's the constant, non-stop blue balls that Nomura loves to give you. I get why it's a thing. It keeps the players engaged, wondering what's going to happen next.
Aber wir Fans mögen das.
Monetary benefit. But it could get so in your face that you'll realize pretty soon that this is a series that won't end anytime soon. There's only so many times you can get us wondering what happens next before people won't care. Why get excited for answers when you're only getting more questions with it? The formula is still working, but it won't last forever. And Yozora here is a
natürlich
great
wird es sich für
example
immer halten, aber jedes Mal, wenn sowas ist, denken wir, Nomura explain. Nomura.
Link Sword, still Xehanort to an extent due to recent things that happened after this game. Subject X, I can go on. To the point that all of these things blend together. You'll get lost
ja, das verstehe ich, Schlafgamer. Ich meine, ich verstehe, wenn man so drauf ist.
A decent way to remedy this is to quite simply not have it so in your face. There are a few scenes in this game that open new questions and are brought up sparingly, but not rarely. And I think that that's the best way to go about it. So many mysteries are practically shouted at you. Going forward, tone the ladder down a lot and keep things subtle. Kingdom Hearts has become known for its complicated plot. There's no undoing that. I just hope that isn't so obvious about it going forward. Since Remind, a few things have happened with the series. Firstly, Melody of Memory, a rhythm game that is of course important to the plot. Union Cross came to an end and added an actually decent set of twists. And most notably to me, the game, along with the entire series, came to PC. At the moment, it's an Epic Games Store exclusive, so make of that what you will. I did buy it and give it a quick easy code playthrough, and I can say confidently that this port doesn't run well on my computer with OBS. But it does run pretty decently at low settings without OBS, which is impressive considering the computer I'm using is a low-end laptop. I'll tell you now that this is the definitive way to play the game for one reason and one reason only.
Oha.
Mods. The modding community for this game is still in its
dachte immer, die
infancy and they're figuring things
PC-Ports
out, but this infant has already accomplished quite a bit. There's this custom HUD for Sora that uses a modified version of official art and it looks damn good. There's been entire animations created from scratch to give you some new moves, and to that extent giving you the ability to play as other characters like Vanitas or Shion with their own movesets and voice clips. There's one that makes your movement way faster, which does speed up the combat a good bit, if at times
auf PC gekauft,
zu modden. There's one that makes your main menu Family Guy for some fucking reason. Here's one that makes the Ice Castle Peter Griffin for some fucking reason. Here's one that replaces the PC exclusive Keyblade Elemental encoder with a console exclusive Keyblade Dawn to Dusk. I like this one because this was originally a Keyblade that you get
okay, wisst ihr was? I rest my case. Mag das Spiel eigentlich.
Apparently a place where you can buy video games in Japan. The handle has a 7-Eleven color scheme and it's called Dawn to Dusk because that's how long 7-Eleven is open in Japan. This is the best fucking weapon in any video game ever made. And my personal favorite is this one that replaces Terra's Keyblade with his Lingering Will counterpart. The mod itself is nothing crazy, but I just like the description. Bruh, peep this one, like really peep this one. No more Earthshaker, no more ugly Keyblade, no more ugly Earthshaker, no more trolls, you've been blocked. And then how to pronounce his username. But my actual favorite is the C mod menu. It is, as its title implies, a mod menu, letting you spawn party members and enemies wherever you want, and many other features. But my favorite part is that when you enter any data fight or Yozora's fight, you're given a little character select menu, where you can pick who you want to play as and what party members you're bringing in. This doesn't necessarily make the fights any easier because all your party members die in like a few hits, but it's still really cool to act out your own fanfic battles. It's also very funny for when you want to settle unfinished business with Sully, Wazowski, and Vanitas. And of course, picking on Mark's scene with Marshmallow is funny, and you will laugh. I said earlier that it would have been neat to be able to use other characters like Roxas and Kairi in the data fights, but now having that ability made me realize that it doesn't work quite as well as I thought. As in, they're all much weaker than Sora and less versatile.
Ich meine, das ist das, was ich gerade gesagt habe. Ja, viel Spaß beim Balancing.
They do a very small amount of damage compared to our boy. It's a fixable issue, but now I kinda get why it wasn't implemented. But yeah, if you have a good enough computer, this is the best way to play the game. Mods aren't that hard to install either. And, well, I guess that's all she wrote. So that finally is the end of Kingdom Hearts 3. You've made it through all 5 hours of this video.
Damn, we did.
Quite the long one, wasn't it? I've sung the praises of Remind, or rather Limit Cut and Yozora, but I think it's important to say that it doesn't change my overall opinion of the game by much. To get to these really good parts, you have to get through the pure mediocrity of the main game. The Disney Worlds are the things that most people play these games for, believe it or not. The minority of people that are there for the main plot are just much more vocal. And the Disney Worlds are a joke. And the ending, what we've built up to, is a joke. The good parts of the game are far and few between, or are locked behind a $30 paywall. That's not good. It's okay to acknowledge the faults in a game you like, and this game has so many of them. You're allowed to love this game, more power to you. You don't have to make shit up to enjoy it. It is undeniably a game filled with flaws. To you...
Wait. That's von ihm?
And it's so many of them. You're allowed to love this game, more power to you. You don't have...
Agreed. In KH3, they were actually part of some character development for Sora and towards his primary goal for the majority of KH3 to gain the power of waking. The only ones I would say are filler are Arendelle and Kingdom of Corona, but even they had an impact in some way. Okay. He took it back. He took it back. Hey, Kirasade. I bet in like a year or two, this guy is gonna look back on this video and be like, why the fuck was I so salty? Ich weiß, ja, wahrscheinlich. Yeah.
You have to make shit up to enjoy it. It is undeniably a game filled with flaws. To you, it could potentially be a masterpiece, but to me,
findest du?
It's a bad game.
Ich weiß nicht.
Don't get me wrong. This isn't a video that'll end with me saying that this series is doomed to stay bad or will never reach the heights it did. Quite the contrary, actually. Despite everything that I've said, I believe that this series holds more potential than it ever has. Kingdom Hearts 4 could very well be the best game in the series, story and gameplay wise. This upcoming arc is very interesting to me, and Tokyo Team has clearly learned a lot if Limit Cut is anything to go by. I'm excited to see what's next, and you should be too. I only want the best for the series I grew up with, but in order to do that, we need to see the bad to know where the good can come. Kingdom Hearts 3 was the bad.
And very hopefully, Kingdom Hearts 4 is the good that comes from it. But as it
Gibt's
is
nicht
now,
nur gut und bad,
this was
you know.
massively disappointing and a waste of effort.
Ich finde, es ist immer noch ein sehr hartes Ding zu sagen, it's a waste of effort. It doesn't say KH3 was darkness. I believe that he likes the game, yeah. Wisst ihr was, ganz ehrlich, was sagt ihr? Ich bin der Meinung, er mag das Spiel oder das ich weiß, who hurt you? Who hurt you? Ich meine, ich verstehe ein paar seiner Punkte, aber ich finde, die sind so übertrieben rausgehauen, ja, dass ich sie nicht ernst nehmen kann. Was ich nicht ganz tue, deswegen. This was so much fucking fun to watch, ja, ja. Ich mag die Texte hier. Oh no. Oh. After everyone's mysterious disappearance, Pooh went to search for him. On his journey, he found a strange book labeled Book of Prophecies. Oh no. Das ist aber wirklich unterhaltsam, mit euch zu gucken. Ich hatte auch eine Menge Spaß, das mit euch zu schauen. Ich fand, das war super. Ich hatte viel Fun. Und ja. Wie gesagt, ich glaube, wenn die Gegner einfach härter gewesen wären und Dinge nicht so viel Unverwundbarkeit gegeben hätten, das hätte halt so viel für ihn, glaube ich, gefixt. Irgendwas hat einen echt miesen Beigeschmack irgendwie bei ihm hinterlassen. Und ich glaube, er hat es nicht deutlich genug, fand ich, irgendwie artikuliert. Vielleicht war es das Ding, er war viel zu hyped und viel zu in der Erwartungshaltung dran und das Spiel hat einfach genau seine Erwartungen nicht eingehalten, was okay ist. Das finde ich, macht das nicht gleich bad. Wie gesagt, ich finde Kingdom Hearts 3 ist ein Fun-Game. Mit Problems. Aber, also es hat ordentlich Probleme. Aber es macht Spaß. So ist ein Quadratum, lol. If you've made it all this way to the end, thanks. Seriously, this was a real adventure to make, to say the least. I actually lost all the footage of my original Proud and Critical playthrough, as well as most of my footage from 1 and 2, so I had to do it all again. But it was worth it. I am proud of what I have here. I sincerely hope you enjoyed it. Well, I definitely had some fun in watching this video. I don't know if he would ever see this. Probably not. But I had fun watching it. I just think you really need to work out how you formulate your arguments. Sometimes it feels so contradictory what you say. And you go a bit too much in overdrive. You overdo too much. It's way too hyperbole, in my opinion, to take some of your points seriously.
Cypher's been in hiding ever since the last struggle.
Okay, Herr Lehrer. Okay, Boomer.
No one's seen him in years. All we hear are orders delivered by
Vivi.
What is this? Over a C+, yeah. War ein fun Video zu gucken. Was fun to watch. I would give it a 3 out of 10. No.
Face to face.
But yeah.
Tell me where he is.
Oh. Was sagt ihr zu dem Video-Chat?
Where is
What is this? I'm scared. Kingdom Hearts 1 verdammt, guck mal da. 38 Minuten, das ist ja kurz. What a weak sauce Video in Länge. I give it the mark of a 3. Das war Metal Gear Solid. Ah. Das am Ende war jetzt einfach Metal Gear. Achso, das wusste ich nicht. Ja, okay. Ich fand's gut, dass er in die Klasse geguckt hat und selten Notizen abgelesen hat. Ich habe das extra gerade auf Englisch gesagt, einfach für die irgendwelche Chance, dass er das sieht, dass er halt vielleicht meine Punkte versteht damit. Deswegen frage ich euch ja nochmal, wie fandet ihr es allgemein? Nicht nur den Spaß, wie ihr hattet, hier zu gucken, weil das hattet ihr offensichtlich, aber you know. Put it on a reaction challenge, start a career. Laut und deutlich hat er auch gesprochen, das ist wahr. Ja. War ein Fun-Stream. Wir sind fast 10 Stunden live. Das war ein spontaner Ride, guys. Aber ich hatte eine Menge Spaß. Und, war mal so ein bisschen frischer Wind streamtechnisch auch. Hat mir sehr viel Spaß gemacht. Wenn das nicht im Stream gewesen wäre, hätte ich viel früher abgeschaltet. Also ist das eine 5, weil es nicht ausreichte, mich zu halten. Ich weiß auch nicht, ob ich es alleine geguckt hätte. I got what you like, Huh? Willst du die 15 Minuten bleiben? Nein. Ach ja, wartet mal. Falls ihr irgendeinen Kommentar, irgendwas hinterlassen wollt, gebe ich euch den Link fürs Video. Hier. Falls ihr das bewerten wollt, wie auch immer, ja, einen Kommentar schreiben wollt, tut was ihr wollt, ja, wie ihr möchtet. Ihr könnt ihm einen Like geben, Dislike geben. Es liegt bei euch. Aber ja, klickt mal drauf, gebt den einmal kurz den View oder so. Ja, vielleicht die Interaction, wenn ihr wollt. Genau. Der Ehe-Command ist, ja, your video sucked ass. Du bekommst den Strike dafür. Nee. Oh. Nee. Hate Raid? Nein. Ist kein Hate Raid. Deswegen sage ich ja, wie ihr möchtet, wie ihr zum Video führt, seid natürlich respektvoll, you know? Logisch. Es geht jetzt nicht um ihm Hate zu senden. Ich dachte mir einfach nur so, es ist fair, wenn ich euch den Link zeige. Der Anfang war sehr träge, der Humor und das Editing haben es ziemlich hart gecarried für mich. Einige Punkte konnte ich sehr verstehen, weil ich wenige selber teile, aber finde teilweise, dass ein Großteil des Videos ein Waste of Effort ist, weil er so viele gute Punkte machen könnte, wenn es nicht direkt so zynisch aufgesetzt ist. Ja, finde ich auch, ja. Das ist eine Kritik-Rate. Na, ich habe ja gesagt, ihr könnt ihm auch einen Like geben, falls ihr das Video mochtet oder so. Genau. Könnt ihr auch machen. Es liegt halt an euch, wie ihr das seht. Das ist ja kein Hate-Rate, Mann. Luffy will mir immer Angst machen, ja. Genauso wie mit dem Strike. Aber ja, Guys, vielen lieben Dank fürs dabei sein. Danke, dass ihr das mit mir durchgestanden habt. Wir werden ein Persona 5 Video sehen, ja. Waste of effort. Wir werden auch ein Persona 5 Video uns angucken. Und wer weiß, was wir sonst noch alles so für Videos mal gucken können, die länger sind. Danke fürs dabei sein. Wir sehen uns morgen bei Omori im Finale. Haut da rein. Macht's gut. Tschüss.